The Perfect Supreme Chapter 45:37 to Chapter 46:21. They couldn't understand, they really couldn't understand, although they were confused, they didn't dare to ask. They could only watch as the primogenitor gradually disappeared from their sight. At this time, Lin Ling led everyone away from the Broken Realm Holy Land. Following the void, they walked step by step in the direction of the Kaiyuan River. Behind Lin Ling, the dragon race members didn't dare to speak. They were very afraid of Whitewater Pure Maiden. Whitewater Pure Maiden didn't speak either. She stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Her opinion of Lin Ling had changed slightly because she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such ability. He wasn't a nobody in the void. After all, she had seen that even the dragon race seemed to be very friendly to Lin Ling. Whitewater Pure Maiden naturally knew about the dragon race. They were a branch of the ancient dragon race. Although they couldn't compare to the ancient dragon god, they weren't weak either. Generally speaking, they rarely submitted to others, let alone a young and inexperienced dragon god. F***CK This Jr. Lord Dragon God, this mission is complete. If you want to go to the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace soon, I will send someone to inform you. The Kaiyuan River began to appear in front of them. Lin Ling stopped and looked at the old man behind him. Good, good, good. The dragon god smiled and nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your help this time. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say it. Lin Ling said again. No need to be so polite with one of us. The dragon god waved his hand and said. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Ling, he led the dragons and flew towards the Kaiyuan River. After the dragon race left, Lin Ling looked at Whitewater Pure Maiden and said, I know you're following me. First, you have to complete your father's orders. Second, you want to know your father's whereabouts. Then I can tell you here. If you perform well, I might tell you the whereabouts of the Sky River Water God. I hope you can do as you say. Whitewater Pure Maiden also nodded. She didn't seem as arrogant as before, but Lin Ling could still sense that this restraint was only because of her father's face. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and continued, but if you want to follow me, there's a condition. You're not allowed to question or investigate anything about me. If I find out that you've violated this condition, then you'll leave immediately and you'll never see your father again in this lifetime. Hearing this, Whitewater Pure Maiden's heart trembled. Originally, she disapproved of Lin Ling's words because she felt that even if she secretly investigated, with Lin Ling's strength, he might not be able to find out. But she didn't expect that Lin Ling would be so decisive. As long as he found the slightest clue, he immediately broke off all relations with her. This also meant that if they wanted to investigate Lin Ling, it would be very risky. For the sake of her father, she obviously had to endure this humiliation again. However, through Lin Ling's words, she also knew that Lin Ling indeed knew her father's whereabouts. Okay, let's go to the bank of the Kaiyuan River. You'll stand guard for me from now on. Lin Ling said again. He planned to give Sima Ruochan's head to the Shenyuan treasure book, and he had also warned Whitewater Pure Maiden, so he wasn't afraid of her knowing the secret of the prison. Moreover, this time was also to test Whitewater Pure Maiden. If she couldn't do as she said, then Lin Ling wouldn't dare to keep such a person. The two of them quickly arrived at the bank of the Kaiyuan River, and Lin Ling took out the stone tablet. In the beginning, Whitewater Pure Maiden had a disdainful expression, thinking that Lin Ling was afraid of some secret being known by her. However, she came from the era of the gods, so there was nothing she didn't know. But when Lin Ling took out the stone pillar of the square prison, Whitewater Pure Maiden was clearly stunned. What is this? Whitewater Pure Maiden had never seen such a treasure. It's best not to ask what you shouldn't ask. Lin Ling didn't even look at her, and with that, he entered the stone pillar. Whitewater Pure Maiden clenched her teeth. What a cocky brat. But soon, she was attracted by the stone pillar of the square prison. What kind of treasure was this? Why hadn't she seen it before? Moreover, it didn't have any power feedback, which was extremely rare. She couldn't help but want to go closer to investigate, but then she remembered Lin Ling's warning. This guy is doing it on purpose. He's testing me, I can't be fooled. Whitewater Pure Maiden suddenly thought of something, sneered, and ignored it. She guessed that Lin Ling must be deliberately baiting her, and this stone pillar might actually have nothing. Brat, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You want to scheme against me? Dream on. After sneering, Whitewater Pure Maiden sat down cross-legged, and didn't look at the stone pillar anymore. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling didn't have time to test her. Inside the stone pillar was the square prison, and even her father was inside. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the prison and went straight to the Xianxia treasure book first. My lord. Seeing Lin Ling coming, the Xianxia treasure book was obviously a little excited. Lin Ling didn't say much, and threw Sima Ruochen's head into the prison cell. After the Xianxia treasure book caught the head, his body trembled, and then his eyes became wet. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The Xianxia treasure book kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, very grateful. No need, tell me the map of the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling said. Okay. The Xianxia treasure book gave Lin Ling a square sign and said, Lord Prison Master, after you find the 8 gods' heavenly palace, open the key and you can reach the 8th level. There's a guide in the key, and it will tell you the details of the 8th level. Thank you. Lin Ling took the sign and looked at it, and found that it looked like a square silver pendant, very exquisite. After saying goodbye, Lin Ling went to the prison cell of the Sky River Water God again. My lord, how is my daughter? After seeing Lin Ling, the Sky River Water God rushed over with an anxious face and asked Lin Ling through the prison cell. She has woken up, but why did you let her follow me? Lin Ling asked coldly. Haha. The Sky River Water God smiled awkwardly and said, I just wanted my daughter to be of some help to your lordship. Although my daughter is not very strong, she is still a mid-level deity. If she stays by your lordship's side, she will definitely be of some help. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking, Sky River Water God. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you anger me, you will not have an easy time. Lin Ling threatened. My lord, I wouldn't dare. The Sky River Water God's face changed, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Did my daughter offend you? I will write a letter and scold her to wake her up. After saying this, he immediately wrote a letter with his divine essence and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it indifferently and turned to leave. Sky River Water God, let me remind you again, don't play any tricks. If I die, you will never be able to get out. Even if your daughter obtains the prison, she doesn't know how to control it. Everything will be in vain. I know. My lord, I definitely wouldn't dare. Lin Ling's purpose for coming here was precisely for that letter. With this letter, Whitewater Pure Maiden would not dare to act recklessly. After that, Lin Ling left the prison and came to the outside world. The first thing he saw was the White Maiden practicing in the distance. She did not seem to care about the square prison at all. This woman is not that stupid after all. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that the White Maiden did not check the prison at all, and she did not dare to do so. Catch. Lin Ling then threw the letter from the Sky River Water God to her. The White Maiden took it and read it. Her expression changed drastically, and the way she looked at Lin Ling changed too. At first, she was half confident that Lin Ling knew her father, but now, she was 100% sure, because the letter was left by her father, and he emphasized that she must not offend Lin Ling. Okay, let's cross the river. Lin Ling did not care what the White Maiden was thinking. He strode toward the Kaiyuan River. The White Maiden looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression and quickly followed him. With their strength, crossing the Kaiyuan River was undoubtedly easy. So during this process, Lin Ling once again entered a state of cultivation. He took out an ancient book and read it carefully. This was the clone of the true body. It came from Sima Ruochen. When Sima Ruochen created countless clones, even Lin Ling was shocked by his technique. One should know that Lin Ling had cultivated many cloning techniques in his life and had seen many of them. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Sima Ruochen, who could even clone with the strength of a god. Aside from the fact that his talent was not strong, his divine essence and divine power were both present, so after killing Sima Ruochen, Lin Ling focused on finding such techniques. Clone of the true body. Beside him, the White Maiden glanced at the book in Lin Ling's hand, then smiled and said, this clone technique is the strongest. It can split almost 90% of the master's strength, and the number is endless. Lei Gong. Lin Ling, where did you get this book? Do you need me to help you cultivate it? Do you want to refine it? There's no need. It's just an avatar of the true body. What's so difficult about cultivating it? Lin Ling shook his head. For Lei Gong Lin Ling to be able to become the youngest god in the 9 prefectures void, his comprehension must be extraordinary. I estimate that when we walk out of this Kaiyuan River, Lei Gong Lin Ling will definitely be able to cultivate his first clone. Being rejected by Lin Ling, Whitewater Pure Maiden did not mind. Although her words seemed to be flattery, in fact, there was a trace of disdain. She did not think that Lin Ling would fail in his cultivation. Although the avatar of the true body seemed powerful, there were conditions to cultivate it. Soul force, divine energy, physical strength, and comprehension of the great Tao, none of these could be lacking. In fact, this divine ability wasn't the rarest in the Age of the Gods. Many gods had books about it, but very few could cultivate more than 10 clones. Even Bai Shuai-Su had cultivated it before, but she could only cultivate 3 clones. It wasn't very helpful, and in the end, Bai Shuai-Su gave it to her. She abandoned it. As for Lin Ling, wanting to cultivate his first clone in such a short period of time after leaving the Kaiyuan River was undoubtedly very difficult. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her. He closed his eyes and walked forward. At the same time, he began to cultivate his avatar of the true body. In fact, Lin Ling was quite confident in cultivating this divine ability. This was because when he entered the prison, he had personally asked the Xianyuan treasure book how to cultivate it. In order to repay Lin Ling, the Xianyuan treasure book told him everything it knew. Therefore, there was no need to comprehend this divine ability. The only thing missing was whether or not he had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, Lin Ling's soul force, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached the standard. He could cultivate the most basic 3,000 clones. Just like this, Lin Ling continued to comprehend as he walked. His mind was constantly practicing, and he gradually became more familiar with this avatar of the true body. Time quietly passed. With Pure White Maiden by his side, Lin Ling did not have to worry about danger. When the endless void began to appear in front of him, the void of the 9 continents was already in sight. At this time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how's your cultivation? Pure White Maiden immediately asked when she saw Lin Ling exit his cultivation state. SOSO. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. SOSO? Thunderlord Lin Ling, you don't have to worry too much about it. This external body incarnation is one of the most ancient physical body divine abilities. It's normal for someone to not be able to learn it in such a short time. You should know that I've also cultivated it before. It took me 300 years to learn it. I only managed to cultivate 3 clones. I couldn't comprehend the 4th even if I went into seclusion for 100 years. My luck was pretty good. As far as I know, some gods cultivated for 1,000 years and only managed to cultivate a single clone. Pure White Maiden laughed when she saw Lin Ling leave. She guessed that Lin Ling must have failed in his cultivation. Otherwise, why would he leave so quickly? Obviously, he felt embarrassed. This made her feel a sense of satisfaction. This arrogant brat had finally kicked an iron plate. However, Lin Ling ignored her and walked faster and faster. He turned into a rainbow and wanted to rush out of the Kaiyuan River. His heart of martial arts is not solid enough. He can't bear such a small setback. Alas, it seems that I overestimated him. Pure White Maiden could understand Lin Ling's feelings. She knew that Lin Ling had failed in his comprehension, so he was angry from embarrassment. Roar! But at this time, countless water dragons rushed out from the river and intertwined with each other. They surrounded Lin Ling and ruthlessly strangled him. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Even Pure Maiden Whitewater couldn't react to this sudden change. She cursed inwardly. Thunderlord Lin Ling had failed in his cultivation, and his actions had become much more reckless. He had completely forgotten that they were still above the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River was still dangerous, and if they weren't careful, they could even kill Lin Ling. Roar! However, when she wanted to help, she was still too late. Countless water dragons drowned Lin Ling and completely strangled him. No! Pure White Maiden roared angrily. Her entire person was stunned above the Kaiyuan River as if she had lost her soul. She had finally found some news of her father. However, the person who knew her father's whereabouts had died before her eyes just like that. This meant that wanting to know her father's whereabouts was probably harder than ascending to heaven. Thinking of this, she was both excited and disappointed. Ferocious divine essence erupted, blowing up all the nearby river water. However, the dead Lin Ling did not appear again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you can't die, you trash. Where is my father? Where is my father? Staring at the river water that was constantly forming whirlpools, Pure White Maiden's face was full of disappointment and anger. You're the trash. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making Pure White Maiden look back. Then, she was surprised to discover a figure slowly walking over from behind. Who could it be if not Lin Ling? You, why aren't you dead? I clearly saw you die before. This time, Pure White Maiden was quite shocked. She believed in her eyesight. The Lin Ling from before was indeed dead, but why did another Lin Ling appear? Avatars of the true body. In the past, Pure White Maiden cultivated for 300 years and only managed to cultivate 3 avatars. However, Lin Ling only cultivated for a single day and he managed to cultivate 1 avatar. Unless someone instructs him on how to cultivate, and he reaches the standard of cultivation, his comprehension ability is incomparably terrifying. Staring at the approaching Lin Ling, Pure White Maiden's eyes continued to flicker. At this moment, she once again felt the mysteriousness of Lin Ling. One had to know that avatars of the true body were very useful in the ancient era. Many ancient great gods knew how to use these avatars to fight their enemies. Outside of a few limited abilities, this type of ability was truly invincible. This was why in the era of gods, countless gods yearned for this ability. Unfortunately, not many people were able to cultivate it successfully. Because of this avatar, Pure White Maiden didn't distinguish the real from the fake. This was because unless one paid close attention, it was very difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. You've succeeded. I underestimated you a bit. To be able to cultivate an avatar in such a short period of time, you're not simple. Pure White Maiden said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and shook his head with a smile. It's not an avatar. Behind him, another avatar immediately walked out. This avatar looked exactly the same as Lin Ling, but its clothes were different. It wore a golden robe with golden flames burning on its shoulders. Fellow Taoist. As for the golden-robed Lin Ling who walked out, he also smiled and bowed towards Lin Ling. Fellow Taoist. Lin Ling also bowed. This was the power of avatars of the true body. These avatars had their own thoughts, just like a Tao tree blooming and bearing fruit. In fact, there were many types of avatars of the true body. Lin Ling cultivated the nascent soul Tao physique. If a Tao tree grew, it would take 3,000 years to sprout, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit, and now, Lin Ling had cultivated to the realm of sprouting in 3,000 years. Of course, if it wasn't for the Xianxia treasure book's reminder, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. 2 avatars. Staring at the 2 Lin Ling, Pure White Maiden's eyes became more focused. She had to admit that she was inferior to him in terms of avatars of the true body, although these avatars only had 90% of Lin Ling's strength. Because they had their own thoughts, their combat strength was not weak. They were much more powerful than the avatars she encountered in the past. Pure White Maiden even knew that the strongest avatars of the true body could cultivate on their own, and this was the terrifying part of them. Think about it. The true bodies of the true body to cultivate of the true body to grow. The Xianxia book didn't. 2 of. No wonder. Pure White Maiden nodded. Then she suddenly asked, how did you succeed? Someone taught me. She has succeeded. So she told me everything she knew. She passed on all her insights to me. Lin Ling did not hide anything. This person, I'm afraid he has a powerful background. Pure White Maiden was shocked. She was even more curious about Lin Ling. She knew that people who could cultivate avatars of the true body must have a powerful background. If they were not from the ancient times, then they must be from the age of gods. She never would have thought that a mere junior from the 9 prefectures void would know such an ancient figure. She also knew why Lin Ling did not panic when he saw her for the first time. Haha, although I'm a little surprised, I guess even the ancient times are no match for me. Then, Pure White Maiden smiled confidently. She did not want to lose face in front of Lin Ling. Maybe. Lin Ling did not comment. In his square prison, there were countless ancient giant beasts. Even Pure White Maiden's father was there. How could he not be as ancient as Pure White Maiden? It was just that Lin Ling was too lazy to talk about it. Your appearance and aura are too unique. You'd better hide it. Lin Ling suggested. Pure White Maiden was an ancient deity who had survived the divine world. If others knew about her origin, they would be scared out of their wits. This would not be of much help to Lin Ling. On the contrary, it would be more effective to catch him off guard. As long as Pure White Maiden dived into the water, Lin Ling could see clearly who was going to harm him. Okay. Whitewater Pure Maiden was the progenitor of the godly land of Broken Realm. She didn't want too many mortals to see her face, so she waved her hand and covered her face with a white veil. Her aura disappeared as well, and her cultivation became the same as Lin Ling's. That's the best. Lin Ling nodded and finally left the Kaiyuan River with Pure White Maiden. In the distance, the ancient void came into view. In the darkness, stars twinkled as if they were telling the secrets of this ancient void. Staring at the endless void, Lin Ling sighed in his heart. I'm finally back. The void of the 9 continents was vast and boundless. However, this was the place where Lin Ling grew up. Lin Ling also left behind countless footprints of his battles. In the past, he had a wish to soar in the void one day and no one could stop him. Today, he had finally achieved it. If it was not for the appearance of the world consciousness, Lin Ling could have retired and returned to his hometown to live a carefree life. Unfortunately, the world consciousness was also Lin Ling's archenemy. It would not let Lin Ling live. Therefore, Lin Ling's goal was to fight with the world consciousness until the day he became the most ancient giant beast in the primordial era. Follow me. Lin Ling walked along the void. Pure White Maiden, who was behind him, glanced at the void and nodded slightly. She was naturally familiar with the void of the 9 prefectures. When she was in the godly land of destruction all those years ago, she had always paid attention to the void of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, the void of the 9 prefectures was very weak at that time. Besides the 4 great gods, no one else was worth mentioning. Even the 4 great gods were only SOSO. However, now, the void of the 9 continents had matured with countless gods. There were also many gods as powerful as orthodoxies. At some point in time, it was not much weaker than the broken divine land. This ancient void rose up after the god world was shattered. However, after its rise, it became unstoppable. Pure White Maiden thought. She looked at the man in front of her. She was very clear that among the rising stars of the 9 continents, there was no one more terrifying than this man. Lin Ling, I think you should hand over the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace and let everyone enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace together. But at this moment, the space in front of him turned illusory and a large number of experts appeared before him, Spirit Nation experts. There were about 50 of them and 40% of them had the strength of a god while 60% had the strength of a god. Moreover, these experts with the strength of a god were only slightly weaker than the Kurishin. Some of them were even weaker than the Kurishin. How much weaker? And the one leading them was Lord Ning. The Spirit Nation's method of nurturing gods is too powerful. Staring at the group of experts in front of him, Lin Ling did not panic but sighed inwardly. Now, there were countless experts in the Lei Gong Hall. Other than Grandpa Treasure God, there was also the Giant Tortoise, Emperor God Zhang Gang, Young Qilin, Big Brother, Young Yao, Dream Flow, and other gods. Even though their growth was fast, they could not compare to the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling, I heard that you returned from the godly land of the Broken Realm and found the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, I hope you will hand it over. Of course, our Spirit Nation will not take it for ourselves but will share it with all of you. Lord Ning stared at Lin Ling and said again. His expression looked calm but his heart was shocked because he realized that Lin Ling had reached the late-stage lower god realm. One must know that in the ear-holding ox cave not long ago, Lin Ling was only a mid-stage lower god. It seemed that any logic was useless against Lin Ling. Moreover, after Lin Ling's strength increased, although he suppressed it well and no one could see how strong he was, Lord Ning still felt a sense of pressure. It was as if the current Lin Ling was not much weaker than him and was the #1 expert in the Lei Gong Hall on the same level as Nanhua Fingyu treasure god. How do you know that I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. How dare you speak to Lord Ning like that? Slap him. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind Lord Ning. The one who spoke was a domineering young man. He was 2 meters tall and had long hair like lightning. His upper body was bare but there were complicated runes on it. His strength was at the late-stage lower god realm. Lin Ling did not recognize this person. He should be a god that the spirit nation had recently nurtured. Hee hee. Lin Ling smiled, he ignored the young. What an arrogant Lei Gong Lin. The young man's eyes narrowed while the gods by his side narrowed their eyes as well, and then their auras surged out like bearing fangs and brandishing claws. They had naturally heard of Thunder Lord Lin Ling's name, but they were gods of Ling Kingdom and felt that Lin Ling was only SOSO, ofs, Lin Ling's was king was of the Ling, this heavenly of the divine palace of the heavens heavenly divine of the gods of God realm. Lord Ning, you are a big shot of the spirit nation, aren't you? How can you allow your subordinate to speak so rudely? Lin Ling finally spoke at this moment. But Lord Ning still had a smile on his face. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to know what sort of game Lin Ling was playing. However, he was about to be disappointed. The feeling the youth in front of him gave him was still as calm and confident as before, although Lin Ling had reached the late-stage lower god realm, they had more gods on their side. Lord Ning had even personally come. Could Lin Ling stop them all by himself? No, there were 2 of them. However, the mysterious person behind Lin Ling was on par with Lin Ling in terms of strength. That was all there was to it. Ha ha ha, as expected of one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. Lei Gong is even more impressive than Lei Gong in the past. Lord Ning put away his thoughts and laughed loudly, slapped the person who spoke. Lin Ling's strength may not be as strong as mine, but he is still one of the 9 prefectures' 4 great deities. He called upon the 10,000 realms and unified the 9 prefectures. Do you think you are qualified to speak to him? My lord. The face of the young man who was reprimanded instantly changed. Was he going to slap him? He was a late-stage lower god and so was Lin Ling. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to be higher than him? Slap him. Lord Ning did not waste any more words. His laughter turned cold. All right. The young man gritted his teeth and slapped himself a few times. After that, he looked at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been chopped into 1,000 pieces. Obviously, he was not convinced. You think you are qualified to speak to me with your status? No wonder you are just cannon fodder of the spirit nation and can't be a commander. Your intelligence needs to be recharged. Lin Ling looked at the young man mockingly and shook his head. He looked at Lord Ning and said, Lord Ning, how did you know that I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? I remember that not many people know of this secret. Do you want to know? Lord Ning looked at Lin Ling and said, as long as you share the key with us, I will tell you. The 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace hid a new world will host body. The great gods of the spirit nation naturally wanted to know. Haha, forget it if you don't want to say. Anyway, I was just casually asking. Hearing this, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. There is no harm in telling you. Lord Ning did not hide anything. The person who told us this information is Taoist of many treasures. It's him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had been curious about who had exposed the secret. The people who knew this secret were from the Great Hall of Lei Gong and the Dragon Race. The people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong would definitely not say, so he thought it was the Dragon Race. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the Dragon Race. However, for Taoist of many treasures to know such a secret, this old man was too powerful. Not long ago, our great gods of the spirit nation found Taoist of many treasures. After a discussion, Taoist of many treasures calculated it. Lord Ning said. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and remembered this debt. This Taoist of many treasures dared to trick him, Lin Ling. He then looked at Lord Ning and said, this key was obtained by me with great difficulty. If you say you want to share it, then share it. Isn't this too cheap? Lin Ling, treasure god Nanwufeng Yu, that madman, is not here. You dare to bargain with me? Lord Ning smiled, but his smile was filled with majesty. That's right. However, Lin Ling nodded without the slightest fear. This caused Lord Ning to look deeply at Lin Ling, his heart filled with emotion. Back in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had been nothing more than a trial challenger. At that time, he had seen how outstanding Lin Ling was, and his heart had been moved. He had wanted to recruit Lin Ling, but in the end, he had failed. In the following days, he watched Lin Ling grow continuously. After that, the chaos on the island of the Spirit Nation, and then the battle of the gods in the Irox cave. Lin Ling's talent was outstanding, and he not only led the Great Hall of Lei Gong to become famous, but also became an existence that the gods could not underestimate, and now, Lin Ling had the qualifications to bargain with him. In their opinion, Lord Ning spoiled Lin Ling too much. That was why he was so easy to talk to. Alright, I can use treasures to exchange for it. Tell me, what treasures do you want? At this moment, Lord Ning spoke again. His words made the gods even more indignant. I don't lack treasures for the time being. Furthermore, I don't think you can afford the treasures I want. Lin Ling shook his head. He needed treasures to open his 8th dantian. However, it was obvious that the Spirit Nation couldn't afford such treasures. I want Luli Empress as an exchange. How about that? Lin Ling said again. Luli Empress? Lord Ning's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, didn't you kill her? Lord Ning, Luli Empress isn't dead. I know that too. Therefore, let's be frank. Lin Ling smiled. His words made Lord Ning's eyes narrow. Luli Empress wasn't dead. Not many people knew about this secret. How did Lin Ling know? Suddenly, a chill rose in his heart. The Spirit Nation had been secretly controlling Lin Ling. They knew Lin Ling's every move. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling was also controlling the Spirit Nation's every move. How terrifying! Lord Ning felt a sense of terror rise in his heart. It was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Furthermore, the person who saw through him was a rising star. Since we're being frank, I'll be frank too. Luli Empress isn't dead. She was resurrected by the Almighty. If you want her, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Because, other than the Almighty of the Spirit Nation, I don't know where Luli Empress is and how she is now. Lord Ning said lightly. I guess you don't know either. How about this? Help me tell her that I, Lin Ling, am also waiting for her. I hope that she can come and see me within 3 years. I know that she's still alive. However, she must kill me in this lifetime. Lin Ling said to Lord Ning. 3 years? Alright, I will pass on your message. However, speaking of 3 years, Lin Ling, there is something I should tell you. Within 3 years, there will definitely be experts from the Chaos Realm coming here. This is what the great god of the Spirit Nation told me. Furthermore, I do not know what their intentions are, but I can. I'm sure one of their targets is you. Lord Ning suddenly said. His words caused Lin Ling to frown. Although he had already guessed that there would be powerhouses coming from the Chaos Realm, in the end this was only a guess. Thank you for the reminder, but I think the great god of Spirit Nation is also one of the targets of the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling said with a smile. These seemingly casual words caused Lord Ning's heart to tremble once more. He discovered that nothing could be hidden from Lin Ling. Lin Ling was indeed a man who would become a king or a god. It's a pity that you did not bring Luli Empress here. Therefore, if you want to obtain the key to the 8th level, you will need to fulfill another condition. How about this? You let one of your people fight with me. If I lose, we will share the key. How about that? Lin Ling proposed after pondering for a moment. Alright. Lord Ning agreed immediately. If Lin Ling lost, he would hand over the key. If Lin Ling won, he would not ask for anything. This proposal was very fair. He turned around and looked at the gods behind him. The gods wanted to give it a try. All of them wanted to fight with Lei Gong Lin Ling and shake the Spirit Nation and the void of the 9 continents. Unfortunately, they also knew that this opportunity would depend on Lord Ning's decision. Yan Xuanyang, you're up. Lord Ning swept his gaze across and finally made a decision. the eyes of the gods who were called out lit up instantly. As for the other gods, they looked regretful as if they had missed out on a great opportunity. However, the one to fight was Xianxia. They were convinced because this person's strength was monstrous. He was the strongest god among them, just below Lord Ning. As for the god named Xianxia, she was a woman. She wore a long robe of the spirit nation and had a cold expression. When she walked out, she looked at Lin Ling calmly. There was not a trace of contempt in her eyes. It could be seen that this person did not become a god only by luck. Yan Xuanyang greets Lei Gong. The woman cupped her hand slightly at Lin Ling. Thank you for letting me win. Since the other party was so polite, Lin Ling did not neglect her. The main reason was that he could sense that this woman was not weak. She was probably not much weaker than the Kurishin. The only flaw was that she was too young. Can we begin? Let's begin. The two of them exchanged a few words and then activated their divine origin. On the other hand, Lin Ling did not use his innate talent. He only activated his divine origin. However, it was still shocking because Lin Ling's divine origin was too dense. He was like an ancient god. On the other hand, Yan Xuanyang's divine origin was obviously not as strong as Lin Ling's. However, her talent was terrifying. She was a first-tier intermediate god. This was the reason why she could laugh at the gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, because you are strong, I will not hold back. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Yan Xuanyang opened her hands and a thunder swallow formed by thunder appeared behind her. The deafening sound of thunder was also heard. Looking at her arms, they were now covered in snakes of electricity. They were so powerful that even the void was torn apart. 110,000 divine points and a intermediate god's divine embryo. She is indeed not simple. Lin Ling nodded. Whoosh, Yan Xuanyang did not say anything else. She shot towards Lin Ling. Her hands were like knives, carrying lightning as they slashed towards Lin Ling. The terrifying thing was that her speed had reached 800,000 worlds. However, she did not know that Lin Ling's speed had reached 1,000,000 world speed even without using his innate talent. Bang! Ferocious thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling's back. He moved his feet and dodged Yan Xuanyang's attack. Rumble. As soon as he disappeared, the void was slashed open by Yan Xuanyang. A huge crack appeared and unleashed an endless suction force, sucking in everything in the distance. Of course, this did not affect the gods. They were still staring at Lin Ling. What a fast speed. I'm afraid it is not slower than 800,000 world speed. I wonder if he has reached his limit. If he hasn't, then he is truly terrifying. The deities could only mutter to themselves, and their contempt for Lin Ling also lessened by a notch. 3 swallows opened the way. However, after Yan Xuanyang missed her attack, she caught up with Lin Ling. She crossed her arms and slashed towards Lin Ling again. Bang! Lin Ling threw out a punch to counter the intersecting slash. After the collision, a terrifying shockwave burst out. After the collision, Yan Xuanyang was shocked by the density of Lin Ling's divine energy. She did not know if Lin Ling had used his full strength. However, as the most dazzling god, her strength was not to be underestimated. After her attack failed, she shouted angrily, "Virgin Sparrow! Go!" Lightning suddenly burst out from her crossed arms and wreaked havoc in the void. Crackle, the void turned into a pool of lightning. Lin Ling, who was in the pool of lightning, showed a painful expression. Then, everything was destroyed. Dead? Oh no. Yan Xinyang's pupils constricted. He could not react in time and was hit by Lin Ling's finger. Bang! 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 After a series of explosions, Yan Xinyang, who was hit by Lin Ling's finger, turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. How could he be so powerful? Didn't Lin Ling die earlier? How did he suddenly appear behind Yan Xinyang? What a terrifying finger. I'm afraid his divine energy has reached a level where it can destroy everything. Yan Xinyang lost? This sudden turn of events had undoubtedly caused all the gods to gasp. Because even though the battle between the two of them seemed to have only lasted for a short period of time, the level of danger within it had long since exceeded their imaginations, and it had even exceeded the scope of their ability to endure. It could be seen that Lei Gong Lin Ling was much stronger than them. Only Lord Ning had an unfathomable smile on his face. However, almost at the same time, Lin Ling spoke calmly. what a powerful talent. I almost missed it. Lei Gong Linling, your eyesight is also very good. I thought I could hide it from you, but it seems that it's impossible. Just as Linling finished his words, the lightning in the void reassembled and a figure appeared quietly. It was Xianxia. At this moment, not only was she fine, but her aura was also twice as strong as before. This change shocked all the gods once again. This was because Linling and Xianxia were both illusionary and illusory at the same time. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. Previously, Linling was clearly defeated. However, Linling turned the tables and killed Xianxia. When everyone thought that Xianxia was defeated, Xianxia appeared again. Not only was she fine, but her strength was also twice as strong. As expected of a god who was personally taught by a god of the spirit nation. A god said in admiration. If not for the appearance of Luli Empress, Xianxia would have been cultivating with a god of the spirit nation. Unfortunately, that opportunity was snatched away by Luli Empress. Someone else said. Gods who can be personally taught by the great god of the spirit kingdom are existences that cannot be underestimated. To date, there are no more than 50 gods who have been personally taught by the great god of the spirit kingdom. Everyone else had a look of reverence on their faces. They now knew why Xianxia was given such an important position. As Linling listened to the gods, his gaze also landed on Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia was the strongest among the gods. Lei Gong Linling, in this lifetime I will never lose to the same move twice. Previously, you killed me with a single finger. This move is no longer effective against me. At this moment, Xianxia also spoke coldly. Really? Linling shook his head. Although I don't know what kind of divine ability you used to suddenly increase your strength, if I want to defeat you, it's still just a finger technique. I hope you can still say that later. Xianxia nodded. She had learned from the previous battle that Linling possessed heaven-defying strength among late-stage low gods. Unless one possessed a mid-god divine embryo, one would not be qualified to fight him. Return of the Great Tao. Xianxia no longer concealed her trump card, boom. Boom, boom. Following her voice, her divine energy surged crazily and so did her divine energy. It had actually reached 200,000, countless lightning swallows were flying around her as though she was the swallow's nest. These lightning swallows were not to be underestimated as they could easily obliterate gods. Divine steps. Linling's eyes flashed. That's right. My divine steps can double my attack power. Xianxia said proudly without hiding anything. With your current strength, I'm afraid that even the Kurishin cannot defeat you. If placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, it wouldn't be difficult for you to become the 5th god. Linling continued, unfortunately, your divine steps have a time limit. Linling's words made Xianxia frown. She did not expect Linling to see through her trick. However, she smiled proudly and said, so what if I know? Although it's only for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, with my strength doubled, it's more than enough for me to defeat you. The current me, other than seniors like Lord Ning, among late-stage low gods, I can defeat you. Lei Gong Linling, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Hee, why don't you think that I'm already a senior like Lord Ning? Linling smiled. No one knew that he was already stronger than Black Deity and the others even before he had reached the late-stage lower deity realm, let alone now. After all, he did not have the ability to fuse his innate talents. Of course, he still did not need to fuse his innate talents when facing Xianxia. Shameless boasting. Xianxia said no more. Her body trembled and the lightning sparrows on her body pounced on Linling. Her speed reached 1,000,000 world speed and her strength reached 200,000 strands of godly energy, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Linling's speed exploded as he dodged the lightning sparrows. But soon, a large number of lightning sparrows arrived, leaving Linling with no way out. Split. At such a crucial moment, Linling no longer held back. His avatars burst out, bang. 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 Countless of Linling's avatars appeared and fought against the lightning sparrows. From afar, it was as though a large group of ancient gods had suddenly appeared. This Linling has cultivated 3,000 avatars. Lord Ning's body trembled when he saw those avatars. Of course, compared to his surprise, Pure Maiden who was watching from afar was even more surprised. Because only she knew how long Lin Ling had cultivated the clones of avatars, and he'd actually cultivated 3,000 clones in such a short period of time. Boom. Boom. However, the 3,000 avatars had 90% of Lin Ling's strength. Obviously, they were not enough to withstand 200,000 strands of godly energy. Hence, the avatars continued to explode. Fellow cultivators, disperse. Okay. The remaining avatars spoke to each other and then scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? Yan Xuanyang knew that she had very little time. Hence, she had to use this time to defeat Lin Ling. She urged more lightning sparrows to pursue Lin Ling. Boom, one avatar exploded, bang, another avatar exploded, bang. Bang. Bang, more and more avatars exploded. Yan Xuanyang's divine steps was in attack type technique. However, it was obviously very terrifying and heaven-defying. It was definitely at the elementary level. Especially when combined with her innate talent, her strength was incomparably ferocious. Lei Gong Lin Ling can't resist at all. Of course. Just you wait. If Lin Ling doesn't admit defeat, he'll definitely die. Those avatars actually have their own thoughts. That's really impressive. However, there are fewer and fewer of them now. The gods in the distance stared fixedly at the intense battle, their emotions surging with excitement. Boom, as the last avatar exploded, the entire void once again belonged to Lin Ling. Did I win? Yan Xuanyang could feel the power of the divine steps weakening. She revealed an excited smile. That's not necessarily true. Now is your weakest moment. Sorry, you've lost. However, at this moment, a figure strangely walked out of the void and pointed a finger at Yan Xuanyang. Could it be that all the clones from before were fake in order to exhaust Yan Xuanyang's energy? When Yan Xuanyang was at his weakest, this Lei Gong launched a fatal attack. Looking at the sudden arrival of Lin Ling, a god said solemnly. His heart was pounding like thunder. These two people's combat power and battle experience were too rich. Their strength also surpassed the gods, so that kind of battle was not something they could understand. Yan Xuanyang was taught by the gods of Spirit Nation, but he was still defeated by Lin Ling. This Lei Gong is really not simple. The discussion seemed to be slow, but in fact, it happened in an instant. At the same time, they sighed and shook their heads. They did not expect Yan Zhuhui to lose. It's not over yet. Experienced hunters know that the counterattack of the prey before death is the most terrifying. Yan Xuanyang is not an ordinary hunter. How could he not know the counterattack of the prey? Only Lord Ning's eyes flickered slightly. What a powerful clone. It's hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This should be Lei Gong's ultimate trump card. Unfortunately, I have been waiting for you in the end. At this moment, Yan Xuanyang slowly turned around. Her cold voice floated out from her mouth. Her strength, which had been retreating, suddenly increased again. Similarly, she pointed out a finger. Her finger was like a thunderbolt as it blasted out, her divine energy skyrocketed again, restoring her strength to twice its previous level. What? This sudden scene caused the gods' faces to change drastically. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This sentence appeared in their minds. Bang, the two fingers collided in the void. A destructive force gushed out in all directions. Lin Ling's attack was obviously unable to block Yan Xuanyang's attack. After the collision, his finger instantly cracked. At the same time, Yan Xuanyang's thunderbolt finger appeared in front of Lin Ling's neck. It was as if she could take Lin Ling's life with one move. My god steps have doubled my strength. Unless you are an intermediate god, you will not be able to block my finger. Even if a senior like Kurishin was here, he would not be able to reverse the situation. Therefore, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you have lost. Yan Xuanyang pointed her finger at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Endless thunderbolts were wreaking havoc at her finger. The attack caused Lin Ling's body to twitch. His face was very pale, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. I can't accept this. Lin Ling raised his head and said. Gritted his teeth. You can't accept this because your name has shaken the void. You can't accept losing to a nameless person like me. Unfortunately, although I, Xianxia, am a nameless person, my foundation is not weak. Not only have I received guidance from the great god of the spirit nation, I also came from the era of the gods. I am a divine fetus left behind after the twilight of the gods. However, due to the impact of the war of the gods, my divine fetus was not born. 100,000 years ago, the great god of the spirit nation stepped into the realm of the gods and brought me back. He then awakened me and trained me. You can say that I am a spirit. A chess piece hidden in the dark by the spirit nation. Now, you understand? Xianxia said indifferently. She was actually a god from the era of the gods. However, at that time, she had not been born. However, she already possessed the bloodline and inheritance of the gods. This was also the first time she revealed her origin, causing the gods in the distance to be shocked. No wonder Xianxia was able to surpass them time and time again despite his ordinary appearance. It turned out that Xianxia's origin was actually so terrifying. Admit defeat. Although you are the most wanted criminal in the spirit nation and I should kill you, Lord Ning is a man of his word. We have agreed that the key will be decided by the outcome of the battle. Therefore, I will spare your life. Xianxia said again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you have lost. Lord Ning smiled faintly. He was not surprised by this result. This was because he knew that when Xianxia activated the steps of the gods, even he would have to avoid it, let alone Lin Ling. Now that he had witnessed Lin Ling's defeat, if Lin Ling's mentality was not good, it was possible that he would lose his will to fight. Hee. Thinking of this, Lord Ning nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak again, swoosh, swoosh. 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 Suddenly, the space behind Lord Ning was torn apart. A figure walked out slowly with a majestic aura and pointed a finger at Xianxia. Xianxia did not notice this sudden change. When she reacted, she felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if she had been hit by a finger. Of course, it was just a touch. It did not attack her. You have lost. At the same time, a cold voice was heard, causing Xianxia to tremble. She could not help but stare at Lin Ling in front of her. The originally pained Lin Ling smiled and said, I'm sorry, but this is not my real body. Xianxia turned around and saw a cold man standing behind her. It was Lin Ling. This was the real Lin Ling. It turned out that the Lin Ling in front of her was also a fake. The real Lin Ling had just surfaced. With just one look, Xianxia's body trembled. True and false, false and true. This was the true case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Just when she thought she had cleared the clouds and seen the blue sky, the real blue sky had just appeared. How could I have lost? Xianxia mumbled to herself, as if she could not believe the result in front of her. She had awakened the steps of God at a young age and was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. However, the great god of Spirit Nation told her that she could not be born before becoming a god, therefore, she had waited for this day for a long time. Under the guidance of the great god of Spirit Nation, she had learned to endure and accumulate strength. She thought that since she had followed Lord Ning to the void of the 9 prefectures, she would be able to make a great contribution and shake the entire void of the 9 prefectures. However, who knew that she would still lose, and lose miserably? Yanzi, compared to Luli Empress, what you lack is a kind of foundation. This kind of foundation has nothing to do with your strength or talent. If you want to make an example, then it's fate. It's fine if you meet an ordinary person, but if you meet a real god, then you will lose. Xianxia also remembered what the great god of Spirit Nation said to her. It meant that her strength and future were limitless. However, compared to the gods at the front line, she lacked a bit of foundation and a bit of fate. Of course, Xianxia did not believe this. She thought that fate was in her own hands and that she could change any fate. Moreover, she was a god's fetus left behind from the age of gods. Whose fate could compare to hers? However, fate had told her that she had lost. She had lost to a seemingly ordinary person, but with an extraordinary identity, Lei Gong Lin Ling. I lost. Xianxia raised her head and finally said unwillingly. She knew that if she did not admit defeat, Lin Ling's finger would pierce through her neck. In the current situation, she obviously could not resist. Most importantly, the power of her steps of God had weakened and was not enough for her to fight against Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and withdrew his finger. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Lin Ling also bowed slightly to him. Then I'll take my leave first. That doppelganger seemed to be Lin Ling's friend. After saying that, it exploded and disappeared. Lin Ling also looked at Lord Ning and said with a smile, "Lord Ning, thank you for letting me win." After saying that, he walked towards White Water Maiden. White Water Maiden also quietly looked at Lin Ling walking over. She was still shocked because Lin Ling had cultivated 3,000 doppelgangers. Most importantly, the time required to cultivate 3,000 doppelgangers was only 1 day. She couldn't help but be curious about the ancient figure behind Lin Ling. Could it be Lin Ling's master? Lin Ling, wait. Suddenly, Lord Ning's voice sounded. Lin Ling also stopped in his tracks and looked at Lord Ning indifferently. Lord Ning seemed to want to say something but hesitated. His face gradually turned cold. Lord Ning, you want me to leave the key behind, right? Seeing Lord Ning's expression, Lin Ling could guess what was going on. He smiled and said, "Didn't I say that Lord Ning is a man of his words? Why are you going back on your words after losing?" This sentence was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Lord Ning's heart. This was because he really wanted to snatch Lin Ling's key. After all, the great god of Spirit Nation had instructed him to get the key to the 8 gods' heavenly palace no matter what. Now that he returned empty-handed, he couldn't report back. Although going back on his words was different from Lord Ning's principles, in his heart, the Spirit Nation would always be the number one. "That's right, share the key with us." Lord Ning suddenly gritted his teeth and said shamelessly for the first time. "Lei Gong, hand over the key." The other gods also threw caution to the wind and said shamelessly. They had many experts here, but there were only 2 Lin Ling. If they still could not bring back the key, they would be too ashamed to face anyone in the Spirit Kingdom. Looking at the restless crowd, Lin Ling calmly smiled, "Lord Ning, I can tell you that it is impossible for you to obtain my key. But, if you really want to go back and report to your superiors, then on account of the help you gave me in Spirit Light City, I can tell you other methods." Hearing this, Lord Ning laughed contemptuously and said with a ferocious expression, "Is that so? Unfortunately, I want your key. Let me give you a word of advice. If you really make a move, you will be the ones to suffer." Lin Ling was not afraid. "Attack." Lord Ning didn't waste any more words. He summoned all the gods to attack. Yan Xuanyang was the only one who did not make a move. She felt that she had lost to Lin Ling and was too ashamed to fight against Lin Ling. After Lord Ning gave the order, he took the lead and pounced on Lin Ling. Terrifying divine vitality was spat out, forming a dazzling light around his body like a sea urchin. Behind him, the other gods also went all out, and none of them held back. "Attack." Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said to the White Maiden. The White Maiden nodded and said disdainfully, "A bunch of ants who overestimate themselves." However, the conversation between the two almost made the other gods laugh. "Attack?" The 2 of them wanted to fight against so many of them? What a fool! Even Lord Ning's face was full of sarcasm. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that the one who attacked was the mysterious woman. Not only did Lin Ling not attack, but he also took a step back. One person wanted to fight against so many gods. Lord Ning was a little dumbfounded. Not to mention the woman, even Lin Ling could not stop all of them. Splash! But at this moment, the White Maiden gently waved her arm, and the water of the heavenly river flooded over, mixed with terrifying power, and rushed toward Lord Ning and the others. The rolling river water was like thousands of horses galloping. The power was so strong that it did not seem to come from the void of the 9 states, but from the era of the gods. In the river water, the power of the gods seemed to be endless. "Oh no!" Lord Ning's expression changed instantly. He wanted to dodge, but it was obviously too late. Rumble! When the heavenly river rushed over, Lord Ning, who was the fastest, could not control his body and was sent flying backward. He was submerged in the river water and spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, the gods who wanted to harm Lin Ling all changed their expressions and burst out with terrifying speed, wanting to escape from the heavenly river. Rumble, however, they were also submerged in the heavenly river and could not withstand a single blow. "Don't kill him." At this time, Lin Ling also reminded. He was shocked by the White Maiden's strength because even Lin Ling would find it difficult to defeat Lord Ning with his full strength. However, the White Maiden only needed one move. They want to harm you. Why don't you kill them? The White Maiden said coldly. Lord Ning is Grandpa Treasure God's opponent. Leave him to Grandpa Treasure God. Lin Ling turned and left. The White Maiden curled her lips. To her, Lord Ning and the others were just ants. In the Spirit Nation, only the great god of the Spirit Nation made her afraid. However, since Lin Ling did not allow her to kill them, she was too lazy to do so. Count yourselves lucky. Whitewater Pure Maiden stared into the distance with disdain. She also followed Lin Ling. Rumble, the rolling water of the heavenly river rolled in the void, pushing Lord Ning and the others further and further away. They were almost at the Kaiyuan River, but the river water began to weaken. In the boiling water, Lord Ning and the others floated up and down, looking very miserable, especially Lord Ning. His hair was messy and his clothes were torn. It was probably the first time in his life that he was in such a sorry state. Most importantly, the other party only waved her hand and he ended up like this. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. The river water gradually dissipated in all directions. Lord Ning and the others floated in the void, as if they had just survived a disaster. They were all dumbstruck, as if they had not reacted yet. Good, 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 strong. After a long time, Lord Ning said in a dignified voice. Lord Ning, who is that woman? Isn't her strength a little too terrifying? She defeated all of us by herself. Could it be that she is a middle god? After the gods recovered from their shock, they all spoke. Lord Ning looked deeply at Lin Ling's departure and his heart became more serious. Now, there were several experts in the Lei Gong Hall. Nan Wufingyu Treasure God, the mysterious woman from before, and the missing Saint Gi. The Lei Gong Hall was not to be underestimated. Let's go back. Not daring to stay any longer, Lord Ning led the others away. However, when they returned to the void, they saw a piece of paper floating in the void. Other than that, there was only Yan Xinyang. She did not make a move before, so the White Maiden did not touch her. Lord Ning, are you all okay? Yan Xinyang immediately asked when she saw the others coming back. Is this left by Lin Ling? Lord Ning did not answer Yan Xinyang's question. Instead, he stared at the piece of paper, waved his right hand, and received it. After looking at it carefully, his face changed. On the paper, it said that the other key was known by Taoist Duobao. Taoist Myriad Treasures said that Lin Ling has the key to the 8th floor, but Lin Ling also said that Taoist Myriad Treasures has the key to the 8th floor. This Lin Ling is definitely paying back an eye for an eye. However, I'll trust Lin Ling this time and let Great God ask him. Lord Ning left with everyone. In fact, his guess was right. Taoist Myriad Treasures wanted to harm him, so how could Lin Ling not do anything? Thus, Lin Ling was also paying back an eye for an eye. At this time, Lin Ling brought White Pure Maiden closer and closer to the final world. Lin Ling looked at the ancient continent and suddenly smiled at White Pure Maiden. White Pure Maiden, I heard that you sing very well. Why don't you sing a song? Not everyone can listen to my songs. White Pure Maiden coldly snorted. Only Lin Ling could think of making an intermediate god like her sing. Didn't the servant listen to Master's words? Singing a song is already so difficult, yet you still want to help me? I think you should go back to the broken domain godly land. Lin Ling immediately smiled and said. Only this time, there won't be a next time. White Pure Maiden fiercely clenched her teeth and finally compromised. Gentlemen, please listen carefully for me. Bells, drums, and jade are not expensive. I only hope that you will be drunk forever and never wake up. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only those who drink leave their names behind. Kings of Qin used to hold banquets of peace and joy, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Why do people say less? Listen carefully. Gentlemen, please don't stop drinking. Spend all your money and leave your name behind. You will be drunk forever and never wake up. Don't say that sages are lonely, there will always be time that is hard to pass. Don't say that the past days are bitter. Once the morning sun breaks through the smoke basket, let's drink another cup. The horizon is meaningless, there are not many words. You travel east with your sword. I pass by on a white horse. The melodious voice drifted with the wind and spread throughout the entire void. Lin Ling quietly listened. His heart was incomparably tranquil. A bit of carefreeness and boldness poured into his heart. You travel east with your sword, I pass by on a white horse. When the song ended, Lin Ling couldn't help but praise. He recalled the time when he was in the ancient Face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the sacred ground of the rainforest. A pot of wine, a sword, unfettered under the heavens. Let's go home. Lin Ling laughed and shot towards the final world, finally returning to the void where Lei Gong's palace was located. Lord Lei Gong. When Lin Ling returned, everyone was very happy. Lin Ling inspected the void. Everything was fine, and it was even more prosperous than before. After a long time, in the discussion hall of Lei Gong's great hall, Lin Ling sat at the head of the table. Below him were all the experts in Lei Gong's great hall. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling with eyes full of awe. Of course, they also saw the mysterious woman beside Lin Ling. They discovered that she was a late-stage low god, a god. Now, I have the key to the 8th level of the 8 Gods Celestial Palace. Lin Ling looked at everyone. Of course, most of them were looking at the giant ghost. Without a doubt, the giant ghost was very excited because he wanted to return to the 8 Gods Celestial Palace and see his master one last time. However, within these 3 years, I don't plan to enter. But at this time, Lin Ling spoke again. Then, he saw the confusion on everyone's face and explained, because in these 3 years, there will be experts coming. For safety reasons, I will enter the 8 Gods Celestial Palace after this matter is over. Lin Ling, where did these experts come from? Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu immediately asked. I think they are from the Chaos World. Lin Ling recalled Lord Ning's words and explained. Chaos World, they are indeed coming. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu had heard of the Chaos World when he was in the Xianxia cave, so he wasn't surprised. Because the trip to the 8 Gods Celestial Palace will take a long time, if we leave, no one knows what will happen. Moreover, the Chaos World is an unknown world, we have no clue what kind of experts they will send here. Therefore, it is best to wait for them here. Lin Ling added. Alright. Alright, I'll listen to Lord Lei Gong. Everyone understood Lin Ling's meaning and nodded. Lin Ling also looked at the giant ghost with an apologetic expression. It's fine, we have waited for so many years, another 2 or 3 years won't make a difference. The giant ghost also knew the importance of 3 years, so he waved his hand at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at Young Qilin and said, Young Qilin, go find the Kurishin, Titanic Crescent God, and the others. Tell them about this so that they can prepare in advance. Now that Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't hide anything. Before the experts arrived, the 9 continents void would be unified. Of course, even so, he still felt some pressure. This was because Lin Ling didn't know what kind of experts were in the Chaos World. From the experts that appeared in the Xianxia cave, the Chaos World's strength must be beyond imagination. In the following days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He stayed in Lei Gong's hall to cultivate. Occasionally, he would give pointers to his son, and occasionally accompany Yu and the others. His days were very peaceful. As for White Maiden, she didn't leave Lin Ling's hall, nor did she stay in Lei Gong's hall. Instead, she found a quiet place in the void to cultivate. Of course, she was also a little shocked by this vast void. She didn't know where Lin Ling found this place. Although there wasn't any spiritual energy in this void, she knew that if she used it properly, spiritual energy would be born in a place without spiritual energy. At that time, another void of the 9 prefectures would be born. Of course, this was easier said than done. At least with White Maiden's strength, she couldn't do this. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to White Maiden. During this period of time, he had been cultivating, but his progress was slow. This allowed Lin Ling to finally experience the feeling of being stuck at a bottleneck. However, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He continued to accompany Yu and the others every day. He also sent out scouts to pay attention to the 9 continents void. On this day, a scout finally replied. A large number of experts had appeared in Yuzhou. Lin Ling even recognized the 2 leaders. They were the underworld demon sealer and other experts. These guys have appeared again. It seems that the storm is coming. Lin Ling knew that the underworld demon sealer and other experts wouldn't appear for no reason. In fact, after the underworld demon sealer and other experts appeared, another sensational news came. The Ox demon clan of the Xier Ox Cave had appeared. The seal of the Xier Ox Cave seemed to have been completely broken. All the demons had arrived in the 9 continents void. Of course, in this chaotic situation, the Spirit Nation naturally came as well. Eugene also transmitted a message to Lin Ling, saying that they had discovered Luli Empress in the 9 continents void. Clearly, Lord Ning had passed Lin Ling's verbal order to Luli Empress. Therefore, the latter didn't hide anything and openly came to the 9 continents void. Her appearance was definitely filled with confidence, and her current strength was probably not weak at all. Let's go, our Lei Gong Hall should also surface. This was the place where all the heroes of the 9 states appeared. Unexpectedly, they all gathered in the Spirit Province. It was as if someone had spread the news that an ancient god would appear in the Spirit Province. With so many experts appearing, the Spirit Province was in chaos. Most of the cultivators had left the Spirit Province, but there were still some who stayed behind. They wanted to see what was happening in the Spirit Province because they believed that the 4 gods wouldn't allow anything to happen to the Spirit Province. The cultivators of the Spirit Province are really stupid. Hehe, they don't even know that the gods aren't so fun to watch. Men, kill all the cultivators of the Spirit Province. Now, there were many gods gathered in the Spirit Capital. They were all wearing heavy armors that emitted terrifying dark chi. Looking through the armors, one would find that there was nothing inside. It was very strange. After receiving the order, they walked out from a restaurant and their armor started to peel off. Then, they were shrouded in blue mist and flew away in different directions. Ah, what is this? No, no. At the same time, cries of pain could be heard. Those who were touched by the armor couldn't get rid of it and their life force was being sucked away. Putong, more and more cultivators fell to the ground. What was even more terrifying was that these cultivators died peacefully as if they weren't tortured at all. Dead, Headmaster Lu is dead. Far away, the passers-by stared at the fallen cultivators with pale faces. They died just like that. It was too strange. Xiao. However, the armors were still flying in the air like a swarm of locusts. Where is the realm monarch? The Spirit Province is in chaos now. Why isn't he here yet? Realm monarch, please use your ancient power to suppress the enemies. The cultivators were panicking and they shouted at the sky, hoping that the strongest celestial monarch of the Spirit Province would help them. Boom. However, a loud explosion came from the sky and a huge palace was shattered. It was pierced through by a broken piece of armor and that was the ancient power. The ancient power controlled by the realm monarch was also shattered and this shocked the cultivators. Pong. Then, a figure fell from the sky and when they looked closely, it was the realm monarch of the Spirit Province. Even the celestial monarch who ruled over the Spirit Province couldn't stop those strange armors. It was obvious that the Spirit Province was in danger. Beneath the gods, everything was just an ant. At this moment, this fact was clearly displayed. Pong. In just a short period of time, a corner of the vast Spirit Province was turned into a dead city. Looking carefully, the streets, alleys, restaurants, and inns were filled with people who were sleeping. Or more accurately, they were people who died in their sleep. A strange wind quietly pervaded the air. If there were still people alive who witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Marshal Uncle Xing, quickly. A middle-aged man beside the old man said worriedly. I don't know. I haven't seen that guy for many years. I don't know where he is now. The old man laughed bitterly. Aren't you his master? See if you have a way to inform him. The middle-aged man said again. I have a way to find him, but it will take some time. Look at the current situation. By the time I inform him, it will be too late. The old man shook his head helplessly. Someone heard the old man's words and asked curiously, Marshal Uncle Xing, who is Lin Ling? Can he help us? Even if that Lin Ling is here, he will still die. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Could it be Lei Gong Lin Ling? But why would Lei Gong Lin Ling care about our lives? He is a god. At first, no one knew who Lin Ling was, but they gradually realized who he was. The middle-aged man saw that his disciple was nagging and immediately reprimanded. What do you know? In fact, Lei Gong Lin Ling was Marshal Uncle Xing's disciple back then. Only the sect leader and a few elders know about this. Ah, Martial Uncle Xing is Lei Gong Linling's master? What kind of joke is this? Obviously, no one believed it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. The old man waved his hand and stopped talking about this topic. He was Xing Xiaoyun of the Spirit Province, the master who brought Lin Ling out of the Green Province back then. However, he rarely saw Lin Ling after that. To avoid becoming a burden to Lin Ling, he rarely told others that he was Lin Ling's master. Moreover, Lin Ling was now one of the 4 great gods, and he was only an elder of a sect. No one would believe him, whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at that moment, several armor fragments locked onto them and shot down from the sky. Some of these armor fragments were boxing gloves, while others were knee pads. However, they were all wrapped in a wisp of blue light and emitted an evil aura. If one was touched by it, they would definitely die. We're being targeted. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone's expression changed drastically. However, with their speed, how could they escape the pursuit of the armor in the sky? I'm afraid we're going to die. Everyone's hearts were dead. They never thought that they would encounter such a disaster on their rare trip to the Spirit Province. Sir, this is the Void of the 9 Province, not the underworld. However, at that moment, a dazzling golden light bloomed in the sky. A dragon roared and swept across the armor. The huge dragon tail swept across, and with a few bangs, the armor was all turned into dust. At the same time, countless divine dragons appeared in the sky above the Spirit Province. Their dazzling light illuminated this part of the world. Dragon, this is a real dragon. All the warriors in the Spirit Province knelt down. They were shocked and excited. The dragon race of the Kaiyuan River? Almost at the same time, a hoarse voice sounded from a certain direction in the city. Then, a silent gray light rushed into the sky, causing the entire city to shake. Then, a large number of figures floated in the sky. These people were all wearing armor, but their faces couldn't be seen clearly. It was as if they were all underworld knights. Only 2 of them were comparable to humans, but their auras were a bit terrifying. Hee, looks like the news spread by the Taoist of many treasures has reached the Kaiyuan River. Even the Dragon Clan has come. You must be the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan. In the distance, the underworld berserker stared at the Dragon God with a smile. He was more or less curious about a legendary figure like the Dragon God. You also received news from the Taoist of many treasures? The Dragon God narrowed his eyes at the underworld berserker. Hee, there are quite a few gods who have received this news. Just wait, there will be even more gods coming. The underworld berserker said sinisterly. Let's not talk about this for now. You are an ancient god, so why are you killing these mortals? The Dragon God asked again. What does it have to do with the Dragon Clan that I'm killing these mortals? Everyone below the gods are ants. Who knows how many people die in the void every day? Why don't you care? The underworld berserker said disdainfully. Although he was facing the Dragon God, he was clearly not afraid. I don't care about other places, but this is Brother Lin Ling's territory. You killed his people here, so I have to care. The Dragon God immediately said, his voice becoming colder. Hee, since when did the noble Dragon Clan have a relationship with Lin Ling? This Lin Ling isn't strong at all, but he's good at making connections. However, since you don't want me to kill them, I'll kill them. Anyway, waiting for an ancient god is boring, so let's play. The underworld berserker pointed at the ground. The underworld berserker around him exploded, turning into countless sets of armor that flooded the ground. Dragon Clan, heed my order. Destroy them. The Dragon God saw how arrogant the underworld berserker was, so he no longer gave him any face. Roar, countless dragon gods swooped down from the sky, sweeping away the armor. These dragon gods were so powerful that they immediately shattered the armor, causing the underworld berserker's expression to turn ugly. The dragon tribe really knows how to flatter. In the past, I didn't see you meddling in the matters of the void of the 9 regions. Now that the Thunder God Palace has risen, you are flattering the Thunder God Palace like dogs. It's really ugly. However, others may be afraid of the dragon tribe, but I am not. However, at that moment, the ground in the distance shook. Demons danced wildly, and a large number of mad bulls rushed over, as if they were about to destroy the entire Spirit Province. Ox Cave, Ox Demon Clan, bang bang bang. Amidst the endless raging bulls, a gigantic ox demon that towered into the clouds strode forward. With each step, the spirit province trembled, and the ground continued to crack. Demons, 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 demons. The underworld berserker, the continent's warriors were demons. Of course, they had never seen such a demon like this. In the sky, there were ancient dragons. On the ground, there were bull demons that came out of nowhere. There were also ghost-like armors. The spirit province had become a living hell. In the end, the cultivators of the spirit state were not gods, and they could not defend against the apocalyptic methods of these gods. "It's you, old ox." The dragon god recognized the ox demon clan's leader, and his expression darkened. With the ox demon clan joining the fray, the dragon clan would have a hard time fighting against two gods at the same time. "Dragon clan, I'm here to help you." However, there were many gods in the spirit province. Suddenly, a large number of Taoists in immortal robes appeared in the distance. They stepped on rainbow-colored lights and flew over quickly. They were from the 10 Orthodoxies. The demon sealer of the underworld and the ox demon tribe's clan leader narrowed their eyes when they saw the 10 Orthodoxies. Back in the Xianxia cave, they had seen the 10 Orthodoxies and knew how powerful these 10 gods were. However, the 10 Orthodoxies had always minded their own business. Why would they help the dragon clan? For a moment, the two gods were at each other's throats, as if a great battle would break out at any moment. How lively! Suddenly, a huge battleship appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the battleship looked like a boundless island. On the battleship, a large number of deities in white robes appeared. They were the experts of the spirit nation. On the battleship, there were 4 experts standing at the head of the battleship. They all had capes draped over their shoulders, and they exuded a majestic aura. One of them was Lord Ning, but the other 3 looked unfamiliar. However, the dragon god and the others had dealt with the spirit nation before. They knew that the other 4 were the 4 great spiritual gods of the spirit nation. They were also the 4 strongest gods below the great gods. According to legend, the 4 of them were half a step into the intermediate god realm. It was almost certain that they would become intermediate gods. There were only 2 known intermediate gods in the void who had such strength. It really is a gathering of all sorts. The dragon god could not help but sigh. After the appearance of the spirit nation, the demon sealer of the underworld and the ox demon clan did not dare to be too arrogant. They had a feeling that as time passed, more and more gods would arrive. "Haha, everyone is here. How have you all been since we parted at the Xianxia cave?" Sure enough, more gods appeared in the distance. They were the Black Dragon, Old Man Fo Chen, and the other gods. They were also the powerhouses who appeared at the Xianxia cave. After their arrival, the immortal spirit nation also appeared. Next was the mysterious god ruler of the Yu continent. The leader was an old man standing on a green lotus. He had an immortal aura around him. He was the green lotus god ruler. The dragon race had heard of the Yu continent's divine overlord before, but they had never come into contact with him. They only knew that this group of gods from the era of gods were very low-key, as if they were waiting for something. Unless it was a major event, they would not come out. Most of the gods from the Xianxia cave are here now. But don't tell me that the so-called great gods from the ancient era are ants like you. The old man with an immortal aura sat down on the green lotus and looked down on everyone. "Old ghost, what nonsense are you spouting? Slap yourself 3 times. A dignified voice came from the warship in the sky. The old man next to Lord Ning spoke coldly. This was the spiritual god. The old man glanced at the warship and said with disdain, "Who do you think you are? Don't think that you are qualified to talk to me just because we both came from the era of gods. Back when I was called Ancient God Green Lotus, you were probably still drinking milk. How dare you talk to Lord Wei like that? Are you looking to die?" Someone behind the spiritual god shouted angrily. It was an expert with the strength of a god. He said to the spiritual god, "Lord, please allow me to teach him a lesson." He insulted Ling Nation. Ling Nation can't swallow this humiliation. The domain enlightened spirit god immediately nodded. Lord Ning's eyes flickered, and he seemed to want to say something. However, he didn't speak in the end. Perhaps he was very curious about Azure Lotus Immortal Overlord's strength as well, and he wanted to see how strong Azure Lotus Immortal Overlord was. "You overestimate yourself. The old man on the green lotus shook his head in disdain and flicked his finger when he saw the god pouncing over. Silence. The spirit state was silent, whether it was the people far away or the gods in the spirit state capital, all of their expressions changed drastically. To be able to kill a god with a single move, this green lotus immortal slayer's strength is simply too terrifying. Could it be the strength of an intermediate god? On the huge battleship, Lord Ning and the others focused their gazes and had a rough understanding of the green lotus deity sovereign's strength. That was terrifying. Perhaps only the great gods of Spirit Nation could fight against him. Legend has it that this person was formed from the green lotus of Tao. Back then, he became the Grandmaster Grand Tutor's disciple during the Age of Gods. He is the only god who survived the Grandmaster Grand Tutor's disciple. Now, it seems that his strength is truly terrifying. The dragon god thought. He knew that there would be a lot of twists and turns in the gathering of the gods in the spirit state today. I don't have time to waste my breath with you juniors. Now, let's just wait obediently for the ancient great god to arrive. I want to see if the ancient great god who spread the rumors is an old friend of mine. I also have a few important things to ask him. The green lotus deity sovereign closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in the sky. The gods around him guarded him. His expression was full of holiness as if he was looking down on the void. Time quietly passed. With the appearance of the green lotus deity sovereign, the 9 provinces became much quieter. However, not long after, a voice quietly sounded in the sky. It seems that we're late. A large group of gods stepped on 7-colored clouds and arrived in a grandiose manner. They were the hosts of the 9 prefectures 4 great gods. They were the Curishan, Titanic Crescent god, and Eugene. How slow. Could it be that they're afraid of losing face, so they're so slow? Staring at the Curishan and the others, a sinister voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. The 9 provinces is the world of the 4 great gods. As the masters, they're so slow. If it's not fear, then what is it? What 4 great pieces of trash? Another person mocked. The Curishan and the others naturally heard those voices. They had smiles on their faces and didn't care. In truth, they also knew that the gods of the 9 provinces were gathered here. The 4 great gods of the 9 provinces were very ordinary here. There were many gods more powerful than them. Where's Lei Gong? Don't tell me he doesn't dare to appear. Suddenly, someone spoke. Strangely enough, the entire spirit province fell silent as soon as he spoke. In a faraway place, the cultivators from the 9 prefectures were also breathing rapidly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, the number 1 person in the void of the 9 prefectures, was recognized as the overlord of this void. This was a powerhouse who had grown step by step from a trial taker. After going through numerous trials and challenges, he was finally acknowledged as the number 1 king among the 4 great gods. Although this news wasn't announced by the 4 gods, many people had more or less noticed it over the years. If Lei Gong were to appear, would you still dare to speak in such a tone? The Curishan suddenly sneered. He realized that the speaker seemed to be from the Ox Demon clan. As soon as he spoke, the Ox Demon clan fell silent. Clearly, the person who had spoken harshly earlier was silent and didn't dare to speak. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how amazing is he? If I remember correctly, when Lin Ling saw the ancient gods in the Erox cave, he could only run away like a rat crossing the street. The Ox Demon clan was still silent, but the demon sealer of the underworld said sarcastically. Ever since he lost to Lin Ling in the 8 gods celestial palace, the demon sealer of the underworld had always wanted to redeem himself. Unfortunately, every time he became stronger, Lin Ling also became stronger, causing him to suppress his humiliation. Now that he saw the gods and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to hit Lin Ling while he was down. Yes, under the sacred mountain, during the battle of the stone tablets, that brat only dared to do some sneaky things while the gods were fighting. Beside him, a pitch-black woman with 4 arms said sarcastically. She was from the south tomb of the underworld and had met Lin Ling once in the 8 gods celestial palace. Haha, sneaky things, what a nice way to put it. At this time, the voice of the Ox Demon clan sounded again. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the young master of the Ox Demon clan. No wonder he hated Lin Ling so much. Lin Ling had made him lose face time and again. Ha ha ha. After he laughed, the demons of the Ox Demon clan also laughed heartily. This also caused the gods to laugh more or less. Obviously, these people had a grudge against Lin Ling. Now that they saw Lin Ling's sudden rise, they felt very depressed. Therefore, at this moment, they took advantage of the gods' presence to vent their displeasure. I'm sneaky? This is the first time I, Lei Gong Lin Ling, have heard of such a thing. I'm very curious, who thinks I'm sneaky? However, at this time a hearty voice suddenly sounded. The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap. It caused the entire spirit province, and even the entire Jiuzhou, to fall silent. Lin Ling is here. On the huge warship, Lord Ming quietly narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, under the distant sky, a large group of experts strolled over. These were the experts of the Great Hall of Lei Gong. The man in the lead was dressed in a blue robe and carried a large sword on his back. His calm eyes looked ahead, but there was a sense of majesty in them, as if a divine king had arrived. Lin Ling. The people who were laughing before all stopped laughing at this moment. No matter how much they looked down on Lin Ling, when Lin Ling personally appeared in front of them, they still felt a huge pressure. At the end of the day, it was Lin Ling's battle achievements. Lin Ling's glory, Lin Ling's brilliance, was too dazzling. In any battle between the gods, Lin Ling's shadow was bound to be present. Just as people had thought, Lin Ling had already become a top cultivator in the 9 states step by step, from a mere trial taker to an irresistible top cultivator. Moreover, in the hearts of the gods, Lin Ling's strength was also very strong. Back then, he was only a mid-stage low god, but he was already able to fight against a late-stage low god. If Lin Ling was allowed to reach late-stage low god, his strength would definitely be unimaginable. Lin Ling, Lei Gong Lin Ling. As expected, the strongest of the Jiuzhou's 4 great gods is Lei Gong Lin Ling. In a distant place, the warriors from the Jiuzhou's 9 prefectures were in high spirits. Now, in any of the Jiuzhou's 9 prefectures, there were legends and footsteps of Lin Ling. It was as if every household knew about him. Lin Ling, you're so powerful. At this moment, in the world capital, a group of young people was extremely excited. They felt that they were extremely lucky to be able to meet this legendary figure. Uncle Master Xing, didn't you say that Lin Ling was once your disciple? Now that you've seen Lin Ling, do you still dare to say that? One of the disciples looked at an old man and said. The old man smiled awkwardly. Although Lin Ling was his disciple, he was just an insignificant mortal, while his disciple was already the strongest god in the Jiuzhou. How would he dare to acknowledge him? I knew Uncle Master Xing was bragging. Seeing the old man's expression, the disciple immediately curled his lips and said. Master, why are you here? At this moment, a surprised voice came from the sky. It was Lin Ling's voice. Mas? Master? The disciples beside Xianxia turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. Then, they rubbed their eyes frantically, afraid that they had seen wrongly. This was because they saw that the person who spoke was Lei Gong Lin Ling, who had led Lei Gong Lin Ling to the main hall. Although this was their first time seeing Lin Ling, from the reactions of the gods around them, he was indeed the number 1 god of the 9 prefectures' 4 great gods, and now, such a high and mighty god was calling Uncle Master Xing his master? When we first entered the sect, we heard that Uncle Master Xing had a very impressive disciple. But after so many years, we have never seen him. We thought it was a joke. What joke? This is real, it's real. Uncle Master Xing's disciple is really Lei Gong Lin Ling. We didn't believe Uncle Master Xing's words before. The disciples trembled in excitement and reverence. Of course, Xianxia was equally excited. He knew that Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person, but he did not expect that Lin Ling would take the initiative to acknowledge him in front of so many gods. Moreover, Lin Ling's tone was extremely polite. One had to know that the gods present were all powerful. Any one of them was thousands of times more powerful than him. How could a mere mortal like him have the right to stand out? Xianxia was touched, but he immediately smiled and said, I was just passing by. Are you all right? Lin Ling asked again. I'm fine. What could happen to us? Xianxia waved his hand. However, a disciple beside him said, Uncle Master, we are Uncle Master Xing's disciples. We almost died just now. Oh. Lin Ling frowned. His careless action gave the disciple a fright. He was afraid that he had said something wrong. Chaijiu, who allowed you to speak nonsense? Xianxia grumbled. He could tell that even though Lin Ling was the #1 immortal in the 9 prefectures, he was still not qualified to make the other immortals fear him. Now that disciple had said this, Lin Ling was caught between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't afford to offend those immortals, but neither could he afford to offend them. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. His cold eyes looked at the gods in the distance, and he instantly knew who had attacked. It was because the ground was covered with sleeping corpses, and there was nether energy within the corpses. This meant that the ones who attacked his master were from the nether realm, although his master, Xianxia, was as weak as a mortal, and did not give much guidance to Lin Ling back then. He had helped Lin Ling several times. Now that he had almost been killed, how could Lin Ling just stand by and watch? The demon sealer noticed Lin Ling's gaze and shrugged. I'm sorry, I really didn't know he was your master. If I did, I definitely wouldn't have killed him. At this point, he paused and continued, I would have killed him immediately. His unbridled expression was on full display. It could be said that he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all, and he even made Lin Ling lose face. This also caused many experts to look at the demon sealer. They remembered that when they were in the Erox cave, the demon sealer was not very strong. But now, his strength had clearly more than doubled. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the ox demon tribe. Earlier, I heard someone say that I was a thief, is that right? His gaze was like a torch in the eyes of the demons, and they didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling. It was because Lin Ling had put too much pressure on the 72 caves back in the Erox cave. That's right, I said that. However, the young master couldn't bear to be humiliated and shouted loudly. His father was beside him, so what was there to be afraid of? Alright, I'll show you now whether I'm a thief or an upright person. Giant ghost, God Emperor Xianxia, chop him up. Lin Ling shouted majestically. His voice sounded like a bugle horn, and all the gods' eyes narrowed. Back in the Erox cave, Lin Ling had used the battle of the gods to steal the stone tablet. At that time, he didn't dare to face the gods. But now, he thought of himself as the king of the gods and dared to make a move in front of the gods. Roger. Giant Ghost and God Emperor Xianxia sneered and pounced over. You dare to touch the young master. Being bullied in front of everyone, the demons of the Erox cave couldn't take it lying down. They all erupted with terrifying auras. They were left behind from the era of the gods, so how could they be afraid of some juniors of the current era? Get lost. At this time, Sakura, young Master Yao, and the others all made a move. They led the people of the God Slayer Alliance to block the demons. Upon closer inspection, other than the God Slayer Alliance, there were also the 9 Lanterns Fish, Lu Chen, and the former 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. In the past, these experts had to be looked up to by Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had surpassed them, and they were willing to stand behind Lin Ling and listen to Lin Ling's orders. Rumble. The God Slayer Alliance was no longer the same as before. Under Lin Ling's continuous bombardment of treasures, everyone's strength had greatly increased. They actually managed to block the attacks of the demons for a while. Of course, when the 72 cave masters saw that the situation wasn't right, they also made a move, but this time, Lei Gong's Hall also made a move. Compared to the God Slayer Alliance, Lei Gong's Hall's overall strength was undoubtedly stronger. Under the lead of young Lin, the 72 cave masters were also retreating. They were in a sorry state. Lin Ling, how awe-inspiring. Seeing the domineering battle in the Lei Gong's Hall, the Curishan, Titanic Crescent God, and the others felt their blood boiling. This was especially so for the 3 spirits, Qingmo, and the others. They were the most excited because Lin Ling used to be one of the 8 new gods of the 9 prefectures. But unknowingly, Lin Ling was not only above them, but also above them. He was now one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures. Old Lei passing the Lei Gong's Hall to him was the best decision of his life. The Curishan sighed. The Lei Gong's Hall under Lin Ling's command was undoubtedly 10 times stronger than the one under Lei Gong's command in the past. Say it, let's see if you still dare to say it. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human. Giant Ghost, is he even human? If he's a bull, then I'll teach him how to be a bull. With the help of the Lei Gong's Hall, Giant Ghost and the others reached the young master. Thump, the young master's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground in fright. His tall and sturdy body was now trembling. Back in the Xianxia cave, he didn't see the power of the Lei Gong's hall. But now, he knew that the damned Lin Ling had so many powerful subordinates. Looks like he's the biggest winner in the Xianxia cave. He got countless treasures and groomed his subordinates. Of course, back in the fourth temple, he killed countless people and stole countless treasures. He killed many of our people. The gods in the distance had unsightly expressions. Through the Ox Devil clan, they also knew how powerful the Lei Gong's hall was. Little Ox, why are you so flustered? Giant Ghost and the Celestial Crescent God walked toward the young master, who was so frightened that he kept crawling backward. He wanted to find help, but there was no one around to help him. The Ox Demon Patriarch, in his giant form, stood there and watched. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. But who knew that his demons couldn't stop Lei Gong's attack at all? All right, my son only said a few words. You're a man, so why be so calculative? Let's forget about this matter. Now that his son had asked for help, he had to help. With that, he strode toward the giant ghost and the others, wanting to sweep them away. For Lei Gong's sake, I'll overlook your rudeness. Get lost. Obviously, he didn't dare to kill the giant ghost and the others easily. Of course, if it was before, with his tyrannical nature, he wouldn't have shown them any mercy. At the end of the day, it was because he was afraid of Lin Ling. Rumble, a huge palm slammed toward the giant ghost and the others, and the void immediately exploded, rumbling unceasingly. The Ox Demon Patriarch was a true god, stronger than the Steel Slayer God Emperor and the others, so they couldn't stop him. Old Ox, I'm teaching the younger generation a lesson. It's none of your business. But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the giant ghost and the others, and punched out. Boom. This punch collided with the Ox Demon Patriarch's, and there was no clear winner. Looking carefully, one could see a thin and weak figure in front of the Demon Ox Patriarch. His blue robe was fluttering in the wind. It was actually Lin Ling. You broke through. The Ox Demon Patriarch's body trembled, and his hair stood on end. Others didn't know about Lin Ling, but he knew very well. Back in the Xianxia cave, he once fought against Lin Ling and was sent flying. At that time, Lin Ling hadn't broken through yet. Now that he had broken through, it seemed that he didn't even need to fuse with his innate talent and could easily fight against him. Of course, the others were also shocked. After all, the Ox Demon Patriarch was a peak god, and his strength was slightly stronger than the Kurishin. They guessed that Lin Ling shouldn't be a match for the Ox Demon Patriarch. He was just a little bit weaker. Breakthrough. So that's how it is. Many gods guessed that after Lin Ling broke through, he would finally be able to contend against the Bull Demon Patriarch with his full strength. Below the huge battleship, a woman looked down indifferently with a cold expression. She was Luli Empress. But her eyes were very cold because she hadn't expected that Lin Ling's strength would increase again. Lei Gong, my son said something wrong. How about we both take a step back? At this moment, the Ox Demon Patriarch maintained his posture of punching out, but secretly unleashed his full strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't shake Lin Ling at all, so he said coldly. Everyone, take a step back. Lin Ling was like the immovable wisdom king. He smiled faintly. I'm telling your son whether or not I'm a thief. Now, I'll chop him up in front of his father and let him know that I don't need to steal to kill him. Don't be so arrogant. Hearing Lin Ling's condescending tone, the Ox Demon Patriarch was furious. It was rare for him to come out of the Xianxia cave, but in the end, he encountered such a freak. I'm just so arrogant. Lin Ling maintained his punching posture, but the first part of his innate gifts had quietly fused. His divine energy increased sharply, especially the strength of his physical body. Now, he was even more terrifying. At this moment, he was more like a true ox demon. Ka ka ka. The Ox Demon Patriarch's huge arm trembled, emitting a thunderous rumble as if it was about to split open. Ah, this bastard can still become stronger. The Ox Demon Patriarch was shocked and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Like an ox being pulled by its reins, he became obedient and docile. Lin Ling, for better or worse, we've worked together in the Xianxia cave. Give this old ox some face and let my son go. His words directly turned into begging for mercy. Fine, I'll give you some face. Lin Ling nodded and retracted his fist. He said to the giant ghost and the others, give him 3 slaps to teach him a lesson. After all, he's our ox, don't kill him. Okay. The giant ghost and the others laughed. Of course, they were secretly shocked. They remembered that before Lin Ling went to the Kaiyuan River, his strength wasn't so strong. This bastard really became stronger after the trip to the Kaiyuan River. My ox, I don't want to be an ox. The young patriarch was about to cry. He still wanted to defeat Lin Ling and win Longyang's favor, but now, he had become an ox in Lei Gong's hall. Shut up. The ox demon patriarch shook his numb arm and scolded angrily. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with a trace of fear in his eyes. This brat was really a freak. Pa pa pa. Under everyone's gaze, 3 loud slaps sounded. After the giant ghost slapped the young patriarch, he asked proudly, now, who's the thief? It's me, it's me. The young patriarch had no choice but to admit defeat. Just like his father, he was like an ox tied up by the reins. When the gods saw this scene with their own eyes, their faces became even more solemn, regardless of whether they admitted it or not. They had already admitted it in their hearts. Now, Lin Ling had not only completely stepped into the ranks of the strongest gods, but his strength was also ranked at the top, and such news undoubtedly made them feel a great deal of pressure, and even a great deal of fear, especially on the side of the spirit nation. The 4 spiritual gods, including Lord Ning, all stared at Lin Ling as if they couldn't believe that the young man in front of them was the junior who had caused havoc in the spirit nation. Is he still Lin Ling? Could it be that this is a fake Lin Ling? Someone muttered to himself. Luli Empress, do you still have the confidence to kill Lin Ling? Lord Ning secretly transmitted his voice to Luli Empress. The latter was silent, and her face was as calm as an ancient well. However, her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. Lin Ling's previous bull training had actually given her a lot of pressure. It could be said that she had already witnessed Lin Ling's rise in the world of gods, blooming with bright lights like fireworks. Alright, the matter of the Ox Demon clan is settled. Next, it's my master's matter. Underworld Demon Sealer, I want you dead. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes turned and looked at the Underworld Demon Sealer. This Lin Ling seems to be settling scores with E. Xian Wuba frowned. He had a feeling that after the Underworld Demon Sealer was dealt with, it would be his turn next. As for the other gods, they felt that Lin Ling was declaring his sovereignty as the host and also telling everyone that the void of the 9 prefectures was his territory. No one was allowed to behave atrociously here. Lei Gong. Seeing Lin Ling's gaze, the Underworld Demon Sealer gritted his teeth. If he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes before, then Lin Ling's brief confrontation with the Ox Demon clan made him realize that Lin Ling seemed to be stronger than him. He didn't dare to say anything. Perhaps Lin Ling's action of killing the chicken to warn the monkey made him, a monkey from a circus, not dare to jump up and down. Haha, your master isn't dead yet. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Lord Ning suddenly smiled. Today, we're waiting for an ancient god, so we don't want to make a big fuss. However, if someone doesn't care about the gods and wants to disrupt the order, Ling Nation won't just stand by and watch. Lord Ning, are you going to support the Underworld Demon Sealer? Lin Ling also looked at Lord Ning. It's not that. I just don't want His Majesty Lei Gong to be the sole ruler. Lord Ning smiled. His words made it clear that they were indeed going to support the Underworld Demon Sealer. Haha, it's not fun to disturb the calm water. That's why I hope the water is still clear. Suddenly, another voice sounded. It was Xian Wuba. He also wanted to help the Underworld Demon Sealer. Those who had a grudge against His Majesty Lei Gong didn't want His Majesty Lei Gong to rise up and become the sole ruler. The eyes of the other gods flashed as they spoke one after another. Among them was the Yu Continent Divine Ruler. Thus, the people of the Underworld, Ling Nation, Xian Linggu Nation, and the Yu Continent Divine Ruler, especially the Green Lotus Divine Ruler, were the most unfathomable. No one could see through his strength. Haha, His Majesty Lei Gong, let's see what you'll say now. The Underworld Demon Sealer didn't expect so many people to help him. Of course, he knew that the gods weren't helping him because they valued him, but because they wanted to use him to suppress His Majesty Lei Gong, and he was the fuse that ignited the fire. However, he didn't care. Instead, he felt very good about bullying Lin Ling until he didn't dare to speak. Just a rising star. How dare he be so arrogant in front of so many seniors? That's against the will of the heavens. It's time to suppress him. At this moment, endless lightning exploded in the distance. After that, a burly figure with the head of a tiger and the body of a human slowly walked over with a snake in his hand. His footsteps were like thunder, and every step he took caused the void to explode. The sound of his footsteps made one's heart beat continuously. Another god has come. The spirit province has become a god's world. Staring at the domineering figure, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Today's scene was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was to the extent that this gathering of deities would definitely be recorded in the annals of history for the future generations to view. Lei Gong Lin Ling's name will go down in history. I just don't know how he'll be able to resist the pressure of the gods. An old man excitedly said. He hoped that Lei Gong Lin Ling could raise the prestige of the 9 continents void. After all, Lei Gong Lin Ling represented their era while the spirit nation represented the era of the gods. This was a clash between 2 eras, rumble. With the arrival of the ancient figure, all the lightning receded like the tide. Finally, the burly tiger-headed man turned into an old man. This old man had a lion's mane, and his eyebrows were vertical. He was very majestic. 12 ancestors of witches, ancestor of Thunder Wu Qiangliang. At this moment, the hearts of all the deities exploded. They had seen this ancient figure in the Ji-Er Ox cave. He was at the same level as the spirit nation's great god. However, he seemed to be heavily injured and was not as strong as before. However, his knowledge, experience, and origin were not something that the current deities could compare to. This was because he was also a great ancient deity. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? Back in the ancient era of the Thunder Tyrant, you were still drinking milk in the cycle of reincarnation. The old man went straight to the point and looked directly at Lin Ling. All those years ago at the foot of the Divine Mountain, Lin Ling had stolen the stone steel, and he'd been displeased with Lin Ling for a long time. Now, this junior had actually taken himself to be the lord of the era and didn't take the gods seriously at all, and this made him even more displeased. Lei Gong Lin Ling, with your Lei Gong Hall, can you fight against the gods? After the arrival of ancestor of Thunder Wu Qiangliang, the underworld sealer became even more confident and fearlessly looked at Lin Ling with just the Lei Gong Hall. It is still a bit lacking. However, with the addition of us, at least we won't be sitting ducks. However, after the underworld sealer spoke, the Kirishin, Eugene, and Titanic Crescent God all spoke up. After the establishment of the 9 provinces' 4 great gods, they once again joined forces to fight against an external enemy. The last time they were so united was when the previous Lei Gong was still around. Kirishin, your mission is to fight against the spirit nation. Now, you are not only fighting against the spirit nation, but also us. I can tell you that the spirit nation is still my enemy, but I, the divine ruler of Yuzhou, am prejudiced against this young Lei Gong. Do you want to oppose the divine ruler of Yuzhou? Suddenly, the Green Lotus Overlord opened his eyes and lightly asked. He had heard about the 4 gods. Lei Gong was forced to death by the other gods, causing this young Lei Gong to hate the Kirishin. According to common sense, such a great threat should be eliminated as soon as possible, so the Kirishin wanted nothing more than for Lin Ling to die. Moreover, Lin Ling was a rising god. The Kirishin wanted to take advantage of their seniority, so how could they listen to Lin Ling? Haha, we 4 gods have been through many storms since the era of the gods. Do you think you can sow discord with just a few words? Back then, brother Lei Gong gave his hall to Lin Ling, so in our hearts, Lin Ling is Lei Gong. The Kirishin laughed. That's right, we 4 gods have already discussed it. In the future, His Highness Lei Gong will be our leader. Titanic Crescent God added. No matter what Lin Ling wants to do, everything he does is what we, the 4 great gods, have to do. Eugene was the last to speak. She owed Lin Ling her life under the Divine Mountain, and she also owed Lin Ling a favor for the Luli Empress matter. Therefore, she would definitely stand on Lin Ling's side. What? This news shocked all the gods. The 3 gods saw His Highness Lei Gong as their leader, so why were they willing to put down their pride and do all this? The gods' eyes flickered. They were even more certain that Lin Ling was now the #1 god in the 9 provinces. Our dragon race is also willing to see His Highness Lei Gong as our leader. At this time, the dragon god also spoke. This was another colossus that usually stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was rare for them to come to the 9 provinces void, and they were led by Lin Ling again. Our 10 orthodoxies are also willing to see His Highness Lei Gong as our leader. Another voice sounded, and it was as if another wave had not yet subsided. Hee, we owed Lin Ling a favor that day on the Divine Mountain. Today, we will also support Lin Ling. Next, the old man with the fly whisk and the black dragon also spoke. In this way, the gods in the void were divided into 2 camps. One side was the underworld demon sealer, and the other side was Lei Gong Lin Ling. For a moment, the void was silent. The gods' expressions changed drastically, and they all had their own thoughts. In the distance, the martial artists from the 9 provinces and the 10,000 worlds were in high spirits. 9 provinces number 1 god, Lin Ling, deserved the title. But now, not only were the 4 gods and the dragon tribe supporting Lin Ling, even the 10 orthodoxies were on his side. This was unbelievable. Alright, all of you can support him. I want to see which one of you can save him. The green lotus immortal overlord floated up. The green lotus beneath his feet spun slowly and emitted an ancient power, destiny. This was the power of destiny. This was also the god's stairs, which had the power to dictate the fate of others. Lin Ling, this is your fate. I'll spare your life out of respect for Lei Gong, but it's not too late for you to give up your position as Lei Gong and follow my path. The green lotus immortal overlord murmured. His aged voice reverberated throughout the void as if it was the voice of a god. An invisible wave spread towards Lin Ling as if it wanted to decide Lin Ling's fate. What a powerful god stares. It's probably at the very low level. The eyes of the gods flickered when they sensed the invisible wave of destiny. The green lotus immortal overlord's strength had always been a mystery. However, the gods guessed that he should be at the intermediate god level. Even if he wasn't, he was still half a step into the intermediate god level. He was stronger than all the late-stage lower gods, although the difference between lower gods and intermediate gods was only one word. No matter how strong a lower god was, they only had a 10% chance of not losing to an intermediate god. Moreover, that was only not losing. As for winning, it was impossible. This was because a mid-god possessed a mysterious energy. It seemed to be the energy of a god, but it was even more powerful than the energy of a god. For the time being, it was called the energy of a mid-god. This energy was something that a low god would never be able to resist unless they possessed the steps of the gods. Now, the green lotus immortal overlord had made his move. Although there were many gods on Lin Ling's side, no one could stop him. Clear water sky. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded. Then, everyone saw countless water droplets floating in the void without moving. It was very strange, but what was terrifying was that these water droplets actually ignored the green lotus immortal overlord's stairs of destiny and firmly guarded that side of the world. What's going on? The green lotus immortal overlord's expression changed slightly. He sensed a power that didn't belong to a lower god. Whoosh. Whoosh, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the water droplets shot over. They looked translucent, but each droplet contained the power of millions of gods. They smashed against the steps of destiny with an earth-shattering force. Lotus, bloom. Green Lotus Immortal Dominator immediately shouted and flicked his finger. The green lotus under him floated out and bloomed in front of him, boom. However, when the endless water droplets arrived, an explosion that tore apart the void sounded. The green lotus seemed to be floating in a storm, on the verge of collapse. Who are you? At this moment, Green Lotus Immortal Overlord no longer had any doubts. His opponent must be a mid-level god and also possessed a divine stare. This divine stare also had the power of fate. However, while Green Lotus Immortal Overlord plundered fate, his opponent created it. Whoosh, the endless water droplets were blocked by the lotus, but one of them still flew past the lotus and slashed his face. After that, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, only a shattered continent spiraled in the distance. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was collapsing. This continent was the spirit province. Even though it was just a short clash between the two gods, the spirit province collapsed. Who are you? Green Lotus Immortal Overlord roared again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's side was silent. the gods looked even more shocked than Green Lotus Immortal Overlord. Lei Gong Linling, who is he? Green Lotus Immortal Overlord couldn't get anything out of him, so he could only stare at Linling and ask. Linling's expression was still cold. Even when Green Lotus Immortal Overlord attacked him, he wasn't moved at all. After hearing Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's words, he said indifferently, "My servant." What? Green Lotus Immortal Overlord opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He thought that Linling was tricking him. The gods were also dumbfounded, whose servant would be so powerful. Please find a good excuse to fool us. Anger began to surge in their hearts, but they didn't dare to act because there was a mid-level god hiding on Linling's side. If they acted rashly, they might be killed by him. Underworld Demon Sealer, get over here and accept your death. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Linling looked at the Underworld Demon Sealer. The latter's expression was uncertain. He never expected things to turn out like this. I want to see who still dares to speak for you. Linling spoke again, his voice becoming more domineering as he looked at the Spirit Nation's 4 spiritual gods. On the warship, the 4 spiritual gods were silent. Even Green Lotus Immortal Overlord couldn't defeat him, so he was definitely a mid-level god. How could they dare to speak casually? Damn it. Apart from Lord Ning, the other spiritual gods cursed inwardly. Today, the 4 spiritual gods had come to raise the prestige of the Spirit Nation. However, it seemed that they were only supporting characters. His Majesty Lei Gong was today's main character, especially when a junior from back then was yelling at them while they couldn't talk back. One could imagine how they felt. You still dare to speak? Seeing that the Spirit Nation didn't dare to speak, Linling looked at Xianling Wuba. Xianling Wuba's expression changed slightly, and he actually hid in the crowd. You again? Linling stared at Ancestor of Lightning Wu Changliang. However, the latter didn't swallow his anger like the others. Instead, he glared back at Linling. However, he seemed to have some misgivings, so he only stared at Linling but didn't dare to speak. If you don't dare to speak, then shut up. Linling retracted his gaze and shouted, reprimanding the other spiritual gods. None of them dared to speak. The entire Jiuzhou was silent. This guy. Hiroshin and the others were shocked. Back on the sacred mountain, Linling could only use underhanded means to steal the stone tablet. He didn't even think about fighting the spiritual gods head-on. But now, he was scolding the spiritual gods. I dare to speak, so what? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Then, a bright light flashed and a figure appeared on the warship. This person was wearing a white robe, and even his skin was as white as snow. It was very strange. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was pure white. However, it gave people a different kind of beauty. His facial features were handsome, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, with a devilish smile. A spiritual god of the Spirit Nation. Countless spiritual gods stared at the spiritual god who suddenly appeared, and their hearts trembled violently. Interesting. Everyone said that an ancient god from the primal chaos realm was coming. But now that he's here, you guys are fighting amongst yourselves. If he comes, you guys will become a laughingstock. After the old man appeared, another expert arrived. This person was holding a jug of wine and looked sloppy. It was the Taoist of many treasures. As such, the most ancient characters of the 9 prefectures had gathered. The strength of these 3 gods was unfathomable. They were probably at the level of intermediate gods. Even if they weren't, they were still outliers among the lower gods. If one had to make an example, they would be the gods of gods. Lei Gong Linling, do you want to attack the underworld's devil sealer? What if I don't agree? The Spirit Nation's great god smiled at Linling and ignored the other 2 gods. The Taoist of many treasures and the old man didn't seem to be interested in this matter. Their target was the ancient god from the primal chaos realm, so they also smiled and looked at each other. I didn't expect Whitewater Pure Maiden to wake up. Lei Gong Linling, you really surprised me. It seems like there's nothing you can't do. The Spirit Nation's great god spoke again with his eyes locked on one person. It was Whitewater Pure Maiden. Whitewater Pure Maiden was wearing a veil, but her cold eyes were also staring at the Spirit Nation's great god. There was a trace of hatred in the depths of her eyes. However, she knew the Spirit Nation's great god's strength, so she didn't say anything. Is this his true appearance? Lin Ling didn't answer the spirit nation's great god. Instead, he stared at the latter's face. This was the first time Lin Ling saw his true appearance. In the past, the spirit nation's great god only had a smile on his face, which was very strange. But now, all his facial features were present. However, this also meant that the spirit nation's great god was stronger than before. The spirit nation's great god is also here. It's over, it's over. Countless people also stared at the legendary great god of slaughter. Their bodies and minds trembled as if they were witnessing the end of the world. Below the ground, Xianxia and the others were also pale. They had not expected that because of them, the ancient great deities would be mobilized, resulting in the peak war between the 9 states void and the spirit nation. Unfortunately, they did not know that the underworld demon sealer was just a fuse. Even without him, Lin Ling and the spirit nation would still have a conflict. The two sides were only using the underworld magic sealer to play a game of chess. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Now, it's time for you to give me an explanation. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the great god spoke again. On the battleship he was on, all the spirit nation cultivators looked majestic as if they had defeated the 4 gods of the 9 states and were looking down on the entire 9 states. A gust of wind blew past quietly, forming a terrifying pressure that suppressed the entire void, making it difficult for people to breathe. Apart from the 4 great deities, even the immortal spirit hegemony and the green lotus deity overlord could feel the pressure. This was because they knew that although they had helped the underworld demon sealer, it did not mean that they were on the same side as the spirit nation. Therefore, the great god of the spirit nation might not let them go. Most importantly, they noticed that the great god of the spirit nation was even more demonic now. His strength was stronger than when he was on the sacred mountain. I'll give you a chance. Kill everyone in Lei Gong's Grand Hall as proof of your allegiance. Then, I'll spare your life on account of your cultivation. The great god of the spirit nation suddenly said with a smile. Although his words sounded cordial, they carried a ruthless and murderous aura. Kill everyone in Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Lin Ling's gaze trembled violently. He knew that with just the experts on his side, they would not be able to fight against the great god of the spirit nation. Even if all of them were mobilized, they would not be able to resist at all, but to let him kill everyone in Lei Gong's Grand Hall, that was obviously impossible. I don't want to say anything from the bottom of my heart. I just want to tell you that I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Lin Ling suddenly pulled out the sword on his back to express his attitude. As for what would happen today, he had already thought about it. Even the worst-case scenario had already been predicted by him. Therefore, he was not very surprised to encounter such a difficult problem today. I knew you would say that. Alright, I'll start with you. The great god of the spirit nation licked his lips and said with a smile. However, his eyes were also staring in a certain direction as if he was waiting for someone to arrive, and that person was the older generation's Lei Gong. He believed that if he attacked Lei Gong's Grand Hall, Lei Gong would appear. And if Lei Gong appeared, it would mean that Lei Gong had joined the spirit nation and everything was just a pretense. Therefore, he could use Lin Ling and the rest to test the waters. However, just as the great god of the spirit nation was about to attack, an ancient bell suddenly rang. Moreover, a domineering force enveloped the great god of the spirit nation and constantly destroyed him. What a powerful force! This is the power of the ancient era. The sudden change made the great god of the spirit nation frown. Then, he laughed. If I'm not wrong, Lei Gong Lin Ling is behind the scenes. Xianxia has returned. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire 9 states exploded. The faces of the gods changed drastically. Back then, at the peak of the sacred mountain, the Donghuan Tai bell was snatched by Xianxia. This was something that was obvious to all. However, Xianxia had disappeared later on. Therefore, no one was afraid of Lei Gong's Grand Hall anymore. In their opinion, Xianxia might have abandoned Lei Gong's Grand Hall, but now, Xianxia had returned. That's right, I'm back. The void was torn apart. A figure holding a huge god bell strode towards Lei Gong's Grand Hall. His clothes were ordinary and he didn't even seem strong. But there was an ancient majesty that bloomed from him. As for that massive divine bell, endless divine runes were spitting out from it, releasing a majesty that didn't belong to this era. Looking at the great god of the spirit nation, His body was constantly cracking and recovering. He was surrounded by the sound of the bell, which continued to wreak havoc on him. The Donghuang Tai bell is indeed powerful. The great god of the spirit nation was still smiling, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked deeply at Xingyi, who was walking down. Xingyi's appearance silenced the heavens and the gods. They knew that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The true strongest god was actually Xingyi. Xingyi greets Lord Lei Gong. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Xingyi immediately bowed to Lin Ling. I'm envious. Seeing that Xingyi was so strong, but he still treated Lin Ling as his lord, the gods were envious. As for the people in Lei Gong's grand hall, they were very excited. Young Lin and the rest kept shooting glances at Xingyi. If not for the fact that there were too many people, they would have punched Xingyi's chest. This guy was finally back. My lord, please forgive me for the delay. My lord. After bowing, Saint Guy straightened his back and smiled at Lin Ling. Although he was respectful to Lin Ling, there was a different aura about him. This was the result of broadening his horizons. Lin Ling also noticed this. He was happy for Saint Guy because he knew that the Eastern Emperor Taibel had something he wanted Lin Ling to do. Therefore, Saint Guy had become stronger so that he could fulfill his ancestor's wish. What is Saint Guy thinking? Why is the descendant of an ancient god so respectful to Lin Ling? Seeing Saint Guy and Lin Ling talking, the gods felt even more jealous. Saint Guy was someone that even the gods of Spirit Nation didn't dare to face. Such a powerful god actually bowed down to Lei Gong? What a joke. Moreover, what did Lin Ling do to deserve this? Sigh, if I had known that Saint Guy was so powerful, I would have treated him better. This jealousy included the Curishan and the others. Saint Guy was only a trial taker back then. If they had treated him better back then, the situation would have been different. Without a doubt, with Saint Guy's return, the situation in the 9 states would be settled. Lei Gong Lin Ling, today's humiliation will be avenged in the future. At this moment, the demon sealer of the underworld coldly shouted. He formed an ancient seal with both hands and a bronze gate appeared behind him and slowly opened. You want to leave? Saint Guy turned around and pointed with a finger. Dong, the huge bronze bell in his other hand immediately let out a rumbling sound, forming an unstoppable force that shot towards the underworld demon sealer. Crash, however, before that force could reach them, the bodies of the underworld cavalry in the sky exploded, transforming into numerous fragments of armor that shot towards the copper bell without any fear of death. Of course, the underworld knights couldn't withstand the domineering power of the Eastern Emperor Taibel and were completely destroyed. However, this bought enough time for the demon sealer of the underworld. Haha, Thunder Lord Lin Ling, I'm here on behalf of the underworld. You're not qualified to kill me. The demon sealer of the underworld stood in the bronze gate and laughed contemptuously. Is that so? Saint Guy's expression turned cold. He muttered an incantation and an ancient god emperor appeared behind him. This god's face was somewhat blurry, but it had a domineering aura. Rumble, almost at the same time, the demon sealer inside the bronze gate trembled. An ancient bronze bell suddenly appeared above his head and fiercely pressed down on him. The appearance of this ancient bell came without any warning. It was as if no one in this world would be able to escape from the bell if it wanted to kill them. Underworld god, save me! The demon sealer of the underworld subconsciously roared. He had never imagined that Saint Guy's demonic hand would still be able to reach this far after entering the bronze gate. Boom! After the ancient bell sealed the underworld demon sealer, handprints appeared on the surface of the bell. It was as if someone was outside the ancient bell and was constantly slapping at it. Every slap caused the ancient bell to vibrate a bit more. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Suddenly, a huge hand appeared from within the bronze gate and grabbed at the ancient bell, as if trying to break it. Dong, when the palm landed on the ancient bell, an unprecedented bell sound exploded. However, when the palm landed on the ancient bell, it couldn't make the ancient bell move even a little bit. Eastern Emperor Taibel. A low and hoarse voice came from within the bronze gate. Underworld god. In the distance, Saint Guy looked up and narrowed his eyes. He had guessed the origin of this person. Eastern Emperor Tai's people, how dare you not give me face? I'll remember this. And Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you kill my people? I hope you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, even if Lei Gong is here, I won't give him face. The ancient voice floated out again, filled with anger. As the number one god of the underworld, his strength was naturally stronger than the four great gods of the 9 prefectures. However, the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures represented the entire 9 prefectures and the myriad of worlds. Therefore, the god of the underworld would usually give them some face. But now, that face no longer existed. We'll meet again. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, the bronze gate slowly closed. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. The ancient bell floated back to him. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing beneath the ancient bell. Under the suppression of the Donghuang Tai bell, the powerful demon sealer of the underworld had turned into a pool of blood. What a domineering Eastern Emperor Tai bell! The hearts of many gods instinctively trembled as they gazed at the ancient bell, and they didn't dare to utter a single word now. Killing the demon sealer of the underworld in one move and forcing underworld god to leave with hatred, this wasn't someone the gods could resist. Great god of Ling Kingdom, do you think you can dominate this void after increasing your strength? At this time, Saint Guy looked at the great god of Ling Kingdom and asked. Around the body of the Spirit Kingdom's great god, the ancient bell was still ringing, shattering the body of the Spirit Kingdom's great god. Hearing Saint Guy's words, the great god of Ling Kingdom was still smiling, but the depths of his eyes were quietly flickering. This was because Saint Guy's words had spoken his innermost thoughts. Originally, according to the strength of the 9 province void, after his breakthrough, he would be able to dominate everything. However, there were too many variables. There was another white-water pure woman who had suddenly awakened. There was another Saint Guy who had returned. This made him feel as if he had surfaced too quickly. He never would have thought that his host body of the world would one day be so afraid of Lei Gong. For a moment, he fell silent and only smiled. However, anyone could see that his smile was somewhat forced. Lin Ling, well done. Under a distant mountain, an old man wearing a cloak nodded. He clenched his fists and appeared very excited. He was Lei Gong. He had long received news that the great god of Ling Kingdom was coming and was going to attack the 4 gods. Previously, he had been worried about Lei Gong's great god of Ling Kingdom. However, he didn't expect that under the leadership of Lin Ling, great god of Lei Gong would become so powerful. As for Saint Guy, he had transformed into an ancient great god. With the Donghuang bell in hand, even the great god of Ling Kingdom had to dodge. I never thought that Saint Guy would have such a background. Everything is so surreal. Lei Gong muttered to himself. He was completely relieved about today's situation. The same thing was happening on the other side. A woman was hidden in the crowd, her eyes looking at the gods under the sky. When she finally saw that Lei Gong's great god of Ling Kingdom was fine, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Lin Ling can't die in the hands of Ling Kingdom. He belongs to me. The entire 9 provinces fell silent because of the rise of the Lei Gong Grand Hall. The cultivators from the 9 provinces all laughed because the Spirit Kingdom was the will of the world. Their mission was to destroy the world. But now, the Lei Gong Grand Hall was no longer afraid of the Spirit Kingdom. This meant that the Spirit Kingdom would no longer be able to destroy the world. No one expected that the 4 great gods' Grand Hall of Lei Gong Grand Hall would grow to such a level under Lin Ling's leadership. There were countless experts under its command. In fact, even Lin Ling was feeling emotional. He didn't expect that one day, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom would be suppressed to the point where he didn't even dare to talk back. It could be seen that after Xianxia's return, his strength had increased again. Back at the Divine Mountain, although Xianxia obtained the Eastern Emperor Bell, he couldn't suppress the great god of the Spirit Kingdom because he wasn't familiar with it. Of course, although the current Xianxia was suppressing the great god, Lin Ling still had a feeling that Xianxia wasn't strong enough to kill the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. This could be seen from the great god's appearance. If the great god knew that he was in danger, he would have left long ago instead of smiling in fear. However, just as the winds and clouds of the 9 prefectures gradually calmed down, an ancient gust of wind suddenly drifted over from afar. The gust of wind was like a huge vortex, and above the gust of wind, several figures stood there indifferently, looking indifferently at the entire 9 prefectures. This gust of wind seemed to have come out of nowhere. It also seemed to have torn through the void and came from another world. When this wild wind surged into the sky, it was as if time and space had been frozen. How lively! All the deities of the void of the 9 prefectures have come. After an indifferent voice, a power similar to the cycle of fate quietly enveloped the entire void of the 9 prefectures. In that instant, everyone discovered that their fates seemed to be controlled by someone. It was as if a large hand had ripped open their souls and was probing the depths of their souls. Their fates were able to see through their origins, past, present, and future. Even the gods were no exception. What a mysterious power. Is it the steps of God? The gods also sensed this power, and they immediately used various means to resist it. However, their divine power and innate talents were all ineffective against it. That power actually gave them a feeling of helplessness. Get out of my way. All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out. The great god of the spirit nation emitted a holy light, and the mysterious power that tried to enter his body was turned into ashes. Great Tao World's End Shackle Technique, Scram. The Green Lotus Immortal Dominator seemed to know what kind of spell this was. His eyebrows moved, and the green lotus under him shone with green light, burning the invisible force. The deities all began to resist. Some of them struggled free from the bindings, but some of them didn't. Their faces were all filled with anxiety, even though they didn't know what that energy was. As gods, they naturally didn't want to be controlled by someone else. Scram. On the other side of Lei Gong's hall, Lin Ling was the first to let out an angry roar. The stairs of wisdom poured out like a mirror, scattering all the mysterious forces that were trying to approach. On the other hand, treasure god Nanwu Fingyu was surrounded by snow and wind in a 5-meter radius, which also blocked the mysterious force. As for pure Lady Bai, the mysterious force naturally couldn't invade her body. Everyone, come closer to me. Lin Ling shouted to the crowd. Yu Yu and the others heard him and immediately came closer. Wrapped in Lin Ling's stairs of wisdom, the mysterious force couldn't invade them at all. Who are you? Why are you suddenly attacking us? At this time, someone looked at the people above the gale. This person was Xian Wuba. Because he was still heavily injured, he couldn't break free from the bindings, and a mysterious force entered his body. Hee hee, Burning Hearts people. On the gale, a man smiled faintly. He wore a Taoist robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked ancient and very mysterious, however, his strength was unfathomable. My name is Jai Xing, and I'm here on orders. The man said again, and then flicked a finger at Xian Wuba. You should be a god from the age of gods, right? Unfortunately, you're still a minor god. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, Xian Wuba's body twitched, and his face twisted. He screamed in pain, as if he was being tortured inhumanly. I'll give you a chance. Join us, Burning Heart, and you'll have a chance to live. The mysterious man called Jai Xing said with a smile. Bullshit. Xian Wuba shouted angrily, but he was already thinking of retreating in his heart. Because the other party was too strong, and his life was in their hands. However, his arrogant words were exchanged for death, and he didn't even have the chance to hesitate. The mysterious people obviously didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with Xian Wuba. After laughing, they waved their hands gently. Ah! Xian Wuba screamed, and his hands hugged his head tightly. Then, he gradually quieted down. He floated in the void, motionless, as if he was completely dead. Even after his death, his expression was incomparably peaceful, as if he was sleeping. However, this kind of death without knowing why was the scariest. Even the gods didn't know how he died. At this time, everyone's face turned serious. Even the great gods of Spirit Nation squinted their eyes, surprised by the origin of this group of people. Burning Heart, could it be that they were ancient great gods from the chaotic realm? Only Taoist Duobao had an unfathomable smile on his face. For a moment, he didn't say anything and just watched quietly. There are only 2 missions for this trip. First, to take away all the world wills of the 9 states void. Second, to find a person called Lei Gong Lin Ling. Beside Jai Xing, an old man said indifferently. Compared to Jai Xing, he was more dignified and ruthless, as if the 9 states void were ants to him. Burning Heart? At this time, a faint laugh slowly drifted over. It was Lin Ling's voice. Why is only Burning Heart here? What about White Mountain and Dang Xian? Don't tell me that your Burning Heart represents the entire White Mountain and Dang Xian. Lin Ling smiled calmly. Last time at the Sacred Mountain, he knew that White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian were extremely ancient forces in the chaotic realm. Now, only Burning Heart had appeared. Moreover, although he didn't know who was the next host body of the world's will, he seemed to be related to White Mountain and the three great divine gates. Could it be that behind the three great divine gates, there was actually a host body of the world's will? And it was an ancient primordial chaos god? Who are you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man frowned, and a huge pressure swept over, suppressing Lin Ling. This was the strength of a mid-level deity. Whoosh, however, before the pressure could reach them, the sound of the celestial river could be heard. The rolling river suddenly appeared around the people in the Thunder God Great Hall, blocking the pressure. Eh? A middle god? I didn't expect there to be a middle god in the void of the 9 prefectures. Isn't the great god of the spirit nation the most powerful? This change shocked the old man, but Xianxia suddenly laughed. Don't think that a middle god can protect you. If I, Xianxia, want you dead, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. This is the great Tao, and no one can surpass it. Is that so? Lin Ling didn't comment and nodded at Xingyi. Dong, Xingyi didn't say anything. The Eastern Emperor bell in his hand let out a deafening sound. It was as if everything was reborn. Crack. Crack, crack. The endless mysterious power that lingered in the void of the 9 prefectures stirred and revealed its true form. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a swastika. Dong. At this moment, the second bell rang, and all the swastikas shattered. The mysterious power hidden in the bodies of countless people in the void of the 9 prefectures began to stir. Dong. When the third bell rang, everyone felt their bodies relax, as if a chronic illness had been cured. The mysterious power that invaded their bodies had vanished. What is this? How can it break the great Tao horizon shackles? The faces of the gods above the gale changed. They didn't expect someone in the void of the 9 prefectures to be able to break their divine ability. For a moment, they panicked. Lin Ling saw their changing emotions and sneered. Not only did I break your great Tao horizon shackles, but I also want to capture you. Xingyi, attack. Dong, a huge ancient bell suddenly appeared above Xianxia and the others and suppressed them with a domineering force. Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the ancient bell, the old man's eyes trembled violently. He finally had a guess, but the more he confirmed it, the more shocked he was. At this moment, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Who are you? The old man stared at Xingyi. However, before Xingyi could speak, a voice suddenly drifted over. This person is the successor of the Eastern Emperor Tai. His name is Xingyi. Not long ago, I heard about his appearance in the Chaos Realm. I didn't expect him to be one of Lei Gong Lin Ling's men. Crackle. In the distance, flames billowed into the sky as rolling clouds of fire surged over. Upon closer inspection, a huge palm leaf fan appeared there. On the palm leaf fan, a large number of gods had their hands behind their backs as they stepped on the palm leaf fan. Lantern Heart. Looking at this group of people, Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth. It was obvious that although they came from the same divine gate, their relationship was not very good. You can't even do such a small thing well. You're a disgrace to Burning Heart. If it weren't for the fact that we're kindred spirits, I would have taught you a lesson. A domineering voice came from the banana fan. The one who spoke was a Buddha. His brows twitched as the banana fan beneath his feet floated up and swept forward. Crash, endless raging flames appeared and coiled around the raging winds, as if they wanted to help Xianxia and the others. However, the Donghuan bell in the sky was indeed a domineering chaos divine artifact. It was able to resist the raging flames. This change made the Buddha frown. He suddenly shouted at Xianxia and the others, "What are you waiting for? The Donghuan bell is one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts. Although that kid has rough control over it, with the power of a chaos divine artifact, it's not something we can resist." Alright. Under the raging winds, Xianxia and the other experts unleashed their full strength to resist the suppression of the Donghuan bell. However, after the 2 gods used their full strength, the Donghuan bell seemed to be enraged. It shook violently as an ancient door appeared on the Donghuan bell. It was majestic as if it had opened the door to the primordial world. This was the door to heaven, and earth-shattering power flowed out of the gate of the heaven realm. It was so terrifying that it could easily destroy the void universe. The Donghuang Bell is said to be the most domineering. Those who don't have the bloodline of the Donghuang can't control it. Now that I've seen it, it's truly terrifying. The Buddha's expression turned grave as an arrow appeared in his hand. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he still gritted his teeth and threw it out. Hou-yi shooting sun arrow. The arrow was slow at first, but in the blink of an eye, its speed exploded as it shot towards the Donghuang Bell with endless flames. Dong! The arrow landed on the Donghuang Bell and a deafening sound was heard. Then, the arrow shattered, causing the Buddha and the other gods' eyes to tremble violently. The Hou-yi shooting sun arrow was also an extremely rare treasure. It was also a chaos divine artifact. However, it could not withstand a single blow from the Donghuang Bell. It would be a lie if the Buddha said that he was not heartbroken when such a precious treasure was destroyed. After all, the treasure did not belong to him. It was lent to him by a great god. Now that it was destroyed, he did not know how to explain it to his great god. However, the arrow was not useless. At least, it caused the Donghuang Bell to tilt a little. The mouth of the bell was not aimed at Jai Xing and the others. At least, it allowed Jai Xing and the other experts to escape. Although the mouth of the Donghuang Bell was tilted, the door to heaven on the ancient bell was still open. The destructive aura was even more terrifying. Saint Gi, retrieve the Donghuang Bell immediately. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly said. He had a feeling that Saint Gi could only use 1% of the Donghuang Bell's power. Now that the destructive power was about to appear, the Donghuang Bell would be out of Saint Gi's control. The final outcome would be the destruction of the void in all of Jiuzhou. In fact, that was indeed the case. At this moment, Saint Gi's face was a little pale and he could not control the Donghuang Bell. However, after hearing Lin Ling's words, he immediately nodded and muttered something. Ancient words formed in front of him. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on those words. The ancient words quietly bloomed with light, causing the Donghuang Bell in the distance to sway continuously, as if it was unwilling to give up. In the end, due to the power of Saint Gi's bloodline, the door to heaven slowly closed. Thank goodness! Saint Gi said. With a wave of his right hand, the Donghuang Bell flew back to him shakily. How terrifying! How could the Donghuang Tai allow that kid to control such a forbidden item? It's a pity that the Donghuang Bell is not controlled by the Donghuang royal bloodline. Otherwise, I would have already taken it. The Buddha said enviously after witnessing the power of the Donghuang Bell. When he thought about how he had wasted a chaos divine artifact, his heart bled again. There were a total of 10 sun-shooting arrows, and the Heart of Lanterns only had 2. Now, he had destroyed one of them. According to legend, these descendants could easily kill any intermediate celestial with their sun-shooting arrows. If they were paired with Hou-yi's sun-shooting bow, they could even kill an upper celestial. If he had known that the Donghuang Bell was so powerful, he would not have helped the Heart of Lanterns. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Then, the Buddha glared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to tear Lin Ling into pieces. The Buddha has decreed that we must take away Lei Gong Lin Ling today no matter what. Just as they were dumbfounded, more experts arrived in the distant sky. This time, the experts who appeared were on foot, but their auras were monstrous. The person in the lead was wearing battle armor, and he seemed to be stronger than the Buddha because the Buddha's expression changed when he saw this person. The man in divine armor held a pagoda in his hand, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Bai Shan's men. The Buddha and Jai Xing said at the same time. Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian were all here for Lin Ling. This news shocked all the gods in the void of the 9 states. They couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling could attract the attention of the ancient great gods of the Chaos Realm. Could it be that Lin Ling had a powerful background? On the contrary, Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Previously, there were experts from the chaotic realm who wanted to capture him on the Divine Mountain. Now that the 3 divine gates had appeared together, this was a very normal thing. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't worried. In his opinion, if the ancient great gods of the Chaos Realm wanted to capture him, there would be other ancient great gods who would help him. Just like in the country of eternity, there was a mysterious ancient great god who helped him through a life and death crisis. With the help of Xianxia of the 9 heavens, Lin Ling knew that he, Lin Ling, was not a nameless person in the Chaos Realm. Sir, don't worry, there will be ancient great beasts to help you. While Lin Ling was thinking, Xingyi secretly transmitted a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Xingyi seemed to have left for the Chaos Realm, and he probably knew a lot of things. Lin Ling suddenly felt that Xingyi still treated him as an adult. One was because of old friendship, and the other was because someone had asked him to help him, just like Xianxia of the Nine Heavens. Baishan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian are all bullshit to me. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at Baishan and the other experts with contempt. His expression was full of disdain. This guy, is he crazy? Upon hearing Lin Ling's torrent of abuse, all the gods were flabbergasted. Anyone could see that the gods of Baishan and the others could wipe out gods as easily as flipping their hands. Furthermore, they were from the primal chaos world, so how dare a trifling Lin Ling insult them? Lin Ling, as expected of Lei Gong. Just the thought of his violent temper was frightening. You're courting death. As expected, Baishan and the other elites were enraged. Any one of them could obliterate the entire Great Hall of Lei Gong, not to mention so many of them. Although the kid who controlled the Donghuang Bell was also very powerful, they could tell that it was difficult for the kid to control the Donghuang Bell now. Don't you feel ashamed? They thought that they were from the primal chaos realm and could strut around in the void of the 9 prefectures, but what happened in the end? None of us died. Instead, your treasures were destroyed and you're in such a sorry state. Are you guys invited here by the primal chaos realm to make fun of you? Lin Ling said again. Since there would be experts coming out sooner or later, there was no need for him to be afraid. He could scold them as much as he wanted to let them know that he, Lin Ling, was not that easy to catch. What a foul mouth. Lin Ling's words were not only vicious, but they also hit the nail on the head. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? The Buddha from the lamp heart was the most furious. Among the 3 divine gates, he had paid the greatest price. Even the Hoi sun-shooting arrow was destroyed. Fan, come. He waved his right hand, and the flaming fan floated over. He looked at Lin Ling and swept it fiercely, incomparably terrifying divine energy surged over. There were at least millions of them, this fan was capable of burning the heavens and the earth. Haha, I thought you were strong. This young master is standing right here. Let's see if you can kill me. Facing the terrifying divine energy of millions of divine energy, Lin Ling was secretly shocked, but he was not afraid. Yanfo, don't kill him. After the Buddha attacked, Baishan and Burned Hearts people anxiously shouted. Although they hated Lin Ling to death, they still remembered the Buddha's order. They had to bring back Lin Ling alive. Now that the Buddha was angry, he might even kill Lin Ling. This guy really wants to see the world in chaos. Whitewater Pure Maiden shook her head as she stared at the incoming flames. At this moment, she seemed to have a deeper understanding of Lin Ling. It turned out that this guy's arrogance towards her wasn't targeted at her, but rather, this guy was arrogant towards everyone. One had to know that there was more than one mid-celestial on the other side. There were 2 who were even stronger than her. If they really fought, she and Xingyi would not be able to protect Lin Ling, especially Xingyi, who was obviously exhausted and could not control the Donghuang Bell. Bai Shui took a step forward. Her robe fluttered, and she lightly slapped out with her palm. The water of the heavenly river overflowed, mixed with terrifying divine energy, and turned into a huge water god. This water god was incomparably strong, and its long hair was like a raging river. It was imposing without being angry, and it also slapped out with its palm, rumble. As if the absolute power of water and fire collided, the entire void continued to explode. After the water and fire merged, terrifying steam turned into a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. The temperature was so terrifying that even a lower celestial would be vaporized if they got close. Stinking woman, you have some skills. Wait for me to blow your heart out. The Buddha roared, and with both hands holding the huge fan, he swept it fiercely, as if the wind was supported by the fire. Flames rushed through the heavenly river and enveloped Bai Shui's body, burning continuously. What a powerful talent. She's at least a 2nd-grade mid-celestial. Bai Shui's eyes were solemn. A curtain of water flowed down from her body, constantly resisting the flames outside her body. It was obvious that she was having a hard time resisting the flames. However, in the eyes of the gods, they were secretly feeling lucky for Lin Ling. If not for Bai Shui by his side, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to escape death by now. Slaves, damn it. I want to have a dozen slaves like this. Thinking of how Lin Ling addressed Bai Shui as Bai Shui's pure maiden, the gods were envious. Today, Lin Ling did not show any strength at all. At most, he exchanged a blow with Patriarch Bull Demon, and all the external enemies were either dealt with by the slaves. How could they not be envious? Let's see how you block another move. The Buddha saw that Bai Shui was having a hard time resisting and sneered. He first stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's panicked and regretful expression. However, it did not matter if he did not see it. Who knew that Lin Ling was not flustered at all? Instead, he had his hands behind his back with a calm expression. Die for me. The Buddha was furious. His hands madly waved the fan. Now, he wanted to see how Lin Ling blocked it. Hee, Lin Ling, did you know that I would come? You're so calm. You really think I'm a hired thug? At this moment, a powerhouse finally arrived, a sword slashed down, the light was resplendent. It did not seem to be terrifying, but it revealed its sharpness and actually cut the ferocious fan in half. In the blink of an eye, beside the Buddha, a handsome man in a Taoist robe held a sword with one hand and hung it over the Buddha's neck. When the man appeared, all the gods fell silent. This was because none of them had sensed his arrival. Even the pagoda-bearing general hadn't sensed his arrival. As for the Buddha whose fan had been cut in half, his eyes were trembling. Compared to the others, he was more aware of the strength of the man in front of him. For a moment, the void of the 9 provinces seemed to churn with monstrous waves. Among everyone, only Lin Ling recognized the man because he was the Taoist pure son he had met once in the Kingdom of Eternity. He was also known as the Sword Ancestor, Lu Dongbin. During the era of the gods, he was known as Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Tao. Lin Ling, long time no see. However, you should have guessed that an ancient god would come, right? That's why you seem so calm. The man's long hair fluttered elegantly as he looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. I was only guessing. If no savior had come, I wouldn't have been able to escape death. Lin Ling said helplessly. However, Taoist Pure Sun shook his head because he didn't believe Lin Ling's words. This was because Lin Ling had been helped several times by the ancient gods of the primal chaos realm. Unless Lin Ling was an idiot, how could he not have noticed? Therefore, Lin Ling must have guessed that an ancient god would come to the primal chaos realm this time. In that case, the person who helped Lin Ling would definitely come as well. So he is the true ancient god. Watching Lin Ling and the man talk, the various gods had their own guesses. Today had been full of twists and turns. In the end, the ancient god turned out to be a sword immortal who seemed ordinary but had a sharp edge. Taoist Pure Sun. At the same time, the pagoda-bearing general also spoke in a low voice. His expression became more solemn. Clearly, he recognized the former and knew how powerful he was. Since the birth of the will of the world, the age of gods has experienced 3 great calamities. Under these 3 great calamities, there are not many gods left from the ancient era. Especially after the twilight of the gods, only 10% of the gods were left. Now, most of them are in the primal chaos realm. I am very surprised that the successor of the protector of the cult has joined the Buddha god's side. Taoist Pure Sun said as he looked at the tower-bearing general. Be it Buddhism or Taoism, they will all return to the same place. The general who carried the pagoda laughed. Taoist Pure Sun nodded and continued, I only have one purpose in coming here today. Now that the primal chaos realm is being devoured day by day, the storm of the world consciousness is making a comeback. Our position is in jeopardy, so I want to take them in and see if there's any chance of turning things around. Are they qualified? Speaking of that place, General Tower's expression changed. He frowned and said, you should know that not just anyone is qualified to enter that place. It takes a lot of effort to enter. Therefore, those who can enter must have absolute qualifications. Even I don't have such qualifications. Goo. If I say they do, then they do. Taoist Pure Sun withdrew his sword and smiled. You only represent the people behind you. It doesn't mean that the entire chaos realm will agree. The tower-bearing general snorted coldly. I know that, but what if I use the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace to exchange for it? Taoist Pure Sun suddenly said something that would shock everyone to death. The key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The pagoda-bearing general's eyes narrowed, and so did Buddha and star-plucking Star. They all looked at Taoist Pure Sun as if to ask how he knew the key to the 8th level. If you agree, I have a way to take out the key. You should know that this key only appears in the void of the 9 continents. The big shots of the Chaos Realm can't enter the void of the 9 continents, so they can't obtain the key. Now that I'm taking the initiative to hand it over, I'm sure the big shots behind you will be very happy. They'll help me this time. Taoist Pure Sun said again. At this time, the eyes of the generals flickered as if they were contemplating. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and the others were listening quietly. They had heard some news. The primal chaos realm was not as good as they had imagined. It was chaotic there, as if there was a powerful force devouring the entire primal chaos realm. All the gods were powerless to protect themselves. Perhaps this was the reason why the chaos realm had its sights set on the void of the 9 continents. However, for some unknown reason, the primordial beasts of the chaos realm couldn't casually enter the void of the 9 continents. It could be assumed that Taoist Pure Sun's group had spent a lot of effort to come here. After 3 waves of calamity, only 10% of the gods were left. Lin Ling thought. He didn't expect the chaos realm's calamity to be even greater than the void of the 9 continents. I agree on behalf of Bai Shan, but there are 2 conditions. First, we have to take away Lei Gong Lin Ling. Second, we have to bring back all the world wills in the void of the 9 continents. At this moment, General Toda finally came to a decision. I agree on behalf of Burning Heart. I agree on behalf of Deng Xian. Buddha and Jiaxing nodded as well. We can't agree to either of these conditions. Right now, all the gods in the Chaos Realm are paying attention to the world wills. If we leave them in the void of the 9 continents, we can still observe their every move. If we bring them back to the Chaos Realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. If the world wills are devoured, the storm will be even more terrifying. Taoist Pure Sun firmly refused. Damn it. General Tower and the others cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, they weren't as strong as Taoist Pure Sun and couldn't resist at all. Buddha had no choice but to comply with Taoist Pure Sun's wishes. However, he immediately said, then can we take away Lei Gong Lin Ling? That won't do either. Taoist Pure Sun still shook his head. Why? Lin Ling isn't a world will's host. He's just a minor god in the void of the 9 continents. Since when did you, Taoist Pure Sun, have the right to control him? Jiaxing narrowed his eyes and said furiously. This wouldn't do, that wouldn't do. They hadn't accomplished a single goal in coming to the void of the 9 continents. Although I don't have the right to control Lei Gong Lin Ling, you don't seem to have the right either. Moreover, if you can answer me, what do you want Lin Ling to do? If your answer is good, I'll let him go. Taoist Pure Sun looked indifferently at the 3 divine gates. The 3 divine gates opened their mouths, but they couldn't answer. This was because they had only received an order. In reality, they didn't know why they had to take away Lin Ling. Of course, they were still unwilling. However, at this moment, a mysterious fluctuation entered their ears. Their eyes flickered, but they all nodded in the end. Fine, we only want the key to the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. If you hand it over, we agree to open that place and let people in. Since that's the case, I'll agree on behalf of my side. Now that all of you have agreed, we still need the other primordial beasts to agree. Fortunately, all of them agreed before I came here. In the end, only you guys are left. Taoist Pure Sun nodded and walked towards Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling, I want all of you to enter a secret realm. This secret realm has existed since the beginning of the world. It's one of the primordial chaos, but when the calamity of the worlds will arrived, it collapsed and was maintained by the life force of a primordial god. In the end, that primordial god fused with the secret realm. This secret realm is of great importance, and none of you can miss it. Taoist Pure Sun looked at Lin Ling's group and said, however, it's very difficult to enter because that primordial beast is already asleep. If you want to enter, you'll need the power of several primordial gods to open it. Once you enter, you'll be able to enter and exit as you please. Once you enter, the realm will recognize you, so the qualification to enter is extremely precious. Since the ancient era, countless descendants of gods have entered. The eyes of Lin Ling's group flickered at Taoist Pure Sun's words, a secret realm that had existed since the ancient era, controlled by a primordial beast. Most importantly, countless descendants of gods had entered the secret realm until now. Could it be that Taoist Pure Sun wanted them to enter so that they could increase their strength? What's the name of this secret realm? Lin Ling immediately asked. The Tao realm. Taoist Pure Sun took a deep breath and said solemnly. It was clear that this secret realm was more mysterious than they had imagined. Okay, I agree. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Yu Yu's group. Yu Yu's group nodded as well. This time, the Tao realm was opened because of the key to the 8th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. You must seize this opportunity and enter as many people as you can. There are no conditions for this. The Tao realm only restricts those from the primordial chaos, such as me and them. Taoist Pure Sun continued as he stared at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. However, Lin Ling heard Taoist Pure Sun's voice. Lin Ling, the Tao realm also has the world's will. You must be careful. Bai Shan's group is a bit strange. You must be careful of them as well. Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he quietly replied, although I don't know why they're looking for me, I have a feeling that they're related to the world's will. What? Taoist Pure Sun was astonished. Why are you so sure? He asked solemnly. Back when I was at the foot of the sacred mountain, I obtained the stone tablet that was the host of the world will. However, when I wanted to investigate it, a powerful force destroyed the stone tablet. Before the stone tablet was destroyed, I vaguely saw the words White Mountain. This was interpreted by the great gods of the spirit nation. So that's how it is. Taoist Pure Sun's eyes flickered with an even deeper graveness as he continued, the master behind the 3 divine gates is no small matter. Without any evidence, we don't dare to rashly investigate. Don't tell anyone else about this. I can only tell you that the primordial chaos is currently in the middle of a storm. Being swept by the storm of the world will, the ancient giant gods are fighting against it. This has caused them to be unable to leave. However, one of the ancient giant gods told us that he saw the future, and you are the key to it. This is also the reason why we're helping you. Although we don't know what demonic power you have to make that primordial god so certain, this is all we know. However, you said that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are related to the world's will. Perhaps they have sensed something and wanted to take you away. Lin Ling inwardly nodded at Taoist Pure Sun's words. Only now did he know how terrifying the world's will host was. The great god of Spirit Nation was only a strand of hair. The powerful world's will host had already invaded the ancient era. Right, I have the key to the 8th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. Should I give it to them? Lin Ling said in a low voice. What? You also have a key? Taoist Pure Sun was shocked once more. The key he handed over before was clearly not Lin Ling's, but he immediately shook his head, no need. The 8th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace has a stone tablet recording the next worlds will host. This matter is of great importance. If we can find out who the host is, we can completely control it. As for the key you left behind, I reckon it's different from the other key. The key I'm talking about came from Taoist myriad treasures. Okay. Lin Ling replied. He didn't expect that although the primordial god didn't interfere, he had been controlling the world's will hosts all this time, including the great god of Spirit Nation. Okay, prepare the people. Remember, your strength must reach the realm of gods. After entering, if you can't hold on, you can immediately withdraw from the Tao realm and enter again after your strength has increased. Taoist Pure Sun finally said this before slowly walking towards General Tower Bearing and the others. Although they were quietly waiting, they seemed to be secretly chatting. Taoist Pure Sun arrived in front of them and nodded. He then looked at Taoist Myriad Treasures and said, Taoist Myriad Treasures, hand over your key. Hee, with so many ancient great gods here, I don't dare to disobey. Taoist Myriad Treasures had been quietly waiting. He smiled and waved his right hand. A ray of light fell into Taoist Pure Sun's hand and turned into a pentagram-like key. Lin Ling carefully looked at it and confirmed that it was different from the key he had. But then, he glanced at Taoist Myriad Treasures and suddenly had a feeling that Taoist Myriad Treasures seemed to have foreseen this scene long ago. As such, he felt that Taoist Myriad Treasures was even more mysterious. Looking at Taoist Pure Sun, He immediately made a few copies of the key and threw them to General Tower Bearing and the others. Let's begin. General Tower Bearing took the key and nodded. At the same time, a huge whirlpool began to appear in the sky. Wind and clouds surged, and it was very terrifying. The whirlpool was so big that it seemed to cover the entire sky. As the ferocious dark clouds turned, it gave people the feeling that they were going to devour the entire universe. Even though the vortex didn't emit any sound, both the gods and the cultivators felt their hearts rumble at this moment, and a wave of majestic might silently enveloped their entire bodies. What kind of power is this? Someone muttered, his voice trembling. Unfortunately, no one answered him. They only stared at the sky. Although they were afraid, they were unwilling to part with their eyes. It was as if the whirlpool had a magical power that attracted thousands of gazes. A new wave of energy arrived. It was as if a pair of large hands were tearing apart the vortex, causing the originally quiet vortex to start churning once again. The vortex also became bigger and bigger, as if it was a heavenly eye. Plop. Plop. Although the vortex was still silent, the rumbling in people's hearts grew louder. Open the way. At this time, another voice sounded. It was dignified and divine. The vortex in the sky grew bigger and the rolling sea of clouds seemed to have no end. Puff. The warriors of the 9 states began to vomit blood and retreat with pale faces. They tried to leave this terrifying scene, but no matter where they went, they could not escape the huge vortex in the sky. Open the way. But at this time, another voice sounded. Open the way. Next, several voices sounded in succession. At this moment, those who did not have the strength of a god vomited blood and retreated with pale faces. However, although this kind of pressure was enormous, it was not life-threatening. In fact, under this kind of pressure, some cultivators were even able to smoothly break through to the next realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. When the huge vortex stopped growing, a rumbling sound was finally heard. Endless gales blew down from the sky. If one were to stand in the myriad worlds at this moment, they would be horrified to find that a huge eye had appeared in the sky above the 9 states. Lin Ling, go in. Taoist Pure Sun's voice came from the gale. Remember, the moment you enter the Tao realm, you will also be an ancient god. Okay. Lin Ling looked at the people behind him and did not say anything else. Whoever wanted to enter would follow. He took the lead and shot toward the vortex in the sky. From afar, it looked like an arrow shooting toward the Tao realm, but soon, a beautiful tail appeared behind him. It was the people of Lei Gong's palace. Can we also enter the Tao realm? The eyes of the Curishan and the others flickered. Seeing Taoist Pure Sun nod, they led the other gods and shot toward the vortex in the sky. Behind them, the eyes of the other gods flickered and they also rushed toward the sky. They did not want to miss this ancient opportunity because they had also heard Taoist Pure Sun say that after entering the Tao realm, they would also be ancient gods. Humph. The Spirit Nation Great God let out a cold snort. He didn't enter but left angrily. He had a feeling that he couldn't enter the Tao realm. Great God of Spirit Nation, it's not hard for you to enter. But do you dare? Taoist Pure Sun suddenly laughed as he watched the God of the Spirit Kingdom leave. However, the God of the Spirit Kingdom sneered at Taoist Pure Sun and didn't enter in the end. Cunning indeed. The Taoist narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he could kill this god on the spot, but he didn't do so because he had a feeling that this god wouldn't die. This was only an avatar left behind. Moreover, before he came here, the ancient giant god had also told him that the great God of Spirit Kingdom could not die yet. This was because if he died, it would be another world will host that would devour him, and that world will host would become even stronger. However, even though the great god didn't enter, the Spirit Kingdom's warship majestically soared into the sky. In the beginning, the 4 spirit gods were afraid that Taoist Pure Sun would stop them. However, to their surprise, the Taoist only smiled and didn't stop them at all. This allowed them to no longer have any misgivings and directly soared into the sky. Although the Tao realm is a place of fortune, it is also a place of danger. Perhaps the Spirit Kingdom will die even faster if they enter. They didn't see Taoist Pure Sun smile and he secretly said to himself. Come, let's go as well. More and more gods soared into the sky. Of course, there was no lack of martial artists who wanted to reach the heavens in a single step. Unfortunately, before they could even get close to the huge vortex, the gales tore them apart. Sure enough, the minimum requirement to enter the Tao realm was to be a god. Moreover, even at this level, it was still very difficult because the closer they got to the vortex, the more ancient power rushed over as if it wanted to tear them apart. Of course, there were many of them. After joining forces, they were able to stop the terrifying vortex. Lin Ling was in the lead, so the pressure he faced became even greater. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that he didn't need to fuse with his innate talents. When the gale-like power rushed over, it seemed to have encountered a force inside his body and immediately weakened by a lot. It was an innate talent. He couldn't help but look back and found that outside of pure maiden Bai, treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others, as long as they had intermediate god talents, the pressure was continuously weakening. Yu, come close to me. Lin Ling then said to the people behind him. Yu and the others didn't have the talent of a medium god, while Lin Ling had the talent of several medium gods. Thus, he was able to block those storms for them. Lord Lei Gong, I can't go in. At this time an unwilling voice came from Lei Gong's palace. Upon closer inspection, many experts were stopped. If they took another step forward, they would immediately be in danger. You guys, go back first. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only say regretfully, many people were eliminated in Lei Gong's palace, but so were those below the god level. They hovered in the sky, looking at those who were getting closer and closer to the vortex, their eyes full of envy and unwillingness. They had heard that the opening of the Tao realm required the power of several ancient gods. If they missed this chance, they would never have another chance in their lives. Moreover, if they were lucky enough to enter the Tao realm, they could come out and leave at any time. Alright, we're going in. Lin Ling, who was closest to the giant vortex, looked up at the sky, then said to Yu and the others. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy and excitement, as if he had completely stepped into the most ancient world of gods. Yu and the others nodded excitedly. They had finally reached the end of the entire era, the end of the entire universe. Whoosh, under Lin Ling's lead, the few of them disappeared into the rolling vortex as if sinking into mud. Behind them, treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others were also very excited as they shot into the vortex. From afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. Countless gods were pursuing the great Tao of the universe, rushing into the Tao realm like a carp crossing a river. From this moment on, the strongest gods of the entire void universe have all disappeared. The warriors in the distance sighed as they looked at the giant vortex. Then, they also looked forward to seeing how the gods would change after the return of the Tao realm. Would they really have the strength of ancient gods? It's finally begun. The billowing smoke was like smoke, and as far as the eye could see, everything was hazy. The visibility was limited to a range of 10 meters, everyone was at a loss as if they were running between life and death. If they couldn't get out of this haze, perhaps they would walk all the way to death. Even though Lin Ling's soul force was powerful and his range of vision was much wider than the others, Lin Ling could only see the thick haze beyond 10 meters. What the hell is this place? Nanhua Fingyu's gloomy voice came from behind. Although he was from the Pantheon era, he was still a fledgling in the face of the ancient era. Lin Ling looked back and saw that there weren't many people left. Fortunately, his big brother and the others were here. Even Nine Lantern Fish and Luchin were here. This made him nod. This should be a primordial chaos. Suddenly, White Maiden frowned and said, "This is." The cloud layer formed when the primordial chaos first opened. I see. Everyone nodded and looked at White Maiden with reverence because she was the only intermediate god in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling, thank you. White Water Goddess looked at Lin Ling and said, "Don't worry. This is due to your fortune." Lin Ling naturally knew what White Water Pure Maiden meant by thank you. This was because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, she wouldn't have had the chance to enter this Tao realm. The Tao realm is now filled with ancient gods from several eras. If we, the latecomers, enter, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. So, after entering, if you feel that it's difficult to stay, then leave immediately and enter again when you're stronger. Lin Ling said to the crowd and continued to move forward. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the experts of Ling Nation, the 10 orthodoxies, and even the Green Lotus immortal ruler had all disappeared. They were probably in another direction. We're here. Suddenly, Lin Ling cried out in alarm. His soul force sensed that the mysterious mist was already dissipating. After he spoke, he finally rushed out of the misty land. Below him was an ancient and vast land. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and rolling rivers flowed. Black backs could be vaguely seen, which then sank into the yellow river water. They seemed to be some ancient divine beasts. In the middle of the torrential river, there was a huge island. The island was lush and verdant, densely packed with ancient trees. When the wind blew, the ancient trees swayed, as if a sea of trees was rolling. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of land outside the island. It was just that it was separated by a terrifying yellow ancient river. This is the Dao realm? Beside Lin Ling, everyone was also shocked. This aura is from the ancient era. White Water Maiden suddenly became excited. Although she was a figure from the primordial era, she had mostly cultivated in the era of the gods. Now, she had finally found that feeling of the primordial era. Let's go down, Lin Ling said to everyone. However, he also sensed that there were many experts hidden in the dense forest below, and those experts must be the gods of the primordial era. Bang bang bang. However, just as they were about to charge down, all of them suddenly collided with a barrier, and it was difficult for them to advance any further. What's going on? The young Qilin was shocked and tried again, but it was still blocked there. Ha ha ha. At the same time, a lot of laughter came from the dense forest below. It's been a long time since someone came. I wonder which ancient great god's successor they are. I don't know. These people are very unfamiliar. The last time I returned to the Chaos Realm, I saw that the Chaos Realm was being swept by the storm of the world will, causing more and more successors to enter the Dao Realm. These people might be sent by some divine sects. Now, if you want to enter the Dao Realm, you have to join forces with several ancient great gods. It's not as good as it used to be. These people who can enter here are probably not simple. Hee, whether or not they can enter depends on their abilities. Calm voices sounded from the ground. Under the vast and endless dense forest, countless gods stood there, looking at the sky. They were dressed differently. Some were simple, and some were wearing armor. They looked like gods from several eras. They stared at the sky with disdain. Although they knew that those who could enter the Dao realm must have a strong background, compared to ancient great gods like them, they were weak in every aspect. Other things aside, just the fact that they had cultivated here for tens of millions of years was enough to surpass this batch of newcomers. There's a good show to watch. These people can't enter. A man with a sword on his back smiled faintly. He was wearing a Daoist robe, a Daoist hat, and a peachwood sword at his waist. He was very mysterious. Among that group, there are a few who are not weak. The rest should be followers. On the other side, a few beautiful women stood under a tree. They held flower petals in their hands and gently sniffed them. Then, they said, "Those who can enter here are not strong, but their backgrounds are definitely not simple. If they are not the reincarnation of ancient great gods, then they are the descendants of ancient great gods. Generally speaking, most of them are gods who died after the 3 apocalyptic catastrophes. Of course, there are some exceptions who did not participate in the War of the Worlds will back then. Ancient great gods can still enter. No matter what, these people are newcomers. They are not strong. These women were not old. One of them was even 15 or 16 years old. However, the ancient great gods nearby did not dare to underestimate them. Because everyone knew that these 7 women were not weak. It was said that in their previous lives, they were the 7 fairies of the heavenly lake. Among these 7 beautiful women, 3 of them were reincarnations, and the remaining 4 were descendants. Although the Dao realm does not require great strength to enter, it would be a joke if you can't even enter the Dao realm. The man with the peachwood sword at his waist at the beginning said again. Suddenly, an older beauty among the 7 beautiful women laughed and said, "Maoshan, immortal ancestor, don't tell me you want to defeat them and get a Dao realm fragment. Isn't that what you guys are thinking too?" The man turned his head to look at the 7 of them. According to the rules of the Dao realm, any newcomer that arrives can be defeated by the older generation and exchanged for some Dao realm fragments. Of course, if we can help the newcomer enter the Dao realm, we will obtain more Dao realm fragments, and these Dao realm fragments are, this fragment is formed by an ancient great god and a Dao realm cultivator. It is extremely rare. You don't want to miss it, right? Humph. The woman snorted and said, although we don't get many Tao realm fragments, I think there are many ancient great gods who are eyeing the newcomers covetously. Moreover, I think that the ancient great gods worked together to open the Tao realm, so there are probably many gods who entered this time. In the Lei Gong Hall, other than Lin Ling and a few others, no one had noticed the gods in the forest. What's going on? Second brother, why can't we enter? Sakura had tried a few times, but he still couldn't enter. He couldn't help but worry. Lin Ling, quickly think of a way. Young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling and said. Not only had Lin Ling surpassed him, but he was also more knowledgeable than him. He was the only pillar of support in the Lei Gong Hall. Lin Ling looked at Pure Maiden Bai, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu, and even the giant ghost. However, the three of them shook their heads. They couldn't understand this strange scene because they had used all kinds of methods, but they couldn't find anything. Lin Ling also used his soul force to investigate. To his surprise, he couldn't find anything either. Everyone, spread out and look. Maybe there's an entrance. After a while, Lin Ling ordered everyone. Although they had just entered the Tao realm, it was inevitable that they would encounter danger. However, it seemed that there were some taboos blocking them. This meant that the danger would also be blocked. Everyone nodded and spread out to search. Pure Maiden Bai, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu, we have 2 hours as the time limit. Go as far as you can and see if you can find the entrance. After 2 hours, no matter what happens, everyone must come back. Lin Ling said to Pure Maiden Bai and the others. Okay. Pure Maiden Bai and the others nodded. Then, Lin Ling also sped up and dashed in one of the directions. After an hour, Lin Ling rushed out of the island and hovered in the sky. Below him was a rolling yellow river. Roar. Suddenly, a huge crocodile rushed out from the river and bit at Lin Ling. Looking at its momentum, even Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist it with all his strength. Not only was this ancient crocodile huge, but its skin was also filled with sharp bumps. Although its godly energy did not seem strong, what was terrifying was its fleshly body. With Lin Ling's many years of experience in cultivating his fleshly body, this ancient crocodile's fleshly body had reached the power of 50 million worlds. However, just as the giant mouth was about to swallow Lin Ling, an invisible force in the sky stopped the giant crocodile. Ka ka ka. Even when the giant crocodile bit the sky, its teeth, which were as hard as mountains, were all shattered. When he looked at the sky again, he found that it was completely unaffected. Just as I expected, any danger is blocked. However, this primordial giant crocodile is too ferocious. I'm afraid it has a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat and continued forward. Roar. At this moment, another giant crocodile appeared. Without a doubt, it was blocked by the mysterious force again. Next, more and more giant crocodiles rushed out of the water, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was hard to imagine that if Lin Ling did not have the mysterious force blocking his feet, he would definitely be swallowed alive. This place is so big. It's just a river around the island. It looks small from the sky, but if you want to cross this river, you will need to spend a lot of time. Lin Ling said with a frown as he gradually got used to the giant crocodile under his feet. After calculating the time, he estimated that he would only be able to walk out of the river in an hour. He did not think that he would be able to find any entrance. It seems that I have to go to the square prison and ask. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately took out the square stone tablet. Do any of you know the Tao realm? After entering the prison, Lin Ling said to all the prisoners. The square prison was silent for a moment. Then, one by one, the prisoners came to the front of the prison and looked at Lin Ling. Sir, if you know the Tao realm, you will let us out. A devil-like prisoner laughed and said. You guessed it right. Lin Ling sneered and formed a seal with both hands. Then, crackling sounds came from the cell. The great calamity of the prison had arrived. The insufferably arrogant demonic god was wreaked havoc until he spat out green smoke. Sir, you are ruthless. I only said one sentence. Do you want to serve me with the great calamity? The demon god cried and said. He was a great god from ancient times, but after being imprisoned, his life was worse than a dog's. Whoever says more nonsense will end up like him. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to say coldly. All the prisoners did not dare to talk nonsense. Sir, I know. I know too. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. It came from the top floor of the prison, and the prisoners locked up there, whether it was strength or background, were even more terrifying. Lin Ling immediately went upstairs and pointed at an old man. This old man had a head of red hair. According to the records, he was called the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor. He was a primordial giant god from ancient times. He was imprisoned because he lost a great battle with another primordial giant god. What do you want? Lin Ling looked at the old man and asked. Sir, please find me a successor. He is called the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor. I haven't seen him for many years and I miss him. The old man said with a smile. That's all? Lin Ling said coldly. That's all, that's all. As long as the child knows that I am still alive, it will be enough. Let him not worry about me too much. The old man nodded. Child? Isn't he called the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor? He is already a Rainbow Cloud Ancestor. How can he be a child? Lin Ling frowned. Although he is called Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, he is still a child in my eyes. When he was young, I was beside the river Styx. The Rainbow Cloud Ancestor smiled and said with nostalgia. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Ling had to interrupt him and said with a frown, let me ask you. After entering the Tao realm, why is there a force stopping us from entering? Sir, that is the primordial aura. The Rainbow Cloud Ancestor explained, this is the strand of primordial aura that did not dissipate after the primordial world was formed. Later on, it was refined by an ancient giant god and merged with the Tao realm. In order to open the primordial aura, one needs to have the body of a mid-god divine embryo and activate their talent. If one has the ability to activate the primordial aura, the door will open. Of course, if one has a mid-god divine embryo or above, one person will be enough. Or if 10 mid-gods work together, even if it is just a low-god divine embryo, they will be able to open the primordial aura. I see. Lin Ling nodded. The primordial aura is formless and colorless. It can only be seen by one's talent. As for how to use it, I can give you some pointers. After the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and a ball of light floated out of the cell. Lin Ling caught it and scanned it with his soul force. Immediately, he knew how to use the divine embryo to check the primordial aura. Where is your disciple, the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor? Lin Ling asked. That child, at the mention of the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, the old man's face turned doting and his eyes were filled with nostalgia. Stop, stop, stop. I didn't hear you talking about the past. Get to the point. Seeing that the old man was going to nag again, Lin Ling stopped him immediately. He imagined the two old men cherishing each other. One of them looked at the other with doting eyes and called him child with tears in his eyes. Lin Ling felt goosebumps all over his body. No wonder you came to me on your own initiative. You are in the Tao realm. But according to the years, your ancestor Red Cloud should be from the same era as you. How could he enter the Tao realm? Lin Ling touched his chin and asked curiously. Haha, that child did not participate in the War of the World Will, so the Tao realm did not stop him from entering. The ancestor laughed. But you must be careful. The Tao realm gathers the ancient gods of 3 eras. If you do not have the corresponding strength, it will be difficult for you to enter the Tao realm. By the way, gods won't die in the Tao realm. Will not die? Lin Ling was shocked. The Tao realm is a place for the reincarnated gods of ancient times to grow up. Of course, the ancient gods wouldn't let the gods perish. Of course, that's only relative. It's said that gods only have 3 chances. When they are on the brink of death, the Tao light will protect them, and they can save their life. However, I've heard that some gods can only save their lives 4 times, while some can only save their lives 5 times. Moreover, for ancient gods who have died many times, if we use the previous method to stimulate their talents, we can roughly see it clearly. The old man continued. So it is the help of the Tao realm. Lin Ling finally understood. He felt strange. How could there be an immortal god? He asked again, then in the Tao realm, how did the ancient gods grow? Tao realm shard. Everyone who enters the Tao realm has a Taoist medallion, which is a Taoist medallion formed from primordial chaos. You can use the Taoist medallion to trade treasures with people in the Tao realm. Furthermore, the Taoist medallion contains instructions from the ancient megagods. Once completed, one can also obtain the fragments of the Tao realm. Now, the ancient gods are fighting against the storm of the world while in the chaos realm. They cannot leave, so they let the ancient gods do things for them. Moreover, there is a Tao Tower in the Tao realm. This Tao Tower opens at a certain time. Every time it opens, there will be an earth-shattering event. I remember that the last time it was opened, all the ancient great gods fought with the will of the world, and the will of the world was forced to retreat to the primal chaos realm. There are even rumors that the ultimate peak of the Tao Pagoda is to become the master of the universe and completely possess this Tao realm. The old man continued, in truth, there are still many mysteries about the Tao realm. However, I don't know much about it. If you want to know more, you can look for Old Third Ghost. Rumor has it that he knows a bit about the Tao realm and was one of the first ancient gods to enter the Tao realm. You should have been locked up here for a long time. Why are you so familiar with the Tao realm? Lin Ling asked again. Hee, my lord, how could we not have some tricks up our sleeves when we've reached our level of strength? Although they've been imprisoned, there are still some people in the outside world. Ancestor Hong Yun immediately said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling instantly frowned and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, this means that if I leave the prison, you can let those people kill me. This is an extremely simple matter. My lord, I wouldn't dare. Although we have some people in the outside world, they are all scattered in the primal chaos realm and the Tao realm. Some of those people are successors, some are doppelgangers, and their strength is not strong at all. Moreover, we only communicate through some thoughts. It takes a lot of time and effort. For so many years, I've only spoken less than 100 words with that doppelganger in the outside world. Unfortunately, that doppelganger died in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to ask you to find that child Hong Yun." The old man hurriedly explained. As for Old Third Ghost, he's about the same. It takes 100,000 years for the people in the outside world to transmit a thought to him. Now that he's been trapped for so long, I'm afraid that the people in the outside world have died. However, Old Third Ghost should be very familiar with some of the places in the Tao realm. After all, he's one of the earliest people to enter the Tao realm. Moreover, I've heard that there are a few ancient giant gods imprisoned in the square prison. They are the terrifying ones who are incomparably familiar with the Tao realm and even the Tao Tower. The Tao realm was prepared in the primordial era. It is said that it is the only trump card against the will of the world because this is the only variable that will appear in the great tribulation of the universe. This is also the place that allows the ancient great gods to grow rapidly and possess a host body that is not weaker than the will of the world. The old man continued to speak. According to Pure Sun, the primal chaos realm is in imminent danger and many places are constantly being destroyed. No wonder they need the Tao realm. This is because this is the safest place for the ancient great gods to grow rapidly. Lin Ling secretly guessed. He looked at the old man and said, "Well, I'll try my best to help you find Ancestor Hong Yun. As for Old Third Ghost, after we enter, I'll try to talk to him." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir. Actually, with the square prison, sir, you will definitely become a powerful figure in the future because there are too many ancient great gods imprisoned in the square prison. Through their mouths, sir, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, there are still a few such prisons in the past. If someone else obtains them, those people will definitely become powerful figures in the future. Now, let's see who grows faster." The old man looked at the departing Lin Ling and said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything else. In fact, how could he not know this? This prison had helped him several times. It seemed that the fairy of the 9 heavens had come to help him with this prison. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling calculated the time. It was almost time to gather. He hurriedly flew in the direction of the island. After a long time, a large number of people had already gathered in front of him. When they saw Lin Ling flying over, their faces lit up with joy. Lin Ling looked carefully and found that White Water Pure Maiden and the others had returned. However, from their gloomy expressions, it was obvious that they did not find any entrance. Lin Ling was not surprised because he already knew that there was no entrance to this Dao realm. It had to be opened by someone. Lin Ling, how is it? Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu walked towards Lin Ling and asked anxiously. Beside him, Whitewater Pure Maiden was the first to report the results of her investigation. I left the river, but the distance is vast and boundless. I can't see any entrance. It's strange because I can't see anything blocking me. However, I can't enter. Oh right, the surrounding river is very powerful. The giant crocodile's body is ferocious. Its strength is not weaker than a mid-god. Now, if we can't enter the Dao realm, then this trip will be in vain. We will have missed our chance. Yes. If only my father was here, he would have heard of the Dao realm. She added. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head. The Dao realm was too ancient. Even Sky River Water God had only heard of it, not seen it. I wonder how Ling Nation and the 10 orthodoxies are going to enter. Someone else asked. It's simple, someone is helping them. Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice was heard. Under the sky, a figure was slowly walking towards them. He had a peachwood sword hanging on his waist and a calm look on his face. He was only a dozen meters away from the people of the Thunder God Great Hall. However, everyone knew that there was a mysterious force blocking their path. They had entered Lei Gong's Great Hall. Actually, there's a barrier between us. It's called the Primordial Aura. The man said. Nanhua Fingyu and the others were shocked. Primordial Aura? Why couldn't they see it? It's normal that you can't see it. Not everyone can see the Hongmeng Qi. However, I can tell you that it's impossible for you to open it with your strength. The only way is to ask for the help of an ancient great god in the Dao realm. The man seemed to have guessed their thoughts and continued, I'm the Maoshan Immortal Ancestor. I'm here to help you. You might think that I'm lying to you, but unfortunately, no one else can help you. Also, White Maiden, I've heard of you in the past. Your name? I've heard of you too. Maoshan Immortal Ancestor, the founding god of Taoism. I remember that you died back then. Why are you here now? White Maiden stared at the man, seemingly familiar with him. I'm indeed dead. In fact, I'm the reincarnation of the Maoshan Immortal Ancestor. Alright, do you need my help? The man smiled. What's the condition? Whitewater Pure Maiden immediately asked. 3 Dao Realm shards each, it's that simple. The man didn't hide anything. What's a Dao Realm shard? Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu spoke as well. Haha, some unimportant things, but they are very important to me because they are related to my talent and can improve my talent. So, all of you just have to make a blood oath and say that each of you owes me 3 Dao Realm fragments. If you don't return them, it will be difficult for you to enter the Dao Realm in the future. The man nodded. Then, he revealed an admiring expression. I'm a very trusting person. So, don't let me down. So simple. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall frowned, and many of them were tempted. This was probably how Spirit Nation and the 10 orthodoxies entered. Perhaps this was an unwritten rule of the Dao realm, unfortunately, they did not see it. Many ancient gods in the forest were laughing mockingly as they watched. The Maoshan Immortal Ancestor duping the newbies. The newbies are so stupid. I can't believe they believed the Maoshan Immortal Ancestor's words. I wonder if they'll cry when they find out the importance of the fragments after they enter. Haha, that's for sure. But the Maoshan Immortal Ancestor said that I'm a very trusting person. He's really fooled us all. All in all, we finally have some Dao Realm fragments. The Maoshan Immortal Ancestor said that everyone who saw it will get a share. We'll all get 1 Dao Realm fragment, and he'll get 2. The ancient gods whispered among themselves. Not only were their expressions full of mockery, but they were also excited. You only need Dao Realm fragments? But how are we going to get them, and how are we going to give them to you? You're not trying to trick us, are you? At this time, Bai Shui Sunu was cautious and asked again. Fair Maiden Bai, you're too much. They can doubt me, but you're from the same era as me, and yet you're doubting my character. You should know that gods who enter the Dao realm are here to fight against the will of the world. We all want to see you become stronger. That's why I'm here to help you, but you're doubting me. The Maoshan immortal ancestor seemed to be angry. No, I'm just curious. How do we get Dao realm fragments? Fair Maiden Bai quickly explained, afraid that he would leave in a huff. It's simple. Everyone will get one Dao realm fragment every 100,000 years, so you can pay me back in 200,000 years. As for the first 100,000 years, that won't be necessary, because you'll get a Dao realm fragment as soon as you enter the Dao realm, and you'll be able to return to the heavenly realm. Said Fair Maiden Bai. Alright, I'll ask for your opinion. Fair Maiden Bai finally nodded, then looked at treasure god Nanwufingyu. Although they all felt that something was off, they had no idea what Dao realm fragments were for. Moreover, if they couldn't even enter the Dao realm, then the fragments were all fake. Therefore, after exchanging glances, they all agreed to the Maoshan immortal ancestor's request and swore a blood oath. The Maoshan immortal ancestor chuckled inwardly when he saw their expressions. These idiots had finally fallen for his trick. As long as they discovered the blood oath, as long as they were in the Dao realm and under its jurisdiction, the blood oath could never be violated. Just the thought of getting 3 Dao realm fragments so easily was enough to excite him. Is that enough? At that thought, the Maoshan immortal ancestor said calmly, my time is limited. If you don't make a decision in 3 breaths, I'll be leaving. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Fair Maiden Bai and the others finally spoke, fearing that the Maoshan immortal ancestor would really leave. However, Lin Ling, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke, you can scram now. Scram? The Maoshan immortal ancestor thought that Fair Maiden Bai and the others were about to swear a blood oath, but one of the young men asked him to scram. Did he hear that right? In fact, even Fair Maiden Bai and the others thought that they had heard wrong. The situation was very clear. If the Maoshan immortal ancestor didn't help them, they wouldn't be able to enter the Dao realm at all. Therefore, the Dao realm fragments weren't important at all. Entering the Dao realm was the most important thing. Did I hear wrongly? The Maoshan immortal ancestor stared at Lin Ling, then opened his mouth and said again. Look at my lips. Lin Ling walked out and pointed at his mouth. You can scram now. If you don't hear me clearly, I'll say it 3 times. F*CKU, get the hell out of here. F*CKU, get the hell out of here. F*CKU, get the hell out of here. His voice echoed endlessly, spreading to the depths of the forest, causing countless ancient gods to be flabbergasted. They actually asked the Maoshan immortal ancestor to scram, not to mention that this group of people had a favor to ask of them, even if they didn't. With such an arrogant tone, they had completely offended these ancient great gods. A group of newcomers dared to offend an ancient god? Did they have a death wish? Fine, I'll get lost now. Let's see how you're going to get in. The Maoshan immortal ancestor snorted and turned to leave. In his opinion, the young man was just a nobody. Bai Shui and Plain Maiden would definitely complain about him for speaking so carelessly. He turned around slowly on purpose, waiting for Plain Maiden and the others to ask him to stay. When that time came, he would raise the price. However, when he took 1 step, there was silence behind him. He took 2 steps, but there was still silence behind him. He took 3 steps. The Maoshan immortal ancestor could not take it anymore. He turned around and saw that Plain Maiden and the others were already talking to the young man. None of them were looking at him, let alone asking him to stay. How could this be? The Maoshan immortal ancestor's expression was ferocious. He was a primordial god, and yet he had ended up in such a humiliating state. It was as if not only did they not care about his high and mighty reward, but they also treated him as a scammer. Fine, I'll see how you're going to get in. Let me tell you, the primordial aura is not something you can see. Don't even think about entering the Dao realm for the rest of your lives. The Maoshan immortal ancestor gritted his teeth. He wanted those people to regret their actions. Lin Ling, I see it. However, as soon as he said that, an old man exclaimed. It was treasure god Nanwufingyu. He looked down at his feet with an excited expression. I see it too. Soon, a few more voices were heard. Not only did the people in Lei Gong's main hall ignore the Maoshan immortal ancestor, but they were also staring at their feet. Some of them even touched the primordial aura with their hands. It was obvious that they had seen it. To see the primordial aura, one had to check it with their innate talent. Only primordial gods would know about that divine ability. However, not only did one person see it, but many others had as well. You're messing with me. The Maoshan immortal ancestor felt as if someone had slapped him hard on the left side of his face. Humph, so what if you can see it? You won't be able to get in without our help. Just you wait, you'll come begging me. The Maoshan immortal ancestor refused to lose face. He gritted his teeth and said. Meanwhile, there was a lot of discussion in the dense forest. What ability does this group of newcomers have? They actually saw primordial energy. Damn it. I was still thinking of collecting some Dao realm fragments, but now, I'm afraid this idea of mine is going to be wasted. It's fine. Although those newcomers can see the primordial aura, it doesn't mean that they can enter. Without our help, they can only be arrogant temporarily. That's true. They were angry at first, but they soon sneered. Only they knew of 3 ways to open the Dao realm. The first was to have 10 gods attack at the same time. The second was to have a divine embryo of at least the 5th rank. 3. 9 gods with mid-god divine embryos had joined forces. Beg me, this time I'll take 5 Dao realm pieces from each of you. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had his hands clasped behind his back and was all ears. However, the expected voice didn't arrive. Instead, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Formless ripples spread out like ripples, because someone had already made a move on the Grand Mist aura. This person was precisely pure maiden white water. She didn't seem to have released her divine energy, but with a light pat of her palm, the originally transparent sky clearly changed. There were some changes. Obviously, this was an attack formed by his innate talent. This time, the Maoshan immortal ancestor felt like he had been slapped on the right side of his face. If these newcomers were lucky to be able to see the primordial aura, then being able to attack the primordial aura was no fluke at all. Could it be that there was a primordial god among these newcomers? What's the use of that? Don't think that you can open the Dao realm just because you have a divine embryo of a mid-god. You're not primordial gods, and you've just entered the Dao realm. How strong and talented can you be? I don't believe that you have 10 mid-gods. The Maoshan immortal ancestor roared angrily out of humiliation. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him from the beginning to the end. Damn these newcomers. Are they trying to make us happy for nothing? The primordial gods in the dense forest were also furious. However, they also didn't believe that there were 10 mid-gods among the newcomers. Gods of such strength usually only appeared in the Chaos realm and the Dao realm. No matter where these newcomers came from, having a mid-god was already very impressive. Boom, at this moment, the ripples in the sky appeared again. The primordial aura was shaking. That was because another powerhouse had made a move. It was treasure god Nanwufingyu. Although he wasn't a mid-god, he had a mid-god divine embryo. So they're using another method. They're using 9 mid-god divine embryos to open the primordial aura. The primordial gods in the dense forest came to a realization, but they also became even angrier. One had to know that the Dao realm had an unwritten path. Most newcomers relied on the help of primordial gods in the Dao realm. However, there was an exception this time. They couldn't get the Dao realm fragment, and it was as if they were being toyed with. In your dreams. Aside from the Chaos realm and the Dao realm, there are very few mid-god divine embryos in the other universes. I don't believe that you have 9 mid-god divine embryos. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was so angry that he lost his mind. He kept investigating the newcomers and could vaguely sense that there weren't many people with mid-god divine embryos. That meant that the newcomers were going to fail in the end. More primordial gods in the dense forest used their abilities to investigate, and they came to the same conclusion as the Maoshan immortal ancestor. A bunch of clowns. They chose to fight us head-on because they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of us primordial gods, but they ended up even more humiliated. The 7 fairy-like girls next to an ancient tree sneered. The way I see it, they don't have more than 5 mid-god divine embryos, said a 16-year-old girl with great confidence. A million years ago, they'd been teased by primordial gods as newcomers. They'd long suppressed their anger, but when they wanted to vent, others wouldn't let them. Boom, at this moment, someone else attacked from the sky. It was Jilin, next was Holy Union. They were also the strongest existences in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Even Emperor Zhonglong and the others were slightly weaker than them. However, After Qilin, the only mid-god divine embryo left was Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. Qilin looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. After activating the realm-devouring beast's talent, he suddenly slammed his palm in front of him. Invisible ripples bloomed again, and this time, it spread thousands of miles away. So powerful. Many people in the dense forest narrowed their eyes, but soon their faces were filled with anticipation. Who else would be next? Who else? The Maoshan immortal ancestor roared. There were only 5 of them now. They were daydreaming if they wanted to open the Tao realm. Boom. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling slammed out another palm in the sky. This time, he used the Wraith Hell body talent. 2 mid-god divine embryos. The primordial gods in the forest felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The Maoshan immortal ancestor no longer felt like he had been slapped twice, but more like a dozen times. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling activated his talent again. This was the Wind Dragon talent. This time, the 7th god-tier divine embryo was revealed. Lin Ling didn't stop there. His right hand turned into the Heavenly Dragon innate gift and slammed down again, the 8th mid-god innate gift. 4 mid-god innate gifts. The primordial gods in the forest were shocked again and again. They didn't understand where this newcomer had come from. How could he have 4 mid-god divine embryos? In fact, apart from pure maiden Bai, even treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others were shocked. They remembered that Lin Ling didn't have that many mid-god divine embryos before he went to the Godland. Just one more. He must fail, he must fail. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was more nervous than ever. If Lin Ling succeeded, he would be greatly humiliated. One person can't have 5 mid-god divine embryos. From what I remember, there wasn't one in the primordial era, the era of gods, or even the chaos realm. There's no way such a freak exists. The Maoshan immortal ancestor shook his head. There was still hope in his heart. The primordial gods in the forest were silent. They felt like they had seen a ghost today. However, they had the same thought as the Maoshan immortal ancestor. One person couldn't have 5 mid-god divine embryos. After all, such a god would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Boom. But at this moment, the final straw that crushed their hearts appeared. Lin Ling, the 5th divine embryo. This was the Luai's true body. This kid. Even treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others were shocked. 5 divine embryos. What a monster. Lord Lin Ling is truly amazing, said Xinguei excitedly. Lin Ling wasn't simple at all, just like what the great overlord of the chaos world had said. After the 9 god embryos appeared, a 5-colored light appeared in the sky. The Grand Mist aura was completely revealed. If one looked closely, they would see that the Grand Mist aura covered the entire sky. It was boundless and mysterious. However, under Lin Ling's body, a gap appeared. It was more than 10 meters wide, and it was recovering at a very slow speed. My lord, it worked. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall cheered when they saw the gap in the primordial aura. After so much effort, they could finally enter the Tao realm. Lord Lin Ling is the best. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the adoration in their eyes became even more intense. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled faintly and led the group to the Tao realm. He glanced at the Maoshan immortal ancestor as he passed by. Lin Ling had already seen through the Maoshan immortal ancestor's strength. He was one of the strongest lesser gods, but unfortunately, he was not a mid-god. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Although the Tao realm had accumulated a large number of ancient great gods, not everyone had reached the intermediate celestial realm due to the length of time they had cultivated. Of course, stepping into the intermediate celestial realm was only a matter of time for those in the Tao realm. Ignoring the Maoshan immortal ancestor, Lin Ling led the group to the island. The Maoshan immortal ancestor stood silently in the sky, his face dark and his body trembling. The newcomers had ignored him again. Moreover, they had successfully entered the Tao realm right before his eyes. That was a great humiliation. It was the first time the Maoshan immortal ancestor had been so humiliated since he became a primordial god. Under the dense forest, the ancient gods had ugly expressions because no matter where they were, there was always an unwritten rule that the newcomers had to respect the seniors. But now, they had all been disregarded. Are they doing this on purpose? Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Although we're not the strongest among the Tao realm, we're still the inheritors of primordial gods. We'll definitely return to godhood in the future. These people are going too far by not giving us face. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from under the ancient tree. She seemed to be chuckling, but there was a hint of discord in her voice, which made the primordial gods' expressions even uglier. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all and brought everyone down. At the same time, the primordial aura in the sky shot out rays of light and landed between everyone's eyebrows, then disappeared. Dao antecedents. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up in Lei Gong's great hall. They vaguely felt something extra in their hearts, then, they opened their palms, and a colorful fragment appeared in their palms. The irregular shape of the fragment was none other than a Dao realm fragment. The Dao realm fragment seemed to be formed from primordial aura. According to the records of Dao antecedents, Dao realm fragments could be exchanged with primordial gods for treasures, and were extremely important. We were almost fooled. Everyone summoned their Dao antecedents and looked at the white jade slip with a sudden realization. Previously, the Maoshan immortal ancestor had told them that Dao realm fragments were useless, and they almost had to hand over their Dao realm fragments. Now, they all knew that Dao realm fragments were actually the key to growth in the Dao realm. Lin Ling also carefully looked at the white jade slip in his hand. Then, he realized that it seemed to be the help of this jade slip in order to leave the Dao realm. At the same time, there were a lot of treasures to exchange in the Dao antecedents. That also meant that as long as he had Dao realm fragments, Lin Ling's strength could also increase. One had to know that in the void of the 9 states, due to the limited resources, it was thousands of times more difficult for Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. It could even be said that it was impossible unless he was lucky. Now that he was in the Dao realm, everything was possible. Are you all deliberately messing with me? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted everyone's investigation. They saw the Maoshan immortal ancestor walking down step by step. The peachwood sword at his waist danced, and wisps of terrifying divine power spread out, forming a peach blossom cloud around his body. Seeing that, everyone looked up with anger in their eyes. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had almost fooled them, and now he had the nerve to be angry? What do you want? Lin Ling put away his Dao antecedents and looked coldly at the Maoshan immortal ancestor. We'll bet 10 Dao realm fragments. You and I will fight, and the winner will take them away. Do you dare? The Maoshan immortal ancestor stopped in his tracks and glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Lin Ling had made him lose all face and even caused him to lose a huge amount of Dao realm fragments. He was unable to swallow this insult. Maoshan immortal ancestor, if you want to fight, I'll fight you. The Maoshan immortal ancestor snorted coldly. While he was no match for plain Maiden Bai, the primordial gods on the island would side with him. If a fight broke out, plain Maiden Bai might not have the upper hand. The Maoshan immortal ancestor is so quick to issue a challenge to a newcomer. That young man may have 5 divine embryos, but that only means that he has extraordinary potential in the future. He's no match for the Maoshan immortal ancestor now. The group of ancient gods slowly walked out of the forest. They didn't seem to be afraid of pure Maiden White. After all, she was just a common god. They had seen plenty of Dao realm experts, and had even seen a common god fly past the island not long ago. Moreover, they were reincarnations of primordial gods. They were all middle gods back then, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Alright, I agree to fight you. However, I don't have that many Dao realm fragments right now. At this moment, Lin Ling also nodded in agreement. He had long found this swindler an eyesore. However, this was his first time here and he wanted to familiarize himself with the Dao realm. Since this swindler wanted to court death, he would fulfill his wish. Don't worry. As long as you agree to fight me, those fragments will be automatically sent to me when you get them in the future. The Maoshan immortal ancestor licked his lips. He did not expect the young man to be so impulsive as to agree to the challenge. I see. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that unless the owner of the Dao realm fragment agreed to the challenge, no one else would be able to snatch it. Moreover, after agreeing to the challenge, the Dao realm cultivator would have the power to control the fragments, and the winner would get to keep them. You may have 5 divine embryos, but you're underestimating us primordial gods. I don't believe that you've cultivated all 5 divine embryos. If you don't, you're just a sword without sword techniques. The Maoshan immortal ancestor slowly drew the peachwood sword at his waist. An ancient aura quietly spread out from the sword. Dao, that was the aura of Taoism. Perhaps to you all, those who have entered the Tao realm are primordial gods, but to me, only middle gods are considered primordial gods. Lin Ling also drew the tyrant song. The blood-red greatsword was filled with murderous intent. What an arrogant kid. Lin Ling's words clearly offended many ancient great gods. Although many of them had not reached the strength of an intermediate celestial, they were all reincarnations of ancient great gods. They were also intermediate celestials in their previous lives. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? I'll show you what a primordial god is. The Maoshan immortal ancestor roared and swung his sword, scattering the peach blossoms. Upon closer inspection, the peach blossoms were formed from paper talismans and possessed the power to ward off evil spirits. Mao Mountain was originally a place of Tao realm magic. As the immortal ancestor of Mao Mountain, the power he was adept at could counter the Tao of void demons and devils. His speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he erupted with the speed of 1,000,000 worlds and slashed towards Lin Ling. Clang, the large sword in Lin Ling's hand slashed out. After clashing with the peachwood sword, a deafening sound rang out. God's god power. Lin Ling was shocked. As expected of a primordial god, his sword was so powerful. However, Lin Ling also unleashed his physical strength. After fusing with 30,000 God's god power, he easily blocked the Maoshan immortal ancestor's sword. Lose. The Maoshan immortal ancestor roared. You're not enough. Lin Ling's 7 dantians surged with divine origin, the two swords clashed violently. The terrifying power caused the entire island to tremble slightly. Countless giant crocodiles rushed out of the yellow ancient river in the distance, roaring loudly. Of course, for some reason, those ancient giant crocodiles did not land on the island. Clang. Clang. Clang, the ear-piercing sound continued to be heard. The two swords separated as soon as they came into contact, and then clashed again. First part. Lin Ling could sense that the Maoshan immortal ancestor was getting stronger as the battle went on. He was also using part of his strength. He was now certain that the Maoshan immortal ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the Ox Demon Patriarch. That was because the Ox Demon Patriarch was not strong enough to force him to use the first part of his innate talent fusion. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was powerful because of his god power. As for the steps of the gods, he was not sure if he had them. After the first part of the fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly, and he began to suppress the Maoshan immortal ancestor. He did not use any martial arts. He was just relying on the purest of strength. That was Lin Ling's proudest asset. What did this guy use? Why did his speed, God's god power, and defense all increase? Many primordial gods frowned as they stared at Lin Ling. They couldn't understand. Lin Ling was a god who had come to the Tao realm for the first time, which meant that he hadn't cultivated for a long time. Moreover, he had 5 divine embryos, so how could he have had the time to cultivate? Disregarding everything else, just the cultivation resources alone were difficult to find. God Du Kong. At this time, the Maoshan immortal ancestor's strength increased again. A pair of white wings appeared behind him, and with a slight flap of his wings, countless talismans were scattered. The peachwood sword in his hand also became dazzling at this moment. His god power had increased to 200,000 god power. Second part. Suapaku. Lin Ling also activated the second part of the fusion. His speed reached 1.5 million realms. His god power increased to 50,000, and his god power increased to 50,000. Coupled with the divine embryos, he once again suppressed the Maoshan immortal ancestor. Of course, the most terrifying thing for the Maoshan immortal ancestor was that sword. Steps of the slaughter. In his eyes, a roaring sea of blood roared. The entire horizon had turned blood red, and within it, a sword slashed across the sky. Lin Ling's second part of the fusion made the Maoshan immortal ancestor realize that the young man was more terrifying than he imagined. Although he had 5 divine embryos, they did not slow down his cultivation progress at all. He was still domineering in all major areas, but now that the steps of the slaughter had appeared, he knew that he was going to lose. He had 1 type of mid-god divine embryo, while Lin Ling had 5 types. He was naturally weaker than Lin Ling. Even though his divinity force was strong, Lin Ling's 7 dantians and terrifying physical strength made it so that not only did Lin Ling's foundation not fear his divinity force, it even suppressed him. coupled with Lin Ling's 7 talents, the Maoshan immortal ancestor's secret negative influence did not affect Lin Ling at all. Whoosh, under everyone's shocked eyes, the sea of blood surging from the horizon drowned the Maoshan immortal ancestor, trying to kill him. The demon-slaying sword was never spared. However, at the critical moment, a 5-colored light gushed out of the Maoshan immortal ancestor's body, enveloping him and shooting into the sky. "I'll remember you." The Maoshan immortal ancestor stared at Lin Ling coldly while being enveloped by that power. His expression was full of ferocity. The Maoshan immortal ancestor died once. The primordial gods around them muttered. They naturally knew what happened. The Taoist realm had sensed that the Maoshan immortal ancestor was about to die, so they protected him and sent him to the Taoist realm. In that case, the Maoshan immortal ancestor had wasted a chance. Most primordial gods only had 3 chances. The Maoshan immortal ancestor is truly a disgrace. Next to the ancient tree, 7 beautiful women were full of disdain for the Maoshan immortal ancestor. For better or worse, the Maoshan immortal ancestor from the Age of Gods was someone who had been bestowed a divine position. He was also worshipped by the common people and was omnipotent in subduing demons and devils. But now, he was defeated by a newcomer, throwing away their primordial god. Shame. After the mockery, they stared at Lin Ling, curious about this newcomer's background. Generally speaking, those who could enter the Tao realm definitely had a great background. Could this newcomer be a great god from the primordial era? One had to know that in the Tao realm, the primordial gods were divided into the Age of Gods and the primordial era. The primordial era was similar to the primordial era, but in fact, it was before the primordial era, a period after the primordial era. These primordial gods could be considered the first batch of gods after the creation of the world. In fact, even treasure god Nanwu Fingyu and the others were surprised because they could see that the Maoshan immortal ancestor was stronger than the bull devil patriarch. They thought that Lin Ling would go all out, but it was clear that Lin Ling won easily. This guy's strength has probably surpassed mine. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu sighed. In the past, Lin Ling fainted in the 9 provinces' 7 forbidden grounds. It was treasure god Nanwu Fingyu's granddaughter, Xiaoyu, who saved Lin Ling. At that time, treasure god Nanwu Fingyu didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. However, later on, Lin Ling protected Xiaoyu with his life, which moved treasure god Nanwu Fingyu. Later on, Lin Ling obtained the divine embryo of his close friend, Lu Eyes, which made treasure god Nanwu Fingyu consider Lin Ling as one of his own, and now, this junior from back then had become a god and was completely above his head. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu was deeply gratified by this. Among everyone, only Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. In fact, when he came out of the divine mountain, he was already a tyrant among the lower gods. After the trip to the shattered divine soil, he continuously increased the talents of his 3 divine embryos and his strength reached a heaven-defying level. Apart from mid-gods, he didn't fear any experts. Moreover, he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet because he had a feeling that it wasn't the right time yet. Next, Lin Ling checked the Celestial Return of Tao tablet and found that there were 11 Tao realm fragments inside. The extra 10 obviously came from the Maoshan immortal ancestor. It seems like Tao realm has brought the fragment to me. Lin Ling discovered that the Tao realm seemed to be ownerless, but everything here was governed by the laws. Everything here was governed by the laws. If I challenge you, I'll still give you 10 Tao realm shards. Do you dare? At this moment, a voice rang out. Under the ancient tree, one of the 7 beautiful women had spoken. This woman wore a long pink dress and looked very enchanting. In terms of looks and aura, she was one of the best. Compared to Yu and the others, she was on par with Whitewater Pure Woman. However, the 2 of them belonged to 2 different types of women. After all, they were the reincarnations of ancient gods. That kind of aura was definitely not something ordinary flowers could compare to. What a seductive woman. Yu and the others looked unhappy as they stared at the woman. For some reason, they felt that the woman seemed to be seducing Lin Ling. Hee, do you dare? That was indeed the case. The woman's voice was like a silver bell. Her limpid eyes were looking at Lin Ling, exuding a seductive aura. Sure. However, although Lin Ling was not an ancient god, he was also very experienced and was not tempted at all. His eyes did not even change from the beginning to the end. What a firm martial arts heart. The woman was slightly surprised. If Lin Ling was an ancient god, it would be reasonable for him to not be tempted by her. However, Lin Ling's background did not seem to be famous. "I will defeat you," the woman floated out. She looked enchanting, but a pink broadsword appeared in her hand. As she waved it, a pink haze filled the air. It was unexpected that this delicate woman was a goddess who used a broadsword. Moreover, that broadsword was probably a rare treasure. It was definitely a wanton treasure. Pink killing broadsword. Looks like the Peach Mansion 7 stars do not dare to underestimate that man. The ancient gods were also staring curiously. Crimson Tower. The woman's divine essence was activated. She was also a middle-grade divine fetus. And had reached the 2nd grade. Her every movement was like a goddess. Pink haze swallowed and spat out, which could affect the battle state of gods, and with a slash of her broadsword, a pink skeleton appeared. It was the skeleton of a goddess. It flew through the haze. At one moment, it was hell. It made people tremble with fear. At the next moment, it was heaven. Beauties were everywhere. Unfortunately, this did not affect Lin Ling much. Lin Ling's sword was decisive. A sea of blood roared. This guy. Sensing that her divine fetus could not affect the man, the woman's expression turned ugly. The reason for this was that the man's talent was higher than hers. Since her talent could not gain an advantage, then she would have to fight head-on. Rumble. In the pink haze, a single slash cut through the divine world. It had reached the power of divinity of 250,000 worlds. Clang. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling's power of divinity was only 50,000, his other domains were too strong. Coupled with the killing steps, whether it was his aura or attack, he greatly surpassed the woman. The sword and saber continued to clash. Yu, Sakura, and the others widened their horizons. In the end, the beauty decisively admitted defeat. What a pity. If the Peach Constellation 7 stars had 300,000 power of divinity, perhaps we could defeat him. 300,000 power of divinity is too rare. You have to know that 1,000,000 power of divinity is already a mid-level god. 300,000 power of divinity is almost half of a mid-level god. That's right. There are very few lesser gods with 300,000 power of divinity. All the ancient great gods sighed in their hearts. Another ancient great god had been defeated. This newcomer really couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, they only had a rough guess as to why this newcomer could win. They guessed that this newcomer's talent was too high and had been fully utilized. That was why he was so strong. I'll fight you. At this time, the 3rd ancient god appeared. Sure. If you win, the 20 Dao realm fragments I obtained earlier will all belong to you. Lin Ling nodded. You have courage. That ancient god was an old man. At this moment, he smiled with admiration. 20 Dao realm fragments, this was a huge sum. One had to know that if they did nothing, they would only get 1 Dao realm fragment every 100,000 years. If they had 20, it would take them 2 million years. The two of them did not speak anymore. They activated their divine powers and clashed crazily. Rumble. If such a battle took place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would definitely cause the void to collapse. However, the void of the Dao realm was too strong. Therefore, it only caused some ripples. The battle between the two of them seemed to be on par. Grandpa Treasure God, do you think second brother can win? What an impressive battle. Indra couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, young Demon Lord and the others also had solemn expressions. In fact, they were also rare geniuses in the 9 states void. Unfortunately, ever since they followed Lin Ling, their radiance had been overshadowed by Lin Ling. The main reason was that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Of course, although following Lin Ling gave them great pressure, it could also broaden their horizons. At least if they cultivated alone, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the Tao realm. The Tao realm was extremely important to them. It was related to whether they could become ancient gods. I admit defeat. After a full 2 hours, the old man took the initiative to admit defeat. This was because 60% of his divine origin had been consumed. He obviously couldn't win with the remaining 40%. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was panting as if he had reached his limit. This also made many ancient gods think that this newcomer had won by a narrow margin. If he was just a little bit stronger, he would definitely be able to defeat this newcomer. Of course, they weren't stupid. They also felt that it was a little strange. Although this newcomer had won by a narrow margin, he had unknowingly won 3 rounds. Could it be that this newcomer is still hiding his strength? If that's the case, then it's too terrifying. However, this possibility isn't high because there aren't enough treasures to increase one's strength outside of the Tao realm. That's right. Moreover, from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have cultivated for long. Everyone was constantly analyzing, but they couldn't see through Lin Ling. I'll fight you. If you lose, the 30 Tao realm fragments you won earlier will belong to me. How about it? At this moment, another person walked over. This person wasn't tall, but he was very burly like a block of wood. Moreover, he wore earthy brown armor and looked majestic. The Earth War God is fighting, and this guy has the nerve to fight? What's there to be embarrassed about? Although the Earth War God was a peak mid-level god back then, he's now an inheritance body and hasn't recovered his strength at all. Moreover, he's also a low-level god and has the qualifications to fight. Of course I know this, but he's still the war god of the ancient era. The ancient gods were shocked and discussed animatedly. The people in Lei Gong's hall stared at the short and fat armored man. Then, they heard the conversation between the ancient gods in the distance. They instantly knew that the short and fat armored man was not simple. Sure. Lin Ling looked at the man indifferently. I am a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity, one of the 5 gods of war, the Earth God of War. The armor seemed to admire Lin Ling's courage, so it revealed its origin. 5 war gods. Lin Ling was shocked. He had once read a mythical novel. The 5 war gods were incomparably powerful existences in the later stages of ancient times. Be careful. The Earth War God roared and his body trembled. His feet slammed into the ground and he merged into it. A divine embryo of the 3rd rank. Lin Ling also sensed the terrifying aura coming at him, but at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and then a wave of earth rushed out from under his feet, drowning Lin Ling. Looking at the front of the wave of earth, there were even more waves of earth coming at him. These waves of earth were mixed with an incomparably terrifying divine power. Clang, Lin Ling slashed out with all his strength, but when it landed on the wave of earth in front of him, a powerful rebound force came. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling felt pain in his hand. After his attack failed, Lin Ling immediately retreated. Rumble, as soon as he moved, the wave of earth drowned the place where he had been standing. What a powerful divine power. It's probably in the 300,000 range. Most importantly, there seems to be another power in the divine power. It's a divine staircase, and it should be of the earth element. Lin Ling, who was retreating, was shocked. The Earth War God was indeed powerful. The Earth War God's divine staircase is the stair of thick earth. He is just awakened not long ago, but he has already reached the sovereign rank. As long as he steps on the ground, the great Tao cannot be destroyed. If this goes on, the newcomer will definitely lose. He's definitely going to lose. However, he's just a newcomer, but they sent out the Earth War God. I have to say, this newcomer will lose honorably. In the distance, the ancient gods had already retreated far away. At the same time, they were constantly discussing. As for Lei Gong's hall, it was the same. In their eyes, the earthen wave was incomparably terrifying. This type of earth was no longer ordinary earth. It was the divine earth of the ancient era. Pung pung pung, a figure weaved through the wave. It was Lin Ling. He would occasionally slash at the wave of earth, but the wave of earth's rebound force was even stronger than before. What a powerful divine staircase. It's getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Ling was shocked. He decisively used the 3rd part of his innate talent fusion. His strength instantly rose. He gripped the blood sword and weaved through the earthen wave. The Earth War God's divine staircase was at the sovereign rank, and Lin Ling's divine staircase was also at the sovereign rank. So, after the 3rd part of his innate talent fusion, the previously indestructible earthen wave was pierced through. The 3rd part of his innate talent fusion was too powerful. His physical strength was 10 million worlds worth of power. His divine power was 80,000 rays. His speed had reached 1.5 million worlds worth of speed. Among them, his physical strength was the most terrifying. Defeated. The Earth War God chose a good time to attack. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 30 Tao realm fragments. At this moment, no one noticed Lin Ling in the earthen wave. Instead, they stared at the roiling earthen sea and spoke with envy, Xiao, but at this moment, the roiling earthen wave suddenly stopped. It froze in midair. Then, with a bang, it scattered down like sand. The sky was filled with earth and dust. It was a shocking sight. In the roiling dust, one could vaguely see a figure standing there. It was the Earth War God, and at his neck, a large sword flashing with blood light hung there. Beside him stood a young man in a grey robe. You lost. A soft voice floated out at the same time. The Earth War God didn't move. His eyes continued to flicker, as if he never thought he would lose. Once my divine stare took form, it would be like a heaven-sealing city. Even if a god attacked, it would be able to resist for a moment or two. But you defeated me before my divine stare took form. Then, the Earth War God seemed to think of something. He was shocked by Lin Ling's eyes and finally nodded helplessly. I admit defeat. 10 Dao realm fragments appeared in Lin Ling's Dao regression heavenly seat. How did he lose again? The Earth War God clearly had the upper hand. I don't know either. I saw the Earth War God's earthen wave constantly suppressing that rookie. When did that rookie come to the Earth War God's side? It looks like he has indeed hidden his strength. All the ancient gods stared at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's aura had changed. It carried a hint of nirvanic aura. The grey robe had also changed color, making it hard for anyone to forget it with a single glance. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 40 Dao realm fragments. Who else wants to fight me? Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to these ancient gods. However, he didn't want to miss out on the chance to obtain the Tao realm fragment by defeating them. Upon hearing this, all the ancient great gods fell silent. At first, they saw that Lin Ling was new and his strength was limited. However, Lin Ling had defeated 4 ancient gods in a row. Among them, the Earth War God was the most valuable. This made them realize that this newcomer's strength had actually surpassed many ancient gods. I've said it before. In my eyes, only mid-level gods can be considered great gods of ancient times. You are at most gods. Lin Ling saw that no one spoke. He spoke calmly, his voice full of sarcasm and disdain. The expressions of the ancient great gods turned ugly. A mere junior with a bit of strength, wasn't he being too arrogant? We've only cultivated for a short time. If we were at our peak, would you dare to say this in front of us? How arrogant. Many ancient gods said in low voices. Although they were not as strong as Lin Ling now, they were all indomitable ancient gods in their previous lives. How could they take this lying down? I've cultivated for a shorter time than you, right? However, Lin Ling retorted, leaving the ancient gods speechless. This newcomer had just reached the Tao realm. Naturally, his cultivation time was much shorter than theirs. If you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Lin Ling said again. Alright, I'll fight you. An ancient god couldn't take it anymore. He turned into wind and floated out. His entire body was wrapped in the fierce wind. This was Atlas Wind God. In the Age of Gods, he was an ancient god who controlled the wind and rain. He had once been conferred the title of a god. His strength was naturally his speed. However, in terms of wind, Lin Ling's talent, Wind Dragon, was also able to control wind and rain. Back then, this dragon ancestor had followed the Dragon King to control wind and rain. Atlas Wind God's strength was his speed. The fact that he could unleash the speed of 1,500,000 worlds made him one of the best among the lesser gods. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't win, he would at least be able to maintain an undefeatable state. However, Lin Ling had already fused with the third stage of his innate talent, and the power of 1.5 million worlds erupted as well. Defeat, the 5th person lost in the blink of an eye. Following that, Lin Ling invited the ancient gods to battle again. The 6th battle, the 7th battle, all the way until the 10th battle, everyone was shocked, including the Thunder God Great Hall. It was normal for Lin Ling to win 1 or 2 battles, but Lin Ling had won 10 battles in a row. Most importantly, his opponents were all ancient great gods who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Some of them had even cultivated for 100,000 years. I'm getting more and more curious about who this newcomer is. What era is he from? Moreover, he fought 10 ancient gods in a row. Won't his divine essence be exhausted? Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. He was simply a freak, a monster among low-level deities. He couldn't be measured according to common sense. Who else wants to battle me? At this time, Lin Ling also looked down on the ancient gods. His words also made them calm down. Although they didn't dare to battle Lin Ling, as ancient gods, they still weren't convinced by Lin Ling. Therefore, they all sneered and mocked Lin Ling for being a frog at the bottom of the well. He didn't know that outside the island there were countless experts, and low-level deities could only hide in a corner and not dare to come out. This guy obtained 100 Tao state fragments in the blink of an eye. Someone said enviously. In the Tao realm, no one had obtained so many Tao state fragments as soon as they entered. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Kid, with your attitude, you won't go far in the Tao realm. I advise you to hand over 90 Tao state fragments to appease everyone's anger. At the same time, a dignified voice sounded. Someone seemed to be jealous of Lin Ling's great harvest, so he wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the treasures. Lin Ling instantly smiled and looked at the person who spoke. His eyes were full of disdain. Previously, when he was fighting, no one came to stop him. Now, seeing that he had a great harvest, they immediately ran out to speak with a strong sense of righteousness. Did they think that Lin Ling was a fool? Are you going to hand it over or not? Seeing Lin Ling sneer, the ancient god spoke again with a dignified voice. This also made many ancient gods look over. Then, they were all delighted. Taishan Water Spirit Hailing God. This was a mid-level deity, and also one of the few mid-level deities on this island. The difference between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong a low-level deity was, at most, he could only barely block the attack of a mid-level deity. As for winning, that was something that would never happen. Now that a mid-level deity had appeared, wouldn't the newcomer obediently hand over the Tao state fragments? Are you the only one who wants my Tao state fragments? One person is too little. Lin Ling sneered and wasn't afraid at all. Count me in. Another voice rang out. Two men in cotton robes walked out with surging auras. Looking at the power of divinity they displayed, it was easily over 1,000,000 units. Taishan Fire Spirit Hailing God. As they gazed at the other man, they were shocked once more. Because this was another mid-level god. Just the two of you? Lin Ling looked at them from the corner of his eyes and still felt that it was too little. The two of us are enough. Although we can't get the Tao state fragments by killing you, you have to know that any god only has 3 chances to die here. Wasting one is one less chance. Do you really want to save those Tao state fragments to exchange for a life? Taishan Water Spirit Hailing God said coldly. His skin was dark, and he looked like a farmer. However, his eyebrows were very long, and he was imposing without being angry. This ancient god had been in the Tao state for a long time, so now he had recovered 70% of his strength. Do you also want to waste a life to rob me? Staring at the two, Lin Ling also spoke with a light smile. You're courting death. The two mid-level deities didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to threaten them. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you want to die, then I'll comply with you. Taishan Fire Spirit Hailing God shouted angrily. He had a head of red hair, and his legs were bare. He looked like an ancient god. It's not certain who will die. White Water Maiden, Saint Guy, kill them. After Lin Ling got the affirmation, he didn't waste any more time and said to Lei Gong in the distance. White Water Maiden? You want to fight 2 mid-level deities by yourself? You're courting death. And that kidney, what the hell is Guy? I've never heard of it. Many ancient gods were watching a good show. As for the other mid-level deities on the island, they sneered. Previously, they also wanted to attack, but the 2 mid-level deities took the initiative. Now, a group of newcomers dared to fight against mid-level deities of the Tao state. They were asking for a slap in the face, dong. However, just as this thought came to their minds, suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, causing the gods to feel dizzy. In a daze, they saw a huge ancient bell fall, smashing Taishan Water Spirit Hailing God to the ground. Even his shoes were sent flying. Ah! Ah! The other barefooted celestial fire spirit, Honorable God Qi Ling, was dumbfounded. Then, his feet began to tremble, a mid-level deity was killed in one move. This was too strong. He's dead. He was taken away. In the dense forest, all the ancient gods opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were fixed on the ground. There was a huge ancient bell emitting an overbearing aura. Although the light on the ancient bell was gentle, it was very ancient. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. What kind of treasure is that? It looks like the Eastern Emperor bell. God, could this person be the successor of the Eastern Emperor Tai? I'm so jealous. The Eastern Emperor bell is one of the 10 great chaotic divine artifacts. It is said that those who are not of the Eastern Emperor bloodline cannot control it. One astonished cry after another could be heard. Those gods hiding in the distance all narrowed their eyes. To be able to kill a god with a single blow, if one didn't have absolute confidence, then it was best not to offend that primordial god. Hand over 100 Tao realm fragments and I will not send you off. Think about it, although the fragments are precious, your life is more important. In the Tao realm, there are only 3 lives. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice was heard. However, when it fell into the ears of the celestial fire spirit, Honorable God Qi Ling, it was very loud. It was a direct threat. I'll give it to you. However, the Eastern Emperor bell was not something he could provoke. He estimated that unless he reached the late stage of the mid-level deity stage, he would not be able to resist it. Lin Ling immediately took the 100 Tao realm fragments. In a short period of time, he had obtained 200 Tao realm fragments. Moreover, this was his first time here. Although he could not dominate this place, at least no one dared to provoke him, and the fact was indeed so. In terms of low-level deities, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. In terms of mid-level deities, the Eastern Emperor bell was showing off. In a place like this island, unless one had absolute confidence, they would not dare to provoke Lin Ling and his group. Haha, interesting. This mythical island finally has a good ancient god. Good, after I pass the Tao barrier, I will meet you. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. The sound was rolling and it formed a heaven and earth roulette, soaring into the sky. The power of this divine fetus had probably reached the 3rd grade, however, judging from his aura, he had the strength of a low-level deity. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Ling. Very clearly, this person was eyeing Lin Ling's Tao realm fragment. Of course, after experiencing the previous great battle, the ordinary great gods of ancient times didn't dare to rashly come out to battle. However, this person was still confident, which meant that he should have some ability. 6 Celestial Lords of the Southern Dipper, Celestial Lord Du Xing, that old fox. Many people stared into the distance, their eyes solemn. Speaking of which, Star Lord Du Xing wasn't a great god from the primordial era, but had come from the primordial era. However, he was cunning and specialized in deceiving Tao realm fragments. Thus, his speed of growth was very fast, and his foundation was very deep. According to legend, he had even fought a medium god and was in an undefeated state. To be able to remain undefeated as a lesser god was extremely rare. If this person were to become a mid-level deity, his power would probably increase by 200 times. Moreover, it was precisely because of how cunning this person was that ordinary lesser gods didn't dare fight him because they were afraid that he would cheat them of their Tao realm fragments if they lost. Who is this? Lin Ling looked into the distance and asked calmly. Star Lord Du Xing is one of the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper. During the Age of the Gods, he was conferred the title of a god by the Celestial Emperor. Now that he has his eyes on you, you'd better watch out. A crisp voice rang out. Among the 7 fairies, one of the oldest beauties smiled and said. Where is he now? Lin Ling asked again. The Tao barrier is the only way to leave the island. Usually, ancient great gods who have just reached the Tao realm will be trapped in a place. If they want to leave, they have to walk out of the Tao barrier. People like us are among those who have been trapped on the island. Some of us have been trapped on the island for 30 million years. The woman smiled. How is that possible? Hearing that, the young demon lord immediately frowned. How could they endure being trapped on the island for 30 million years? You're ignorant. The woman looked at the young demon lord disdainfully. Firstly, this island is very big. It's definitely not boring to cultivate here. Secondly, it's not like we can't leave. It's just that we have to return to the void of the universe where we are. Thirdly, and this is also the most important thing. Do you think we want to be trapped here? I'll tell you. You know, outside the island, the gods are even stronger. The Tao realm is for our safety. That's why there's a Tao barrier. Of course, if you don't want to leave through the Tao barrier, there's a river in the distance. You can leave by leaping over the river. What's so great about that river? The young demon lord was annoyed that he was being looked down upon by a beauty. Unfortunately, he had not passed by the Yellow River before and did not know how terrifying it was. Lin Ling, Bai Shui, and Su Nu had left before. Therefore, Lin Ling explained, there are countless ancient giant crocodiles hidden in the river. They are very strong. Even an intermediate celestial would find it difficult to leap over them. That's so scary. The young demon lord's expression changed instantly. Then, he looked at the beauty with shame. What's a Tao barrier? Lin Ling also looked at the beauty and asked. Hee, a Tao barrier is a layer of fog. There are 9 layers in total. Only by breaking through them can one have a chance to leave. Currently, there are only about 30,000 primordial gods who have left the island. The rest are still trying to break through the Tao barrier, the beauty said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that if they wanted to meet the gods of this era, they had to break through the Tao barrier. Moreover, there were many intermediate celestials here. This meant that if they wanted to leave the Tao barrier, it did not depend on their cultivation level. Alright, let's find a place to rest. Lin Ling did not plan to stay any longer. He led the people from Lei Gong's palace and left. Looking at Lin Ling and his group, the primordial gods narrowed their eyes. Not only were they unhappy, but they also felt great pressure. If there was someone among this group of newcomers who left the island faster than them, they would be greatly embarrassed. Lin Ling did not care about what they were thinking. He continued to move forward. Then, he realized that the island was indeed very big. It was comparable to a prefecture in the 9 states. Moreover, there were birds chirping and flowers blooming here. Whether it was the flowers, grass, or rocks, the spiritual energy was rich. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. What an ancient spiritual energy. Yu and the others all liked this place. This was because even if they did not cultivate on the island, their cultivation level would still improve slowly. Let's go there. Then, Lin Ling pointed at a forest in front of them. As there were not many mountains on the island, it was a flat land. Therefore, they chose a random location. Everyone started to set up camp. They took out their usual living things. Some people were even responsible for building the cave houses. Everything was in good order. This piece of land also belonged to Lei Gong's palace. My lord, that won't do. Lin Ling, there's no need. You can keep the fragments. Everyone waved their hands. Nanhua Fengyun smiled. Lin Ling, we came to the Tao realm to cultivate. Everyone has to find the fragments themselves, not rely on you for everything. Otherwise, how can we cultivate? Besides, even if you help us this time, can you help us forever? In the long run, this will be of great help. It won't be good for us. Yes, everyone has their own path. Although we are all from the Great Hall of Lei Gong, we have to walk our own paths. Young Qilin said. Tao realm fragments were the key for gods to become stronger. The process of obtaining them was also a form of cultivation. If one had to rely on others for everything, then even if one's cultivation level was high enough, one's state of mind and understanding of the great Tao would not meet the requirements. How about this? I'll keep 100 fragments and give the rest to everyone. In fact, Lin Ling knew this as well. However, since everyone had just arrived, he wanted to help them. Shungi, you take it. You contributed the most this time. Everyone looked at Shungi. Shungi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He was a little embarrassed to accept it, although he had contributed a lot. The one who led the Great Hall of Lei Gong and brought the Great Hall of Lei Gong to glory was Lord Lin Ling. Shungi's wish was to see the Great Hall of Lei Gong grow stronger and resolve the regrets of the past Lei Gong. Take it. Lin Ling said. He was a little speechless. Shungi was not afraid of the gods of Ling Nation. Why was he so embarrassed? Alright, I'll take it. Shungi finally nodded. However, He planned to use it to exchange for treasures to improve the Great Hall of Lei Gong's strength. Everyone, look around and see if you can find a way to collect the fragments. After that, cultivate yourselves and become stronger so that we can get out of here as soon as possible. Lin Ling said to the crowd. However, many people were deep in thought. In the end, they raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. It was all thanks to you that we were able to enter the Dao realm. However, we feel that with our current strength, we still can't cultivate here. Therefore, we plan to return to the void of the 9 states first and wait until our strength reaches the God realm. Enter here again. That works too. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Saint Guy said, later, I'll take a look at the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal and find some cultivation treasures for you. You can take them back to the 9 prefectures. That way, you'll be able to cultivate faster. You can come back when you're late lesser gods. Alright. Many people had the same idea, only those gods who had reached late-stage low god level would stay here. Of course, powerful gods like the giant ghost, even if they had yet to reach late-stage low god realm, would still be able to stay because of their formidable strength. Lin Ling, I saw many ancient great gods by the river. It seems that the Yellow River can increase one's strength. Let's go there and try cultivating when we have time. And Yue returned with the Xianxia. Sure, but be careful. There are ancient giant crocodiles in the river. If you're not careful, they can easily kill you. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling, when I was looking at the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal, I found a mission in there that seems to be fishing for Dao fish. The Dao fish is nearby. I heard that the process of fishing can increase one's understanding of the Great Dao. You can also exchange the Dao fish for Dao fragments. At this moment, Yu also spoke. There are such things in the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal? Lin Ling was a little curious. That's right. Other than that, there are other missions. For example, cutting down a type of divine tree. When you reach a certain number, you can exchange it for Dao fragments. Whitewater Pure Maiden explained. She was also looking at the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal. There's also planting divine herbs. That seems to work too. But there are many missions in the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal. The others began to speak one after another. It seems that the Dao realm arranged all these to train the ancient god's state of mind. Lin Ling had also guessed a few things. This was because the gods who could enter this place all had powerful backgrounds. Moreover, after they recovered their memories, it was inevitable that they would be impatient. They could not wait to regain their past strength as soon as possible. Thus, the Dao realm had made such an arrangement so that they could put down their impatient hearts and be more patient. Recover their strength. In this way, when they recovered their former strength, their strength would most likely be even more powerful. The Dao realm, is everything to fight against the will of the world? Lin Ling looked at the sky and mumbled to himself. Then, he started to worry about the Kirishin and the others. He didn't know where they would appear in the Dao realm. Then, everyone, go do your own things. Lin Ling said to the others. Then, they left in 2s and 3s. Some returned to the void of the 9 states, and some continued to cultivate here. Everyone walked a different path, so they didn't gather together. Instead, they scattered around the island to try their own opportunities. They would only come back here when they were cultivating. Lin Ling wasn't worried about their safety. After the previous incident, the ancient gods on the island knew that Lei Gong's hall wasn't to be trifled with. Therefore, the people in Lei Gong's hall scattered. Although there might be some small troubles, it wasn't to the point of life and death. These small troubles were the setbacks and difficulties that every god had to face. Lin Ling was their leader, but he couldn't help them in every way. Moreover, Lin Ling also had his own path to walk. Dao returned to heaven. Lin Ling started to check the Dao return to heaven. His consciousness immediately entered a white space. This space was like the primordial clouds at the beginning of the world. In the ancient clouds, endless vitality filled the air. It was like the first breath of life in the world. However, on the other side, in the gray clouds, rolling death aura was also rolling. Life and death seemed to represent the most ancient great Dao of the universe. What a magnificent power! Lin Ling stood on the primordial clouds and looked into the distance. He felt a sense of disdain rumble. Suddenly, there was a treasure light in front of him. It was mixed with lightning and illuminated the sky. The treasure light was very ancient. It was like the light of a saint. Then, more and more treasure light appeared. There were a total of 18 lights. Looking over, on the primordial clouds, the 18 lights illuminated the world. It made people feel like they were worshipping it. Lin Ling quietly observed for a long time. After knowing that there was no danger, he slowly walked over. He didn't know if other people would have such a scene when checking the Tao return to heaven, but his Tao return to heaven was different. It shocked him. As he walked forward, a huge rock appeared in front of him. The rock was like a mountain, floating in the clouds. The 18 lights wrapped around it, and lines of ancient words were faintly discernible. Heaven-mending stone, replenishing yin and yang, stabilizing the universe. As he got closer, Lin Ling realized that the heaven-mend stone was the true Tao return to heaven seat. Any treasure could be exchanged here, and the treasures inside seemed to have been collected for several eras. Not only were there magical treasures and techniques, but there were also divine fetuses, treasures, and so on. There were too many of them. If he wanted to see them all at once, he would need great strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling could be considered an ancient god, so after spending some time, he could finish looking. It turned out that this stone not only had all kinds of treasures, but also missions from the Tao realm. Lin Ling even saw the Tao realm. The final reward was actually the Tao realm. Could it be that he had obtained the entire Tao realm? However, when Lin Ling wanted to look carefully, the words after the Tao realm appeared in a haze, blocking everything. Looks like I don't have enough foundation to check. Lin Ling guessed secretly. Then, Lin Ling saw the Tao Pagoda. In the square prison, the Rainbow Cloud ancestor had said that the Tao Pagoda was one of the most mysterious places in the Tao realm. However, only after becoming a mid-level god would he be qualified to explore it. The Tao realm is omnipotent. If I can get it, I will be a true god of creation. I can get wind and rain if I want it. Lin Ling licked his lips, looking forward to the Tao realm. Of course, he believed that any ancient god in the Tao realm would want to use the Tao realm for themselves. First, I need to find a suitable treasure for my cultivation. Lin Ling kept looking. Now, he had 5 mid-level god fetuses and did not plan to improve his talent for the time being. As for his cultivation, he felt that he needed some foundation to break through. After all, he had 7 dantians, and it was more difficult for him to break through than other gods. As for treasures, techniques, and so on, Lin Ling had the tyrannical song sword and the ancient Kwafu sun chasing boots. He did not plan to exchange for any treasures for the time being. As for techniques, Lin Ling had the stare of wisdom and Panga's attack. He also had the chaos divine formula. These techniques had not been cultivated to the extreme, so there was no need to exchange for techniques. Moreover, a mere 100 fragments of the Tao realm could not be exchanged for any good techniques. Therefore, his goal was to increase his foundation. He recalled the Southern Dipper's 6-star monarch, Calamity traversing star monarch. This person's reputation wasn't good, so he was probably very strong. Therefore, it was better to make more preparations so that he wouldn't be killed once or owe a large number of Tao realm fragments. On the other hand, one's foundation was divided into many aspects. There was the comprehension of the Grand Tao, the tempering of one's mental state, the improvement of one's fleshly body, the improvement of one's soul, the improvement of one's natural talent, and the improvement of one's godly energy and godly steps. However, with Lin Ling's current Tao realm fragment, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it even if he had many foundations. My soul force and physical strength aren't weak at all. The reason why I was able to win 10 battles in a row was because of the endurance of my physical strength. However, my godly power has always been my weak point. My base level is only 30,000. When the other ancient great gods used their full strength, their godly power could reach 200,000. Lin Ling finally came to a decision. He chose to increase his power of divinity. I choose you. Lin Ling investigated for a long time and finally came to a decision. What he chose was something called the Enlightenment Seahorse, and it required 100 Tao realm shards to exchange for it. This seahorse was born at the beginning of the universe and had witnessed the birth, prosperity, and changes of the universe. It could use the light of life to enhance the great Tao comprehension of ancient great gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as he exchanged for the treasure, Lin Ling realized that the scenery around him had changed. He was surrounded by mountains, and he was floating at the bottom of the mountains. If he could reach the top, he would be able to see all the mountains below. Looking up, the sky was filled with light. A huge brown seahorse was floating there. Its body was a glassy color, and it was so clear that one could see the changes within. However, the seahorse's interior was like the beginning of chaos, with dense mist lingering. The seahorse's inhuman eyes looked down at Lin Ling. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak. It seemed to be saying that 10 Dao realm shards could only allow one to comprehend Dao for 10 days. How much one comprehended would depend on one's fate. What an ancient thing. Lin Ling was shocked. From the seahorse's body, he could sense the most ancient vitality and death. It formed a life and death will aura that emanated constantly. The origins of this spiritual seahorse could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Moreover, it was only for 10 days. This meant that many gods were using the enlightenment seahorse. As long as one had a Dao realm shard, they would summon it. Let's begin. Lin Ling nodded. The light of enlightenment is very difficult to summon. If you overestimate yourself and force yourself to continue, it is very likely that you will waste one of your lives. Therefore, gods who have already wasted 2 lives are not allowed to summon the enlightenment seahorse. The seahorse stared coldly at Lin Ling, and a voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Next, the seahorse gently spat out an endless amount of light like rain. At that moment, the mountains were also illuminated with a peerless divine light. It was very breathtaking. The little bits of light covered Lin Ling, making Lin Ling's body feel warm. It was as if he was bathing in the sun. Lin Ling could not help but moan. This was the first time in his life that he had felt such comfortable sunlight. At that moment, Lin Ling felt that the realm-swallowing beast had given birth to a power. It was the power of a god. The realm-swallowing beast had always been increasing Lin Ling's physical strength so that Lin Ling would have a strong defense. This was the first time it had given birth to the power of a god. Of course, this did not mean that the realm-swallowing beast did not have the power of a god. It was just that Lin Ling rarely cultivated this talent. The power of a god was slowly increasing. At some point, Lin Ling did not even need to comprehend it. However, Lin Ling knew that this was because his talent and foundation were too good. That was why the power of a god was increasing crazily. Unknowingly, it has reached 10,000. Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he became excited. However, towards the end, the increase started to slow down. It was as if after the potential was stimulated, it slowly returned to normal. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that the light around him started to heat up. It was no longer as warm as the sun. I see. Lin Ling instantly knew that the seahorse could not hold on any longer. It meant that the light was constantly getting hotter. What made Lin Ling feel strange was that this heat was not the heat of fire. It was more like the heat of life. The realm-swallowing beast's talent had increased by 15,000 power of a god. Finally, it returned to normal. However, the talent of the evil spirit's tribulation body had also been stimulated. Its potential had skyrocketed. This caused the power of a god to increase like flowing water. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling felt that his skin had started to blister. The heat of life given by the light was too strong. No matter how strong his physical defense was, it was difficult to resist. Hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and bathed in the light. Time passed quietly. The evil spirit's tribulation body had increased by 20,000 power of a god. There's more. He had never thought that when his life force reached the limit, it would be so terrifying. At this moment, he wished he could feel the aura of death. Of course, he also knew that only with the nourishment of life force could the potential of the divine embryos be stimulated and surpass their limits. The third to be stimulated was the Vajra Bodhi. The limit of this talent was very strong. The power of divinity increased explosively at the beginning. It reached 30,000 strands of power of divinity. Lin Ling was also trembling with excitement. This Dao realm was worthy of its name. 100 strands of Dao realm fragments had caused his strength to soar. However, the process of Dao enlightenment was also very painful. Gradually, the skin on Lin Ling's body began to crack. Blood and flesh began to appear and drip down like candles, and he had not experienced the feeling of his body being injured in a long time. After a long time, the Vajra Bodhi reached its limit and the progress slowed. All the life force began to flow into another divine embryo. This was the Wind Dragon's talent. Ka. The Wind Dragon's divine power skyrocketed, but Lin Ling's flesh and blood were all burned to ashes. They fell to the bottom of the mountains and sprouted because their life force was too vigorous. Then, they all turned into children and started to grow crazily. This was because of the avatar of the true body, the nascent soul great Tao body. Looking at the sky, there was only a white skeleton floating there. In the white skeleton's dantian, a blinding light bloomed like the sun, and a terrifying power was constantly spitting out. This white skeleton was naturally Lin Ling. Using the white skeleton to block the light of Tao enlightenment in the sky, Lin Ling's pressure was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. Luckily, I have the heavenly dragon bones. White bone skeleton spat out human words, and its teeth also made a rattling sound. Deep within the white skeleton, a dim Buddhist light flickered. At a closer look, the white skeleton looked like a human, but in fact, it was more like a dragon skeleton. There are 3 more talents. Next, Lin Ling sensed that the wind dragon's power of divinity was weakening. Clearly, it had reached its limit, but there were still 3 more. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The next was the Thunderlock true body, the wild power of divinity transformed into thunder that spread throughout the white bone. Unfortunately, it couldn't block the illumination of the light of enlightenment in the sky. The surging life force poured into Lin Ling's bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones. Some bone fragments fell off and smashed into the mountains. The bone fragments that were as big as leaves actually smashed a divine mountain into pieces. From this, it could be seen how much life force was suppressed by the bone. Hurry up, hurry up! Lin Ling kept shouting. He didn't know how long he could hold on like this. However, the more he looked forward to time, the slower it seemed. A day felt like a year. This was Lin Ling's current experience. Quietly, Luai's true body retreated, and the flame of the human monarch appeared. However, more and more of Lin Ling's bones peeled off. His arms, thighs, and in the end, only his upper body was left. Not long after, his head also fell off. Upon closer inspection, only his chest was left. However, there seemed to be a small sun within his chest, and the light was even more dazzling. That was where his 7 dantians were located. As for Lin Ling, he entered a semi-conscious state. However, at the crucial moment, a bone-chilling cold aura spread out, causing the fiery life force to dim a little. Of course, it didn't last long, and it only had a slight effect. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This first cultivation technique sensed life force and was actually refining it. When the bones in his chest began to peel off, only a blazing sun was left in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, that blazing sun was still connected to bits of broken bones. Fortunately, he had finally reached the heavenly dragon's bones. This was also Lin Ling's current strongest divine embryo talent. Reaching the 3rd grade, this talent could also stimulate his potential for a longer period of time. In the end, Lin Ling's consciousness was already blurred. Only his soul force was shouting, "Hold on, hold on." A powerful consciousness was supporting him. This consciousness was accumulated from the trials and tribulations that Lin Ling had experienced since he started learning martial arts. Today, this consciousness had reached a point where it could make one's hair stand on end. It was also because of this consciousness that it was supporting his soul force. This was because Lin Ling's enormous soul force had been injected with endless life force, and it began to feel a burning sensation. This burning sensation caused Lin Ling to feel as if he had entered a brand new world. It was as if he had his own great Tao, a martial Tao that he had created himself. In the haze, he saw an empty area. Several voices were talking about the great Tao, talking about the creation of heaven and earth. These voices seemed to belong to the most ancient god of creation, and among them, there was even the will of the world. Furthermore, when these voices noticed Lin Ling, they all said to Lin Ling, "Fellow Taoist, you're back." However, Lin Ling didn't know if these fantasies were just illusions or if he was dreaming of Hong Meng, but they left him confused. At a certain moment, when Lin Ling felt his mind go blank, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. In the sky, the light in the seahorse's mouth continued to weaken. The light of life also gradually disappeared. However, the seahorse calmly looked down at the large ball of light that was like the sun. With the strength of a lesser god, you actually lasted for 10 days. You're the first person in the Tao realm. The seahorse spoke in human language. This was because the light of enlightenment was used by many intermediate gods and even superior gods. However, for a lesser god, the only one who could last for 10 days was Lin Ling. of course, this wasn't because the other ancient gods didn't want to try to last for 10 days. It was because they couldn't reach the limit of 10 days. This was because their divine embryos didn't have as much talent as Lin Ling. Dao Realm. I'll reward you with 10 Dao Realm fragments and record them in the Dao Pagoda. The seahorse gradually disappeared, and the entire void began to shake. Mountains collapsed, and thousands of trees were uprooted. The bone fragments and flesh on the ground seemed to flow in reverse as they shot towards the sun in the sky. Countless bones turned into a ball of bones. Sometimes they turned into dragon bones, sometimes they turned into human bones. When the flesh and blood returned, a human figure finally quietly condensed. At the same time, in the Dao realm, the ancient gods looked at the Dao Pagoda and discovered that there was an additional line of mysterious words. It seemed to say that a lesser god had comprehended the Dao for 10 days. A lesser god, amazing. The eyes of many ancient gods flickered. They guessed that if this lesser god reached the intermediate god level, his strength would be incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the sky falling and the earth cracking. The mountain world he was in before was constantly collapsing. In the end, only he was left standing in the void. After that, a mysterious force pulled him back into the primordial cloud. 10 Dao Realm fragments. As he stared at the gigantic heaven-men stone, Lin Ling felt as if he was in a dream. Soon after, he also noticed that there were now 10 more Tao Realm fragments that were originally empty. This seemed to be the reward for him from the Dao Realm. Look at the divine power. Crazy, once one comprehended the Dao, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. As expected of the Dao Realm. Wow, Lin Ling was very clear that if this kind of enlightenment process were to take place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would be impossible to achieve it without 100,000 years. But now, his foundation as a low-level deity had become even stronger, and he was even closer to becoming a mid-level deity. There was a huge divide between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity. This divide also stopped countless deities. Even the reincarnations and inheritances of ancient deities could not return to their deity thrones and become mid-level deities in a short period of time. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ling began to return to his deity thrones. He was still in the forest where Lei Gong's hall was stationed. The surroundings were quiet, and there were 2 deities standing quietly in the distance. They were the experts of Lei Gong's hall. It was obvious that they had seen Lin Ling in seclusion, so they were secretly guarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. "My lord, you have come out of seclusion." The 2 deities noticed Lin Ling standing up and walked over. "How long have I been in seclusion?" Lin Ling asked. "My lord, you have not been in seclusion for long." "Only a little more than a month." The 2 deities replied at the same time. "A little more than a month?" Lin Ling was shocked because he felt that only 10 days had passed. He did not expect that he had endured in the light of enlightenment for so long. "Did anything happen during this period of time?" Lin Ling asked again. The 2 deities wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, one of them said, "There was no big trouble, but when Lady Yu and the others were fishing, they encountered a few rascals." "What? Someone dared to touch you?" Hearing that, Lin Ling's face instantly turned ugly. They didn't dare to act recklessly, but they had their eyes on the place where Lady Yu and the others were fishing. They negotiated with Lady Yu and the others and offered 10 Dao Realm shards in exchange for it. However, Lady Yu and the others rejected the offer, so they started to harass Yu and the others every day. That's right, Lord Sakra and the others are all angry. Originally, they wanted to teach them a lesson, but the other party didn't cause any trouble. They were just making a ruckus, which made it difficult for Lord Sakra and the others to make a move. The 2 of them fought to be the first to speak. "How shameless!" Lin Ling cursed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Where are Saint Guy and the others?" He guessed that if treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. On the 3rd day of Lord's seclusion, they went to the miasma barrier and haven't come out yet. As for God Emperor Zhonggang and Giant Ghost, they returned to the 9 continents void and said that they would be back in 3 months. The 2 replied. Lin Ling nodded. The miasma barrier was the only way out of the island, so the ancient gods on the island naturally placed their attention on the miasma barrier. White Water and Plain Lady were no exception. As for God Emperor Zhang and the others, Lin Ling guessed that something happened in Lei Gong's Great Hall and they went back to help. However, in the current Nine Continents Void, the strongest gods had entered the Tao realm, so what happened in the Nine Continents Void was probably just a small matter. Let's go, bring me to Yuyu's side, Lin Ling said to the two. Now, Lei Gong's Great Hall was a little famous on the island, but the other party still dared to provoke Lei Gong's Great Hall. Their background was probably not simple. After a long time, a dense bamboo forest appeared in front of them. These bamboos were very ancient, and there were patterns of lightning and fire on the bamboo. If placed in the Nine Continents Void, these bamboos would be rare treasures, and in the bamboo forest, there were clear springs everywhere. The water was hazy, and colorful lights filled the air. It was very mysterious. When the lights reflected, Lin Ling felt as if he was looking through the clear springs and seeing the primal chaos realm. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. And what surprised Lin Ling the most was that all the lights reflected by the clear springs formed a colorful mist in the air. When one walked in it, it was as if they had entered the path of Tao. Tao enlightenment. Lin Ling was shocked. No wonder so many ancient gods were fishing here. It turned out that not only could they cultivate their temperament, they could also comprehend the Tao. If one stayed here for a long time, their divine energy would definitely increase. Of course, the effects of these lights were ultimately not as good as the Tao Enlightenment seahorse. A cycle of clear springs, a cycle of time. Not far away, an old man was surrounded by divine light. It was obvious that he had broken through. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he ignored him and walked forward in the bamboo forest. Ba, good, good. My Buddha is merciful. The sun and moon are unparalleled. Benefactor, why are you so stubborn? At this time, an ancient voice came from the front. Not far away, beside a clear spring, two men in monk robes sat there. Through the clear spring in front of them, it was as if they could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth. These two men were not old, but their auras were extraordinary. It was as if they were the reincarnations of Buddha, and their voices were not soft. The Buddha's voice clearly affected the people around them. However, the ancient gods around them seemed to be worried, so they only cursed and did not dare to provoke them. Looking at the clear spring not far away, there was another clear spring, but this one was clearly different. The mist was like water vapor, and in the clear spring, one could vaguely see that there were fish swimming freely in the clear spring. These fish were extraordinary. It was as if they were not swimming in water, but in the long river of time. Obviously, this clear spring was more ancient and vast than the other clear springs. Because of this, many people wanted to comprehend Tao by this clear spring, so that their path of martial arts would be firmer. Unfortunately, to encounter such a clear spring, it depended on luck. It could only be encountered by chance, and now, beside this clear spring were Yuyu and the other two women. They sat quietly by the spring, each with their own beauty. They were playing with the fish in the spring, forming a beautiful scene. The ancient gods knew that these three women were the group of newcomers. So, even if they were jealous, they did not dare to provoke them. Only the two monks were not satisfied. So, not far away, they kept harassing Yuyu and the other two women. Lin Ling watched quietly from afar. In an instant, he knew what was going on. His face turned uglier. The two monks kept talking about Buddha, but he did not see the benevolence of the Buddha god. Brother Ling. At this moment, Yuyu looked around and saw Lin Ling not far away. She smiled happily. Lin Ling also walked over. Of course, during this process, the two monks also narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. They had naturally heard a little about this newcomer, Lin Ling. It was said that this newcomer was one of the best among the son of a low-level deity, and he had the support of a powerful mid-level deity. Are we leaving? One of the monks wanted to back out. Originally, they did not want to provoke Yuyu and the others. But they were too jealous of the clear spring. Later, when they saw that there were no experts to support them while harassing Yuyu and the others, they gradually became bolder. Moreover, they had a good relationship with a low-level deity. That person was very powerful. On the island, many people did not dare to provoke him. This made them even bolder. That's true. Hearing that, the first monk nodded. Lin Ling. And Yuer and the others stood up to welcome Lin Ling. The Xianxia stared at the two shameless monks and was about to tell them what had happened. I know. However, Lin Ling smiled at the Xianyuan. Although the two monks didn't attack you and the rest, they were still making a racket not far away. They were clearly looking for trouble. Brother Ling, they are related to Buddhism after all. So just give them a word of advice. Don't make things too awkward. Yu knew Lin Ling's temper, so she could not bear it and tried to persuade him. Of course, the most important thing was that in the past half a month, she had seen many powerful ancient gods on the island. Their strength was not much weaker than Lin Ling's. However, they were not 100% confident that they could defeat Lin Ling, so they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Don't worry, I've always been a reasonable person. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the two monks step by step. This caused many of the ancient gods in the bamboo forest who were comprehending the Tao to look over, and their eyes trembled. The newcomer had finally appeared. Moreover, he seemed to be looking for trouble with Miao Tan and Fan Xiang. Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are the reincarnations of the Buddha child. They were the 18 Sangaras under the Buddha god. This newcomer dares to not give face to the Buddha god? Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are lantern essences from the Chaos realm. They have a strong background and are very close to the 6 stars Lord of the Southern Dipper. Du Xing provoking them is the same as provoking Du Xing. However, even though I don't like that newcomer, I dislike those 2 bald donkeys even more. Back then, their origins were indeed not small. However, they have reincarnated and recultivated. Their current strength is not much stronger. What are they being so arrogant for? The sound of whispers quietly rang out in the bamboo forest. Among the ancient gods in the Tao realm, some of them were extremely powerful back in the day and dominated the era, but after reincarnating, they were very weak. Some of them were ordinary back in the day, but after reincarnating, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, in the Tao realm, strength was the most important factor. His strength in the past could only mean that he was not strong in the past or in the future. When Lin Ling came to the side of the clear spring of the 2 monks, he just stood there quietly, causing the 2 monks to frown and immediately feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Is there anything I can help you with? Sir, just because you're fishing doesn't mean that others can't speak. So, I don't think we've offended you. The faces of the 2 turned cold, as if they were very reasonable. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. One of the monks narrowed his eyes and said, Ba, Du Adversity Star Lord has been looking for you. He has an opportunity with you. You should go to the fog barrier and wait for Du Adversity Star Lord to come out. He seemed to be reminding, but in fact, he was also threatening Lin Ling. What he meant was that among the lower gods on the island, Du Adversity Star Lord was the most powerful. If he offended them, Du Adversity Star Lord would definitely find trouble with him. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. This also caused the 2 monks to suddenly feel immense pressure. Ignore him. Buddha says that if a mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? The 2 monks no longer paid attention to Lin Ling. Suddenly, the clear spring in front of them was filled with dense light, and they could vaguely see a Tao fish slowly taking the bait. This also caused them to be shocked. They had finally caught a Tao fish. Being able to catch a Tao fish was not only an affirmation of their martial heart, but if they could bring the fish up, it could also increase their divine power and could be used to exchange for Tao realm fragments. However, just as they were about to reel in the fish, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Pa pa pa. The fishing rods in the hands of the 2 monks, which were condensed from divine essence, were so frightened that they shattered. And the Tao fish that they had caught with great difficulty was also frightened away. Your Excellency. The 2 monks immediately flew into a rage and turned to look at Lin Ling behind them. Your Excellency, when fishing a Tao fish, it doesn't mean that others can't speak. Lin Ling also looked at them and smiled faintly. Damn it, the 2 monks were stunned, and veins instantly appeared on their foreheads. This person was doing it on purpose. He was also returning an eye for an eye. Your so-called mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? In my opinion, that's just a fart. It's just a scare, but you were actually scared to the point that your divine essence collapsed. Your Buddha's heart should be strengthened. Lin Ling said again. Your Excellency, don't court death. One of the monks seemed to be unable to hold back. However, the other monk advised, Miao Tan, ignore him. He's probably angering us. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Thinking of Lin Ling's strength, they still didn't dare to attack and continued to fish calmly. However, Lin Ling was still standing behind them, making them feel as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. When the experts in the distance saw this, they all laughed. These 2 of the 18 Sangarans did not learn anything from befriending calamity-traversing Star-Lord. Instead, they learned how to be despicable and shameless. The most ironic thing was that after these 2 monks cheated others, they even righteously said that this was karma, but now, the wicked would naturally be dealt with by the wicked. The wind rises, the clouds rise, and the might of the sea returns home. Brave warriors guard the 4 directions. And when the 2 monks ignored Lin Ling, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from behind them. It shocked the 2 monks so much that their arms trembled. The fishing rod formed by divine essence collapsed once again. They were so angry that their faces were trembling. They knew that this newcomer was doing it on purpose. Endure, they had to endure. The 2 of them suddenly gritted their teeth and used their divine powers to block everything from the outside world. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the white hair of the bright mirror, like black hair that turns to snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest, making the golden goblet empty to the moon. I'm born to be useful, and gold will come back after being scattered. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, drinking 300 cups in one go. However, Lin Ling used his powerful divine power as if it was a large hand, constantly pouring his voice into the ears of the 2 monks. You want to calm your heart? Calm your ass, boom. The 2 monks nearly vomited blood as if they had gone berserk. And this time, they could not hold it in any longer. They stood up and turned to glare at Lin Ling angrily. What? You can't even recite a poem? However, Lin Ling had a look of indifference on his face. The 2 monks were so angry that they were stunned and speechless, and the gods who were quietly observing from afar could not help but laugh at this moment. Now, this was the real cause and effect. How could one not wet their shoes if they stood by the riverside? You are forcing us to take action and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The 2 monks knew that this newcomer wanted to waste time with them from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, if they did not chase this newcomer away, they would not be able to comprehend the Tao. Yes, so what? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. He was not afraid at all. Your Excellency, today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Die. One of the monks could not hold it in any longer. He released his divine essence, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Miao Tan, no. As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. The other party did not attack Yu and the others, but chose to harass them. Therefore, Lin Ling gave them face and did not attack at the beginning. Now, they actually dared to attack first. Then, there was no need to reason. Boom, Lin Ling punched out, breaking the sun and moon. His power was magnificent. The Buddhist monk's righteous power was shattered by the punch. At the same time, Lin Ling's punch landed on his cheek, causing him to vomit 3 liters of blood. His teeth were also in the blood. Cultivate Buddha my ass. You can't win the argument and you attack. You're forcing my hand. Lin Ling said regretfully after severely injuring the Buddhist monk with 1 punch. It was as though he had no choice but to attack. However, since Lin Ling had decided to attack, he would go all the way. Next, he attacked the other Buddhist monk. What ancient great god? You're just a fart in my eyes. The Buddhist monk was not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling's foundation and heritage were terrifying. Even among the lower gods, he was unique. He had reached a level that made people's hair stand on end. Boom, Lin Ling punched out, breaking the bowl that the Buddhist monk threw out. Then, he punched the latter's bald head. I don't care if you're reincarnated Buddhas or gods. You're so shameless. Even a dog is better than you. After attacking, Lin Ling showed no mercy. He punched and kicked, causing the entire bamboo forest to shake. In the eyes of the ancient great gods, he was like an ancient giant beast. His punches and kicks were filled with boundless Tao. In the end, the 2 Buddhas were beaten black and blue. And this was because Lin Ling was giving face to Yu. Otherwise, he would have sent them back to their homes. Bang, bang. Lin Ling threw the 2 bald donkeys into the clear spring. He said coldly, if I see you climb out of the spring before I leave, I'll send you back to the chaos realm. Inside the clear spring, the 2 monks didn't dare to speak. Even though they were the saviors of the world, they were like drowning dogs at this moment. Moreover, not only did they not dare to speak, they didn't even dare to climb out of the clear spring. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would kill them and waste a chance at life. Brother Ling, he's the reincarnation of a Buddha god. Yu Yu watched as Lin Ling violently attacked. When Lin Ling came back, Yu Yu couldn't help but complain. I really don't need to give any face to these bald donkeys. There are millions of Buddhas, but it doesn't mean that anyone can become a Buddha. A true Buddha wouldn't do such despicable things. Lin Ling said with a smile. He sat down beside Yu Yu and the others and condensed a fishing rod with his divine essence. He also caught a fish. Of course, his gaze swept over the two Buddhist monks from time to time. They were so scared that they wanted to run away several times, but in the end, they did not dare to come out. His wretched appearance caused the experts in the distance to laugh out loud once more. Dao fish, Dao pond. Of course, Lin Ling also looked at the misty clear spring from time to time. He had a vague feeling that this clear spring was formed from the great Dao comprehended by that ancient giant god who fused with the Dao realm. He estimated that there were many such springs in the entire Dao realm. The hazy clear spring was like the moon in the water. Lin Ling quietly watched and gradually became immersed in it. He felt as if he was running in the beautiful river of time. Everything around him was like a white horse galloping through a crack. The great battle of gods created heaven and earth. Time quietly passed just like that. Brother Ling. Only when a soft voice came over did Lin Ling return to normal. His eyes flashed as he looked to the side. He saw Yu Yu and an Yuer looking at him with a smile, and they had already caught many Dao fish in their hands. Lin Ling, what happened to you just now? I saw you staring at the Dao pond in a daze. Could it be that you had some enlightenment? And Yuer asked curiously. It's nothing. I just encountered some strange phenomenon. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His eyes looked back at the Dao pond again, but he found that he couldn't find the same feeling as before. I'm guessing that Brother Ling encountered his own fortuitous encounter in the Dao pond. Yu Yu also smiled at the side. Because Brother Ling has been looking at it for 3 days already. 3 days? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then checked his body and was shocked to find that his step of wisdom's power had increased greatly without him noticing, reaching the immemorial grade. And last time, when Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, his step of wisdom had reached the peak of the grand beginner grade. Now, it had finally reached a new level. Domain, but what shocked Lin Ling was that although the step of wisdom had increased, his soul power didn't increase much this time. Lin Ling, let's go back. Yu Yu said to Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Dao pond again. He felt that he should try it again when he had time, hoping that he could find the same feeling as before. Then, he left the bamboo forest with Yu Yu and the others. The two Buddhist monks had already run away. Of course, Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. Let's go to the miasma to have a look. Bai Shui, Sunu, Xingyi, and the others have all gone in. I wonder if they've come out now. After leaving the bamboo forest, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others in the direction of the miasma, and that direction was where Lin Ling and the others had first come. It was also the place where most of the ancient great gods had gathered on the island. Look, that newcomer is here. A few of his friends have entered the miasma. Could it be that he's going to the miasma as well? Before he went in, Du Dao Star Lord was waiting for him. When the ancient great gods saw Lin Ling, they all started to talk about him. Now, Lin Ling was quite famous on the island. Although his strength was not comparable to an intermediate celestial, he was one of the top lower celestials. Moreover, Lin Ling had the support of a powerful intermediate celestial, so ordinary intermediate celestials didn't dare to provoke him. Lin Ling heard the discussion around him, but he didn't pay attention to it. He looked into the distance. There, the light of treasure soared into the sky, forming a large area of clouds and mist. And in that area, there was a path out of the island. Looking at the edge of the clouds and mist, the rolling river water hid a large number of ancient great crocodiles. It seems that Bai Shui, Sunu, and the others still haven't come out. Lin Ling guessed. I heard that Du Dao Star Lord has reached the 7th level. He's 2 levels away from leaving the island completely. TSK, he's the first person in 1,000 years. The 7th level, this means that Du Dao Star-Lord's strength has reached a terrifying level. He's really invincible among lower celestials. It's impossible to be invincible. I heard that in other places, there are lower celestials who have walked out of the 9th level of the miasma. But Du Dao Star-Lord is one of the best among lower celestials. He deserves his reputation. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the front, causing the entire sky to fall silent. Then, a thin and weak man in a loose robe walked over with a smile on his face. I've finally passed the 7th level. If not for the lack of divine essence, I might have been able to pass the 8th level. The man's smile was very amiable. If one did not know him, they would have a good impression of him at first glance. However, those who knew him knew that he was despicable and shameless. He did not show any mercy. This was because he was Calamity Traversing Star-Lord. He walked over with a smile and swept his gaze. Many ancient great gods subconsciously avoided his gaze. Clearly, many people had suffered greatly at his hands over the years on the island. However, he was very strong and had some backing. As a result, some middle-level gods who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him. There's a new face. You must be a newcomer. Haha, I'm Calamity Traversing Star-Lord. Greetings, ancient great gods. Suddenly, Calamity Traversing Star-Lord's gaze landed on a few people. They were none other than Lin Ling. As Lin Ling and company were newcomers, Calamity Traversing Star-Lord did not recognize them. Are we familiar with you? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His words stunned Calamity Traversing Star-Lord. He was surprised that the newcomer did not give him any face. Calamity Traversing Star-Lord, this youth is the person you challenged in the fog. At this moment, the surrounding ancient great god spoke. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the two monks were already hiding in the crowd. Furthermore, they had malicious looks on their faces. This was because Calamity Traversing Star-Lord was like a calamity. As long as one was targeted by him, any ancient great god would be unlucky. 3 days ago, the newcomer had bullied them so badly. Now, they could personally witness the calamity that befell the newcomer. You are the newcomer who defeated 10 people in a row? It's an honor to meet you. Calamity Traversing Star-Lord reacted. He had seen Lin Ling and the other newcomers, but he did not expect them to be the people who had caused the island to be in an uproar. I already said that I'm familiar with you. Lin Ling looked at Star-Lord Du Adversity indifferently. He did not act courteously just because of Star-Lord Du Adversity's politeness. This was because even though Du Adversity Star Sovereign was all smiles, Lin Ling could see a sinister glint in his eyes. This glint was hidden very well, but Lin Ling was very knowledgeable. He knew that this kind of person prioritized benefits. On the surface, they were polite to you, but they could stab you in the back at any time. In addition, Star-Lord Du Xing's reputation was very bad. This explained everything even more. We're both ancient great gods and cannon fodder under the world will. We're not familiar with each other, but we're also familiar with each other. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign smiled and didn't mind Lin Ling's rudeness. He continued, oh right, I said that I wanted to spar with you not long ago. It's rare for us to meet, so why don't we do it now? Don't worry, we're both ancient gods of the same era. I won't be too harsh on you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Miao Tan and the other monk and said, Miao Tan, take out your Dao Realm fragments. Take as many as you have. Okay. The two monks hurriedly nodded and took out a lot of Dao Realm fragments. Star-Lord Du Xing took them. I have about 500 Dao Realm fragments here. How about this? If you win, they're all yours. If you lose, I don't want so many Dao Realm fragments. I only want 300. What do you think? Although Star-Lord Du Xing seemed to be taking care of Lin Ling, in fact, he was forcing Lin Ling into a corner. Everyone can bear witness to this matter. I believe that the Dao Realm will preside over this battle fairly. Before Lin Ling could speak, Star-Lord Du Xing spoke again. Throughout the entire process, he didn't ask for Lin Ling's opinion at all. In addition, he had a smile on his face. If it was a real newcomer, it would be difficult for them to refuse in consideration of their reputation. Unfortunately, He met Lin Ling. Lin Ling really didn't give him any face. Of course, if the other party wanted to give him Dao realm fragments, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse, therefore, Lin Ling remained silent. However, in the eyes of the ancient great gods, Lin Ling was being forced into a corner and there was no possibility of him refusing. This newcomer is also very strong. However, compared to Star Lord Du Xing, he's still weaker. Most importantly, he actually agreed. This means that he has to hand over the 200 Dao realm fragments that he won previously. He might even have to pay 100 of them. Hee, there's a good show to watch. Many ancient great gods laughed mockingly. They had witnessed Lin Ling's battle and Star Lord Du Xing's battle. In all fairness, they felt that Star Lord Du Xing's strength was stronger. Alright, since this senior has agreed, let's fight. Don't worry, this is just a spar. I won't fight to the death. Moreover, both you and I will benefit greatly from the battle between the two ancient great gods. Star Lord Du Xing said politely. However, his words were pleasant to the ears. Even if he won, he wouldn't kill Lin Ling. If it was someone else, this would also allow the other party to let go of the shackles in their heart and not have too many misgivings. Of course, only the scheming ancient great gods knew that these words actually had the taste of bewitching the enemy. This was because in a battle between two people, if they didn't have the mentality of killing their opponent, then the one with a relaxed mentality would be the easiest to lose. After all, if they felt that they wouldn't die, then they wouldn't use 120% of their strength when they attacked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood the effect of Star Lord Du Xing's words. Star Lord Du Xing was indeed a powerful ancient great god. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to use psychological tactics. The most terrifying thing was that even if it affected the opponent wouldn't know and would still be grateful to Star Lord Du Xing. Alright, let's focus on the spar. I also want to see how much my strength has increased. Without any nonsense, rolling divine energy appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. In just a few months, his strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to find a testing stone to test his strength. Haha, senior, you have to be careful. Star Lord Du Xing laughed and politely called him senior, giving Lin Ling enough face. However, he didn't show any mercy in his attack. He erupted with terrifying divine energy, and a sword appeared in his hand. Tens of thousands of rays of light flickered, and the heavenly abyss split open, and the long river of time appeared. In an instant, he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Ling, and a fierce sword slashed down like the river of time. This sword didn't look fast, but it was very powerful. It locked onto Lin Ling, and Lin Ling felt that there was nowhere to hide. At this moment, Lin Ling also felt a total of 250,000 rays of divine energy suppressing him. 200,000 rays of divine energy in one attack, even stronger than the Maoshan immortal ancestor and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Star Lord Du Xing could make the great gods fear him. Besides his despicable and shameless character, there was also his strength. Whoosh. After Lin Ling became a lower deity, he had fought countless lower deities. However, this Duda Star Sovereign was the strongest one he had met. He was definitely stronger than Lord Ning and the rest. Bang! Lin Ling's arm trembled as he activated all his strength. Ka. However, the sword in the sky continued to press down like a river of time. Lin Ling found it difficult to lift his sword. Haha, newcomer, you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose. Duda Star Sovereign sneered. Suddenly, his divine power increased to 300,000. The setting sun was like blood as a demonic red light illuminated the entire sky. The arrival of this terrifying divine power increased the pressure on Lin Ling. He shouted angrily, "First stage." After the first stage of talent fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly. The suppressed sword also slowly rose and slashed towards the sky. I've used my true strength, but it's still not enough. Duda Star Sovereign was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Moon stairs." The strength of the sword in his hand increased explosively again, the divine force breaking through large characters, crazily surging to 300,000 lines, powerfully suppressing downwards. Rumble. The entire island swayed slightly at this moment. Countless ancient gods' faces changed slightly. Newcomer, you won't lose just like this, right? After the sword pressed down, Du Star Sovereign laughed sinisterly as if he had obtained 300 Dao realm fragments. It's still early. Lin Ling sensed that Du Star Sovereign's talent had reached the 4th grade. He had hidden it well. No wonder he could dominate among the lower deities. 2nd stage, Lin Ling's strength increased again. Especially his physical strength, it increased even more. He slashed across the sky and reversed the situation. Rumble, the sky was blood red. Time seemed to have been sliced apart by the sword. What a powerful physical strength. Is that the killing steps? It is indeed as fierce as the rumors say. Du Star Sovereign laughed and increased his divine power to 350,000. He pressed down with a terrifying force. Scram. Looking at the invisible slash of time, Lin Ling knew that although this slash seemed invisible, it was actually very powerful. However, Lin Ling did not stop here. Facing the 350,000 strands of divinity, he activated his 3rd phase talent and used the purest physical strength to resist. Boom, the ferocious power of the corporeal body caused the ground to crack open as it brought Lin Ling into the sky. It broke through the endless shackles and finally clashed with the sword of Du Adversity Star Sovereign. Boom. Boom, the collision of the two swords, a terrifying shockwave of divine essence power exploded out unstoppably. The two silhouettes were like ancient beasts as they stared at each other in the air. The first wave of confrontation had also ended. Newcomer, your strength is not bad. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign revealed a smile. He seemed friendly, but his eyes were cold. Your strength is not bad. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. However, the 300 Dao realm pieces are mine in the end. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign said again. When he said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the beginning, he said that this was a spar and that even if he won, he would not kill Lin Ling. He said this to make Lin Ling careless, but who knew that Lin Ling would not be fooled at all. Now, he also had the intention to kill. It is too early to decide now. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. Suddenly, countless silhouettes of Lin Ling appeared on the ground and in the sky. They punched out with terrifying strength and hit Lin Ling's sword. Ding! Dang, ear-piercing sounds rang out at the same time. These were the clones of the real body. Fellow cultivator, let me help you. These clones had the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Their physical strength was also incomparably strong. After they attacked, they instantly suppressed Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign. This caused Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's expression to change drastically. His arms were also trembling from the powerful physical strength. Such a change caused the eyes of the ancient great deities below to narrow. They did not expect this newcomer to have such a trump card. During the previous 10 consecutive battles, he did not explode with such a trump card. One should know that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. After the 3rd stage of the talent fusion, his physical strength had reached the strength of 10 million worlds. With such terrifying strength, it would not be difficult for him to destroy any lower deity. In addition to the 3,000 clones, it was no wonder that Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign, who had a 4th stage middle deity divine embryo, could not withstand it. Crack, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's arms trembled even more violently. The sound of his bones reaching their limits could be heard continuously. However, suddenly, he shouted angrily, "Primordial true step, step of the steps." With this voice, a strange energy suddenly erupted. It was extremely primitive. The energy that landed on Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's sword suddenly had the power of the Great Tao. Crack! 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 The sword that had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point of trembling suddenly had its aura greatly increased. It actually rebounded with a powerful physical strength. This strength had reached the strength of 8 million worlds. Although it was not as strong as Lin Ling's, one should know that the sword was suppressed with the power of 350,000 strands of divinity, with the two types of strength superimposed. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's sword instantly began to suppress it. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash fiercely. The steps of the gods, and it was also a ceiling-type technique. However, Lin Ling immediately discovered that his physical strength was still present. It was just that for some unknown reason, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's physical strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be that Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's steps of the gods have the power to replicate my strength? Or is it related to his talent? Right, since the start of the battle, he has not unleashed the power of his talent. It is likely that the steps of the gods are related to his talent. It is the steps of the gods born from his talent. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind in an instant. However, at this moment, calamity traversing Star Sovereign slashed horizontally, slicing through the void and forcing Lin Ling to fly backward. At the same time, all of his clones were killed with a single slash. Calamity traversing Star Sovereign's strength had now doubled by borrowing Lin Ling's strength. No lower god could withstand a single strike from him unless it was Lin Ling. What terrifying strength! The expressions of all the ancient great gods changed drastically. Powerful talent, power of divinity that surpassed those of the same realm, and now, that terrifying physical strength. Calamity traversing Star Sovereign was indeed an expert that could reach the 8th level of the fog barrier. Hee, newcomer, you forced me to do this. Now that I have your physical strength, let's see how you will fight me. Standing in the sky, Calamity traversing Star Sovereign laughed loudly. His laughter caused the entire island to shake again. On the island, other than the middle gods, all the lower gods were breathing heavily. They looked at Calamity traversing Star Sovereign as though they were looking at the strongest lower god emperor. What powerful strength! Brother Ling has always been a top lower god expert. However, Calamity traversing Star Sovereign is not any weaker than Brother Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in midair. If one looked carefully, one would notice that a corner of his robe had been cut off. If he hadn't retreated quickly, then Star Monarch Calamity's attack would have injured him as well. He stared at the Star Lord, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Cross-adversity Star Sovereign, your god's steps seem powerful, but in reality, the steps can only replicate physical strength, right? Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the Star Lord's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. And this god's steps can't replicate 100% of one's strength. It's only 80% now. Lin Ling continued, this means that if you meet other lesser gods, as long as their physical strength is not strong, your god's steps will be very ordinary. Ha, newcomer, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to see through my god's steps in such a short time. At this time, the Star Lord finally spoke, there are many types of god steps in the sealing system. My god steps are at the Dominator level and can only seal physical strength. However, do you think the sealing system's god steps are easy to see? Let me tell you, among all the god steps, only the sealing system is the most terrifying. Among them, the soul system is the most terrifying. For example, your steps of killing may seem ferocious, but as long as one's divine strength surpasses yours by several times, they can still easily suppress it. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. Now, you're going to lose. Your physical strength is equal to mine. Although you have 7 great talents, I have a 4th grade divine fetus. Most importantly, your divine strength is inferior to mine. Die. Without wasting any more words, the Star Lord raised his sword and shot at Lin Ling. Heaven abyss opened again. Blood light filled the sky. There was blood light rising as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. With the addition of physical strength, the sword was clearly more terrifying than before. A ray of red light shot at Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast, causing many ancient gods to hold their breaths. They knew that this battle was about to end, the newcomer was about to be eliminated, and the result was death. Dao Realm cultivators had 3 chances to die, each of which was extremely precious. If all 3 chances were used up, then they would truly die and enter the underworld cycle of reincarnation. At that time, whether or not they could reincarnate again would be a problem, therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to die and waste a chance to live. Of course, if one was close to death and wanted to enter the Dao realm after being taken away by a Dao realm cultivator, they would appear in the same place again. This meant that if they wanted to kill their opponent, they only needed to wait. As long as they did not leave, their opponent would have no hope of entering Dao initiation realm. Of course, this kind of situation would only happen when one's father was killed. Under normal circumstances, no one would waste time waiting for the opponent to come back. Moreover, his opponent had died twice in a row. The 3rd time he returned, he would definitely be careful. If he did not return, the people in the Dao realm would not be able to do anything. This newcomer is dead for sure this time. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord seems easy to talk to, but in reality, he is merciless. Even if the newcomer has no enmity with the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord still wants to kill him, not to mention that the Cross-Calamity Star Lord almost lost. Looking at the sky, many people secretly said. They knew that the newcomer would have to use up one of his 3 chances to live. However, Lin Ling was still standing in the sky, his gray robe fluttering in the wind. Although it looked dazzling, no one believed that Lin Ling could fight against the Cross-Calamity Star Lord. The reason he did not act was probably because he was unwilling to waste the chance to save his life in the Dao realm. He was also unwilling to lose the Dao realm fragment, so he was hesitating. Die. Of course, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord did not care about that and slashed with his sword, clang. At this moment, Lin Ling finally attacked with a seemingly ordinary slash, boom. However, this slash blocked the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's attack. After a ferocious force hit the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the bloody light in the sky cracked. How is this possible? The Cross-Calamity Star Lord let out an angry roar as the sword in his hand slashed out crazily. However, he could not make Lin Ling move an inch. His gray robe fluttered in the sky. Lin Ling held his sword with one hand like an immovable wisdom king. Who said that I don't have the power of divinity? Lin Ling said in a low voice. He had come to this battle for the sake of experimenting. Therefore, he had initially wanted to see the limits of his physical strength and what kind of strength he could resist. Then, he would test out the power of God. Now, it was time for him to experiment with the power of divinity. Lin Ling's power of divinity began to soar and gradually reached 250,000. And this was the basic power of divinity. But now, he had a third-stage talent fusion and was the gray-robed Lin Ling. Therefore, his power of divinity crazily reached 330,000. It was only 20,000 less than the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, but Lin Ling's physical strength was stronger than the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord's sword began to bend and could not block Lin Ling's sword. Looking from the ground, the scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling's sword suppressed the Cross-Calamity Star Lord into a disadvantage and was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said coldly, "Your god steps shouldn't be able to replicate my power of divinity. How can your power of divinity be so strong?" The Cross-Calamity Star Lord's long hair danced wildly and his expression was abnormally ugly. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. Bastard! The Cross-Calamity Star Lord cursed, clearly unwilling to accept this. There's nothing to be unwilling about. My powerful domain has exceeded your imagination. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were true because he was mainly experimenting in this battle and did not use any other methods. Otherwise, Lin Ling was confident that he could instantly defeat the Cross-Calamity Star Lord with just his speed. Alright, you win. I promise to give you 500 Dao Realm fragments. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord kept pondering and finally said with gritted teeth. 500 Dao Realm fragments was a huge sum of money. One might not have the chance to obtain it even in 100,000 years. It was the bargaining chip in capital to become stronger. Even a mid-level deity would feel heartache if they were asked to hand over 100 Dao Realm fragments, let alone 500 Dao Realm fragments. Even the Cross-Calamity Star Lord was defeated. This newcomer will probably be able to rush to the last level of the fog barrier. TSK, could he be thinking of becoming the strongest newcomer in the history of this island? I don't understand where this newcomer cultivated in the past and why he has such a strong foundation. If he reaches the mid-level deity realm, it's hard to imagine how strong he will be. On the ground, everyone was talking in a lively manner and had a deeper understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, no one was sure that the current strength was Lin Ling's full strength. Admit defeat? Of course, it was only to intimidate. When Lin Ling gradually recovered, he looked around and saw a man holding a sword standing behind Yu and Annuer. It was the Star Lord of Due Adversity. Despicable newcomer, you tricked me and tricked me into a duel with you. You want my 500 Dao state fragments? Dream on. I haven't lost yet. The Star Lord of Due Adversity shouted hysterically. As the most despicable and shameless lower deity on the island, how could he submit so easily? For the sake of the Dao Realm fragment, he was willing to do anything. Star Lord of Due Adversity. Seeing the Star Lord of Do Adversity's actions, the other deities exclaimed. This Star Lord of Do Adversity was indeed ruthless. He actually used hostages to threaten. Kill yourself and admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll kill them. The Star Lord of Do Adversity looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, You sacrificed one life each, but all three of them survived. You've taken advantage of me. Hurry up and kill yourself. As long as Lin Ling committed suicide, it would mean that he had won the duel with Lin Ling. At that time, he would be able to obtain 300 Dao state fragments. His words were like a reward to Lin Ling. One life in exchange for 3 lives. However, given his character, as long as Lin Ling dared to commit suicide, he might kill Yu and the other 2 in the blink of an eye. Yu and the other 2 weren't as strong as the Star Lord of Do Adversity. Naturally, they couldn't resist at all. At that moment, Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. His face was as cold as ice, and his aura was even more imposing. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't listen to him, the Star Lord of Do Adversity was furious. Kill me. Kill me if you dare. Let me tell you, if you dare to kill me, I can guarantee that there won't be a place for you to stay on this island. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also do nothing for the rest of my life except to guard this island. As long as you appear once, I'll kill you 3 times and you won't have the chance to reincarnate. Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a taboo wind that carried a strand of heartlessness that caused one's heart to tremble. When it entered the ears of Star Monarch Du Xing, it actually caused him to panic slightly. He had plotted against countless people in his life and killed countless ancient gods. However, he was still alive and well because he had a ruthless spirit. However, after meeting Lin Ling, this ruthless spirit suddenly became a little diffident. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the ancient gods in the distance felt their hearts tremble. In his next life, he would do nothing but kill Star Lord Du Xing. Every time he saw him, he would kill him. This meant that Calamity Traverser Star Lord could no longer enter the Dao realm. He would die if he entered. Although Lin Ling had paid a great price by giving up the chance to leave the island and defending this place to the death, Lin Ling dared to do so and risk his life. This was the price of angering Lin Ling. Just like that, everyone watched as Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Calamity Star Lord didn't dare to act rashly. However, he wasn't a greenhorn in the end. He knew that by threatening Yu and the others, he had already formed a grudge with this newcomer. Stop right there and kill yourself immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately kill someone. After calming down, Calamity Star Lord shouted sinisterly, either way, he would die. If he didn't do anything, not only would he lose 500 Dao Realm fragments, but he would also be completely killed. Moreover, if he let Yu and the others go, Lin Ling might not let him go. He would still lose 500 Dao Realm fragments. This time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. However, he wasn't far from the Adversity Star Lord. Earlier, you said that my killing steps can't compare to your sealing steps. How do you know that I only have the killing steps? Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you mean? Calamity Star Lord frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was talking about. Compared to the god steps of the sealing path, your steps are simply inferior. Lin Ling said again. These words made Calamity Star Lord panic. Could Lin Ling also have the god steps of the sealing path? Kill yourself, now. Calamity Star Lord knew that he couldn't let Lin Ling live anymore. The longer he lived, the greater the pressure on him. Then, he planned to kill someone to make Lin Ling fear him. This was to make an example out of him. Die. He slashed his sword at Yu. Cardinal Grand Brahma punishment technique. However, at that moment, a furious roar resounded. Then, an extremely terrifying and mysterious power enveloped Calamity Star Lord's body. Not only did it seal his talent, but it also sealed most of his divine power. Right now, Lin Ling's step of wisdom had reached the immemorial level. The 6 realms of the steps of the gods were elementary, Dao Sense, Dominator, Grand Elementary, Ancient, and Grand Beginning, Eternal. Even in the era of the gods, there weren't many that had god stairs at the ancient level. Star Sovereign Du Dao's sword suddenly slowed down. Of course, he was still a powerful lower god, so he still slashed at Yu, bang, but at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed the sword. Then, Lin Ling was already standing in front of the Star Lord. The stare of wisdom had sealed Do Adversity Star Sovereign's strength. With Do Adversity Star Sovereign's strength, his sword would not be able to stop Lin Ling. You. Calamity Traversing Star Lord looked at Lin Ling, who was right in front of him, and his legs went soft. Why was it like this? He was clearly about to kill this woman, so why did more than half of his strength suddenly disappear? Divine Steps of the Sealing System. Suddenly, Calamity Traversing Star Lord reacted. He suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Ling and muttered, "Soul System? You can die now." Lin Ling did not answer. His other hand slashed out fiercely with the intention of killing this ancient god. However, when his sword was about to approach Calamity Traversing Star Lord, a ferocious force erupted from the latter's body and forced Lin Ling to retreat. This force was five-colored and very ancient. This was the power of the Tao Realm. Obviously, the Tao Realm had saved Calamity Traversing Star Lord when he was about to die and took him away. The five-colored light enveloped Calamity Traversing Star Lord and took him up into the sky. It passed through the primordial energy and disappeared into the distance. "I won't let you go." Although Calamity Traversing Star Lord did not die, his face was ferocious. This was because he had wasted his Tao Realm energy for nothing. He only had 2 lives left. After all, the Tao Realm outside the island was vast and boundless, with countless taboos. 3 lives might not even be enough, let alone 2. This meant that even if he could leave the island, he wouldn't be able to go very far outside of the island. Therefore, how could he not hate? "I'll wait for your return." Lin Ling looked at the sky coldly and softly uttered a sentence. If he saw Calamity Traversing Star Lord again, he would kill him every time he saw him. At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that there were 500 more Tao Realm fragments in his Tao Regression Celestial Seat. He had won this battle completely. Moreover, he had a high chance of leaving the miasma and heading to an even more ancient world. "Brother Ling." Looking at Lin Ling walking over, Yu Yu and the rest rushed over, their faces full of guilt. If not for them, Lin Ling would not have been threatened like this. "It's fine." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His eyes suddenly looked at the ancient gods and coldly said, "Today's matter will not be repeated. If anyone dares to bully my woman again, I will dare to kill you even if you are a mid-level god. You can doubt my words and try to test my patience, but I must warn you. Because your ending will not be good." A threat, a naked threat. However, the gods in the distance were silent. After killing the Calamity Crossing Star Lord, they already knew that on this island, no low-level god was Lin Ling's match. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the rest towards the miasma. After Lin Ling left, many ancient great gods began to discuss among themselves. "With this guy's strength, I'm afraid he can walk out of the miasma." "I don't know if he can walk out of the miasma, but reaching the 9th floor is something that is set in stone. Even the Calamity Crossing Star Lord could reach the 8th floor." Everyone was sure that Lin Ling could do it as well. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling approached the miasma, suddenly, a figure walked out in a very sorry state. It was Treasure God Nanwufingyu. "Grandpa Treasure God." Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but be delighted. "Haha, you finally came to the miasma." Treasure God Nanwufingyu came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. Then, he looked behind him and said, "This miasma is really something. I almost died inside." "Grandpa Treasure God, what's inside the miasma?" "Miasma, there are demons hidden in the miasma. It seems like a short distance, but it takes several days to walk. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside cannot be recovered. Especially after the 5th floor, the miasma is really not for humans." "Grandpa Treasure God, which floor are you at?" "The 5th floor. Not only are there many demons, the miasma is also poisonous. You can't stay in there for long. Most importantly, your spirit energy cannot be recovered. That is the biggest problem." "What about Whitewater Pure Maiden, Saint Guy, and the rest? They should be able to walk out." "Young Qilan's strength is similar to mine. It will be difficult." As he spoke, another figure walked out of the miasma. It was indeed young Qilan. At this moment, he looked exhausted. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but be delighted. "Lin Ling, Treasure God. Little Qilan, which level have you reached?" The seventh floor. I couldn't hold on any longer, but I was rewarded with 70 Dao realm fragments after I came out. There are rewards of Dao fragments? Treasure God Nanwufingyu was shocked. He quickly checked his Dao reversion heaven seat and found that he had 50 Dao realm fragments. Haha. To think that this miasma would reward so many Dao state fragments. If we were to enter again, wouldn't we be able to obtain Dao state fragments endlessly? Treasure God Nanwufingyu said happily. I don't think so. It should be the first floor, and then you can get it. There shouldn't be any rewards after that. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that there was such a good thing. Whitewater Pure Maiden and Saint Guy have not come out. They might have walked out of the island. Grandpa Treasure God, I will go and take a look. Lin Ling said. Okay, Lin Ling, you should be able to walk out of the island. We will wait for your good news. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others smiled. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and gave a few words of advice. Now that he was famous on the island, he guessed that no one would dare to provoke Yu Yu. Therefore, he told Yu Yu and the rest to cultivate hard and try to walk out of the island as soon as possible. After that, he threatened the deities on the island again before walking forward. The miasma was the only way out of the island. Around the miasma was a rolling yellow ancient river. There were bubbles in the river from time to time, as if there were terrifying ancient beasts. It doesn't look long, but it will take a long time to walk through it. After a rough inspection, Lin Ling entered the miasma. As they watched Lin Ling disappear, the island began to burst into a flurry of discussions. I didn't expect this batch of newcomers to be the first to walk out of the miasma. More importantly, there is more than one person. Sigh, seeing a newcomer leave the island, I feel so bad. Let's cultivate hard. Cultivate hard. Now that more and more people are walking out of the island, I don't want to be trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Everyone felt the pressure, but they did not leave. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could walk out of the miasma in one go. Lin Ling, who entered the miasma, found that he had entered another version of the world. His surroundings were hazy and filled with blood-colored mist. The mist was very strange. It dispersed when it met people, as if it had a spirit. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, countless ancient giant mosquitoes flew over, hiding in the blood-colored mist. It was terrifying. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted, causing all the giant mosquitoes to retreat. Then, he moved and shot into the distance. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached the speed of 500,000 worlds. If he was in the void of Jiuzhou, he could easily go from the east to the west. However, this speed was useless. He still could not pass through the first level. Instead, in the distant sky, huge ancient giant mosquitoes flew over. They were majestic, and each of them was as big as a calf. It was very terrifying. The mosquito's mouth was like a sword. It was very sharp. If one was stabbed by these mosquito mouths, even a lower deity would be sucked dry. Get lost. However, Lin Ling was not the slightest bit afraid. He continuously threw punches. The ferocious strength smashed all the ancient giant mosquitoes that attempted to approach into meat paste. Even their mouths, which were as hard as swords, were forcefully broken. Get lost. Lin Ling did not stop. He waved his fists and rushed into the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of debris fell from the sky. Those giant mosquitoes were all killed by Lin Ling's fists. However, just as he left the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes, a large number of ancient giant mosquitoes appeared in front of him. Although these giant mosquitoes were not strong, they continued to exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength. It's probably because of the red blood-colored mist that I can't recover my essence, energy, and spirit. It's a pity that my essence, energy, and spirit are so huge. It's impossible to exhaust me in the first level. Lin Ling did not stop. He rushed forward like a cannonball. Finally, he rushed out of the first level. Even young Qilin and the others easily passed through the first level. Naturally, they could not stop Lin Ling. Rumble, the second level's mist barrier was yellow. It was very hot. It was as if one was in a volcano. Moreover, in the mist, the sky was filled with smoke and ashes, giving people a Feeling of loneliness, as far as the eye could see, this place was vast and boundless. From time to time, the yellow mist would explode. Moreover, it was a big explosion that appeared out of nowhere. It looked very dangerous. Rumble, deafening noises sounded around Lin Ling, but powerful divine essence appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body, protecting him within. In Lin Ling's estimation, the power brought by these explosions was as much as 50,000 strands of divinity. Of course, this kind of power, most lesser gods could block it, but the terrifying thing was that these explosions were endless unless one could reach the end. The first level looked at the overall strength, the second level probably looked at the density of one's divine essence. Lin Ling also instantly had a guess in his mind. Unfortunately, the density of his divine essence was gathered from 7 dantians. Whether it was the Age of Gods or the Ancient Era, in terms of the density of divine essence at the same level, who but him could compare? Rumble, ignoring the explosions around him, Lin Ling patiently charged forward. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, a huge vortex appeared in the yellow mist, rolling and spinning, forming a huge explosion that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of this explosion also reached the power of 100,000 strands of divinity. Looking over, spots of light appeared in the entire fog sea. Then, a terrifying shock wave erupted, connecting the entire second level of fog barrier. If it was a weaker lesser god here, they would definitely die. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. However, in the terrifying explosion, a figure flew past like a kite. It was Lin Ling. There's really no end to it. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of explosion naturally couldn't hurt him, but it wasted his time, and of course, it also consumed a bit of his essence, energy, and spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Ling still charged forward. He had reached the 3rd level. The moment Lin Ling appeared on the 3rd level, he saw endless green fog spread throughout the entire space. In the distance was an ancient forest. These ancient trees were uprooted from the ground, towering into the clouds, but they were silent. Lin Ling stepped on a huge ancient tree, not moving at all, his eyes looking into the distance. He was waiting for the danger of this level. However, it was still quiet in front of him. There were no explosions, nor were there any ancient giant mosquitoes. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that there was a winding path in the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, a bird flew out from the silent forest in the distance and flew into the distance. This made Lin Ling frown slightly. Buzz buzz buzz. Next, countless birds flew out from the seemingly quiet ancient forest and soared into the sky. It was a majestic sight. It seems like some kind of danger is approaching. Looking at the sky full of birds, Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Roar. After waiting for an entire moment, a deafening roar finally resounded from afar. After that, an enormous figure silently appeared within the hazy green mist. This figure was enormous, like a divine mountain within the green mist. It was too big. It was one of the biggest demonic beasts Lin Ling had ever seen. Moreover, a pair of blood-red eyes were faintly discernible within the fog. They were like 2 bright lights in the vast ocean. What is this? Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as curiosity rose in his heart. Bang bang bang, the ground began to shake and even more startled birds took flight. Amidst the hazy mist, the enormous figure became even clearer. Bear. It was actually an ancient giant bear. It was the first time Lin Ling had seen such an enormous figure. In comparison, Lin Ling's body was only as big as the ancient giant bear's eyes. Is this the difficulty of the 3rd level? Lin Ling was slightly surprised. However, he still stood on the giant tree and looked at the enormous giant bear from afar. Bang bang bang. Although the ancient giant bear looked enormous, its speed was not slow and it did not seem cumbersome. It looked at Lin Ling with contempt as its blood-red eyes emitted a demonic glow. Lin Ling stood on the leaves without moving at all. It was as if he was one with the ancient tree on the ground. Roar. When it saw Lin Ling's appearance, the ancient giant bear roared loudly. A frightening sound wave charged out like a wild wind, causing Lin Ling's long hair and long robe to flutter. However, his body still did not move an inch. This completely infuriated the ancient giant bear. The might of the ancient giant bear was not enough to intimidate him. The ancient giant bear swept its claws fiercely. The terrifying air wave caused the ancient trees on the ground to rise and tumble in the sky like straw. It was terrifying. Bang. Lin Ling raised his hand to block, all the towering ancient trees around him rose into the sky as if gravity had disappeared. Only the ancient pine tree under Lin Ling's feet remained unscathed. Swoosh, however, in the next moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by a cannonball. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. His momentum did not stop as he continued to fly backward, bang bang bang. Looking at the ground again, it was as if a dragon was gliding on the ground, dragging a long shadow as dust billowed and spread, and this was Lin Ling. Boom, several large mountains in the distance were also penetrated by Lin Ling. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of an ancient mountain that rose from the ground, crack crack crack. However, cracks appeared on the mountain and it collapsed with a rumble, roar roar roar. In the distance, the huge ancient bear stood up. Its huge bare arms waved at the sky and let out the most primitive roar. It was as if it had won in the most primitive battle between wild beasts. It was the king of ancient times. However, had it won? Obviously, it was impossible. First stage. A soft voice suddenly came from the huge gravel in the distance. Boom, the gravel exploded and a figure shot out like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the ancient giant bear. Next, a fist that seemed small but carried a destructive force smashed out violently. Roar. However, the ancient giant bear was also very powerful. When it noticed the figure approaching, its huge bare claws also swept out violently. Of course, it obviously did not gain any advantage this time. That was because the ferocious fist swept out like a gust of wind and sent the ancient giant bear flying. Bang bang bang. The ground was shaking. A huge figure glided along the ground and stirred up the heaven and earth. It's only the third level. Even young Lin and the rest passed it. How can I be defeated here? At most, you can only exhaust a little of my stamina. That's all. Lin Ling, who was floating in the sky, shook his head and said. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Boom boom boom, the ground shook. Lin Ling attacked crazily to suppress the giant bear, causing the green fog to swirl due to the huge impact. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed at this moment. After a long time, a figure walked along the ground like a wandering hero and also like an ancient god that had returned from ancient times. Bang, not far behind this person, a huge figure finally crashed down like an island. The fourth level. This person said as he walked. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He wanted to know how many ancient giant beasts were hidden in this ancient Tao realm. He had finally reached the fourth level. It was actually a world in the water. Countless ancient giant crabs surrounded and attacked. All of them had the strength of a late-stage lower deity and were extremely powerful. The fourth level's misty world clearly affected Lin Ling's battle strength to a certain extent. However, Lin Ling still managed to reach the fifth level without a hitch. Everything was as Treasure God Grandpa had said. From the fifth level onwards, the mist already carried a fatal attack. The fifth level was dusky, as if it was an abandoned land of the mortal world. It was like an evil land after the creation of heaven and earth. Even an ancient great god could not survive here because there was a terrifying sandstorm here. This sandstorm was mixed with the sharp power of God. It blew past and constantly pierced people's bodies. Puff puff puff. Lin Ling looked at his body constantly being pierced. Grains of sand shot into his body and he frowned. I have to find the end as soon as possible. Lin Ling knew why Treasure God Nanwufingyu failed. Because after reaching the fifth level, he had used up a lot of his essence energy. Now, he had to constantly be on guard against the sandstorm. If his spirit energy was not thick enough, he would definitely fall here. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling moved against the wind, but more and more sand shot into his body. This sand was able to pierce through the protection of divine essence and was extremely powerful. And as more and more sand piled up, Lin Ling also felt his weight crazily increase. It was as if he was dragging hundreds of mountains forward. Bang bang bang. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was actually jumping along the desert. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a strange monster. The reason why it was strange was because this monster was not only huge, but also round like a ball. Its surface had a large number of spikes. Fins. Searching his mind, Lin Ling could not think of what this monster looked like. The only thing that left the deepest impression was that it was very similar to a pufferfish. A pufferfish? And then it jumped in the desert like a balloon. Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Rumble rumble rumble. The two sides fought. In the end, Lin Ling emerged victorious and passed through the 5th level, and at this moment, on the island, countless people were looking in the direction of the fog barrier. They could see layers upon layers of fog drifting about, and among them, the last layer of fog was the most conspicuous. But after a long time, it finally calmed down. Previously, the last layer of the miasma was constantly changing, and now it's changing again. It seems that both of them have walked out of the miasma. I'm so envious. They are rookies. They managed to walk out of the fog barrier the moment they arrived on the island. This batch of rookies is really impressive. There's a third person now. I wonder if he can make it out of the miasma. Discussions were heard everywhere. Many of the ancient great gods were extremely envious. That was because some ancient gods had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Some had even been trapped here for 100,000 years. How could they not want to leave? After all, leaving the island represented a kind of affirmation. However, even though they had painstakingly cultivated for many years, they were still lacking just a little bit. On the contrary, they often saw people walking out of the island. It was as if they had been ruthlessly stabbed in the heart by a sword, and now, the third person was also very likely to walk out of the island. This could be considered as the first batch of ancient gods to walk out of the island after so many years. As for the third person, it was Lin Ling. Whitewater Pure Maiden, Saint Guy, and the others have all left. Whitewater Pure Maiden is a medium god. If she can walk out, it means that she is stronger than ordinary medium gods. As for Saint Guy, although he is a lower god, he is a freak. The rest is up to Lin Ling. Yu and the others were also looking at the miasma. They were very happy. Look, the 6th level's miasma is glowing. The clouds are filled with lightning and thunder. This means that Brother Ling has reached the 6th level. Suddenly, Yu shouted in joy. This kid has reached the 5th level. Not bad. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and Young Qilin looked at each other. They were somewhat excited. Although they knew that Lin Ling would definitely reach the 8th level, seeing Lin Ling reach the 6th level with their own eyes, they could not help but feel excited. The 6th level. At this moment, many ancient great gods were also looking at the miasma. The miasma was layered and distributed according to color, so it was very easy to distinguish. Moreover, it was not difficult to guess who had reached the 6th level. After all, Du Dao Star Lord had reached the 8th level. It would not be difficult for that newcomer, and this made them even more envious. On the 6th level, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lin Ling also used the 2nd stage of innate fusion. After a long time, Lin Ling reached the 7th level. In this level of miasma, there was not only thunder, but also heat and violence. The 3rd stage of innate fusion appeared. Du Dao Star Lord had also barely passed this level. The latter had failed on the 8th level, but Lin Ling was stronger. So, after a long time, he had reached the 8th level. After reaching the 8th level, Lin Ling had expended a lot of energy. One had to know that Du Dao Star Lord had failed on the 8th level because he did not have enough energy. She's here on the 8th floor, but I didn't see Saint Guy. He probably left. Whitewater Pure Maiden is a common god, so she's definitely in more trouble than a lesser god. That being said, I'm guessing that she left as well. Of course, Saint Guy is the smoothest. With the Donghuang Bell, he doesn't have to do anything. Standing in the sky of the 8th level, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even with his strength, he felt a little exhausted, and the 8th level's threat was the suction force. This suction force came from the miasma of heaven and earth. This place was like the great wilderness. It was also like the most unstable Huanyu great world before the heavens and earth were created, life's reincarnation, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So, the miasma here had the power to turn any god into nothingness. Lin Ling was full of killing intent. Using the 3rd stage of innate fusion, he rushed into the distance. He was going all out to resist the power of the great wilderness, but the great wilderness seemed endless. There was nothing here, only endless miasma. It made one feel as if they were not moving forward at all. Clearly, this was not only a dangerous place, but also a test of a martial artist's state of mind. However, Lin Ling was a calm person. He did not care about any changes and moved forward bravely. He knew that as long as he rushed in one direction, he would definitely be able to walk out of here. After all, the miasma was only a path to God. this path would not be long. After a long time, when Lin Ling was covered in wounds, he finally walked out of the 8th level. Looking at his body, there was not a single piece of intact skin. Bones were exposed in many places. On the left side of his face, there was a skeletal eye. It added a touch of fear and evil. The 9th level. Almost at the same time, countless ancient gods on the island exclaimed, the 9th level. As long as he passed it, he would walk out of the island and step into a new world. Fail, he must fail. No one knew what was on the 9th level, but everyone was cursing Lin Ling's failure. They did not want to see the 3rd ancient god walking out of the island. It would be too great a blow to them. These guys. The young Qilin suddenly laughed. He looked like a child, but his eyes were filled with wisdom. You're right, kid. Once Lin Ling gets out of the 9th level, we have to work hard to get out of the island and see what the Dao realm is like with him. Treasure God Nanwufingyu laughed. At this moment, he looked forward to the outside world even more. The real Dao realm was outside the island, although he was a god from the era of the gods. The Dao realm did not only include the era of the gods, but also the primordial era and the most ancient primordial era. How could he not look forward to it? How could he not want to search for the mysteries of the primordial era? Return of the God. At this moment, the colorful fog on the 9th level formed a whirlpool that rolled wildly. An ancient and mighty voice rang out, shocking the entire world. Lin Ling looked over. All the demons in the fog barrier had gathered on the 9th level. There were ancient bears, giant mosquitoes, and even explosions. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Although he did not know who spoke, Lin Ling also shouted angrily. Fellow Daoist, this will not work. Please return. The ancient voice rang out again, causing countless echoes. Impossible. Lin Ling said bluntly. Blood sacrifice. Suddenly, the angry roar seemed to have triggered a taboo, as if it had come from the primordial era. The primordial giant bears and primordial giant mosquitoes from before began to fuse together. Looking at the colorful miasma hovering in the sky, they were now mixed together. The entire world became even more colorful. Rays of treasure light blossomed like fireworks in the distance, dazzling and resplendent. After the blood sacrifice, Lin Ling felt the suction from the 8th level appear again. Moreover, a terrifying roar rang in his ears, shattering Lin Ling's eardrums and entering his brain. It wanted to destroy everything about Lin Ling. After his ears were attacked, it was his eyes' turn. The treasure light in the distance was like a mirror, shining on Lin Ling's eyes. Humph. Lin Ling let out a muffled groan. He wanted to block it, but he couldn't. His eyes were instantly blinded. A blinding treasure light followed his empty eyes and destroyed Lin Ling's body, but this was not the end. The poisonous gas spread, sealing Lin Ling's sense of smell. All kinds of illusions fell like flowers, sealing Lin Ling's mind. His 5 senses were all sealed. This was Lin Ling's first time experiencing such terrifying power. His 7 orifices began to bleed. From afar, it was a terrifying sight. This is the 9th level. The originally weak Lin Ling couldn't help but think to himself in shock after being severely injured. Now, it was difficult for him to even speak. He did not know how pure Maiden White walked out of the miasma, but he was certain that very few lesser gods could do so. As for Xianxia, he was not worried because the Eastern Emperor Bell was enough to protect him. All of his senses had been sealed. This made Lin Ling realize that his powerful mortal body wasn't invulnerable. He had been cultivating the strength of his mortal body, but he had forgotten the most ordinary thing, and that was his senses. Such a setback had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for Lin Ling. He knew that he had been blindly pursuing strength, but he had forgotten the most important thing. The foundation was actually the most important thing. Even if Lin Ling's bones, bloodline, and even cells had already been strengthened, he was now in the world of gods. There were definitely many ancient gods who had strengthened their bodies like him. However, he was stuck in his own ways and thought that the strongest power was the only thing that could strengthen his body. The great Tao, wrong, everything was wrong. The true limit of the body's strength was to transform the body into the universe, into the void. Only by being undefeated could one repel the enemy. It was not to repel the enemy first to be undefeated. Fellow Daoist, sorry for the offense. While Lin Ling was still in shock, the thing formed by all the ancient giant beasts turned into a fist and suppressed Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood in the sky, already turned into a bloody man. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body was riddled with wounds. Even his spirit essence was mostly exhausted. In that case, it was obvious that he couldn't block this attack. At this moment, all the life on the 9th level seemed to be staring at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling fail and retreat. Even on the island, the ancient gods were staring at the final miasma. Although they did not know what happened to the miasma, they were sure that the 9th level was not simple. Step of wisdom. But at this moment, a voice formed by soul power sounded. Although Lin Ling's 5 senses were sealed, his soul power was safe and sound. Because his soul power was too strong, furthermore, his physical body did not reach invincible defense. But his soul power was invincible in defense, especially in the step of wisdom. The moment this terrifying soul power emerged, heaven and earth seemed to be sealed, splitting open the sky. Lin Ling raised his hand, the arm that was only left with white bones, and lightly waved. It looked like a simple action, but it carried the charm of splitting open heaven and earth. It could sever all great Tao, the ultimate source of martial arts. Step of wisdom. Pangu attacked, one attacking, one defending. Shocking attack, the 9th level shook. Under Lin Ling's light chop, countless lights scattered down like snow. A narrow path appeared in front of Lin Ling. The path leading to the island was completely opened. The miasma that wanted to defeat Lin Ling was also destroyed with a chop, unstoppable, and Lin Ling advanced like this, as if he did not experience any life and death crisis. That figure was so calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Rumble. Looking from the island, the miasma of the 9th level was not only flashing lightning and thunder, but there were also divine flames illuminating the world. Occasionally, there would be strong winds blowing. It was incomparably terrifying, but soon, everything returned to normal and returned to normal. The gods on the island were all silent. They stared at the miasma, but the figure they were waiting for did not appear. There were only 2 reasons for this result. First, Lin Ling died. Second, Lin Ling left the island. At this moment, everyone's body trembled. Then, they looked at Yu and the rest, wanting to see the answer from their faces. Yu and the rest were also very nervous. But after waiting for a while, they did not hear Lin Ling's voice. According to the norm, if Lin Ling died, the Tao realm would take Lin Ling away. Then, Lin Ling would definitely transmit a message to them in the void of the 9 states, reminding them that he, Lin Ling, had failed, but now, there was none. Nothing. Brother Ling, you did it. After waiting for a long time, Yu finally laughed. As soon as her voice fell, Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the rest also laughed. A heroic feeling rose in their hearts. The third person. Looking at the gods on the island, they were greatly affected and sighed again and again. Although they had guessed that this would be the result, they still felt lucky in their hearts. But in the end, this bit of luck disappeared with the wind. His blinded eyes were now recovering, his dull hair was now regaining its luster, his broken body was now regrowing flesh, everything was being restored to normal. I'm out. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the winding path. His expression began to become excited, because outside the island, that was the true Tao realm, the winding path looked very ordinary, and there was no trace of the desolate aura from before. Lin Ling felt as if he was walking on a small road in the countryside. When he completely walked out, the real desolate world appeared in front of him. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with boundless spiritual energy, the ancient volcanoes, and all kinds of plants that seemed like the beginning of the world. Everything was so ancient and so powerful. Rumble. But what shocked Lin Ling was that as soon as he came out, he saw an earth-shattering battle. The pure white maiden and Saint Guy were working together to fight against a group of powerful ancient gods. Many of these ancient gods had the strength of a mid-god, and with a raise of their hands, millions of divine force erupted. There were countless mid-god divine embryos, and even a wisp of fire was an ancient divine fire. Ha ha ha, Eastern Emperor Bell. A domineering voice sounded, and an old man with long hair was controlling a huge fire-blocking dome to suppress Saint Guy and Saint Guy. Looking around, he saw that all of the gods were using their divine essence to fuel the flames, causing the fire-blocking dome to constantly emit terrifying flames. They were all sweating profusely and looked like they were having a hard time, but their faces were full of excitement. They seemed to have their eyes on Saint Guy's Eastern Emperor Bell. I didn't expect to encounter such a chaos divine artifact on my way here. This is fate. This is caused by the universe's fate. The old man looked up and laughed. Although he was having a hard time controlling the fire-blocking dome, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could refine the two. In fact, if it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Bel and the help of a mid-god woman, he would have already killed the two. Patriarch, they're dead meat. Patriarch, you've lived for thousands of years, and your kindness is immeasurable. The group of lesser deities in the surroundings didn't help him. Instead, they cheered and encouraged him. Underneath the leaf-fire dome, terrifying flames were exploding, threatening to destroy the heaven and earth. Inside the dome, an ancient bell was hanging in the air, emitting a deafening sound. Below the bell were Saint Guy and Whitewater Pure Maiden. Xianxia's face was pale as he tried his best to control the Grand Orient Bell to fend off the god fire. Moreover, he was also very depressed. This was because when he had just walked out of the miasma and was recovering, he suddenly encountered a group of gods. They attacked him without saying a word and wanted to snatch his Donghuang Bell. He and Whitewater Pure Maiden were caught off guard, and were suppressed in one move. Most importantly, they hadn't walked out of the miasma for long, so their strength hadn't recovered yet. After all, within the miasma, one's essence, energy, and spirit couldn't recover. Only by walking out of the island could they recover. Hold on. Whitewater Pure Maiden gritted her teeth. If not for her strength as a lesser deity, Xianxia wouldn't have the strength to control the bell even if he had a divine artifact in hand. The reason why Xianxia could still fend off the enemies was because of Whitewater Pure Maiden. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. After all, Whitewater Pure Maiden had only recovered 30% of her strength after leaving the island. What a powerful Donghuang Bell. The two of you, who are so weak, can actually fend off a dozen lesser deities. At this time, the old man said savagely. Your Excellency, the Donghuang Bell is the most precious treasure of the Donghuang clan. Even if you have it, what's the use if you can't control it? Why don't you leave immediately, and I'll let bygones be bygones? Xianxia said. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry about that. Let me tell you, just because others can't control it doesn't mean that this old ancestor can't. Hurry up and die. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. It was obvious that he had reached his limit, but he believed that the two would fall before him. Someone came out? Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling in the distance. Xianxia and the rest turned to look, and their faces lit up with joy. Lin Ling had also walked out of the island. Originally, they wanted Lin Ling to help, but they suddenly thought of something and immediately shut up. This was because they knew that Lin Ling, who had just walked out of the island, was in the same state as them. He was very weak at the moment. A lesser deity? Where did this trash come from? If he dares to interfere, this old ancestor will chop him into pieces. The old man also saw Lin Ling. At first, he was worried that he might be some expert, but fortunately, he was just a lesser deity, so there was nothing to be worried about. Moreover, although he was the third person to walk out of the island, it didn't mean that he knew Xianxia and the rest, so they wouldn't dare to interfere. Brat, if you dare to talk too much about this matter, you will die without a complete corpse. Our old ancestor will kill you every time he sees you, until you don't dare to enter the Tao realm. Scram. All the intermediate deities were urging, so the lesser deities all shouted at Lin Ling. Their expressions were dignified, as if they were rewarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced around and roughly knew what was going on. He didn't say anything and sat down cross-legged. Hee, this brat has foresight. That's it. Don't interfere in things that you shouldn't. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't even dare to fart, everyone felt that this was normal. After all, if a lesser deity dared to talk nonsense in front of them, that would be abnormal. However, they were also mocking Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. In any case, they were from the same island. Even if they didn't know each other, they had seen each other before. Now that he saw a fellow cultivator in trouble, not only did he not help, but he even sat down cross-legged like a turtle and cultivated. He was *king disgrace to the world's ancient great deities. Trash. That's right, that's right. If it were me, I would do my best to help, even if I wasn't a match for him. Coward. The lesser deities stood on the moral high ground and mocked Lin Ling. Even the old man's eyes were filled with disdain. However, since the other party was a coward and trash, then he might as well kill him as well. He was an eyesore. He's probably not a big deal. Kill him. He spat out a sentence, then ignored them and focused on killing 1 or 2 people from Holy Return. Such a small fry, he probably just walked out of the miasma. His strength is limited, just like a child. Come, let's go kill him. Upon hearing the order, all the low-level deities walked towards Lin Ling. Their abilities were all at the peak of low-level deities, and they had also walked out of the miasma before. However, it was not on the island that Lin Ling was on. This was because in this Tao realm, there were countless miasma, and some were strong, some were weak. They didn't know how many layers of miasma there were on the island Lin Ling was on, but the miasma they walked through was only the 6th layer. Afraid of death, at this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged, but a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He really didn't know how to write the word afraid of death in this life. The reason he didn't speak or help was that Lin Ling understood the situation clearly. He knew that the key now was to recover his strength. Even if he recovered half of his strength, it would be the death of this group of dregs. However, even though Lin Ling's recovery speed was very fast, he still needed a short period of time. Therefore, Lin Ling revealed a panicked expression and asked with a frown, "Who are you people?" "Haha, little devil, this god is Taiping's leader, Yu. I forgive your ignorance and lack of knowledge. You don't know how mighty this god was in the age of the gods. Now, obediently die." The burly man burst into laughter. "This god is the watchful god, Lu Hong. Holy Lord Yu Xing." The lower god behind the burly man also spoke proudly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that these should be the reincarnations of the gods of the past. However, at that time, they were probably minor officials in the heavenly court. What Taiping's leader? He was probably a teacher. What watchful god? To put it bluntly, he was just a watchman, someone who struck the clock. These minor officials dared to touch Lin Ling? Why do you want to kill me? Lin Ling seemed to be even more panicked. However, he also sensed that the strength in his body was rapidly recovering. Just a little bit more. "Haha, little devil, I don't know which era you are from, but you're too stupid. Why do we want to kill you? You saw something you shouldn't have seen. How can we let you live? Besides, although you can't stop Patriarch Lei Tai's important matter, you're an eyesore. Do you know that? Do you know what an eyesore is? It's an existence like a pile of shit. It's not pleasing to the eye. Do you understand?" Taiping's leader said disdainfully. Haha. Behind him, the other lesser gods began to laugh even louder. "You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens?" Lin Ling asked again. Bullshit. Ever since the will of the world was born, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Where is the heavenly punishment? Everything has changed. The ancient great gods only think about themselves. Only by becoming stronger can they not die. That's right, that's right. The so-called heavenly punishment is bullshit. Now that the 5 emperors have revived and reincarnated, didn't they also die back then? Is this the heavenly punishment? The 5 sovereigns had the same lifespan as the heavens, but they still have to die. Is this the heavenly punishment? In front of great power, Tianfa is nothing but a fleeting cloud. The lower deities spoke in disdain. Back then, how glorious were they? However, the dusk of the gods arrived, and all of them died. After they reincarnated, they came to the primal chaos realm. They started from the bottom and suffered all kinds of humiliation, so they had long disregarded Tianfa. Be obedient and be my hour. At that moment, God's patience seemed to have run out as he launched an attack at Lin Ling. Time flowed, and the sun, moon, and stars quickly appeared. At this moment, it was as if the god of time controlled the flow of time. Although there was no god's stairway, the power of the god was not weak. It was in the 200,000 range. Has he turned into the river of time? Seeing that the god of time had attacked, the other ancient deities were too lazy to attack. They wanted to watch Lin Ling turn into nothingness, but at this moment, Lin Ling finally stood up. Although he had not recovered his full strength, he had at least recovered half of his essence, energy, and spirit. As for the remaining half, he believed that after the battle, he would gradually recover. After all, these small deities in front of him were not very strong. Xiao, with the tyrannical song sword in hand, killing intent gushed out, and a sea of blood flooded out. If Lin Ling was like a gentle scholar a moment ago, he was at a loss and fearful of the unknown future, but at this moment, he had transformed into a god-emperor. His might shocked the world and rebuked the world. Rumble, the terrifying stairway of death not only cut off the river of time, but also a fierce sword slashed at the god of time, wanting to kill him completely. Of course, at the critical moment, the Tao realm appeared and took him away. You. Wrapped in the power of the five-colored light, the god of time was furious. This guy was actually so strong. What was detestable was that he was actually pretending to be pitiful. Damn it. If there is no heaven's punishment, I am heaven's punishment. Lin Ling held the blood sword diagonally and looked at the lower deities coldly. The lower deities were silent as if they could not believe their eyes. Was this still the small deity who was panicking and begging for mercy? You tricked us. The Taiping cult leader roared angrily. He was so angry that his god position was unstable. It's not really a trick. I just came out of the miasma, and my essence, energy, and spirit have not recovered. At that time, you could have easily killed me. Of course, now, it's me who can easily kill you. Lin Ling said calmly. You lied to me. How can you recover your strength so quickly? The Taiping cult leader roared again. You'll know after the battle. Lin Ling did not waste any more words. His physical strength erupted, and he slashed fiercely. Compared to the recovery of spirit energy, Lin Ling's physical strength recovered much faster. Lin Ling had 7 dantians, and 5 of them were mid-god embryos. Even if he recovered 30% of his strength, it was still no small matter. Now that he had recovered half of his strength, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 peak lower deities fusing together. Whoosh, with a ferocious slash, the Taiping cult leader was taken away by the Tao realm. I can't accept this. This is the second time I've died. There's only one heavens will left. Feeling himself drifting further and further away, the Taiping cult leader's eyes turned red. The next time he appeared in the Tao realm, if someone tried to kill him, he would no longer have the help of the Tao realm. He would die completely. Just the thought of it was so terrifying that he did not dare to come to the Tao realm anymore. Die, Lin Ling's killing intent surged as he killed another ancient deity. No, I don't have the help of the Tao realm anymore. The ancient deity was in an even worse state. He had already used up the protection of the Tao realm 3 times. This meant that he would die completely and disappear forever in the river of history. It would be very difficult for him to reincarnate into his original body again. Because of the heavenly mandate, the ancient deities of the past had all reincarnated, but if they died again, their life's fortune would be lost in the river of time. After they reincarnated again, it would be difficult for them to return to their original bodies. They might reincarnate into animals, or they might reincarnate into other families. I didn't provoke you, but you came to kill me? What a joke. You should have run far away after meeting me. Lin Ling ignored the ancient deity's resentment. To him, those who dared to kill him should all die. This guy is so strong. Does the island he just passed have 9 layers of fog? Seeing Lin Ling slaughtering the ancient gods as if he were chopping vegetables, the remaining people started to panic. First stage. Lin Ling saw that his spirit energy had recovered a lot and immediately fused with his innate talent. This greatly increased his speed, attack, and defense. Whoosh, blood flowed like a river as another ancient deity died. It could be said that he killed a deity with 1 slash. How dare you? An ancient deity with a high status in the past shouted with dignity. Back then, he controlled millions of divine weapons. Now, he was threatened by an unknown junior. Junior, tell me your name. When I return in the future, I'll definitely take your head. Some ancient gods couldn't bear the humiliation and planned to self-detonate so that the Tao realm expert could take them away. Of course, before they left, they would remember this blood feud. I'm Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. The next time you come to the Tao realm, come find me if you have the ability. I'll kill you every time I see you. Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength yet, so the next time they met, it was hard to say who would die. Lei Gong Lin Ling. All of the ancient great gods remembered this name. They lost their lives one after another and were brought away by the Dao realm experts. Take care, I won't send you off. Watching those ancient gods leave, Lin Ling smiled coldly and waved his hand. Without a doubt, this action angered those ancient gods. Among them were emperors, generals, and ancestors from the age of the gods, but they were still killed by a nameless junior. How could they not be angry? In a short period of time, all the low-level gods disappeared. Rumble. Around the fire-blocking dome, the mid-level gods had ugly expressions, as if they had been played. Afraid of death, coward? Trash, you must be kidding me. That kid had planned to interfere in this matter from the beginning, but he was just pretending, using the time to recover his strength. Now, they were using all their strength to activate the fire-blocking dome, using the Taili fire to burn those two people. They couldn't spare any time to deal with that low-level god. Damn it, in the past, no matter how strong that low-level god was, he was just an ant to them. There was no need to be threatened like this. Lin Ling held his sword and walked over step by step. He seemed to only have the strength of a low-level god, but every step he took seemed to stomp on the mid-level gods' hearts, shocking them like thunder, because at this moment, if that kid acted recklessly, they would definitely be hit by the power of the Taili fire and be seriously injured. What incredible strength! If he becomes a mid-level god, his strength will be no small matter. This ancient god, are you interested in becoming one of the 5 emperors? The originally domineering and unruly old man on the huge fire-blocking dome suddenly spoke indifferently. I'm Thunder Tai God, one of the 3 Thunder provinces. They also call me Thunder Tai Ancestor. As for the divine throne of the 5 emperors, this is the divine throne of Great Emperor Jun, one of the 5 emperors of the untainted era. As long as you enter this divine throne, you will be able to roam freely in 30% of the Dao realm. The old man continued, don't underestimate this 30%. It also represents an era. It means that in the desolate era, the ancient era, the gods, and even the current era, you can ignore countless ancient gods and do whatever you want. You make it sound so powerful. Why are you compromising with me now? Lin Ling stopped in front of the blazingly fire dome and said with a faint smile. He was also inspecting the Li fire dome. He wanted to find a weakness in it and save Xinguei and the others. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Thunder Tai Ancestor's eyes turned cold. This brat has a sharp tongue. If it weren't for this critical moment, he would have slapped him to death. However, the most important thing now was to keep this brat in check. He would slowly deal with this brat after dealing with the Eastern Emperor Bell. Haha, I'm compromising with you because I think your future is bright. If I recommend you to Great Emperor Jun will definitely be happy. Besides, do you really want to offend Great Emperor Jun for the 2 of them? One of them is the successor of the Eastern Emperor and possesses the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the future, his name will shake the entire era. You can't compare to him at all. When he achieves great success in the future, he won't put you in his eyes. As for the other one, she is a mid-god. To a mid-god, a lower god is like an ant. Even if you risk your life to save her, she won't be grateful to you. I'm afraid that even if you want to be her servant, she won't accept you. Thunder Tai Ancestor said with a smile, his words sowing discord. Indeed, if the 2 of them manage to escape, they will think twice if I want to be their servant. Hearing this, Lin Ling also nodded affirmatively. That's right. So, why offend Great Emperor Jun for them? Instead, join us. Great Emperor Jun will give you a deity position. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Thunder Tai Ancestor was ecstatic. This kid has fallen for it. However, this joy didn't last long because Lin Ling had already regretfully shook his head. Actually, they won't agree to me being their servant. That's because the kid with the Eastern Emperor Bell is under my command. Lin Ling said lightly. What? Under your command? Thunder Tai Ancestor blinked, startled. The other mid-gods also felt that Lin Ling was joking. He owned the Eastern Emperor Bell and was a member of the Eastern Emperor clan. How could he be under this kid's command? What the hell? You say you're friends? We'll believe that. Under your command? Would the Eastern Emperor clan be willing to put down their pride to be your subordinate? As for the girl, she's my servant. At this time, Lin Ling said again. If not for the fact that the gods had to activate the flames, they would have fainted at this moment. After all, in the Dao realm, one's previous life didn't matter at all. What mattered was one's strength, background, and identity in this life. Therefore, a mid-god would always be a lesser god's equal. Now, a mid-god was a servant. Being your wife is already giving you enough face, yet you still want to call her a servant? Although I'm very interested in your great Emperor Jun, one is my subordinate, and the other is my servant. As their lord, how can I stand by and watch? Lin Ling shook his head. His words carried a sense of mission as if he wanted to protect everyone. Bah! A mid-god couldn't help but curse. Just a lesser god. Did he really think he was an ancient god? How could he protect everyone, if not for the fact that they had to activate the fire-blocking dome? They could kill this kid with a single finger. Are you kidding me? Thunder Tai Ancestor's face turned ugly. He had been happy for nothing. Of course, he didn't think that Lin Ling had the qualifications to be some lord. Kid, let me tell you, you want to save them? With your strength, you're dreaming. Thunder Tai Ancestor's murderous aura surged. Now, get the hell out of here, or you'll die without a doubt. Old man, if you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why bother talking nonsense? Lin Ling wasn't afraid in the slightest. Moreover, once your fire-blocking dome is activated, the Taili fire will burn everything, including you. That's why you need the fire-blocking dome to suppress the Taili fire. That's why you can't separate yourselves. Therefore, it won't be difficult to break your fire-blocking dome. You have good eyesight. However, you're right. But with your strength, do you think you can break the fire-blocking dome? Thunder Tai Ancestor said coldly. As long as I break your dome, the Taili fire will erupt and feed back to you. Therefore, I think I can. Lin Ling took a step forward, leapt forward, and charged towards Patriarch Lei Tai. You're courting death. The power of the fire-blocking dome isn't something a lesser god can resist. If you fail, you'll die without a doubt. Thunder Tai Ancestor didn't panic at all. He didn't think that Lin Ling had the strength to affect him. It seemed like a simple action, but it was enough to split the heavens and earth apart, severing the primordial chaos and creating life and the boundless universe. As of this moment, the eyes of the common gods around the enormous fire-leaving gauntlet flickered as they realized that the world of the proto-wilds had vanished. All that remained was a single figure standing there in midair, using the power of a giant god to punish everything. Boom! When the strike landed on Lei Tai's body, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He instantly sensed that an unstoppable force was about to tear him apart, although he was using all his strength to activate the Taili fire, causing his defense to be greatly reduced. A lowly demigod was still able to attack him. However, for a lesser god to be able to injure him, this was something unbelievable in the entire Dao realm, or even in the entire era. For mid-gods, no matter how strong a lowly demigod was, they could never hurt a mid-god. But now, this logic was broken. Pooh! Lei Tai spat out another mouthful of blood. He sensed that the force that was tearing him apart was even stronger. If he didn't abandon the firelight dome now, he would definitely be in danger. However, if he abandoned it, he would still be in danger and be attacked by the Taili fire. Of course, one was a life-and-death crisis, and the other was a serious injury. He naturally chose the latter. Little bastard, I won't let you go. Lei Tai cursed, retracted his divine essence, and retreated wildly. Boom! Just as he retreated from the firelight dome, a terrifying flame exploded, causing Lei Tai to spit out blood again and again. As for the enormous fire-leaving dome, it was beginning to tremble as well, causing all of the gods in the area to turn pale and their bodies to tremble. It's over, it's over. They had gathered so much energy into the firelight dome, constantly activating the Taili fire. Now that it had erupted, the power was unimaginable. Run! They couldn't care less about Xianxia in the firelight dome and fled frantically. My lord! Boom! A corner of the firelight dome was lifted, and two figures quickly shot out. However, the firelight dome was still expanding, as if the firelight inside had encountered water, causing an earth-shattering change. The figures who shot out were Xianxia. Xianxia activated the Donghuang bell to envelop Lin Ling. Just as the Donghuang bell fell, the expanding firelight dome finally erupted. Rumble! Endless Taili fire was swallowing and spewing out, destroying everything. The Taili fire was the fire that perfected Tai used to refine pills in ancient times. Even if it was just a spark, it could burn for millions of years in the void. turning the void into a flaming void. Dong dong dong. Within the Donghuang bell, Lin Ling and the other two could feel the Donghuang bell shaking violently. Even with the protection of the Donghuang bell, they could still feel a burning sensation. Thinking about it, without the protection of the Donghuang bell, the three of them would have died without a doubt. When he thought about the god-level experts outside, they probably wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. Even for someone as powerful as them, when faced with the Taili fire, it would be an arduous and unrewarding task. What a terrifying flame. This is a true divine fire, Lin Ling said solemnly. His human monarch flame paled in comparison to the Taili fire. Of course, this was normal. One was the first flame of mankind, and the other was the flame that created the world. Naturally, there was no comparison. After a long time, the sound of the wind outside gradually died down. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang bell to check the outside world. After the Donghuang bell slowly rose, what entered their eyes was a fiery red world. Even though the energy had reached its end, Lin Ling and the rest could still feel their bodies burning. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the explosion was. In fact, they didn't know that even the great ancient gods on the island behind the fog could vaguely see the terrifying flame soaring into the sky. The flame rushed to the river around the island and instantly killed many ancient giant crocodiles. It seemed that even a god-level expert couldn't resist the power of this divine fire. Kid, I won't let you go. At this time, god-level experts crawled up from the flames on the ground. However, their bodies were covered in flames that continued to burn them, making them look very miserable. After cursing, the five-colored light appeared and brought them away. Even god-level experts had fallen. They couldn't resist the burning of the Taili fire. Of course, saying that the Taili fire killed them was more accurate to say that Lin Ling killed them. Being killed by a lower god was an endless humiliation to them. Most importantly, it wasn't just one god-level expert who killed more than a dozen god-level experts. Just thinking about it made them hate him to the core. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I, Lei Tai Patriarch, will not live under the same sky as you. Wait for me. When I return, I will kill you as soon as possible. At this time, there was an explosion in front of him. Thunder roared as an old man floated in the air. Apart from the thunder on his body, there was also the Taili fire burning him. He glared angrily at Lin Ling under the Donghuang bell, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten countless flies. It's just playing with fire, Lin Ling calmly replied. Cunning and shrewd. The two of you are together with him. Be careful that he doesn't betray you. I think he helped you because of your Donghuang bell. Lei Tai Patriarch suddenly smiled at Xingyi, trying to drive a wedge between them. Clearly, he knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to obtain the Donghuang bell. But before that, he wanted to see that despicable little bastard die. Sorry, but he really is my lord. How could Xingyi not know what Lei Tai Patriarch meant? To him, if Lin Ling wanted to use the Donghuang bell, he would give it to Lin Ling. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling who helped him without asking for anything. It was also Lin Ling who brought Lei Gong Hall to its most glorious moment. After so many years of contact, Lin Ling was the second person Xingyi trusted other than Lei Gong. You're really despicable. He's just a lower god. How can he be your lord? You're a disgrace to the Donghuang clan. Lei Tai Patriarch cursed when he saw that his plot had failed. Sorry, but I'm also his servant. At this time, Pure Maiden Bai also spoke. This time, she didn't resist being called a servant. Before she met Lin Ling, she was still trying to break through to the Great Seal Realm and the Broken Realm. But after meeting Lin Ling, not only was she free, but she had also reached the realm that her father yearned for, the Dao realm. Her father was right when he told her to follow Lin Ling. You're also despicable. Lei Tai Patriarch felt like he had been slapped twice when he saw Pure Maiden Bai admit it. He couldn't understand where that kid got the courage to summon these two experts. The courage. You should be very weak, right? Should we send you away? Or do you want to leave on your own? At this moment, Saint Guy said indifferently, and the smile on his face was filled with mockery. We'll meet again. His entire body exploded, brought away by a wave of five-colored light, leaving the Dao realm. The life he left behind in the Dao realm was wasted for nothing. In a short period of time, all of the intermediate gods had perished. Only the ground continued to burn with scorching flames. Let's leave this place. Lin Ling knew that they shouldn't stay here for long. He was afraid that the Taili fire would explode. Then, the three carefully avoided the Taili fire and ran into the distance. Under a large tree not far from the island, the three of them sat cross-legged. They were not far from the island, and they could see the vast yellow river. The large tree they were on was like an umbrella, and it was very ancient. Under the large tree, it would take a lot less time to recover. Rumble. Behind them was a huge volcano. The volcano would erupt from time to time and rain lava down from the sky. However, the lava was blocked by the umbrella tree. This Dao realm is indeed a desolate land. It's a mess. Lin Ling looked at the yellow river in front of him and then at the volcano behind him. He shook his head helplessly. Bai Shui and Su Nu were recovering, so Lin Ling transmitted to Yu Yu and the rest to let them know that they were fine. Yu Yu and the rest transmitted to Lin Ling that treasure god Nanwufingyu and the rest were preparing to break through the miasma again. They would meet up with them soon. Grandpa Treasure God and the rest reached the 5th level. They have some item fragments that can be exchanged for treasures to cultivate. After this cultivation, the chances of leaving the miasma are very high. Giant Ghost and the rest should be back soon. When the time comes, let them break through the miasma and enter the Dao realm together. Lin Ling thought to himself. Because the Dao realm was very dangerous, the 3 strongest people in Lei Gong's hall would be the first to explore. I wonder how Lord Ning and the rest of the Spirit Nation and the 10 Orthodoxies are doing. Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was not easy for them to walk out of the island from the Lei Gong Palace. He wondered if the Spirit Nation had also walked out of the fog barrier. However, the lower gods from before weren't strong. This means that there are strong and weak fogs as well. If Ling Nation is lucky and encountered a weaker fog, then they should be in the Dao realm now. However, the Dao realm is huge. It won't be easy to encounter one. Patriarch Lightning Tai said that the 5 emperors were the most ancient of the Urwild's 5 emperors. Who would have thought that they would appear in the Dao realm? Hopefully, I'll be able to meet even more ancient gods in the future. Lin Ling smiled and began to cultivate as well. He had passed through the miasma and obtained 99 Dao realm fragments. Including the Dao realm fragments he had won from the Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign, he now had more than 600 Dao realm fragments. However, Lin Ling didn't intend to exchange for any treasures, because he felt that the most important thing now was to step into the ranks of mid-gods. After all, no matter how strong he was as a lower god, he was still like an ant in front of a mid-god. Only by stepping into the ranks of mid-gods could he walk out of the Dao realm. I need to get more Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling continuously probed the Dao Returnance realm and began to prepare the treasures he needed to break through to become a mid-level deity. Lin Ling, I can give you my Dao realm fragment so that you can break through to the deity realm as soon as possible. My lord, mine too. At this time, Saint Guy and the others who had recovered their strength looked at Lin Ling and said, "There's no need. There are many ways to get Dao realm fragments in the Dao realm. Just be patient." Lin Ling smiled and rejected them. He continued to search for the Dao realm fragments. However, there were many ways to get Dao realm fragments. Unfortunately, the rewards were too little and the process was too troublesome. While there were many rewards, but the difficulty was too high. Lin Ling had a headache. Oh right, Hongyun Ancestor said that 3rd Ghost Master is very familiar with the Dao realm. Why don't I ask him for advice? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. He quickly used the square prison and entered it. My lord, have you seen my son, Ancestor Hongyun? As Lin Ling walked through the prison, he passed by Ancestor Hongyun's prison. The old man asked excitedly. Not yet. I just walked out of the fog and met a mid-god called Ancestor Lei Tai. He caused me a lot of trouble. Now, I want more Dao realm fragments so that I can break through to the next realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently. 3 lightning provinces, Ancestor Lei Tai? F***CK, is that kid rebelling? How dare he touch my lord? Hearing this, Ancestor Hongyun was furious. If Lin Ling died, he would never be able to leave the prison and see Ancestor Hongyun again. You know them? Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Hongyun curiously. Of course I know them. Back then, he was just a small god in charge of thunder. Later on, he offended a great god and was no longer a god. I remember when he left the heavenly court, he was crying and begging me to show him the way. Ancestor Hong Yun said disdainfully. This made Lin Ling laugh. It turned out that the so-called ancestor Lei Tai was just a child in front of the true ancient gods. Oh right, how is Third Ghost Master? Is he easy to talk to? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked again. Third Ghost Master is not easy to talk to. He is very cold. Back in the ancient times, he was very powerful and was the most mysterious among the ancient gods. Not many people knew about his background and no one knew how powerful he was. Later on, I heard that he offended a great ancient god, the Nether River sect. Ancestor Hong Yun was framed by the Nether River sect and was sent to this prison. The Nether River sect seems to be an ancient god. His strength is comparable to the Buddha god. That's right. But sir, why are you looking for Third Ghost Master? Although I am not very familiar with the Tao state, I should be able to help. I am now near the island and I want to get more Tao state fragments. I am trying to see if there is a way to get more Tao state fragments. Island? Is there a river with an ancient giant beast in the foggy island? That's simple. The reward for killing an ancient giant beast with red hair is 3,000 Tao state fragments for the first time. The second time, it is 1,000. The third time, it is 500. The rewards are getting lesser and lesser. There are only ancient giant crocodiles in the river. Is that possible? Yes. Sir, if you look closely, you will notice that there are a few types of crocodiles with red hair. It is said that they are formed by a strand of divine origin energy of the ancient giant god. If you kill them, you will be rewarded. Not many people know about this secret. Lin Ling was overjoyed when he heard that. 3,000 Dao realm fragments was a pretty good harvest. Although the ancient giant crocodiles were powerful, anything was possible if they joined forces with Xingyi and the rest. Alright, I will try my best to help you find Ancestor Hong Yun. Lin Ling left after saying that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I kneel down in front of you. Ancestor Hong Yun kowtowed to Lin Ling in excitement. Although the secret he revealed would cause countless ancient gods in the Dao realm to go crazy, after all, 3,000 Dao realm fragments from killing an ancient giant beast was not a small amount. After leaving the prison, Lin Ling checked on Saint Guy and Saint Guy. Seeing that they had recovered their strength, he told them about his plan. Primordial alligator? Saint Guy and White Maiden frowned. They knew how terrifying the primordial alligator was. It was as powerful as a mid-god, and even stronger than the average mid-god. Don't worry, I've thought about it. If we fight on the river, we'll definitely lose. However, if we can lure the primordial alligator up, it won't be difficult. Lin Ling said with a smile. If that's the case, we still have a chance. Xingyi and Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded. Let's see how Grandpa Treasure God and the others are doing. Lin Ling asked Yu and learned that Nanwufingyu and Qilin were already breaking through the miasma. Since that was the case, he would wait for them. After all, time was not a problem. The three of them sat down cross-legged and made use of the time to increase their strength. Lin Ling knew that it would be dangerous later, so he focused on increasing his speed. Of course, it would be difficult to increase his speed in a short period of time. Therefore, his eyes fell on the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Last time, under the Celestial Mountain, he had used the blood of the Quafu tribe to activate this divine artifact. Speed, now, if he wanted to fully control this divine artifact, he needed to be sincere enough to move metal and stone. Ever since the Celestial Mountain, Lin Ling had been using his blood essence to nourish this divine artifact. Now, he wanted to try it out. As his divine energy quietly poured in, an ancient aura began to spread. Lin Ling saw a primitive world in his mind. There were no plants or living things in this world. There were only lonely mountains. In the sky, the scorching sun roasted the earth. The temperature was incomparably high. A huge giant was running on the ground, chasing the sun in the sky as if it wanted to destroy the sun. Quafu Sun chasing boots. Success. Lin Ling sensed that he had finally communicated with the Quafu Sun chasing boots. A weird feeling suddenly surged into Lin Ling's heart. He felt as if he had turned into Quafu and had the power to chase after the wind and the sun. and between Lin Ling's legs, a pair of ancient boots appeared, emitting a scorching light. Beside him, Xingyi and Whitewater Pure Maiden also sensed it. Their eyes were filled with shock because the aura emitted from Lin Ling's body was very ancient. It was not much weaker than the Eastern Emperor Bell. At this moment, Lin Ling was still comprehending the Kuafu sun-chasing boots. He realized that this chaos divine weapon was incredibly powerful. It could provide the most ancient and strongest speed of chasing the sun. And now, even though Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of comprehending the Kuafu sun-chasing boots, Lin Ling's speed had already increased by 1.5 million worlds. In addition to Lin Ling's third-stage talent fusion speed, his speed could reach 3 million world speed. As expected of the most ancient divine weapon, it was comparable to Xingyi's Eastern Emperor Bell. It was just that it had no attack power. It could be said that Lin Ling's speed was unparalleled among lower gods. Even among mid-gods, there were very few who could catch up to him. Against a mid-god, even if he couldn't win, escaping would not be difficult. After who knew how long, Lin Ling's voice came. It was Nanwufingyu and treasure god Nanwufingyu who had walked out of the fog. Great! Lin Ling was overjoyed. It seemed that Nanwufingyu and treasure god Nanwufingyu had exchanged for the most suitable treasures. Of course, this still surprised Lin Ling a little. After all, so many ancient gods had been trapped on the island, and none of them had succeeded. But Nanwufingyu and treasure god Nanwufingyu had succeeded on their second try. This meant that there must have been some fortuitous encounter. Young Lin was also normal. His origin was not weak. As for treasure god Nanwufingyu, he must have encountered some good fortune. Lin Ling. After a while, treasure god Nanwufingyu and treasure god Nanwufingyu came over. After seeing Lin Ling's group from afar, they all smiled excitedly. No matter what, the strongest people in Lei Gong's hall could gather. This was better than anything else. Treasure god Grandpa, you guys recover first. After the few of them gathered, Lin Ling told them his purpose. TSK, killing the ancient crocodile, that's too perverse. After knowing Lin Ling's thoughts, young Lin was a little tongue-tied. Because, he also knew how terrifying those ancient crocodiles were. No matter, we still have a chance of winning. Most importantly, after killing the ancient crocodile, we'll get 3,000 Dao Realm fragments. If we divide them equally, everyone will get quite a bit. Lin Ling comforted. 3,000. Young Lin and treasure god Nanwufingyu's eyes turned red. They knew that in the Dao Realm, they would get 1 Dao Realm fragment every 100,000 years. 3,000, how many tens of thousands of years would that take? Is this news true? Treasure god Nanwufingyu felt that if this news spread, the Dao Realm experts would go crazy for a short while. Don't worry, it's definitely true. Lin Ling nodded. Treasure god Nanwufingyu and treasure god Nanwufingyu suppressed their excitement and quickly recovered. After a long time, the two stood up with faces full of anticipation. Everyone is ready, let's go capture the ancient crocodile. Lin Ling was also a little excited. A group of lower gods attacking an ancient crocodile, just thinking about it was exciting. They would probably be the first group of lower gods to go kill an ancient crocodile. Everyone came to the ancient riverside, not daring to get too close. Their eyes were fixed on the rolling yellow river water. From time to time, huge black backs floated out like ancient divine mountains. Lin Ling, have you found the ancient crocodile with red fur on its back? Saint Guy suddenly asked. Lin Ling shook his head. There are too many ancient crocodiles, it's hard to find them in a short time. Also, I don't think I've seen any ancient crocodile with red fur. He carefully searched for a long time but still found nothing. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these ancient crocodiles were very rare and were hiding at the bottom of the river. He needed more patience to search for them. Red fur. After a long time, Lin Ling finally found something. He found that one of the ancient crocodile's back did indeed have a strand of red fur the size of a hair. It was hard to see with the naked eye, and Lin Ling found it with his soul force. Of course, that strand of hair looked ordinary, but if one carefully sensed it, they could feel the mysteries within. It was as if the hair had endless vitality. This feeling was very similar to the light of life spat out by the Enlightenment seahorse. If I'm not wrong, it's that one. Lin Ling locked onto that ancient crocodile, but the headache was that this ancient crocodile was hiding in a group of crocodiles. It would be difficult to lure it out of the river. All right. But Lin Ling, you're going to lure them? How are you going to do that? The river is very dangerous. Everyone agreed at first, but when they thought of Lin Ling being the bait, they started to worry again. Sir, I have the Donghuang bell to protect me. Let me go. Saint Guy volunteered. You? Do you know which one it is? Even if I tell you which one it is, there are so many crocodiles in the river. You'll lose it in the blink of an eye. All right, let's follow the plan. I'll lure them. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He unleashed his third-stage talent fusion and shot towards the ancient river. Even Lin Ling had to be careful when facing the intermediate god primordial crocodile. He unleashed his full speed and dodged the primordial crocodile in the river. He quickly arrived on top of the crimson crocodile and used all his strength to slash at it. Rumble, the river exploded, and countless primordial crocodiles were alarmed. Lin Ling's attack caught them off guard, and they couldn't react in time. A terrifying sword slash, accompanied by a sea of blood, split the river and landed heavily on the crimson crocodile. It actually flipped it over with one slash. Of course, it was only flipped over. The primordial crocodile quickly flipped over and roared at Lin Ling in the sky as it charged towards him. Roar! A gust of wind shot out from the primordial crocodile's mouth. When it reached Lin Ling, he lost his balance and his expression changed drastically. Run! Without saying anything else, Lin Ling unleashed his full speed and rushed towards the river bank. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the river water shot up into the sky like an apocalyptic explosion. Countless primordial crocodiles rushed out of the water and chased after Lin Ling. Among them, the crimson crocodile was the fastest. Clearly, it was completely enraged by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, hurry up! On the river bank, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the rest shouted worriedly. Lin Ling's face was grim as he looked back. What he saw gave him a huge fright. Behind him were countless mouths that were madly trying to devour him. Lin Ling didn't have the slightest bit of doubt in his eyes. With just one bite, even someone as strong as Lin Ling would be bitten to pieces. That kind of power was definitely at the level of 3,000 or even 50 million worlds. As for Lin Ling's strongest physical strength, even Panga's attack was only 1,500. Bastard, come and kill me. However, Lin Ling was afraid that the red-haired giant crocodile would lose track of him, so he kept slashing out with his sword. Although he couldn't hurt the red-haired giant crocodile, he kept angering it. This ancient crocodile had long since gained sentience. Although it wasn't very smart, it had devoured the essence of the universe for many years and knew a lot of things. They had a feeling that the puny human was not strong and could be swallowed in one gulp. Sir, be careful. Suddenly, Saint Guy shouted. In front of Lin Ling, a huge mouth suddenly appeared. It turned out that on Lin Ling's way back, those ancient crocodiles were also awakened. This made Saint Guy want to rush out of the river bank to help. Don't go. But Pure White stopped him. If you go, with your Donghuang bell, those bastards will retreat back into the river. Even if they don't retreat, they won't come ashore easily. These bastards are too cunning. But Saint Guy was still worried. Believe in Lin Ling. Treasure god Nanwufingyu also comforted, but his hands were clenched tightly into fists. Sir, do your best. Saint Guy didn't dare to spoil the plan, so he held back. He knew that once the Donghuang bell appeared, the sky would change color, and those ancient crocodiles would become cautious. Step of wisdom. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed the danger in front of him. He quickly activated his soul power to seal those huge mouths. Although it couldn't stop the ancient crocodiles from devouring, it slowed them down, allowing Lin Ling to quickly dodge. Bang bang bang, those huge mouths suddenly closed, but they didn't bite Lin Ling. Instead, they tore apart the void of the Dao realm. Although Lin Ling avoided the danger in front of him, because of the delay, the ancient crocodiles behind him were getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, Lin Ling had no choice but to use the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Bang! In the sky, a gorgeous flaming footprint was left behind, rushing towards the river bank. From afar, it was beautiful. The sudden burst of speed of 3 million worlds stunned the army behind him. Then, the ancient crocodiles became even angrier. Of course, many ancient crocodiles began to retreat into the water, too lazy to care about Lin Ling. Only the red-furred crocodile was still chasing after Lin Ling. determined to kill him. Whoosh, Lin Ling's speed exploded, but he didn't rush to the riverbank. Instead, he chose to use the bait tactic, flying towards the riverbank. As a result, the red-furred crocodile took the bait. Every time it wanted to give up, Lin Ling would lure it closer and closer to the riverbank. He's coming, young Lin, get ready. At the riverbank, Nanwufingyu and Treasure God had been preparing for a long time. When Lin Ling got closer, they attacked. Wind and rain gathered, forming a huge whirlpool that swept towards the red-furred crocodile. Of course, their combined attack couldn't hurt the crocodile at all. Instead, it angered the red-furred crocodile. Bang bang bang. Finally, the crocodile reached the riverbank. Lin Ling and the rest gathered together, looking at the huge crocodile. It was fine if they didn't look, but when they did, they were shocked. The giant crocodile was simply too huge. Its body was filled with sharp teeth like the toughest armor. The armor was filled with an ancient aura. It could be seen that this ancient giant crocodile was quite old. Retreat, attack and retreat at the same time. Lin Ling instructed, and slashed out with his sword at the same time. Roar, the red-furred crocodile roared, and chased after them, getting further and further away from the river bank. Saint Guy! At this moment, Lin Ling finally shouted. It was time for Saint Guy and the rest to attack. Everyone, give it your all. Lin Ling then shouted to young Lin and the rest. Dong, the Donghuang bell came down, breaking through time, domineering and majestic. When it hit the crocodile couldn't move anymore, and Lin Ling and the rest's attacks arrived, wreaking havoc on the crocodile. Among them, Pure Lady White controlled the billowing heavenly river to blind the crocodile's eyes, giving it a fatal blow. Of course, what really killed the crocodile was the Donghuang bell. On the ancient bell, the door to the heaven realm opened, and an ancient and domineering power came out, silencing the crocodile. My lord, it's true. 3,000 Tao state shards are in our hands. As soon as the red-furred crocodile died, Saint Guy shouted excitedly, because 3,000 Tao state shards had appeared in his celestial throne. 3,000. There are 6 of us and each of us can get 500 Tao state fragments. Lin Ling was also very excited. The reward from killing one primordial giant crocodile was comparable to all his rewards on the island. Lin Ling now had a total of 1,000 Tao state fragments. Let's do it again. The reward for killing the second red-haired giant crocodile is 1,000. The third one is 500. Alright, let's rest for a while and do it again. Everyone was very excited and quickly sat down to recover. The reward this time was enough to increase their strength greatly. It was even possible for them to step into the ranks of intermediate gods. As long as they became intermediate gods, they would be able to go further in the Tao realm. After a long while, everyone recovered and continued to lure the red-haired giant crocodile onto the shore. After some effort, another 1,000 Tao state fragments were obtained. Next was the third time. Every ancient great god had a total of 3 chances to kill the primordial giant crocodile. If one exceeded 3 chances, there would be no reward. However, when Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest walked out of the island, even Yu and the rest, Lin Ling could help them kill the giant crocodile. Although Lin Ling wouldn't receive any reward, at least it would increase the strength of Yu and the rest greatly. The Tao state fragments obtained from killing the giant crocodile could only be divided among the few who killed it. Those who killed it more than 3 times wouldn't receive any Tao state fragments. Eh? Someone is killing the cosmic crocodile? This is crazy. When Lin Ling and the rest killed the third primordial giant crocodile, more than 10 figures walked over from afar. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. What does this mean? Killing the primordial giant crocodile, could there be some treasure? Impossible. In the Tao realm, many ancient great gods have tried to kill the primordial giant crocodile. However, other than the armor on their bodies, these primordial giant crocodiles are useless. Of course, compared to killing the primordial giant crocodile, I'm more curious about how 4 lower gods and 1 intermediate god are going to kill the primordial giant crocodile. These people were chatting in a carefree manner. Looking at the divine robes they were wearing, they were extremely brilliant. However, they weren't weak. They were all intermediate gods. Hence, when they looked at Lin Ling and the rest, they were looking at their juniors. Rumble, however, when the primordial giant alligator smashed into the ground, the primordial gods were shocked. 12 Chaos Divine Artifacts, the Eastern Emperor Bell. Heavens, that's someone from the Eastern Emperor clan. Moreover, the young man with the Sunflame boots is wearing the Kwafu Sunchasur boots, one of the 12 Chaos Divine weapons. How did he get his hands on such a precious treasure? Most importantly, they have all refined it and made the Chaos Divine artifact recognize them as its master. TSK, these little fellows are really not simple. How could the few of them be as carefree as before? Their horizons had all been broadened. That was because a mere lesser deity was actually this strong. Then, they all walked over. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were extremely excited. They had obtained the last 500 Dao Realm shards, and each of them could obtain 100 shards. This time, it was a great harvest. Even the treasures that Lin Ling needed to step into the mid-level deity stage would be 80% sufficient. As for treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others, they'd gathered all the treasures they needed a long time ago. It was even to the extent that for the sake of being absolutely safe, they'd bought quite a few treasures that could assist in their breakthroughs. Eh? They're so happy after killing the primordial giant crocodile. Are they crazy? What treasures could those primordial giant crocodile have that would make them so happy? If they were ordinary people, I'd think they're crazy too. But don't forget, among the 5 of them, 2 of them have the 12 Chaos Divine weapons. They're definitely not crazy. The reason they're happy is because they've obtained something else. An elderly man said with a faint smile. Fellow cultivators, may I know what the reward for killing the primordial giant crocodile is? Can you tell me? The elder stopped in his tracks and asked politely. His voice also interrupted Lin Ling and the others' excitement. They glanced around and saw that a large number of mid-level deities had appeared behind them. Their strength was incomparably strong. Don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions. I'm one of the 20 Celestials, Polywin Celestial. The elder explained with a smile, this is also one of the 20 Celestials, called Brahma Celestial. We're all deities conferred by one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Yao. 5 emperors again? Lin Ling and the others' eyes flickered. Not long ago, Patriarch Lei Tai was a deity conferred by Emperor Jun. This group of people was Emperor Yao. To be honest, because this is our secret, it's inconvenient to tell you. Lin Ling said with a smile and cupped his fists in salute. Although these people had the strength of a mid-level deity, Lin Ling felt that they had no ill intentions, so he replied politely. Oh? Polywin Celestial's expression changed slightly. He smiled again and said, fellow cultivator, if you really have a secret, there's no harm in telling us. We'll reward you accordingly. Alright, 3,000 Dao state fragments and I'll tell you the secret. Lin Ling pondered. He did not intend to hide any secrets. Firstly, even if they killed the red-haired giant crocodile, they would not obtain any Dao state fragments. Secondly, the other party was very polite. At some point in time, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. 3000? Even so, the mid-level deities were shocked. What an exorbitant price. Did this kid know what 3,000 Dao state fragments represented? Fellow Daoist, isn't 3,000 Dao realm fragments too much? Brahma Celestial said with a smile. He did not blame Lin Ling for his rudeness. If you're Emperor Yao's people, then the information I give you will definitely be beneficial to you. 3,000 Dao state fragments is definitely not a loss for you. Lin Ling also smiled. So sorry, if you want to make a deal, then do it. Otherwise, we won't casually tell this secret to others. Alright, we agree. Polywin Celestial pondered for a moment and agreed readily. The mid-level deities around them were secretly shocked. Polywin Celestial actually believed him so quickly. How could they know what Duo Wentian was thinking? Since Duo Wentian saw that Lin Ling and the others had Chaos Divine artifacts, their backgrounds were definitely not simple. Moreover, even if their backgrounds were ordinary, with the Chaos Divine artifacts, they would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Therefore, Duo Wentian wanted to make another friend. Afterwards, Polywin Celestial took out his Dao regression tablet and passed the 3,000 Dao state fragments to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling found out that the Dao regression tablet had gained yet another Dao state fragment, he immediately nodded inwardly. This Polywin Celestial was quite straightforward. Because among the primordial giant crocodiles, one of them has red fur. If you can kill it, the Dao state fragment will reward you with 3,000 Dao state fragments. The second kill will reward you with 1000 Dao state fragments, the third kill will reward you with 500 Dao state fragments, and that's it. Lin Ling said directly. What? How do you know such a secret? They even thought that Lin Ling was lying to them. After all, Lin Ling and the rest were just lesser gods. They had only been in the Dao realm for a few thousand years. They had been here for 1,000,000 years and had never heard of such a thing. You can try. Lin Ling knew that they did not believe him, so he smiled. Red fur crocodile? Duo Wendian immediately came to the river and began to investigate. Soon, he frowned and said, "This river is formed by the giant god's energy. I can only vaguely see the crocodile in the river, but it seems very difficult to find the red fur crocodile. I have a way to find it, but I can't tell anyone about it. So, I'm sorry." Lin Ling said apologetically. He had revealed the secret, but he could not possibly help them find the red fur crocodile. Duo Wendian turned to Lin Ling and said politely, "Fellow cultivator, don't worry. It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't find the red fur crocodile. Why don't you come with me to Emperor Yao and give us some pointers?" Lin Ling could not help but look at Saint Guy and the rest, asking for their opinion. However, Saint Guy and the rest were led by Lin Ling, so they let Lin Ling make the decision. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally agreed. They had just left the island and were not familiar with the Dao realm. Moreover, they had offended the gods on Emperor Jun's side, so it was not a bad idea to lie low for a while. Most importantly, Lin Ling felt that Duo Wendian was not bad. "All right." Lin Ling nodded. "Straightforward. Don't worry, if you meet Emperor Yao, he will definitely appreciate you." Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Duo Wendian was overjoyed. The other mid-gods also smiled politely at Lin Ling and the rest, then led the way. Although Lin Ling's group was just a low god, they did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling's group because they possessed chaos divine artifacts. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling's group had a powerful background. Along the way, they flew across the boundless wilderness. Along the way, they encountered enormous demons, which were all dealt with by Duo Wendian and the others. This made Lin Ling realize how powerful these common gods were. After one became a mid-level deity, one's power of divinity would be in the millions. A low-level deity would not be able to compare at all. Moreover, if one's talent was exceptional, after breaking through, the amount of divine force one could obtain wouldn't be just 1,000,000, it would be even greater. After a long time, a surging river appeared before his eyes. Beside the river, there was an endless stream of ancient gods cultivating. They had their own caverns and were either comprehending the Tao by the river or in their own caverns. Rays of treasure lights would occasionally soar into the sky. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the place, and he quietly discovered that there were more mid-level deities here than lesser deities. On top of that, the lesser deities all looked relatively young. When Duo Wendian arrived with Lin Ling's group, all the ancient gods were attracted to them. There were Buddhas, divine generals, emperors, and deity kings. They all looked curiously at Lin Ling's group. Moreover, they were powerful and had the means to investigate Lin Ling's past and present life. However, due to etiquette, they did not do so. They left a very good impression on Lin Ling's group. "This is Lei Gong Lin Ling. This is Xingyi of the East Royal Clan. This is Whitewater Pure Maiden. Back then, her father was the Sky River Water God. This is Nanwufingyu Treasure God from the era of the gods. This is Young Lin." Duo Wendian smiled as he introduced Lin Ling's group to them. "Descendants of the East Royalty? TSK, how rare." The ancient gods were shocked, and they were even more polite to Lin Ling's group. "Sky River Water God, haha. Back then, we were close friends. How is your father now?" "Back then, he was incomparably powerful. If he hadn't fallen, his strength would definitely surpass all of us. Treasure God Nanwufingyu, haha. Do you still remember me?" Following that, many people walked out from the crowd and greeted him with smiles. They all recognized Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others, and some of the reincarnated gods from the era of the gods even recognized Treasure God Nanwufingyu. "It's you guys." After some conversation, Treasure God Nanwufingyu was very surprised. Although he wasn't very familiar with these gods who greeted him, they had met and chatted a little in the past. Never had they imagined that they would actually be able to meet again after 1,000,000 years. "Treasure God Nanwufingyu, you didn't reincarnate?" After some conversation, the mid-level deities looked at treasure god Nanwafingyu in shock, shocked that he had come back to life in the era of the gods. Haha, looking at all of you right now, I want to reincarnate even more now. Treasure god Nanwafingyu couldn't help but laugh after seeing these familiar faces. They were all reincarnated, but they were now intermediate gods while he was still a lesser god. You are thinking too much. The reason why we can cultivate faster is because we have been in the Tao realm for a long time. Moreover, after reincarnating, we appeared in the primal chaos realm, so our conditions are much better than yours. Plus, after entering the Tao realm, we followed Emperor Yao, so our treatment was naturally not bad. These familiar faces didn't want to embarrass treasure god Nanwafingyu and immediately explained. It's fine, as long as we can enter the Tao realm. Treasure god Nanwafingyu waved his sleeve without a care. The smile on his face was still there. Clearly, today's unexpected event left him in a good mood. This is Lei Gong Linling? Lei Gong from the era of the gods? Someone looked at Linling and asked. This person came from the era of the gods, so he clearly knew Lei Gong. Sorry, I am not Lei Gong from the era of the gods. Lei Gong is my lord. Linling explained with a smile. Then how is Lei Gong now? Hearing this, that person frowned and asked. He is very good right now, but he is not with us right now. That's good, that's good. As long as he is not abandoned by the heavenly Tao reincarnation, we will meet again one day. A goddess said. Looking at her eyes, they were actually quietly becoming moist. Linling was secretly speechless. It seemed like Lei Gong was also a playboy back then. After so many years, this girl still remembered him. From now on, you can stay in Emperor Yao's territory. I will take care of you in Lei Gong's place. That goddess said again, looking at Linling as if she was looking at her own junior. This made Linling feel helpless. He came here with no intention of joining Emperor Yao. Everyone is thinking too much. Lei Gong Linling came here because he found a method to obtain more Tao realm fragments. Today, he is here to demonstrate it. At this time, Duo Wendian laughed and explained the method Linling knew to everyone. Without a doubt, all the intermediate gods were shocked. Killing a red-furred giant crocodile and obtaining 3,000 Tao realm fragments? If this was the truth, then they were really rich. At this moment, everyone looked at Linling. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Linling slowly walked to the riverbank. Rumble. A deafening rumble resounded as the river water surged like a dragon, overturning rivers and seas. The momentum was so terrifying that any lower god would be drowned in it. The water in this ancient yellow river was clearly stronger than the water around the island. The dense mist formed by the river water's impact allowed Yihan to see the shape of a dragon and a qilin. Lei Gong Linling, be careful. This is one of the Tao River's tributaries, twice as sharp as the rivers in other places. In the distance, the goddess reminded in a low voice. Her words made treasure god Nanwafingyu and the others laugh secretly. From their previous conversation, they knew that this goddess was called the Yin God Jade Lady. Although she was not as beautiful as the White Water Goddess, she was still extremely beautiful. This was the first time she met Linling, but she actually took the initiative to show concern for Linling. Linling's luck with women was not bad, of course, although they laughed. They also knew that the Yin God Jade Lady showed concern for Linling because she had a good relationship with Lei Gong in the past. What red-haired crocodile? 3,000 Tao realm fragments? What a joke! At this time, a colorful cloud floated over, and on the cloud stood a large group of gods. When they learned of Linling's thoughts, they immediately sneered in disdain. Utter nonsense! A young man in white armor reprimanded him directly. His strength was at the peak of lower god, clearly weaker than the intermediate gods, but he still dared to speak. This meant that his background was not small. White Tiger supervising Divine Monarch. Everyone looked at the young man, frowning slightly. This person had entered the Tao realm 300 years ago, and was the inheritor of the White Tiger supervising Divine Monarch from the Age of Gods. There was a difference between an inheritor and a reincarnated god. An inheritor could obtain the ancient god's inheritance, but not the memories, because the inheritor and the original owner were two different people. On the other hand, a reincarnated god only needed to recover a portion of his strength and memories, then he could return to his former glory. However, although the White Tiger supervising Divine Lord was an inheritor, his master was not simple. He was the white tiger giant god, an ancient figure. In Emperor Yao's territory, his status was not low. It was precisely because of this that no one dared to underestimate the white tiger supervising soldier divine lord even though he wasn't strong. White tiger supervising divine monarch, they are all acquaintances. They shouldn't be lying to us. Duo Wentian frowned and explained. He was the one who had brought Lin Ling and the rest back. The white tiger supervising divine lord mocked Lin Ling, which was equivalent to embarrassing him. So it's the 24 heavens. Haha, I was too reckless before. However, I still stand by my words. These guys are here to deceive us. The white tiger supervising divine lord smiled. He didn't dare to be too rude to Duo Wentian, but he still stood firm on his position. The Tao realm has existed for so many years, and the ancient gods have already explored most of it. If there is such a secret, when will it be the turn of such a minor god to explore it? Therefore, I'm guessing that this junior is here because of the fame, wanting to become a god under Emperor Yao. He's just using deceit. The white tiger supervising divine lord looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said. These words angered treasure god Nanwufingyu and the rest. What deceit? This guy's words were too harsh. Lord Duo Wentian, I think such a liar should be thrown out. The white tiger supervising divine lord said again. Found it. Lure that red-furred giant turtle up. If you can kill it, there will be a reward. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the riverbank. He had been searching with his sole force and finally found a red-furred giant beast. However, it wasn't an ancient giant crocodile, but a giant ancient divine turtle. Next, he used his divine essence to draw and pointed in the direction. At this time, all the gods looked at Duo Wentian. In truth, although they knew Lin Ling and the rest, they didn't quite believe Lin Ling's words. After all, if there really was such a secret, the ancient gods would have already investigated it. When would it be Lin Ling's turn? Hee, you really know how to act. A universe turtle has 3,000 Tao realm fragments? Please, at least find a better excuse to cheat. The white tiger supervising divine lord was still in disbelief. He didn't have any enmity with Lin Ling, but he felt that a minor god like Lin Ling wasn't qualified to attract the god's attention. Therefore, he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson and let Lin Ling know that Emperor Yao's territory wasn't all there was to it. They were all fools. Let's go and try. Duo Wentian pondered for a moment and made up his mind. This meant that he still believed in Lin Ling. After all, he was different from the others. He knew that Lin Ling and the rest had chaos divine artifacts, so they weren't simple people. Haha, Duo Wentian, are you kidding me? You really believe it? Sigh, I thought you were the reincarnation of a great god and had seen a lot, but your eyes aren't as clear as mine. The white tiger supervising divine lord obviously didn't expect Duo Wentian to make one mistake after another. Let's try it. Although the others didn't quite believe it, since Duo Wentian had spoken, there was no harm in giving it a try. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. The intermediate gods locked onto the red-furred giant ghost with their powerful divine essence and forcefully pulled it up to the riverbank. They were powerful and didn't have to go through as much trouble as Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble, the giant divine turtle was pulled up like a mountain. Its teeth gleamed as it stared at the gods with murderous intent. Kill it. Duo Wentian and Great Brahma took the lead and attacked the giant divine turtle. The others did the same. They were powerful, and every move they made was worth millions of divine essence. The divine turtle couldn't resist the bombardment at all. As for Lin Ling, as he watched their great battle, he was stunned. This was a true god. The white tiger overseer divine monarch was laughing and chatting with the person behind him. He said in a mocking tone, "Sigh, Lord Duo Wentian can be considered a reincarnated god." How could he believe the words of a junior? Not only that, he even personally took action. Haha, when he finds out that it's all a farce, after this farce, he'll probably be so embarrassed that he won't have the face to see anyone. Duo Wentian was quite famous among the children of gods and Emperor Yao. If he was embarrassed, the news would spread among the gods, and Duo Wentian would inevitably become a laughingstock. There really is. However, just as the white tiger supervising divine lord finished speaking, Duo Wentian exclaimed. His words caused the side of the Tao River to fall silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. There really is, the white tiger supervising Divine Lord's jaw dropped. You're kidding me. Lord Duo Wendian, is there really such a thing? An old man even rushed to Duo Wendian and asked excitedly, 3,000 Tao realm fragments was no small number. How could they not be excited? Yes, yes, yes. Previously, when the universe turtle died, I kept an eye on the heavenly realm and found that there really were 3,000 Tao realm fragments. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Duo Wendian nodded heavily and almost danced with joy. An old man bowed slightly to Lin Ling and said, Lei Gong Lin Ling, can you help us find another one? We want to try. All right. It was just a search. This wasn't difficult for Lin Ling. After all, he didn't have to do anything. He once again came to the riverbank and searched with his soul power. During this process, the White Tiger Divine Lord also used his divine ability to see what Lin Ling was up to. However, he didn't find anything. Because Lin Ling was using his soul power and not any divine ability or precious art, he could only see the soul power surge and couldn't find out what method Lin Ling was using. Damn it. In the end, the White Tiger Divine Lord could only curse inwardly. That one. At this time, Lin Ling also found the next red-furred beast. Let me. The mid-gods were eager to take action. They forcefully brought the red-furred beast to the riverbank and then killed it. Wow, it's true. There are 3,000 Tao realm fragments. Next, the mid-god who killed the red-furred beast roared loudly. If it was said that Duo Wendian had been secretly helping Lin Ling and making things up, now that this mid-god had spoken, everyone no longer doubted Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, amazing. What method did you use to cross the Tao River and find these red-furred beasts? All of the gods surrounded Lin Ling, asking excitedly. If at the beginning they had treated Lin Ling and the others as acquaintances, then now they had already treated Lin Ling as an honored guest. Little deity, I didn't expect you to know a secret that even Emperor Yao didn't know. I'm impressed. However, how did you find these red-furred beasts? Even the White Tiger Divine Sir supervising soldier came over and asked curiously. Naturally, he was also tempted by the 3,000 Tao realm fragments. Sorry, I'm a liar. However, Lin Ling also replied him with a smile, and then ignored him. Having been given the cold shoulder, the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he didn't dare to flare up. After all the gods were on Lin Ling's side. No one would allow him to touch Lin Ling. How about this? I'll tell Brother Duo Wendian the characteristics and aura of the red-furred beast. You can ask him afterwards. Lin Ling was grateful for Duo Wendian's trust in him, so he decided to give this favor to Duo Wendian. If others wanted to find the red-furred behemoth, they would have to ask Duo Wendian for help. This favor was naturally not small. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't plan to stay here for too long. He would leave once the wind blew over. After Duo Wendian was taught the characteristics of the red-furred beast by Lin Ling, he was secretly grateful. Although his soul force wasn't as strong as Lin Ling's, he had other abilities to find the red-furred beast, therefore, he only needed to know the characteristics of the red-furred beast. Thank you, Brother Lin Ling. After understanding the characteristics of the red-furred beast, Duo Wendian bowed to Lin Ling, his face full of courtesy. Right, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you stay here temporarily? You've reached the pinnacle of lower deity. As long as you have enough Tao realm fragments to exchange for treasures, you can break through at any time. The breakthrough of a lower deity is no small matter, so it'll be safer if you break through here. No one can disturb you. Subsequently, Duo Wendian added. That's a good suggestion. Lin Ling nodded. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for Saint Guy and the others. After all, they had also reached the critical point of breaking through. Alright, sorry to trouble you, Brother Duo Wendian. After breaking through, we'll leave. We won't cause you any trouble. Lin Ling bowed. Look at you, what are you talking about? Duo Wendian couldn't help but shake his head. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was too polite. One had to know that the secret Lin Ling had revealed was priceless. Even if Emperor Yao were here, he would probably have to be polite to Lin Ling. There are many caves here, all very suitable for breaking through. You can choose any one. Duo Wendian said. Come to my place. My cave has a returning array. It's the most suitable place for breaking through. Mine isn't bad either. The peach blossom divine cloud land will increase the chances of breaking through by 30%. Come to my place. The mid-gods scrambled to be the first to speak. They were all mid-gods, so breaking through to lower deity wasn't difficult for them. In fact, they could even give some guidance to Lin Ling and the others. Then thank you, everyone. Lin Ling was overjoyed and cupped his hands politely to everyone. Originally, it would be quite difficult for them to attain the strength of a mid-level god. Even if they possessed countless treasures, they could only guarantee a 30% success rate. However, with the help of these mid-level gods, this success rate had undoubtedly increased to over 60%. Next, each of them chose a suitable cave abode. For example, Young Qilin chose a cave related to wind, Nanwufingyu chose a cave related to water, Lin Ling had 7 dantians, so he chose the returning array. This array could block everything from the outside world and provide an endless supply of ancient spiritual energy. It was the most suitable for Lin Ling to break through. After all, breaking through to the 7 dantians was the most terrible thing about not having enough spiritual energy halfway. In the following days, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he went to visit the mid-gods and learned the secrets of breaking through from them. With 7 dantians, Lin Ling knew that it would be very difficult for him to break through, so being cautious was the right thing to do, and these mid-gods' insights, some were useful to Lin Ling, some were useless. After all, everyone had their own path of martial arts. Of course, this also broadened Lin Ling's knowledge. And he knew from Lord Brahma that it was very difficult to break through with 2 talents. It was easy to create a situation where yin and yang collided, causing the breakthrough to fail. As for the 7 dantians, Lin Ling didn't ask anything. Since ancient times, there had never been a god who could only have 7 dantians, and this made Lin Ling even more cautious. He thought that without 60% confidence, it was better not to break through easily, because if the breakthrough failed, he would be reduced to ashes. The main thing was that the 7 dantians were too big, and it was easy to create a conflict. Go to the prison and ask. On this day, Lin Ling entered the prison and first found Han Yun ancestor and told him that he was in Emperor Yao's territory. Emperor Yao, haha, great, my child Han Yun ancestor is here. My lord, please give this token to him. After knowing that Lin Ling was in Emperor Yao's territory, Han Yun ancestor became excited. Lin Ling waited for Han Yun ancestor to finish laughing, then suddenly asked, Han Yun ancestor, do you think it's difficult for a god to break through to the mid-god realm with 7 dantians? 7 dantians, tsk, it's difficult. A god's dantian is like the void of the universe, forming its own world. And 2 dantians represent 2 voids of the universe. If one wants to break through, the voids of the universe will collide, so 7 dantians is even more difficult. Theoretically speaking, if you can split your mind and control 1 dantian with 1 mind, then borrow the power of the universe to split the 7 dantians and break through at the same time, it's still very safe. Of course, if your soul power and foundation are strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of this. If you want to have such a foundation, you have to have the strength of an ancient giant god. Han Yun ancestor, it's not difficult to split your mind and control 1 dantian with 1 mind, but how can you split the 7 dantians and break through at the same time? Oh yes, my child, Han Yun ancestor, has the exquisite 7 stars formation. With this formation, you can deify the 7 stars. Now, the success rate of breaking through will increase by 40%. Exquisite 7 stars formation? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. If that's the case, I can give it a try. Han Yun ancestor is in Emperor Yao's territory. You can ask Duo Wendian. Then, Lin Ling bid farewell to Han Yun ancestor and left the square prison without further ado. After coming out of the cave residence, Lin Ling immediately went to look for Duo Wendian. Stop. However, not long after he left, several figures stopped Lin Ling. It was the White Tiger Divine Emperor. Tell me the characteristics of the red-furred beast and I'll let you go. The White Tiger Divine Emperor said coldly and directly stated his purpose. Duo Wendian knows. Ask him yourself. Seeing the Divine Emperor's aggressiveness, Lin Ling did not give him any face. I'll give you another chance. The White Tiger Divine Emperor did not talk nonsense. Apparently, he had already looked for Duo Wendian. Unfortunately, Duo Wendian did not tell him, so he came to look for Lin Ling. Are you going to use force? After being threatened even as a guest, Lin Ling did not intend to give him any face. You can think of it that way. Although you have obtained the support of many mid-level gods, I believe that with my master's ability, once I make a move, these mid-level gods won't dare to speak up for you. The White Tiger supervising soldier Divine Emperor nodded. I'm sorry, but I hate being threatened the most. Besides, do you think you can touch me with your strength? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and shook his head in disdain. I'll give you a chance. Get lost now. Since I'm a guest, you don't have to suffer. Otherwise, I'll let you know. Tell me who I, Lei Gong Lin Ling, am. How dare you? The White Tiger Divine Lord was enraged. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and not put him in his eyes at all. One must know that although he wasn't a mid-level deity, he was still one of the top low-level deities. Since when did it become Lin Ling's turn to look down on him? What an arrogant tone. Do you think the White Tiger Divine Emperor doesn't exist? The other gods were also furious. They were all lower gods, but the White Tiger Overseer God was the strongest among them. Therefore, they felt that this little god named Lei Gong Lin Ling was simply a frog in a well and overestimating his own strength. One move. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and said indifferently. You're saying that not only do you want to defeat me, but you also intend to use one move. Hearing this, the White Tiger Divine Lord was even more furious. It had been a long time since someone had looked down on him like this. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Lin Ling said again. Not only was he going to defeat the Divine Lord in one move, but he was also going to warn him in advance. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in one move. The White Tiger Divine Lord couldn't take it anymore. His surging divine essence erupted. His talent was actually a third-grade mid-level deity divine fetus. No wonder he had the right to be arrogant. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling only glanced at him briefly, then used his trump card. The reason why he used his trump card at the beginning was that Lin Ling didn't want to waste any time. With a light slash, it was as if the heavens and earth were split open. Time, vitality, the sun, and the moon all seemed to be cut in half. The White Tiger Divine Lord's face was full of disdain at first, but when Lin Ling attacked, he felt an ancient aura suppressing him. The slash seemed slow, but it carried the most domineering law of heaven and earth. He couldn't resist at all. Rumble, his divine essence couldn't block it, and his divine power instantly collapsed. His talent was even trembling at this moment. Plop, his legs went soft, and he fell to the ground in fright. Traces of water even flowed out of his white divine armor. He was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's palm stopped in front of the White Tiger Divine Lord's forehead. Then, all the aura disappeared. Trash. Lin Ling said, then walked past the White Tiger Divine Lord and toward Duo Wentian's cave abode. Good, good, good. Strong. All the gods were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They watched as Lin Ling left. One move, it was really just one move. Even someone as strong as the White Tiger Divine Lord was suppressed in one move. How could this Lei Gong Lin Ling be so strong? Looking at the White Tiger Divine Lord again, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was as though he had just walked through the door of life and death. The feeling of death was so clear and so close to him. Damn it. However, after Lin Ling left, he cursed with a grimace. Today, he wanted to threaten Lin Ling to hand over the characteristics of the red-furred beast. However, he didn't achieve his goal. Instead, his life was threatened with a single move. He was utterly humiliated. This humiliation was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he became a god. No one is to speak of what happened before. I'll kill anyone who does. The White Tiger Divine Lord said through clenched teeth. Yes, yes, yes. The other gods didn't dare to disobey and nodded. Master, please step in on this matter. Then, the White Tiger Divine Lord said coldly. He had already thought of a crime for his master to kill Lei Gong Lin Ling and steal the secret of the red-furred beast. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling had never taken him seriously. After all, Lin Ling's goal here was to break through. Once he succeeded, he could leave at any time. Brother Duo Wentian. Lin Ling came to Duo Wentian's cave abode and explained his purpose of visit. What? Ancestor Red Cloud. However, when Duo Wentian heard the name Ancestor Red Cloud, his face changed. Then, he saw Lin Ling's suspicion and immediately explained. It turned out that Ancestor Red Cloud was a giant god under Emperor Yao. He was very powerful and had a strange personality. Many people didn't dare to provoke him. After all, he was a god who had survived from the ancient times. He wasn't a reincarnated god, nor was he an inheritor. He was very senior. It was because he was so difficult to deal with that even Duo Wentian didn't dare to provoke him. Do you still remember the white tiger divine lord you saw previously? Duo Wentian asked. Yes. If you must go, you can look for Xianxia. I heard that she is going to visit Ancestor Hongyun. Let her bring you there. Seeing that Lin Ling insisted on looking for Ancestor Hongyun, Duo Wentian had no choice but to explain. He even told Lin Ling the location of Xianxia's cave dwelling. Thank you, Duo Wentian. Lin Ling cupped his fists and thanked him. He then left Duo Wentian's cave dwelling. He did not look for Xianxia immediately. After all, Duo Wentian had said that Ancestor Hongyun was difficult to get along with. Although Lin Ling was here on behalf of Ancestor Hongyun, if he could not make Ancestor Hongyun trust him, he might not lend him the formation. Therefore, Lin Ling returned to his cave dwelling and entered the square prison. He also told Ancestor Hongyun about his purpose for coming. What? That bastard doesn't trust you? After knowing Lin Ling's thoughts, Ancestor Hongyun was furious. That's normal. After all, Ancestor Hongyun has been cultivating for so many years. He has a lot of knowledge and experience. How can he trust others so easily? Not to mention, I'm just a lower deity in the outside world. After Lin Ling and Ancestor Hongyun became familiar with each other, he got straight to the point. However, even if Ancestor Hongyun knew that Lin Ling was a lower deity, he did not dare to offend Lin Ling because of Lord Prison's status. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you what that brat knows. Oh right, that brat likes painting very much and has entered the Tao through painting. He learned this from me. When the time comes, you only need to use the Tao of painting to convince him wholeheartedly and he will believe you. Ancestor Hongyun pondered for a while and suddenly laughed. Alright, I'll open a door in the prison and let you see everything I see. When the time comes, you can help me. Lin Ling nodded. Actually, as the Lord Prison, he could release Ancestor Hongyun for a short period of time. However, for safety's sake, he didn't do so in the end. After all, Lin Ling could control Ancestor Hongyun, but he could not control Ancestor Hongyun. If these two ancestors worked together and Ancestor Hongyun attacked Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would not be able to stop them. The secret of the square prison must never be known by outsiders. This was Lin Ling's plan from the very beginning. After bidding farewell, Lin Ling immediately went to look for Xianxia. This Xianxia was a goddess who was in charge of the Jade Lake during the Age of Gods. She was very powerful and had reached the level of a mid-level deity. When Lin Ling appeared in a cave with hundreds of blooming flowers, a clear voice rang out. Who are you? I am Lei Gong Lin Ling, a friend of Duo Wentian. I am here to pay you a visit. Lin Ling didn't barge in recklessly and spoke politely outside the cave. Big brother Duo Wentian? Come in. The voice came from the cave. Then, hundreds of flowers swam and 7 colored rays of light spread out. Finally, they parted to form a path of flowers, which was very beautiful. What a refined mood. Lin Ling smiled inwardly and strode in. He saw a dazzling cave appear among the flowers. Then, a woman in a white dress walked out with a smile. The woman looked young, like a pretty girl from a humble family. She didn't have the majestic aura of an ancient great deity at all. Lei Gong Lin Ling? You must be the god who found the secret of the red-furred beast. The woman smiled at Lin Ling. She was very friendly and didn't put on airs at all. I was just lucky. Lin Ling immediately cupped his fists. Hee, you're now a celebrity here. Many ancient great gods have obtained quite a number of Tao realm fragments thanks to you. Xianxia continued, by the way, why are you looking for me? Lin Ling looked around and found that the decorations were not only elegant, but also unique. It seemed to be some kind of formation. It seemed that Zhong Xiaoxian's knowledge of formations was not shallow. Lin Ling then said politely, Brother Duo Wentian said that you are going to see Ancestor Hong Yun, so I wanted to ask if you could bring me along. Since Brother Duo Wentian said so, there is no problem. I am also going to see Ancestor Hong Yun, so let's go together. Alright, thank you very much. Lin Ling was delighted. Zhong Xiaoxian waved her right hand and a flower petal floated out from the cave. She called for Lin Ling, rode on the flower petal, and flew into the distance. Emperor Yao's territory is very big, and there are many deities. If no one leads the way, it will not be easy to find Ancestor Hong Yun. Zhong Xiaoxian stood on the huge flower petal and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and glanced at the flower petal. He was surprised to find that the flower petal, which looked like a boat, had the speed of 1,000,000 worlds. She was indeed a middle deity. The treasure she casually used had the speed of 1,000,000 worlds. It was almost comparable to Lin Ling's Quafu Sun chasing boots. Of course, Lin Ling estimated that the maximum speed of the flower petal was 1,000,000 worlds. However, his Quafu Sun chasing boots could increase the speed. That was the difference. As they flew, they passed through the endless desolation, ancient mountains, and even the misty sky. A paradise began to appear in front of them. It was like a fairyland. When they flew over countless mountains, Lin Ling sensed many powerful auras hidden in the ground. This made him curious. How many ancient great deities were hidden in this ancient Tao realm? Looking ahead, there were green mountains and clear waters. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There was a sparkling waterfall falling from the sky. The scenery was indeed beautiful. Oh yes, when you see Ancestor Hong Yun later, remember to be more refined. Don't be vulgar and don't fight. Ancestor Hong Yun was formed by the red clouds of the universe. He learned martial arts from a Tao ancestor. After many years of nurturing, he has already cultivated his character and focused only on the enlightenment of Tao. He hates arrogant people the most, the kind that wants to kill people the moment they open their mouths. If you make such a mistake, even I can't protect you. Of course, it's okay if you make a mistake. I'm afraid that you will drag me down. Zhong Xiaoxian reminded Lin Ling at this time. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. Moreover, I'm not the kind of person who likes to fight and kill. Lin Ling replied with a smile. However, he muttered in his heart, you don't like to fight and kill? He had killed countless people in his life. Many of his enemies liked to call him Old Monster Lin Ling. That's good. Zhong Xiaoxian didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. When she saw that Lin Ling had agreed, she giggled. She looked even more like a pretty girl from a humble family. We're here. After a while, Zhong Xiaoxian led Lin Ling to a path of peach blossoms. The path was filled with peach blossoms. There were deer and cranes walking around. It was a thriving scene. Lin Ling looked around and was amazed. It seemed that Ancestor Hong Yun was indeed an otherworldly expert. He even thought of himself as an ancient great deity. Here, any deity would have to walk as a form of respect to Ancestor Hong Yun. When a warrior reaches a certain level, he will see through the world and focus on comprehending the great Tao of the universe. He will become a real ancient god as soon as possible. The path of comprehending the great Tao is actually a process of going from simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. There are 3 great realms. The first realm is to see a mountain as a mountain and water as water. The second realm is to see a mountain as not a mountain and water as water. The third realm is to see a mountain as a mountain and water as water. Of course, this is easy to explain, but the mysteries within are not clear and cannot be explained clearly. Zhong Xiaoxian explained as she walked. I've heard of this state of mind. Unfortunately, many people know about it, but very few can achieve it. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that Zhong Xiaoxian was pursuing this kind of great Tao realm. However, Lin Ling also knew that when one's strength reached a certain level, treasures and cultivation were no longer the most important thing. Instead, comprehension was the most important thing. If one could comprehend the great Tao, he would be able to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the universe and step into the most powerful realm of gods. However, comprehension was something that could only be found by chance. It depended on one's luck. Therefore, most gods still followed the prescribed order and used endless treasures to improve their strength. Very few of them put more effort into their state of mind. Xiaoxian. When the two of them had just arrived at the courtyard, a voice of pleasant surprise suddenly sounded out from afar. When they looked carefully, they saw that three figures were walking over slowly. The one in the lead was a woman in a red dress. Her aura was very strong, and she was a mid-level deity. Behind her were two old men. Although they were also mid-level deities, they seemed to follow the woman's lead. "Yo, Granny Qianhua." Xianxia glanced at them and suddenly smiled. "Granny? I'm very young. Also, I've reincarnated. I'm now called Goddess Qianhua, not Granny Qianhua." Hearing that, the woman in the red dress seemed to be a little angry. "Hee, didn't everyone call you Granny Qianhua back then? Goddess Qianhua? That's a name you gave yourself." Apparently, Zhong Xiaoxian knew the woman in the red dress. She even knew her in her previous life. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them didn't get along well in her previous life. She stared at Lin Ling and laughed coldly. "Hee, you are really bold. You dare to bring an outsider to meet Ancestor Hongyun? Is this your lover? He looks quite handsome, but this is the truth. You're so weak. Since when did you, old mother of 100 flowers, like an old cow eating young grass? What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhong Xiaoxian was infuriated. Apparently, she hated it when people called her by her old title, Mother of 100 Flowers. Lin Ling looked at the two young women, but in fact, they were old monsters fighting. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. The most important thing was that this kind of battle had dragged him into it. In the words of his previous life, it was really F***ket up. "Brat, Matriarch Centuria's needs are very strong. Be careful, you won't be able to satisfy her." "Kikik." Goddess Qianhua covered her mouth and mocked. He was shot even though he was lying down. Lin Ling felt even more helpless. However, he still said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder. However, let's not talk about the fact that I don't have that kind of relationship with Senior Xiaoxian. Even if I did, it's none of your business. At the very least, Zhong Xiaoxian can attract me. This shows her charm. But you?" Lin Ling looked at the two old men behind Goddess Qianhua and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "You can only attract this kind of trash? Sigh, Granny Qianhua, I feel sorry for you. You're courting death." Goddess Qianhua didn't expect Lin Ling to mock her. Lin Ling shrugged. He didn't care about Goddess Qianhua's anger at all. Although he didn't have time to deal with Goddess Qianhua, Zhong Xiaoxian was the one who brought him here. He didn't want to see Zhong Xiaoxian being bullied. "How can you be so reckless?" Zhong Xiaoxian was overjoyed. However, she immediately blamed Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be targeted by Goddess Qianhua and bring trouble to himself. After all, this was a grudge between her and Goddess Qianhua. It wouldn't be good to drag Lin Ling into it for no reason. Moreover, Lin Ling was only a lesser god. However, no one knew Goddess Qianhua's background better than Zhong Xiaoxian. In the past, even she had to be wary of Goddess Qianhua. "Do you know who I am?" At this moment, Goddess Qianhua's voice turned cold. She looked like a woman, but she was actually a reincarnated god. In other words, she might be beautiful, but she had killed hundreds of times more people in her previous life than Lin Ling had. Lin Ling blinked at Goddess Qianhua and shook his head blankly. "To be honest, I really don't know." "How dare you?" Goddess Qianhua was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Although she wasn't a top-tier god in Emperor Yao's territory, there weren't many people who didn't know her. This little god actually pretended not to know just to spite her. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling really didn't know. The only god he knew about Emperor Yao's side was Duo Wentian. Zhong Xiaoxian was also dumbfounded. At first, she thought that Lin Ling was an honest little god, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would make Goddess Qianhua so angry that she almost vomited blood? His mouth was really something. Of course, Zhong Xiaoxian was also very happy to see Goddess Qianhua angry. However, she was also worried about Lin Ling's safety. After all, she couldn't always protect Lin Ling. Moreover, she and Lin Ling were just strangers who met by chance. She was only entrusted by Duo Wendian. Goddess Qianhua wanted to tell Lin Ling how strong she was, but at this time, the door in front of her opened and an old woman in luxurious clothes walked out slowly. "Greetings, Mother Lin." Seeing the old woman, the arrogant Goddess Qianhua immediately bowed. Although she was very strong in the era of the gods, she was still far from Ancestor Red Cloud. Ancestor Red Cloud had been enlightened by the ancient gods, and his understanding of the Tao was much deeper than many ancient gods. You're all here. The old woman smiled at the two goddesses. Of course, she also glanced at Lin Ling and the others. However, she didn't pay them much attention, thinking that they were just the followers of the two goddesses. Come in. Coincidentally, I'm free today. You can ask me a question. As long as it's about enlightenment, I'll definitely guide you. Then, the old woman walked into the courtyard. Xianxia and the others were overjoyed. They came at the right time. They quickly followed. Lin Ling, Mother Lin, is a drop of godly water in the primordial era. Later, she became Ancestor Red Cloud's disciple. She's very strong, so remember not to offend her. However, under normal circumstances, as long as you don't speak nonsense, Mother Lin won't make things difficult for you. What a great painting of the Great Way. Lin Ling smiled subconsciously as he was enjoying himself. Oh? Suddenly, the old lady stopped in her tracks and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Ah? Xianxia opened her mouth wide. She had just reminded Lin Ling not to spout nonsense. However, the moment they entered, Lin Ling started to blabber. Ancestor Hongyun was a person who valued etiquette the most. If he spouted nonsense, Lin Ling might be chased away immediately. What's more, she was afraid of implicating herself. Xianxia was so speechless that she almost cried. My young friend, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of the Great Way. The decorations in this courtyard were set up by my master when she watched the sunrise and sunset in the void of the universe for 3,000 years. Anyone who has a good sense of the Great Way will be able to sense it when they enter the courtyard. The originally expressionless old woman suddenly smiled, as if her mood had improved. You are also the first deity to notice the difference in the decorations here after so many years. After saying that, she led the group to the living room. Xianxia and Goddess Qianhua were dumbfounded. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely be chased away. However, not only was he not, he was even praised. Oh my god, this deity must be lucky. Soon, the group arrived at the living room. The decorations here were also different. The old lady greeted everyone and went to invite Ancestor Hongyun. Seeing that he was about to see Ancestor Hongyun, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy. He entered the prison with his soul power and communicated with Ancestor Hongyun. What a lucky deity. You are so pretentious and you are praised by Mother Lin. However, your pretentious act will soon be beaten back to its original state. Goddess Qianhua sat down and sipped her tea. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling and said with disdain. After all, Lin Ling was brought here by Xianxia. Now that Madame Lin praised him, she felt as if she had lost to Xianxia. At least, the two old men she brought here were not as powerful as Xianxia. Goddess Qianhua, you're the one who's trying to be mysterious and pretentious. Hee, who knows, maybe his background and comprehension are even more impressive than yours. This time, Xianxia took the initiative to fight back. She did not want to drag Lin Ling into the mess. Him? Something that didn't even count as a medium god? I reckon he won't be able to break through in this lifetime. Only you, the 100-flower matriarch, would be tricked by this pretty boy. Goddess Thousand Flower was unwilling to back down. Hearing that, Xianxia was completely infuriated. She sneered and said, at least I'm better than you, Granny Qianhua. You can only attract the attention of those old women. Tell me, how much effort did you put into seducing the two old men behind you? Xianxia, don't be so mean with your words. Although my two followers are old, they are still better than your pretty boy who doesn't know anything. Goddess Thousand Flower was also furious. Hearing the two goddesses quarrel, Lin Ling felt even more depressed. You can quarrel all you want, but can you not drag me into it? Qianhua and 100 Flower are both flowers. No wonder they are at each other's throats. I heard that a young friend has seen through my Great Way star formation. TSK. I didn't expect a rare guest to come today. At this moment, an old and majestic voice was heard in the hall. Then, an old man walked out slowly. At this moment, everyone stopped talking and stared at the old man with respect on their faces. It was as if the old man represented time and the Great Way. Although he seemed to be walking unsteadily, his every move was natural, as if he himself was the Great Way. This aura was truly powerful, returning to one's natural state. Greetings, Ancestor Hongyun. Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Lin Ling also bowed and copied Ancestor Hongyun's appearance with his soul power and transmitted it to the prison. Child, my child, I finally see you again. It's been so many years. You've grown old. I miss you so much. Ancestor Hongyun's cries could be heard from the prison. It was filled with nostalgia, reluctance, and excitement. Lin Ling was speechless. It's been so many years and you've grown old. That Ancestor Hongyun was already very old, alright? He suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. The image of the two ancestors hugging each other after meeting each other appeared in his mind. Just thinking about it made him break down. Ancestor Hongyun, this kid is lying. He's just spouting nonsense. What does he know about the Great Way? Seeing Ancestor Hongyun praise Lin Ling in the first sentence, Goddess Thousand Flower was displeased. She did not think that a lower deity would know anything about the Great Way. Did I say you could speak? Impudent. Granny Thousand Flower, when you became famous in the Age of the Gods, I had already retired. Don't mistake our seniority. Ancestor Hongyun's face turned cold as he looked at Goddess Thousand Flower calmly. The latter did not dare to speak anymore. Ancestor Hongyun valued etiquette and knew about the Great Way. He believed that everything in the Great Way was orderly. Those who came first would always be above those who came later. It was because of this inflexibility that others thought that he was eccentric and difficult to get along with. My young friend, you must have some understanding of the Great Way. If that's the case, I have a painting here. Why don't you take a look at it? Ancestor Hongyun looked at Lin Ling. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling as he smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mother Lin took out a painting. When the painting was opened, it was a painting of a family in the mountains. There were mountains, rivers, people, and flowers in the painting. It was as if it depicted a village that had returned to its natural state. Staring at the painting, everyone's heart would calm down. It was as if they were about to put down their martial way and return to the countryside. It's a good painting. The mountains are mountains. Goddess Thousand Flower commented immediately as she shared her understanding of the Great Way. Zhong Xiaoxian opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, her state of mind was not there and she could not comprehend anything. She only felt that the painting was extraordinary. If she hung it in her cave abode, her state of mind would definitely improve over time. However, after hearing Goddess Thousand Flower's words, Ancestor Hongyun only smiled and continued to look at Lin Ling. He wanted to hear Lin Ling's opinion. The state of mind was the Great Way. The martial way was also the Great Way. Sometimes, one sentence could let others know how the person's state of mind was, whether they were on the same path, and whether they could comprehend the Great Way together. Since the fall of his rainbow cloud ancestor, he had never seen a like-minded person in all these years. Lin Ling was also staring at the painting. To be honest, he felt that the painting was indeed extraordinary. However, he really could not tell what was different about it in such a short time. With his current state of mind and experience, if he wanted to appreciate this painting and comprehend the great Tao within it, it was obvious that he could only say a few words. Oh right, Ancestor Hongyun's ancestor is here. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he copied the scene in front of him and placed it in the prison. Ha ha ha, little Hongyun, this child. Ancestor Hongyun's laughter could be heard in his heart. Ancestor Hongyun seemed to know why Ancestor Hongyun was able to comprehend the painting. However, Lin Ling felt goosebumps all over again. Little Hongyun. This name is too artistic. You can reply to him with 4 words. Ignorant and worthless. At this moment, Ancestor Hongyun's voice could be heard again. My lord, this painting is actually not Little Red Cloud's comprehension. Instead, it came from another great deity. This great deity had some background and yearned for the peak of the great Tao. However, because of this yearning, he was also at a loss. That's why he created this painting. What's laughable is that Little Red Cloud thought it was the great Tao. Little Red Cloud's comprehension painting is actually a treasure. At this moment, Ancestor Hongyun laughed again. Alright, just remember to help me later. Seeing how confident Ancestor Hong Yun was, Lin Ling withdrew his soul power from the prison. When he returned to the main hall, he lifted his head and looked at Ancestor Hong Yun. Ancestor Hong Yun was also looking at him with a smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to know Lin Ling's comprehension of the painting. When she looked at deity Qianhua, she was unhappy. However, there was nothing she could do. After all, Ancestor Hong Yun trusted this kid so much. Lin Ling, this is your chance. When Zhong Xiaoxian saw Lin Ling looking at her, she immediately felt happy for Lin Ling. After all, not everyone had the chance to be valued by Ancestor Hong Yun. Ancestor Hong Yun, if you ask me. At this moment, Lin Ling opened his mouth. My young friend, just say it. Ancestor Hong Yun laughed. Lin Ling nodded his head and said, then I shall be frank. To me, the great way depicted in this painting is ridiculous. No, ridiculous? Mother Lin thought it was some comprehension of the great way. When she heard it, she almost fainted on the ground. She shouted anxiously, this is Emperor Yao's masterpiece. He gave it to my master. Emperor Yao, Zhong Xiaoxian, who was beside her, almost fainted on the ground. She had thought that the painting was left behind by Ancestor Hong Yun, who knew that it was Emperor Yao's masterpiece. Of all people, he chose to comment on Emperor Yao. Zhong Xiaoxian almost cried. Didn't he say that he was not allowed to speak nonsense? Didn't he tell Lin Ling that Ancestor Hong Yun hated those arrogant people the most? He even dared to say that he didn't know anything about Emperor Yao's painting. He was so arrogant that he couldn't recognize himself. Zhong Xiaoxian had a feeling that Lin Ling was going to be kicked out. That was not all. Most importantly, she was going to be kicked out too. Her face was full of panic and regret. Compared to her gloominess, Goddess Qianhua almost threw her head back and roared with laughter. What a good evaluation. Zhong Xiaoxian must be crying now. She hadn't even made a move, and her opponent had already fallen. However, compared to the different emotions of the crowd, Ancestor Hong Yun's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with even more curiosity. This was because this painting was indeed given to him by Emperor Yao. However, he couldn't see through it. This painting was ordinary, but it carried a mysterious aura. However, he couldn't figure out where the mysteries were with his level of comprehension. This question had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Today, when he saw Lin Ling, he brought it out to ask for advice. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more rebellious than him. He directly said that it didn't know anything. He was the only one among the deities who dared to evaluate Emperor Yao in such a way. Little friend, are you sure that it doesn't know anything? Ancestor Hong Yun laughed. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaoxian quickly blinked at Lin Ling. What she meant was that Lin Ling still had a chance to correct his mistake. Actually, it's not that it doesn't know anything. Lin Ling didn't seem to notice Zhong Xiaoxian's expression and laughed as he spoke. However, his words made Zhong Xiaoxian feel relieved. This guy finally knew how to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Actually, it's not only that it doesn't know anything, it's even worse than a piece of sh*t. Lin Ling said again. This time, Zhong Xiaoxian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor Hong Yun gave you another chance. In the end, not only did you not take back your words, you even said that it's even worse than a piece of sh*t. In fact, even Ancestor Hong Yun's mouth was agape. He didn't expect the painting that Emperor Yao drew to be so worthless. This painting is indeed very ordinary. It only has a little bit of spiritual energy. To an ordinary martial artist, it's a rare treasure. However, to a deity, any scribbles are better than this painting. However, there's something special about this painting. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. I'd like to hear more. Hearing this, Ancestor Hong Yun's eyes flashed. A white flame appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then, he gently smeared it on the painting. Oh my God! Is he trying to defy the heavens? Seeing this, not only Zhong Xiaoxian, even Goddess Qianhua was tongue-tied. Not only did you criticize the painting as worthless, you even burned it. How dare you burn Emperor Yao's painting? You're really bold. In fact, Ancestor Hong Yun's eyes trembled. He almost wanted to slap Lin Ling to death. However, he held it in. However, his calmness was also effective. The first painting began to burn, revealing a map of the universe. What? There's a painting within a painting? Ancestor Hong Yan's expression changed. It wasn't that he didn't think of this problem. He had already investigated it, but he didn't find a painting within a painting. It seemed like this was Emperor Yao's doing. He had to completely destroy the painting in order to see what was inside. Crackle, crackle, the map from before gradually disappeared. A desolate aura quietly spread out. Everyone present stopped breathing, suppressed by the aura. It was as if they had arrived at the most ancient desolation. Without a doubt, the aura of this painting was stronger than the previous one. The object in the painting was also majestic, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. There were a few ancient deities in the painting. They each used their own techniques and attacked the darkness of the universe. Some of them sat cross-legged, some pointed with their fingers, some activated their chaotic divine weapons, and one of them even used his martial arts to attack the void. However, if one looked closely, one could see that the martial arts of the ancient deity was constantly changing. Sometimes it was a fist, sometimes it was a palm, sometimes it was a sword, sometimes it was a saber. However, after rubbing one's eyes, one would realize that it was all an illusion, that ancient giant god was merely maintaining the posture of punching out with his fist. What a painting! At this moment, Xianxia and the rest seemed to have understood something. It was like the martial arts displayed by the person in the painting. This was the true Great Way, and it was the origin of the universe. A painting within a painting. So, this is the painting that Emperor Yao gave me. Ancestor Hong Yun was suddenly enlightened, and he was inexplicably excited. After Emperor Yao gave him the painting, he couldn't understand the mystery behind it. Now, he had finally figured it out. This painting was drawn by two paintings at the same time. It was drawn with divine origin. When the village was drawn, the map of the universe was drawn after the village. I guess this map of the universe is also a battle between the deities. At this moment, Lin Ling said again. Swoosh, 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 everyone gasped. When the village was drawn, his divine origin was also drawing the map of the universe. He was multitasking. As expected of Emperor Yao, in fact, many deities could do this. However, it wasn't easy to draw out the charm of the painting. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. What a pity. Although this painting is good, it still lacks a sense of elegance and charm. What? This painting lacks a sense of elegance? Don't spout nonsense. Goddess Xianxia could not hold it in any longer. The previous village painting lacked a sense of elegance. However, the aura of this painting was obviously a few hundred times stronger than the previous one. How could it lack a sense of elegance? That's nonsense, isn't it? Sense of elegance? Before Ancestor Red Cloud could rejoice, he was immediately confused by Lin Ling's words. This was because he had the same opinion as Goddess Xianxia. He had already roughly comprehended the mysteries of the Great Tao and the movements of the ancient gods that wandered the universe. Such a painting could be called flawless. What? Ancestor Red Cloud doesn't believe it? Although Ancestor Red Cloud did not say anything, Lin Ling could guess what he was thinking. When you are comprehending the Great Tao, you are still too one-sided. You only see the mountains and not the streams. Lin Ling spoke again. Although his words sounded calm, there was a tinge of reprimand. This caused Mother Lin to almost slap Lin Ling to death. You're just a low god. Who allowed you to speak in such a tone? Xianxia, on the other hand, felt like she was on a roller coaster ride. She almost knelt down and begged Lin Ling to stop spewing nonsense. She was a god, but she couldn't endure this kind of torture. My friend, your eyesight is extraordinary. Since you dare to speak in such a manner, you must have your own views. I would like to hear them. Compared to the mixed emotions of the crowd, Ancestor Red Cloud pondered for a moment and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. If Lin Ling had said this at the beginning, he would have slapped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's eyesight was sharp enough to discover the painting within the painting. Now that he said this, it meant that there was something else to the painting. Hee hee. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He looked at the cosmic star map and said calmly, what do you think these ancient gods are doing? Nonsense, even a blind person knows that they are fighting. Goddess Thousand Flower said immediately, her voice full of disdain. Since it's a great battle, may I ask, who are they fighting against? Lin Ling asked again. This. Everyone's heart exploded as they stared at the cosmic star chart. Suddenly, they realized that the ancient giant gods were attacking the darkness in the starry sky. However, there was no one there. Other than darkness, there was only darkness. So this is what it means to see the green hills but not the brook. Ancestor Red Cloud's body trembled. That's right, he was only paying attention to the aura of the painting, but he had forgotten to see through the simplest thing. Since it was a battle of gods, how could there be no opponents? Little friend, please advise me. At the thought of this, Ancestor Hongyan cupped his fists at Lin Ling once again. He had changed from "I'd like to hear more" to "I'd like to seek your guidance." If I'm not wrong, the owner of this painting wanted to draw a painting of the ancient giant gods fighting against the will of the world. However, it's a pity that Emperor Yao had never seen the strongest will of the world. Therefore, all of this is just his imagination. This painting also shows that Emperor Yao is still far away from becoming an ancient giant god. He's just a little bit away from being qualified to participate in the most ancient battle. However, he yearns for this battle. Lin Ling walked over slowly. The will of the world. Ancestor Hongyun was enlightened and understood what the painting was trying to express. Lin Ling's comments hit the nail on the head. The will of the world. Zhong Xiaoxian, on the other hand, shuddered. She looked at the star map of the universe and then at Lin Ling. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. How did he know all of this? In reality, no one knew that all of this was not guessed by Lin Ling, but by Ancestor Hongyun. My friend, I'm impressed. Ancestor Hongyun bowed deeply to Lin Ling. Seeing this, Mother Lin hurriedly bowed as well. Zhong Xiaoxian did the same, leaving Goddess Qianhua alone in an awkward position. Previously, she had said that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying. However, the result in front of her was undoubtedly a slap to her face. I, Hongyun, have been comprehending the Tao for 30 million years. It's hard for me to find someone who can comprehend the Tao with me. After Ancestor Red Cloud paid his respects, he laughed out loud. It was obvious that he was really happy about this. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaoxian and Goddess Qianhua's eyes trembled. The two of them came because of Ancestor Hongyun's reputation and wanted to satisfy him. However, in the end, Ancestor Hongyun was the one who made him happy. Such a dramatic change made them feel as if they could not see through Lin Ling. How could a junior of a lower deity have such power? Xiaoxian, why don't you introduce this friend to me? At this moment, Ancestor Hongyun looked at Zhong Xiaoxian and said. He had quietly changed from a young friend to a friend of the same generation. His name is Lei Gong Lin Ling. As for his previous life, I'm not too sure. Zhong Xiaoxian said hurriedly. My friend Lin, it's an honor to meet you at last. Hearing this, Ancestor Hongyun greeted Lin Ling and said with a smile, it's my honor to have you here from afar. However, I don't think you're here just to admire the paintings. To be honest, Ancestor Hongyun, I'm here for an important matter. I would like to borrow your 7 stars exquisite formation. Lin Ling said bluntly. 7 stars exquisite formation? No way. Mother Lin instinctively rejected him. The 7 stars exquisite formation was left behind by Ancestor Hongyun's teacher. It could form 7 stars and had the power to reverse the universe. Even Ancestor Hongyun did not have complete control over this spirit enchantment. How could he lend out such a precious treasure so easily? He was not even qualified to take a look at it. No problem. However, just as Mother Lin finished her sentence, Ancestor Hongyun agreed with a smile. His words caused Mother Lin's pupils to tremble. She remembered that Ancestor Hongyun had repeatedly rejected Emperor Yao's request to take a look at the spirit enchantment. After 100 years, Ancestor Hongyun finally allowed Emperor Yao to take a look at the spirit enchantment. But now, Ancestor Hongyun had agreed to take a look at it. This was too unbelievable. My friend, please come with me. Then, Ancestor Hongyun brought Lin Ling out of the hall. In the hall, everyone was still looking at each other. Did I hear wrongly just now? Dao Dao, my friend, Ancestor Hongyun called him my friend. You didn't hear wrongly, because I heard it too. Oh my god, isn't the difference between a lower deity and a middle deity? A mid-level god actually called a low-level god Dao friend, and this mid-level god is the eccentric Ancestor Hongyun. Both Zhong Xiaoxian and Zhang Wuji were dumbfounded. You're the eccentric one. My teacher is not eccentric. He's just noble and doesn't like other deities. Ancestor Red Cloud appeared in the hall once again. It turned out that he had brought Lin Ling into the 7 stars exquisite formation and left after opening the 1-star gate. Fellow Taoist Lin was able to see through things that we couldn't, which means that he isn't simple at all. Although he didn't tell us where he came from, his familiarity with the will of the world and the primordial giant gods shows that his past life must not have been simple. Ancestor Red Cloud looked at the crowd and said, "Previously, when all of you were looking at the cosmic map of the universe and saw the ancient giant gods in the painting, all of your expressions were filled with respect and yearning. However, I saw that his reaction was calm, as if the ancient giant gods in the painting were not the ancient giant gods." Then, what did he see? Xianxia and the rest exclaimed. They didn't notice this. He saw them as paintings. Ancestor Red Cloud paused for a while and said seriously. Paintings? Xianxia and the rest shuddered. They thought about it carefully and suddenly, they understood. They saw the ancient gods in the painting as ancient gods. This was putting the cart before the horse. They had completely forgotten that these were just paintings. No matter how powerful the ancient gods were, as long as they appeared in the painting, they were just paintings. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. After being pointed out by Ancestor Red Cloud, they finally understood the logic behind it. In fact, even I was almost lost in it. If I didn't look at Brother Lin unintentionally, I wouldn't have realized it. Ancestor Red Cloud suddenly sighed and said, "There are only 2 possibilities for this. Firstly, Brother Lin has already seen the ancient gods. Secondly, he has seen the most mysterious will of the world. That's why he didn't lose himself in it." Lei Gong Lin Ling, is his background that powerful? Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest were shocked. It was as if there was another layer of fog around Lin Ling. Ancestor Red Cloud could only shake his head helplessly. This was because he couldn't see through Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the courtyard. He was in a vast white space. Above the sky, a star was twinkling slightly, and an endless amount of spirit chi rolled down and enveloped him. This was the center of the exquisite 7 stars formation. This formation could be used for both offense and defense. It was incomparably powerful. It was just that the formation hadn't been activated yet. What a dense spiritual chi, and the star in the sky gives me the feeling that it's like the void of the universe. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky, his heart trembling. Even though this array had not been activated to attack, he still had a strange feeling, as if he was facing some kind of powerful ancient taboo, and this taboo was the primordial chi. Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, I've already entered the exquisite 7 stars formation. How do I activate all 7 stars? Lin Ling quickly said to Ancestor Hong Yun. Sir, I'll teach you the method to open it. However, you must be careful. This formation is extremely profound and can provide feedback to its owner. If you don't have complete control over it, you must remember not to open too many starry doors. Old Ancestor Hong Yun's voice rang out. Then, in the prison, old Ancestor Hong Yun continuously drew out array formations. Lin Ling's soul power entered the prison and observed. Then, he was shocked. This level of array formations was too terrifying. Lin Ling's great Tao of array formations was already powerful, but when compared to these ancient arrays, he still felt that it was very strenuous. Exchange for Tao Realm Fruit, Cosmic Torrent, Heavenly Breathing Technique, Divine Transformation Ancestral Grass. While Lin Ling was comprehending the array formations, he was also exchanging for the treasures he needed to break through to the next realm. These treasures had tens of millions of years of history. Some of them had even existed since the beginning of the world. If they were placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, even the appearance of any one of them would cause the world to collapse. Moreover, in the void of the 9 prefectures, such treasures would never appear. This was also the reason why the 4 great gods had been in the void of the 9 prefectures for so many years but still couldn't break through. Now, Lin Ling had a lot of Tao realm fragments. He immediately exchanged them for a large amount of ancient treasures to break through to the next realm. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In his mind, he was even more familiar with the exquisite 7 stars formation. 1-star transformation. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Therefore, he had to seal this formation and not allow anyone to disturb him, including Ancestor Hong Yun. The difference between a lower god and a middle god was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next realm. Any loophole would cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. Begin. Lin Ling adjusted himself to the best state and finally shouted. Behind him, a figure walked out silently. This person looked exactly like Lin Ling. However, his body was pitch black and he had a ferocious aura. This was the chaotic body. My friend, I'm counting on you. Lin Ling cupped his fists towards this person. Don't worry. That person suddenly raised his head and looked at the brightest star in the sky. Then, he shot towards it. After this person disappeared, another figure walked out from behind Lin Ling. This person was covered in lightning and he had wings behind his back. There was a piece of cloth tied around his eyes. He was very mysterious. This was the real body of Blue Eyes. My friend, I'm counting on you. Lin Ling said calmly to this person. I'll try my best. This person also nodded towards Lin Ling. 2-star gate, open. Lin Ling formed a complicated seal with both his hands, causing the entire formation to operate rapidly. After a while, he pointed towards the sky. Rumble. In the sky, a second star appeared and shone down a ray of divine light. This caused the entire exquisite 7 stars formation to become violent. At this moment, in the main hall, Ancestor Han Yun was still talking to Xianxia and the rest. Suddenly, the main hall shook and an ancient and domineering aura filled the air. What? The formation has been activated. Ancestor Han Yun was stunned and his expression changed drastically. Master, this is bad. I'm afraid that Brother Lin is in danger. Why did the exquisite 7 stars formation suddenly activate? Mother Lin pondered for a while and her expression changed drastically. Obviously, they thought that the formation had been activated to kill Lei Gong Lin Ling. Quick! They rushed out of the main hall. Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest knew that things were getting troublesome and immediately followed after them. After they rushed out of the main hall, they saw 2 rays of starlight lingering in the sky outside the courtyard. A mysterious ray of light shone on the ground. 2-star gate, the exquisite 7 stars formation has indeed been activated. Mother Lin, stop the formation immediately. Ancestor Han Yun said anxiously as he scanned the area. However, before he could do anything, the 3rd star rose into the sky. A domineering and majestic aura spread out from the ground and stopped Ancestor Han Yun and the rest from getting close to it. Soon after, the 4th, 5th, and 6th stars also rose into the sky. Boom! Looking at the ground in front of them, they could hear continuous rumbling sounds. It was as if an ancient giant beast was slowly crawling out from the depths of the ground. The courtyard was instantly flattened, and the endless green hills were shattered like fine powder. Even the strong Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest were intimidated by the domineering aura and were forced to retreat. The array was so strong that even Ancestor Red Cloud could not withstand it and was forced to retreat. Buzz, however. When he looked into the distance, he noticed that there were 7 stars shining in the sky, and they formed the shape of a spoon. Endless starlight poured down like snow, and the ground that was enveloped by starlight had become a forbidden area for the formation. 7 stars open, exquisite formation. Lin Yang's face was filled with wrinkles. She grabbed her master and shook him continuously. This was because even her master could not fully activate the exquisite 7 stars array. In this world, only Ancestor Red Cloud's master could. However, now that the array had been activated to its strongest state, any middle god who entered the array would not be able to control their own life and death. The scariest thing was that the reason for the activation of the array was a lower god. Oh my god, what kind of lower god could be so powerful? Lin Yang, stop shaking me. My beard is falling off because of you. I saw it, I saw it. Ancestor Red Cloud could not help but scold. However, his eyes were still trembling as he looked into the distance. Opening of the 7 stars. How many years has it been since something like this happened? This reminded him of his master whom he had not seen for many years. His heart was filled with endless nostalgia. Master, the array you left behind has finally been activated. But, where are you? Ancestor Red Cloud knelt down and shouted with tears in his eyes. It was as if he had resolved a burden in his heart. Ancestor Red Cloud, what happened? At this moment, the ancient great gods nearby had all arrived. Looking at the terrifying starlight array, their faces were all solemn. However, when they saw Ancestor Red Cloud's expression, they knew that they would not be able to get anything out of him. Amazing. Someone actually activated the exquisite 7 stars array. Back then, Ancestor Red Cloud relied on this array to avoid the twilight of the gods. This is the famous exquisite 7 stars array during the Age of the Gods? It is indeed extraordinary. The ancient great gods were all secretly shocked. At this moment, no one saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged beneath the 7 stars. His long hair danced incessantly under the starlight, and from his body, a terrifying strength surged into the sky, disappearing into the 7 stars. The 7 stars represented Lin Ling's 7 great talents. He had sealed all 7 of them in the 7 stars and had broken through them one by one. After he had broken through, he would return them all. Then, he would be able to step into the ranks of mid-gods. Of course, even so, the breakthrough this time was still very difficult. Even Lin Ling only had 60% confidence. Fortunately, he had done a lot of preparation for this breakthrough, so he could prevent any failures from happening again and again. Beside him, countless treasures seemed to have been eroded by the wind and disappeared quietly. Then, they merged into the starlight and floated towards the 7 stars in the sky. Fellow Taoists, is there anything wrong? After a long while, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked indifferently at the sky. Fellow Taoist, you're fine. Fellow Taoist, I've already begun to break through. Fellow Taoist, you can leave. Once you've broken through, we'll definitely return. The 7 stars in the sky also transmitted their majestic voices. These voices were the external bodies of Lin Ling. They carried each of Lin Ling's talents and entered the 7 stars to break through. I'll help you one more time. Lin Ling nodded his head. His enormous soul power spread out and shrouded the 7 stars, helping them break through. Rumble, after the soul power surged in, it enveloped the 7 stars, causing the originally turbulent 7 stars to gradually calm down. Regardless of whether it was from afar or close up, one could only see the 7 stars in the sky. Everything seemed real. How magical. Outside the huge array, the people also witnessed the changes in the array. Some ancient great gods were curious and quietly approached the array. However, just as they entered the array, they were shrouded by the starlight and immediately turned into nothingness. Ancestor Hongyun, save me. He had just entered the boundary of the array, but he was already in a life-threatening situation. This showed how powerful the array was. Fusang Juanza, who allowed you to enter the array? Even I don't dare to enter this array. Now, you should leave with the help of the Tao state. When Ancestor Hongyun saw this, he was angry at first, but then he shook his head helplessly. With that, the ancient great god was taken away by the light of the Tao state. One could imagine that without the help of the Tao state, he would definitely die. Furthermore, he died in the array. Therefore, when he returned, he would also die in the array. This would cause him to die continuously and disappear completely from the world. Of course, this ancient great god was not a fool. At least, before the array disappeared, he would not be able to return. What happened in the 7 stars exquisite array? Where's Taoist Lin? Ancestor Hongyun looked at the starlight world in front of him and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. However, there was nothing he could do. Now, he could only wait. Master, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Lin came prepared. Regardless of whether he was the one who opened the 7-star exquisite formation or not, from the moment he started comprehending the painting, I think everything was a trap. Mother Lin suddenly said. Hearing this, Ancestor Hongyun could not help but laugh bitterly. Even if that's the case, so what? To be able to open the 7 stars door, Taoist Lin's background must not be simple. As they were talking, Lin Ling stood up under the endless starlight. His eyes were still looking at the sky as he sensed the changes in the 7 stars. This was the first time he experienced the process of breaking through. He broke through on his own, but he did not have to face any danger. Everything was handled by his avatar and the 7 stars. Although the 7 stars looked peaceful on the surface, he had a feeling that within the 7 stars, there must be an earth-shattering battle. If I wait here and let a more powerful god discover me, he will definitely be curious about me. To avoid unnecessary trouble and since I can't help much now, I might as well leave this place first. After observing for a long time and seeing that nothing strange happened, Lin Ling decided to leave. This time, he could not leave the 7 stars' exquisite array. Therefore, he thought of returning to the 9 continents void to take a look. Daoist Lin, if there are any changes, inform me immediately. After saying this to the sky, Lin Ling's heaven-returning Dao tablet appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. In fact, after he disappeared for an hour, a powerful divine power swept past the place where he was. However, it did not find anything strange and eventually went to other places to search. This powerful force obviously came from an elite ancient great god. He was also attracted by the 7 stars' exquisite array and came to observe with curiosity. The power of the Tao realm is indeed powerful. It could even ignore the starlight of the exquisite 7 stars formation and bring me out of the Tao realm. On the other side, Lin Ling appeared in the void of the 9 states unscathed. This was still the sky of the spirit state, and it was also the place where Lin Ling entered the Tao realm. Looking at this ancient land, Lin Ling could not help but smile. Although he had not entered the Tao realm for long, because of his cultivation, he felt as if hundreds of years had passed. Master and the others should be fine, right? With a step, Lin Ling instantly appeared in a hall. At this moment, there were many experts in the hall discussing matters. Lin Ling's sudden appearance undoubtedly gave them a fright. Who are you? Then, someone shouted angrily. This was an important place of their sect. Someone had come uninvited. This was completely disregarding them. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling was smiling and staring at an elder instead. He was ignoring them, which made them furious. Swoosh. Swoosh, they all attacked Lin Ling. However, when their powerful attacks landed on Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling did not move at all. Instead, a wave of aura was released, causing all of them to fall to the ground. What a powerful technique. What kind of power is this? Everyone was shocked. No one knew that Lin Ling's energy center had entered the 7 stars realm. He did not have divine origin, but his physical strength was very strong. He had 7 million points of strength and the power of 10,000 realms. However, how could they fight against such power? Don't be rash. He's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was Xianxia. At this moment, he finally recognized Lin Ling and was very shocked. He remembered that Lin Ling had entered the Tao realm a long time ago. How did he return so quickly? Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the hall, whether it was the sect leader or the elders, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They did not dare to say a word. The current 4 great gods, no, the number 1 god of the void in the 9 prefectures, was not someone they could afford to provoke. Back then, when Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he led the 4 gods to fight against the other gods. This matter had already spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Master, it's good that you're all right. Lin Ling ignored everyone's shock. Instead, he walked towards the constellation cloud and bowed slightly. Last time, Xianxia was almost killed by the underworld's demon sealer, so Lin Ling wanted to see if his master was all right. What could possibly happen to me? Why would those gods care about a small fry like me? Seeing that Lin Ling had personally come to visit him, Xianxia was undoubtedly very touched. After all, with Lin Ling's current strength and status, for a mere cultivator like him to be acquainted with Lin Ling, he was definitely climbing up the social ladder. All those years ago, he'd acted recklessly and forcefully taken Lin Ling as his disciple, yet he'd never imagined that this disciple had already become the proudest existence in his entire life. Master, come. Lin Ling ignored the people around him and left with Xianxia. To him, apart from Xianxia, everyone else was like an ant, a floating cloud of bones. Of course, if it were other gods, they'd think the same. In the world of gods, all cultivators were ants. This was because as time passed, cultivators would die, but gods would not, and their lifespans would be longer. Lord Lei Gong Lin Ling is indeed Xianxia's disciple. I'm so envious of Xianxia. After so many years, Lei Gong Lin Ling still hasn't forgotten about him. Sigh, he's so lucky. After Lin Ling and the others left, envious voices could be heard from the main hall. Meanwhile, Lin Ling left with Xianxia, then took out a large number of treasures and designated Xianxia to cultivate. This made Xianxia feel both grateful and helpless. He was grateful that Lin Ling still cared about him, but helpless because wasn't he his master? Now, the disciple was teaching his master. How embarrassing, the two chatted for a long time. Finally, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Next, he went to Qing province to visit the third princess and the others. At the same time, he took out treasures to help them improve their strength. After greeting many acquaintances, Lin Ling finally returned to Lei Gong's main hall. Father. Ling Er. When Lin Ling appeared, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were overjoyed and came to welcome him. They all knew that Lin Ling had gone to the Dao realm, and they also knew about the recent War of the Gods. At that time, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods, and he led the 9 states to fight against the other gods. Whenever they thought of this, even though Lin Ling's achievements were already extraordinary, they still felt proud of Lin Ling. Perhaps Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't expect that the youth from the Fire Ancient clan would reach such heights. Is everyone alright? Lin Ling smiled and walked towards everyone. He bowed slightly to Ancestor Extreme Flame and his mother, Emon Yenshin. Then, he looked at his son Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi's strength had increased by quite a lot, and he could be considered a big shot. After a short conversation, Lin Ling asked Emperor God Zhang Gang how they were doing. They came back to take a look. Later, they heard that something happened at the Path of Domination, so they immediately rushed over. Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Path of Domination? Lin Ling frowned. He had heard of this place before. It was one of the 9 states' 7 great forbidden grounds, but he had never been there. Yes, I heard that experts of the Dao realm came back and were chasing after a few people. Emperor God Zhonggang and the others immediately went to help. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded. This made Lin Ling fall into deep thought. Experts of the Dao realm came back? Of course, it could be Chang Liang or the Ox Demon clan. But who could they be chasing? These gods had gone to the Dao realm, so why did they suddenly come back? Could it be? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Could it be that they were chasing after the host of the world will? For so many gods to come out and chase after the Path of Domination, the person being chased must have a big background. So, it was very likely that it was the host of the world will, and Lin Ling knew that the host of the world will, other than the one sealed in the Dragon clan, the rest were the gods of the Spirit Nation, Taoist master of many treasures, and the others. They were too strong, so who would dare to chase after them? As for Lei Gong, it was unlikely. Not many people knew that he was still alive. Could it be Shaoluan, right, and Longyang? It seems that these gods in the Dao realm were entrusted by someone. Since the ancient gods of the Dao realm couldn't enter the 9 states void, they relied on them. Emperor God Zhonggang and the others received the news, so they immediately went to help. Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He asked about the location of the Path of Domination and quickly left Lei Gong's hall. The Path of Domination was somewhere in the void. It was said that this path led to the ancient era. There were countless treasures inside. Although it was famous in the 9 states, not many people had been there. Only the Taoist master of many treasures knew about it, and the latter was searching for treasures in the Path of Domination. Then, he came to auction it. He possessed the power of 7 million worlds. Generally speaking, he was invincible among the low-level gods. However, if he encountered a top-notch low-level god, Lin Ling might not be able to win by relying on his physical strength. Currently, he had 3 methods available to him. First, he could use his external avatar, but his strength would obviously be greatly reduced. Second, he could use Pangu to attack. Third, he could use Little Kunlun. However, with Little Kunlun's current strength, it could not fight against a god. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. He could not let anything happen to Shaoluan. After a long time, a dazzling ray of light appeared in front of him. It was like a blazing sun, sucking in everything that passed by. That ray of light was like the mouth of an ancient beast. As expected of one of the 9 prefectures' 7 great forbidden lands. Even though Lin Ling had been to the Dao realm and was more knowledgeable, he could not help but be amazed when he saw the Road of Domination. It was said that the Road of Domination was left behind by the God realm. Back then, it was the battlefield of the gods. Countless gods had fallen there, resulting in countless treasures. According to the rumors in the 9 prefectures, this battlefield was not from the age of the gods, but from the ancient era. This caused very few people to enter the Road of Domination. No one had ever reached the end, not even Taoist master of many treasures. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot into the ray of light. He guessed that Xiaoluan could enter the road of domination because he wanted to use the mysteries of the road of domination to block the pursuers. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess who wanted to capture Xiaoluan. It was most likely related to Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian. Whoosh! After entering the ray of light, an ancient wind attacked and tore at Lin Ling's body. However, although Lin Ling's talent was not there, after many years of tempering, his physical body had already reached a terrifying level. The divine wind could not tear Lin Ling to shreds. Even if it injured him, Lin Ling recovered in the blink of an eye with his powerful recovery ability. Looking around, he saw countless rays of light flickering like starlight. These rays of light seemed to be engraved in the surroundings. They flickered and emitted a desolate aura. It was as if there was an ancient beast hidden in each ray of starlight. The light was like a white horse flashing by. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had stabilized his body. He was currently on a heaven's path. The heaven's path was vast like the Milky Way, and it reached deep into the void, and on this Milky Way like heaven's path, all sorts of ancient objects were floating there. There were rocks, divine weapons, and even many heavenly treasures. I've heard that the path of the Sovereign Lord is filled with countless treasures. Now that I've seen it for myself, it seems to be true. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a small cauldron flew toward him. The surface of the cauldron was carved with the head of an unknown beast. It looked very ferocious. After Lin Ling grabbed it, he exerted a bit of force. The small cauldron immediately turned into fine powder. As expected, although there are many treasures, most of them are useless. Lin Ling nodded and waved his right hand again. A piece of black rock shot towards him. Lin Ling caught it in his hand and threw it to the left. The rock shot to the left like a meteor. It turned out that Lin Ling wanted to see what would happen if he walked out of the path of sovereigns. The left seemed empty, but after the rock shot in, it seemed to enter water and quietly disappeared. Something's wrong. Lin Ling was shocked. The rock had disappeared. If he didn't follow the path of sovereigns and left the main road, he would disappear. As for where it went, Lin Ling didn't know. But he guessed that it was definitely somewhere bad, but fortunately, the path of sovereigns was vast, and there were many floating objects. If he met a top expert, he could use the floating objects to hide himself. Without divine energy, I can't even use the Kuafu Sun chasing boots. Otherwise, I could find Xiaoluan and the others quickly. Also, I don't know where Emperor Zhonggang is. Time was precious. Lin Ling once again followed the path of sovereigns and shot forward. In front of him, there were many floating objects. There were rocks, treasures, and even ancient trees. These ancient trees were slowly growing in the huge soil. There were also some broken temples. Of course, there were also some bones left behind by gods. However, when Lin Ling passed by these bones, the wind immediately shattered them. It seemed like the gods' bones had lost their divine power and were useless. At this time, there was a change. It happened very quickly. Danger. Although Lin Ling didn't have soul force, his many years of life and death experience were still there. He stopped abruptly. He saw a firefly fly past him and land on the broken temple in the distance. The temple emitted a dazzling light, then quietly turned transparent and finally disappeared. What is this? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That firefly didn't do anything and directly turned the temple into nothingness. Lin Ling had never seen such a method before. Most importantly, he couldn't sense what method the firefly used. Then, Lin Ling realized that the firefly was staring at him as if it had a spirit. Lin Ling even had an illusion that the firefly was staring at him and smiling. Suddenly, a soundless cry came from the firefly. The firefly didn't make a sound, but Lin Ling could still hear an ancient cry, "Ka ka ka." The floating objects in the surroundings all floated toward the firefly and continuously condensed, as if they were about to become a giant. However, this giant was very strange because there were trees, temples, and even rocks on its body. It didn't look like anything at all, and on top of the giant's head, a lamp quietly condensed. It looked like a soul lamp. After the soul lamp lit up, the giant also erupted with a towering aura. When it was fully formed, it held a huge ancient tree in its hand and rushed toward Lin Ling. It looked huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. It was the speed of 1,000,000 worlds. this speed was comparable to Lin Ling's basic speed. Lin Ling didn't have the innate talent fusion, so he couldn't outrun this giant. Whoosh, the huge ancient tree in the giant's hand fiercely swept over. Lin Ling immediately punched out, the power of 7 million worlds erupting. With a boom, Lin Ling didn't gain any advantage. His body flew backward, and he almost rushed out of the road of sovereigns and turned into nothingness. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. It was clearly the condensation of scattered objects, but how could it be so powerful? No wonder so few people came to the road of sovereigns. It was because it was too dangerous. That soul lamp is probably the giant's weakness. But the giant is too fast, and its attacks are fierce. I can't get close. Lin Ling frowned. Just as he was thinking, an ancient gale swept over. The giant attacked again, boom. Lin Ling reached out with both hands and grabbed the ancient tree that was sweeping towards him. This time, the ancient tree was unable to move an inch. Ah! However, the soul lamp above the giant's head gradually became brighter, as if it was about to use some technique. Kunlun. However, at this moment, little Kunlun, which had been sleeping on Lin Ling's left arm, finally woke up. It clearly knew that Lin Ling was not as strong as he was in the past during his breakthrough. It turned into a vine and swam along the giant's arm. In just a short time, an ancient forest appeared on the path of sovereigns. The giant was completely entangled by vines, and one of the thicker vines even swam to the top of the giant's head and wrapped around the green soul lamp. The soul lamp was also extinguished, as if it had met its nemesis. When the soul lamp was extinguished, the insufferably arrogant giant stopped moving and turned into an inanimate object. This unforeseen event shocked Lin Ling. He did not understand what had happened. In the end, he could only look at little Kunlun. However, he discovered that in the endless vine forest, there were all kinds of colorful fruits. He remembered that little Kunlun had already bloomed a long time ago. Was this the fruit? Pa, one of the fruits fell, filling the air with endless smog. Poisonous miasma? Lin Ling was shocked. Pa, another fruit fell, turning into fine powder that drifted away with the wind. However, a moment later, a large number of saplings appeared in the sky ahead. The terrifying thing was that these saplings were like man-eating animals, their leaves full of sharp teeth. Pa, the third fruit fell, and a fierce flame suddenly burned. As for the fourth fruit, it turned into a silver whip that looked like a snake. Upon closer inspection, it was also a vine. The vine waved in the air, easily tearing through the void with a light movement. Even Lin Ling's body wouldn't be able to withstand such sharpness. Of course, the vine waved for a moment before gradually withering and turning into dust. What's going on? Could it be that little Kunlun swallowed the soul lamp and then grew and transformed? Lin Ling was even more surprised. Fortunately, the endless vines began to shrink, turning into a single vine that swam towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, the vine was no longer black, but had many colorful leaves. Kunlun. Furthermore, the voice that came from little Kunlun was filled with joy. Lin Ling communicated with little Kunlun and learned that these soul lamps could help little Kunlun grow. That was why little Kunlun was so happy. As for why it was like this, even little Kunlun did not know. Looks like little Kunlun is also extraordinary. Lin Ling thought to himself. When he had obtained little Kunlun, it was in the ancient power of the Qing Prefecture's Azure the Arch. Logically speaking, no matter how strong the Qing the Arch was, he was like an ant compared to the gods of today. Unless little Kunlun was hidden in the ancient power and even the Qing the Arch didn't know about it. It also exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued forward with little Kunlun. Along the way, they encountered those fireflies again. However, the moment the soul lamp appeared, little Kunlun would immediately devour it. This caused the fruits on little Kunlun to increase. Luckily, I have you. Otherwise, with my current strength, it would be difficult to find little Kunlun and the rest. Lin Ling smiled at little Kunlun. Then, he sensed his various avatars and realized that among the 7 avatars, 5 of them were already in the process of breaking through. Although they were far away, those avatars were one with Lin Ling. Therefore, they were connected to each other. As they continued forward, there were voices in front of them. These people were all wearing white robes and looked majestic. At this moment, they were standing on a huge rock and looking into the distance. People from the Spirit Nation? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Little Kunlun escaped really quickly. We almost caught her in the Dao realm. However, she chose to commit suicide and was taken away by the Dao realm. She hid in the void of the 9 prefectures and caused us to leave the Dao realm and chase her here. That's right. However, little Kunlun probably doesn't dare to enter the Dao realm now. After all, many ancient gods have already gathered there and are just waiting for her to return. Humph, now that the Kurishan and the others can't even protect themselves, little Kunlun won't be able to escape this time. There's also Long Yang. She's also someone that Baishan wants to capture. No matter what, the Spirit Nation's gods made a deal with Baishan and the others. Since it's difficult for them to enter the void of the 9 prefectures, it's up to us, the Spirit Nation, to capture these world will hosts. Don't forget that Yuzhou's Divine Sovereign and the others are also trying to capture little Kunlun and the others. Damn, they're really going all out for the Dao realm fragments. Previously, Luli Empress transmitted a message to us to be careful of the people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. A few experts from the Great Hall of Lei Gong have also entered the path of Dominator. As they continued to talk, Lin Ling learned the whole story. It was indeed Baishan. However, the fact that the Spirit Nation had actually reached an agreement with Baishan and the others surprised Lin Ling. After all, White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Burning Heart were all here for the World Will's host body, and the Great God of Spirit Kingdom was also a host body for the World Will. Wasn't the Great God of Spirit Kingdom afraid that White Mountain and the other 3 divine gates would harm him? Unless, suddenly, Lin Ling felt a sense of worry. Lei Gong was also a host of the World Will. What he feared the most was that the Spirit Nation had to hand over Lei Gong. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing now was to find little Kunlun and the others. Immediately, he flew towards the huge rock. He wanted to know the whereabouts of little Kunlun and the others through these people. Eh? There's someone here. Could it be the Yuzhou Divine Sovereign's men or the underworld? Lin Ling's arrival immediately caused the group of people to stop talking and look over calmly. Who are you? Tell me your name. One of them said calmly. However, Lin Ling remained silent. Although these people had the strength of a lower deity, they were not very strong. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to capture all of them in one fell swoop. He did not want to waste time. After all, he was now in the process of breaking through and his strength was not as strong as before. It was always better to be cautious. Damn it, I asked you a question and you didn't even answer? Could it be that you're a thief? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the people of the Spirit Nation were furious. After returning from the Dao realm, their horizons had been broadened. The people of the 9 prefectures void were not worth mentioning. Moreover, the experts of the 9 prefectures void were all in the Dao realm. Therefore, there was no one in the 9 prefectures void that they were afraid of. You're courting death. I'll make you regret coming to the path of Dominator. One of them snorted coldly. Terrifying divine energy bloomed and turned into a chain that wrapped around Lin Ling. Looking at the divine energy, there were at least 50,000 units. As a mid-stage lower deity, he had 50,000 units of divine energy. His strength was not weak at all. Unfortunately, it was useless against Lin Ling. Bang! Lin Ling broke the chain with a punch. His speed suddenly increased and he suddenly appeared in front of the deity. His big hand grabbed the deity's neck and squeezed viciously. Pa! 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 Like firecrackers, the powerful deity's neck was crushed. Most importantly, this was the 9 prefectures void and not the Dao realm. This meant that he was completely dead. One had to know that they had just escaped a crisis in the Dao realm and returned to the void of the 9 continents after their deaths. Who would have thought that one of them would die in the void of the 9 continents? You dare to kill a god of the Spirit Nation? You're dead meat. An old man roared hysterically. A white 8 trigrams mirror appeared behind him. This was his innate ability, and it had the power to destroy everything. Not good. He seems to be Lei Gong Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone's legs trembled as he pointed at Lin Ling in shock. What kind of joke is this? Isn't Lei Gong Lin Ling in the Dao realm? The other gods were all shocked. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Gong Lin Ling was someone that even the 4 monarchs of the Spirit Nation were wary of. Even the great gods of the Spirit Nation were helpless against him. Now, he had appeared in front of them? You are Lei Gong Linling? The old man who had activated the white 8 trigrams mirror trembled as he spoke. Bang, Linling moved at full speed and smashed the 8 trigrams mirror behind the old man. Then, with a swing of his palm, he killed the old man. Speak. Where are Xiaoluan and the rest? Where are the people from the Lei Gong Hall? After intimidating the group of people with his thunderous aura, Linling shouted majestically. They are here. All the gods were afraid and didn't dare to keep quiet. You can't say. However, a young man suddenly shouted coldly. He stared at Linling. His left eye was blue and his right eye was yellow. It was as though he could see through Linling's strength. He is not Lei Gong Linling because he doesn't have divine origin. This person had actually found out that Linling didn't have any divine origin. Who are you? How dare you impersonate Lei Gong Linling? How bold of you! The young man laughed sinisterly as though he had seen through Linling. Just because I don't have divine origin, you think that I'm not Linling? This made Linling laugh. This person was so silly. That's right. Lei Gong Linling is much stronger than you. You must be an impersonator. You must have some ulterior motive for impersonating Linling. The young man revealed a look that said, I see through you. Stupid. Linling shook his head and did not waste any more time. He erupted with the speed of 7 million worlds and punched out like an ancient beast. It couldn't be blocked at all. Blood gushed out, and any divine force was blasted apart by this fist. Is it important whether I'm Linling or not? Because I can kill you with a single punch. Linling looked at the young man indifferently and said disdainfully. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood before dying. He pointed at Linling and died with his eyes wide open. Indeed, whether this was Linling or not, they were no match for him. This decided their fate. Run. The gods around were frightened. They wanted to leave immediately and inform Luli Empress and the others, Rumble. However, just as they left, an endless forest wrapped around them. Its aura was so terrifying that it seemed to have sealed this area. In the endless forest, a large number of soul lamps flickered and floated over. Within the soul lamps, wind howled, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, sand and stones flew, and giant mountains shook. It was as if all kinds of power had gathered. Looking closely, this was not a forest. It was a primitive forest formed by countless vines. Most importantly, they were surrounded by the forest, and there was no way out. As for the soul lamps, they were actually fruits in the vines. What is this thing? Quick, destroy it and open up a path of survival. One of the gods roared and unleashed his power of divinity, which transformed into a gigantic saber that slashed out viciously. Suddenly, several fruits floated down and exploded in midair. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and heavenly flames surged. Not only did the divine power of that god explode into powder, but it also directly killed him. Fight. The gods also knew that they could not escape this calamity. They all used their full strength, paw. However, the vines also began to drop fruits. When they fell to the ground, they exploded with all kinds of ancient power. It was as if a flood was surging, causing heaven and earth to collapse. The gods began to die one after another. In the end, only one escaped. Only 3 survived. At this moment, they were trembling and did not dare to say a word. However, after they stopped resisting, the vines did not drown them. Instead, it was Linling who walked over step by step. Speak, Xiaoluan. Where is Lei Gong's palace? Linling said as he walked. His seemingly calm voice seemed to have come from the 9 underworlds. The corners of the 3 gods' mouths were trembling. Even now, they were not sure that this was Linling. This was because the methods used by this Linling were completely different from the rumors. He should be a fake. Imperial Past Celestial Venerable has escaped. He will definitely inform Spirit Nation. Before long, Luli Empress and the others will definitely come. Sire, since you are not Linling, why do you have to interfere in this matter? How about this, you can leave now. We will pretend that nothing happened before. One of the gods cupped his hands and said to Linling. He still did not believe that this was Linling. Escaped? Linling sneered and frowned. Ah. Outside the ancient forest, the only god who escaped let out a painful cry. Countless sprouts suddenly grew from his body. They were like blood-sucking plants, forcibly sucking this god to death. Underworld death plant? Seeing the miserable state of that god after death, the three gods' faces turned pale. What a strange method. Killing a god was as easy as blowing off dust. They could not even sense when that god was killed. They naturally did not know that countless fruits had fallen before. Some fruits had turned into fine powder and disappeared in the spiritual energy. They borrowed the momentum to enter the god's body. With a command, they could instantly absorb the god's blood and grow. It was incomparably terrifying, and this characteristic was similar to the underworld death plant. Xiaoluan and the others are half a day's journey away from here. They are on the right side of the road. Finally, the three gods spoke the truth. The main thing was that this person who looked like Lin Ling was too powerful and too strange. He clearly did not have divine origin, but he killed them like killing chickens and dogs. You dare lie to me? Lin Ling frowned. Under his voice, vines swam over. The leaves were full of teeth, looking at the three gods malevolently. No, no, every word is the truth. The three gods stared at the demonic plant on Lin Ling's shoulder. They were so scared that they knelt down. Of course, Lin Ling was just scaring them. He was afraid that they were lying. Now that he saw that they did not seem to be lying to him, he immediately shot into the distance. Luli Empress is here too. Although my grudge with her has ended, and this is the new Luli Empress, she definitely wants to kill me quickly. Since that's the case, I'll end her once and for all on the path of domination. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Luli Empress's resurrection was ultimately a huge problem. This woman had always been unscrupulous in order to achieve her goals. Now that she had entered the Dao realm, it was best to kill her completely to prevent her strength from increasing by leaps and bounds. Recalling little Kunlun, Lin Ling sped into the depths at full speed. The path of domination seemed to have no end. From time to time, soul fires would flicker. They were those fireflies. Lin Ling didn't know what these fireflies were made of, but he guessed that they should be the souls of the ancient gods who had died. Fortunately, little Kunlun wasn't afraid of these fireflies, allowing Lin Ling's journey to be smooth. Whoosh, suddenly, endless light appeared in front of him. It was actually the light of a large group of fireflies. Tisk. Lin Ling was secretly amazed. Even with little Kunlun, he didn't dare to provoke them too much. He quickly took a detour. Moreover, the further he went, the wider the heavenly road became. This gave Lin Ling a lot of space to dodge. At this moment, a feeling of resonance appeared in Lin Ling's heart. Lin Ling couldn't help but be delighted. The heavenly dragon's bone talent is about to break through. Yes, although the distance was far, because of the doppelganger, their minds were connected. Moreover, as long as his 7 dantians broke through, no one would be able to threaten him anymore. He even dared to fight an ordinary mid-level god. So big. As he moved forward, Lin Ling realized that the heavenly road was already vast and boundless. Moreover, there were large amounts of floating objects, as if he had arrived at the wasteland of the universe. The right side of the heavenly road. Next, Lin Ling ran to the right. Along the way, he passed through countless floating objects. However, Lin Ling also realized that these floating objects were getting bigger and bigger. Many of them were as magnificent as islands, and there were also a lot of plants on them. Moreover, around the island, fireflies that looked like soul fires were flying. Although there weren't many of them, they seemed to be searching for something. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from one of the islands, as if there was an intense battle going on. Lin Ling hurriedly shot toward the island. He swept his gaze across the island and saw that there were many gods on it. The two sides were currently engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was Lei Gong's palace, while the other side surprised Lin Ling. It was an old acquaintance, the underworld demon sealer. Lord Lin Ling. When Lin Ling suddenly floated above the island, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the people from Lei Gong's Great Hall. The experts from Lei Gong's Great Hall that were left behind in the void of the 9 states were clearly weaker than the Dao realm experts, but they were still mid-stage lower gods. The ones leading them were God Emperor Zhonggang and Giant Ghost. When they saw Lin Ling, they were undoubtedly shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to come here from the Dao realm. Originally, they should have informed Lin Ling about this matter. However, when they found out that Xiaoluan and the others were being hunted, Lin Ling happened to be inside the mist barrier on the island. They didn't want to disturb Lin Ling, so they didn't inform Yu Yu and the others and came here on their own. Lin Ling. At the same time, the underworld demon sealer and the people from the South Tomb also saw Lin Ling and their expressions turned ugly. Last time in the Spirit Province, they were forcefully chased away by Lin Ling. Even with Emperor Zhang's help, they almost died. Thus, when they saw Lin Ling, they naturally hated him to the bone. Most importantly, they missed the chance to enter the Dao realm because Lin Ling was guarding the outside world at that time, causing them to hide in the underworld and not dare to come out. Now that they saw Lin Ling again, besides being angry, they also knew that things were not good. First, they still hadn't recovered their full strength. Second, Lin Ling's shadow in their hearts was too heavy. Underworld Demon Sealer. Lin Ling stood on the island and coldly stared at the Underworld Demon Sealer. With just one glance, the Underworld Demon Sealer didn't dare to move. He could only grit his teeth and speak in a low voice. Lin Ling, you really are a dog with a keen sense of smell. You're everywhere. He knew very well that now that Lin Ling had entered the Dao realm, his strength must have greatly increased. Scram! Lin Ling angrily shouted. You want us to scram? The Underworld Demon Sealer clenched his fists tightly. He hated Lin Ling for humiliating him again. 1. Lin Ling didn't waste time and calmly counted. 2. His voice was calm, but it carried a domineering aura. Let's go. The Underworld Demon Sealer pondered for a moment, then left with hatred in his heart. Let's go. A large number of Underworld Knights also left with him, majestically rushing towards the heavenly path. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Lei Gong's palace were left on the island. They all looked at Lin Ling excitedly. As expected of Lord Lei Gong, he didn't even need to do anything and scared off the Underworld Demon Sealer with his majesty alone. Where are little Luan and the others? Lin Ling also hurriedly landed on the island. They were together before, but after we stopped the Underworld Demon Sealer and the others, little Luan went deeper. God Emperor Zhang hurriedly said. Moreover, an immortal overlord came from the underworld. He's extremely powerful and is now chasing after little Luan. The giant ghost also spoke. What about Longyang? Lin Ling asked again. I heard that Longyang also entered the path of domination, but we haven't seen her. I heard that the spirit nation is chasing after her. I guess she's also in the depths. God Emperor Zhang said. Let's go find them. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and immediately left the island. The people from Lei Gong's palace also hurriedly followed Lin Ling. If Lord Lei Gong didn't want to find little Luan and the others, those underworld gods would have died long ago. One of the old men laughed loudly. That's right. They escaped last time, and this time, they escaped again. However, Lord Lei Gong can't be bothered to kill them. The others laughed as well. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said to the people behind him, that's not necessarily true. My current strength is not as strong as before. If we really fight, the result will be an even fight. What? Hearing this, everyone stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. I'm currently in the process of breaking through, so my strength isn't with me. With this strength, even if I can defeat the Underworld Demon Sealer and the others, it will take a lot of time. That's why I scared them away. Lin Ling looked at everyone and laughed. That works too. God Emperor Zhang and the giant ghost were speechless. When they thought of the Underworld Demon Sealer and the others fleeing, they couldn't help but laugh. If they knew that the current Lin Ling wasn't much stronger than them, what would they think? Don't worry, my strength will return soon. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop me on the path of domination. Bastard. At this moment, the Netherworld Sealer and the others were leaving gloomily, their faces were dark. Clearly, they were about to explode from anger. One humiliation was enough, but Lin Ling actually humiliated them a second time. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. This Lin Ling is really arrogant. The Netherworld South Tomb's expression wasn't good either. However, she suddenly frowned and said to the Netherworld Sealer, Lei Gong Lin Ling has always been arrogant and bold. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Last time, we almost killed his master. What does he want to do? Of course he wants to kill us. The netherworld sealer snorted. But he actually didn't kill us and let us go. The woman's eyes began to flicker. Hee hee, that's because he can't completely kill us. He's just a bit afraid of us. The netherworld sealer didn't want to lose face and said indifferently. I don't think that's the case. After all, last time in the 9 states, Lin Ling didn't have any fear and killed as he pleased. Even when Lord Nether God appeared, he didn't give face. Now that he's returned from the Dao realm, his strength must have increased greatly. Don't you think it's strange that he let us go, is that so? The woman said. The netherworld sealer frowned at the mention of this. Yes, something was wrong, given Lin Ling's personality. As long as he was stronger than them, he wouldn't just tell them to scram and kill them directly, unless Lin Ling was weaker than them. Could it be? The netherworld sealer looked at the woman in shock. The woman's body trembled. She had also guessed something. Unless his strength didn't increase at all. No, even if he didn't increase his strength back then was enough to crush us. So, unless he's weaker than before. Motherf asterisk cur, he's weaker than us and he's telling us to scram? The two were stunned on the spot, veins popping out on their foreheads. Most importantly, Lin Ling told them to scram, so they obediently scrammed. We've been tricked. Quick, kill them. When they came to their senses, they were so angry that they almost collapsed. They turned around and flew back to the island. A long time later, when they returned to the island from before, it was completely empty. This further proved that Lin Ling had lied to them. Damn it, this is the first time in my life that I've been deceived. Me too. Find him. Their anger surged as they led the underworld cavalry into the depths of Heaven's Path. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that there were pursuers behind him. He continued to move forward along the right side of the Heaven's Path, passing by many floating objects. After a long time, powerful auras came from the front. Lin Ling sensed that they were experts from the Spirit Nation. These Spirit Nation experts were outside an even bigger island and had sealed it. I found it. It should be there. Lin Ling's gaze locked onto him, and he shot out like a rainbow. At this moment, a large number of Spirit Nation experts were standing guard outside the huge island. Each of them was responsible for guarding an area of 10,000 miles, sealing off the entire island. Their gazes were fixed on the island, preventing anyone from escaping from the island. As a result, they didn't realize that the Thunder God Great Hall was behind them. By the time a few of them reacted, Lin Ling was already right in front of them. A terrifying murderous aura surged into the sky. His long hair danced in the wind, and his cold face was like 1,000-year-old ice. Just one look was enough to make the Spirit Nation's gods tremble. If they did not recognize Lin Ling at first, they were 100% sure that this man was Lei Gong Lin Ling. After seeing Lei Gong Palace, bang, without waiting for one of them to speak, Lin Ling punched out, and the powerful force shattered the void. Boom, that god's chest exploded from the punch, and he couldn't be more dead. Lei Gong Palace, Lin. Someone shouted, but before he could finish, Lin Ling moved at full speed, arrived in front of him, and broke his neck. The giant ghost held the stone tablet in his hand, and with a ruthless smash, a god was turned into minced meat. The people of Lei Gong Palace all took action, wiping out all the gods in this area. Lin Ling did not waste time on such a trivial matter. He shot into the island and continued his search. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, on the ancient divine land, two figures were rushing forward at a rapid speed. Behind them, the experts of Spirit Nation were hot on their heels. The two leading were top experts. One was one of the 4 spiritual gods, and the other was Luli Empress. Cripple that girl. One of the 4 spiritual gods was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, and he had a domineering aura. His face was dark, and he emitted an unreasonable dark light. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down. This slap was aimed at one of the women, and she was Xiao Luan. However, the current Xiao Luan was not the same as before. Her face became ferocious, and a large number of ancient runes appeared, as though they were sealing a terrifying power. The power flowed along the runes, and when it reached her hands, a yellow ripple was emitted. This power was similar to the power of Spirit Nation's great god. It was a power unique to the world will host. A yellow world will host. TSK, TSK. You've improved so quickly. Another level, and your strength will be comparable to our spirit nation's great god." The old man shouted coldly. His palm, which was emitting a merciless light, did not stop. Instead, it increased its strength and grabbed down. Boom, the two powers collided in mid-air, causing the island to tremble slightly. Xiaoluan's face was cold, and she kept urging the mysterious power in her body. However, her cultivation time was too short, so it was gradually suppressed. As the power decreased, the huge black palm seemed to cover the sky, and it was getting closer and closer to her. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before she was caught. However, at this moment, a new power came from the side. This power was like a dragon from ancient times, and it was extremely powerful. Most importantly, it was mixed with the power of the world will, rumble. The arrival of this power had undoubtedly blocked the palm that was grabbing down from the sky. Huh? The merciless spiritual deity frowned. Beside him, Luli Empress's eyes flickered slightly. Of course, the most surprised was Xiaoluan. She had been unable to block it before, but someone had suddenly helped her, which surprised her. She could not help but turn her head and find that the person who had helped her was another world will host, Longyang. Xiaoluan was not familiar with Longyang. She only knew that Longyang was like her, being chased and forced to escape into the Road of Dominator. After entering the Road of Dominator, they did not talk much, as if they had met by chance. However, Longyang had given up her chance to escape and took the initiative to help her. No need. Not far away, Longyang also nodded. She also knew that her help would not be of much help. However, seeing that another world will's host body was about to be captured, she naturally could not stand by and do nothing. She was indeed not familiar with Xiaoluan. However, she was even less familiar with the spirit nation. Luli Empress, to avoid unnecessary trouble, lend me a hand. At this moment, the old man also said faintly. Longyang had the strength of a late-stage low god and possessed the power of a world will's host body. Her strength was much stronger than Xiaoluan and was only slightly weaker than a spiritual god like him. All right. Luli Empress nodded and looked coldly at Longyang. Longyang, I never thought that we would meet again. Back then, under the cover of the Curation, I remember that your goal had always been to surpass me. Luli Empress, you clearly died in the hands of Lin Ling. Now that you have revived, you really surprised me. Now that you don't dare to meet Lin Ling, you only dare to hide in the Spirit Nation and do some sneaky things for the Spirit Nation? Longyang raised her head and said without backing down. You don't have to worry about this. I just want to tell you that in this lifetime, you will never have the chance to surpass me. Luli Empress was not affected in the slightest. She calmly said, the only Empress of the 9 states void is me. After saying that, she pointed out a finger and a black lotus spiraled out, releasing a terrifying divine energy. Then, the lotus appeared above Longyang and the others, trying to suppress the two women. What a shameless woman. That's right, when it comes to being thick-skinned, I, Longyang, cannot compare to you. At least, I can't become a disciple of the Curation and betray the Curation in the blink of an eye. Now, you are even using Curation methods to deal with your own people. Haha, Luli Empress, when it comes to being the #1 bitch in the 9 states, I think no one else is better than you. Sensing the terrifying power in the sky, Longyang's heart became even more solemn, but she still mocked him. Luli Empress and the Spirit God were both top-tier lesser gods. Even if the two of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat them, let alone Xiaoluan. I've long heard that Longyang is the best at flirting with both sides and is a fickle woman. Now that I've met you today, you really live up to your reputation. However, do you think you can influence me with your glib tongue? Luli Empress's expression remained unchanged. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. How can bystanders affect my heart of martial arts? Damn it. Hearing those righteous words, Longyang couldn't help but curse. Luli Empress's shamelessness was known to everyone in the void of the 9 prefectures. Even her own master, the Curation, would betray her. However, in Luli Empress' words, she, Longyang, had become a shameless person. Most importantly, Luli Empress could actually be so serious when she said those words. Longyang, you can be considered a street rat. You hide here and there in the void of the 9 prefectures. You're simply shameful. However, you're always in the secret realms. From this, it can be seen that you're not an honorable person. Today, I'll take you away and discipline you properly. Luli Empress didn't intend to waste any time. She formed a complicated seal with her hands and suddenly pointed at Luli Empress. Endless darkness appeared and transformed into an enormous amount of divine power, causing the black lotus to grow even larger. PFFF, under the power of the lotus, Longyang could no longer resist and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, her eyes dimmed. Ever since she found out that she was the host body of the world's will, she had an unbearable feeling in her heart. It was as if she was a freak. Therefore, she rarely appeared in front of people and hid in the dark. Perhaps, in the depths of her heart, that sudden feeling was a sense of inferiority, or perhaps, she couldn't accept that she was one of the murderers who had once destroyed the entire world, but now, retribution had finally come. No matter how she hid, she still couldn't escape the fate of being caught. Although I'm the host body of the world's will, I've never thought of destroying the world. I only want to become stronger and protect myself. Longyang gritted her teeth and said to herself. Me too. Beside her, Xiaoluan was resisting the spiritual deity's big hand, but he also agreed with Longyang's idea. They looked at each other. Although they weren't familiar with each other, perhaps they had the same idea. Therefore, at this moment, they suddenly felt as familiar as family. However, just as the Black Lotus was getting closer and closer to Longyang, Lin Ling finally arrived. His entire body was like an ancient giant beast, descending from the sky. With a punch, his might shook all directions. Boom, the power of 7 million worlds erupted. The Black Lotus that was hovering in the sky suddenly exploded, and endless divine power gushed out. Above Longyang and Xiaoluan, Lin Ling stood there. His body was injured by the divine power, and blood was constantly dripping. However, his body was also constantly recovering. Of course, at this moment, no one noticed those wounds. Instead, they were looking at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling. My lord. Xiaoluan and Longyang almost spoke at the same time. They had never imagined that at the most dangerous moment, Lin Ling would suddenly appear. Wasn't Lin Ling in the Dao realm? Could it be that after knowing that they were in danger, Lin Ling had directly rushed from the Dao realm to the path of domination? At this moment, the two of them felt very conflicted. Of course, in the sky, Luli Empress's expression changed drastically. She stared fixedly at the blue-robed man, and with great difficulty, she spat out a few words. Lin Ling. She was clearly incomparably surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. Luli Empress. Lin Ling stared at Luli Empress and coldly spat out this sentence. Last time, when the Dao realm opened, he also saw Luli Empress. However, at that time, there were too many experts, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to Luli Empress. Now that they met again, for some reason, he didn't feel any emotions. It was as if the woman in the sky wasn't Luli Empress, but a puppet. Perhaps in Lin Ling's heart, Luli Empress was eternally slumbering beneath the divine mountain. I'm no longer Luli Empress. Luli Empress stared at Lin Ling and slowly spoke. I didn't treat you as Luli Empress either. However, you borrowed her body to revive. This touched my reverse scale. Lin Ling said coldly. Luli Empress, is this Lin Ling? Why does his strength give me a feeling that he's much weaker? Right at this moment, the old man beside Luli Empress interrupted the two people's conversation. After he spoke, Luli Empress also checked Lin Ling and instantly discovered the abnormality on Lin Ling's body. What in the world happened to you? Why is there no divine essence undulation? Luli Empress narrowed her eyes and made a guess. Could it be that you failed to break through? Reaching Lin Ling's realm, wanting to cripple him was simply something impossible unless one failed to break through, and it was very, very difficult for a low-level deity to step into middle-level deity. Failing to break through, causing divine essence to disappear, this was also not impossible. Ha ha ha, this is the Lei Gong Lin Ling that Lord Ning spoke of. In my opinion, he's simply a piece of trash. After all, Lin Ling was a wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation. There were countless people in the Spirit Nation who wanted to kill him. However, in the end, not only did Lin Ling not die, but the Spirit Nation suffered countless casualties. This showed how difficult it was to deal with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why aren't you saying anything? Hearing the old man's words, Luli Empress was even more certain of some things. She looked at Lin Ling indifferently, and there was a trace of shock and helplessness in the depths of her eyes. To her, Lin Ling had always been a thorn in her heart. When she, Luli Empress, was still one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states, Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Then, he grew up in the trichiliocosm and approached her position as the empress step by step. In the end, he was on equal footing with her, and in the end, he looked down on her. In Luli Empress's heart, Lin Ling was the representative of invincibility. This was also a heavy blow to Luli Empress. After meeting Lin Ling, her light and glory seemed to have dimmed. However, she did not expect that Lin Ling, who returned from the Tao realm, did not have any divine origin. Without divine origin, to the gods, he was considered a crippled god. A proud son of heaven fell from the altar and became a crippled god. Most importantly, this person was Lin Ling. How could this not be shocking? At this moment, Luli Empress only wanted to vent her inner joy. She also wanted to look down on Lin Ling and wash away the shame of so many years. Of course, she was not the only one. Behind Lin Ling, Longyang also looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. She had the same thought as Luli Empress. The shadow that this man had left behind in their hearts was too heavy. Even though they were blessed by the heavens and had defeated countless outstanding talents in their lives, this man would forever stand above them and conquer them. But now, this man had fallen from the altar? If I defeat him now, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Longyang suddenly became agitated, but in the end, she still sighed. Although Lin Ling was her biggest enemy, she couldn't deny that Lin Ling was very principled and straightforward. He had never taken advantage of the fact that Longyang was his enemy to eliminate her when she was weak. This kind of man made people both love and hate him. She loved him for helping her so much. She hated the fact that he was the first man in the world to humiliate her. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? At this moment, Luli Empress's voice sounded, and it actually carried a hint of superiority. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. Now that he was in the process of breaking through, he wasn't a real deity. What was there to explain? Everyone was at their weakest when breaking through. There was nothing strange about that. Of course, Luli Empress didn't think that Lin Ling was in the process of breaking through. After all, breaking through to the mid-level deity level was too difficult. Moreover, who would come out for a stroll after breaking through? Therefore, she was 100% sure that Lin Ling had failed to break through. Moreover, all the gods in the void of the 9 prefectures had entered the Tao realm, and everyone wanted to be the first god to break through to the mid-level deity level. Luli Empress also wanted to break through, and Lin Ling was no exception. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had failed. This was called more haste, less speed. Luli Empress, why waste your breath on him? Kill him first. He doesn't have any divine energy, and I reckon that only his physical strength is strong. However, this strength can't stop a real low-level deity. I can kill him with one move. That old man took a big step forward and pounced on Lin Ling. Luli Empress frowned. She should have done something as important as killing Lin Ling herself, but she was still a little cautious. She was afraid that Lin Ling might have some life-saving trump card. Therefore, she sent the spiritual deity to test Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, let's do it together. Seeing the spiritual deity pouncing on them, Xiaoluan and Longyang both wanted to help. No need. Get ready to leave at any time. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. His words stunned the two ladies. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? But, without divine essence in the body, how powerful could this kind of trump card be? Lin Ling, don't try to show off. I know how you feel, but sometimes, people have to be realistic. You walked step by step from being weak to the peak. Now, this is just a small setback. How can this stop you from moving forward? I believe that you can make a comeback. Longyang suddenly shouted, because I'm waiting for you to fight me in your strongest state. These words finally made Lin Ling turn his head. He looked at Longyang in disbelief. Then, he blinked. What was Longyang talking about? A martial artist's life has never been smooth sailing. Although you are now like the sun in the west, who can say for sure that you won't rise again? Longyang said when she saw Lin Ling looking at her. Who is falling? Lin Ling was speechless. Lin Ling, accept reality. I know that you are really upset. Longyang sighed softly. She thought that Lin Ling couldn't accept the fact that he had become a crippled god. This was normal. The former #1 god of the 9 provinces had fallen. If it were her, she would also find it hard to accept. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He understood Longyang's meaning. Longyang, you think too much. I, Lin Ling, will never fall. You don't have to worry about this. Sigh. Longyang sighed again. She guessed that Lin Ling had suffered too big of a blow. That was why he didn't want to admit what had happened. However, although Lin Ling's mentality had a problem, it was obviously not something that could be explained in a few words. The most important thing now was to leave this place. All of you, stand still. I will deal with him. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain anything. He couldn't tell these people that they shouldn't look down on him. He was just breaking through now. Lin Ling didn't want to do such a thing. Haha, you want to deal with me? May I ask, do you have the power of a god? Where is your talent? My talent is that of a third-stage intermediate god. If you don't have this talent, how can you fight me? A strong wind blew. The old man's terrifying power of a god suppressed Lin Ling. His rolling voice was full of disdain. Even if Lin Ling had talent, with his third-stage intermediate god fetus, Lin Ling was like a clay chicken in front of him, not to mention that he didn't even have divine energy. Watch me kill you with one move. Lin Ling, this is your last chance. You better fight me with all your strength. The old man's body shook. A dragon's roar came from his left arm, and an elephant's roar came from his right arm. When the dragon and elephant combined, his divine energy suddenly increased by several times. This was his tyrannical talent. Previously, when he suppressed Longyang and the rest, he didn't use his full strength because Longyang and the rest were not qualified for him to use his full strength. However, Lin Ling was different. He was the most wanted criminal in Spirit Nation. If he didn't use his full strength, he would be letting Lin Ling down. What a terrifying divine energy. It's as if there's an entire world hidden in his body. Seeing this, Shaoluan said in shock. The 8th level. The place where Shaoluan appeared in the Dao realm was obviously not the valley, but a magnificent mountain. If she wanted to go down the mountain, she had to pass through the miasma, so she knew how terrifying the miasma was. Thinking of this, they all looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with even more worry, but at this moment, Lin Ling finally made his move, his palm slowly chopping out. Pengu's strike split the heavens. However, this move did not have any fluctuations of divine essence. Coupled with the slow movement, many people did not feel that it was very powerful. In fact, Luli Empress and the others had a slight impression of this move. They knew that it was very strong, but they always thought that it needed divine essence to activate it. Now that Lin Ling did not have divine essence, the power of this move was probably not that great. In their knowledge, whether it was the power of the gods or the steps of the gods, they all relied on divine essence as the foundation. A magical ability that did not rely on divine essence was also not mainstream. Haha, what a trash move. The old man also thought so. Seeing Lin Ling slowly chopping out, he laughed sarcastically. A girl's move. Lin Ling, don't tell me you learned to dance in the Dao realm. Lin Ling did not bother to say more and still chopped out with his palm. When the palm got closer and closer, the spirit god gradually frowned. For some reason, he finally felt a ferocious aura from that palm. This aura was very ancient, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. If he was the primitive world, then Lin Ling was the god of creation, breaking his primitive world and creating a new world. What move is this? At this moment, he roared loudly. Pengu's strike. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Pengu's strike was the most ancient magical ability of martial arts. It was all-encompassing. Not to mention a mere spirit god, even the ancient great gods in the Dao realm would not be able to see through it. Swoosh, the palm chopped down like a saw. Countless divine essence spewed out, and the dragon elephant collapsed. A palm appeared above the spirit god's head and slowly smashed down. Retreat, the old man roared in his heart. However, to his horror, he discovered that the seemingly slow palm actually sealed all of his space. It was clearly not fast, but it had a demonic power that prevented him from escaping. Instead, he had to face it personally. If he could withstand it, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't, then his soul would scatter. What is this Pengu strike? He unleashed all of his skills, but it was still useless. In the eyes of Luli Empress and the others, the spiritual deity was frozen in place and unmoving as Lin Ling slowly hacked down with his palm. Starting from the head, the spiritual deity was split into two, fresh blood and divine essence gushed out, the sound of bones shattering like beans being fried, the sound of flesh being torn apart like flowing water, blurg. Behind Luli Empress, the experts from the various spirit kingdoms felt like vomiting. Even though they had seen many things, this was the first time they had seen such a brutal and bloody move. Swoosh. In the end, the spiritual deity was forcibly split into two by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's attack didn't stop there. It landed on the ground and actually split the entire island into two. Rumble. Looking at the real creation of heaven and earth, everyone was silent. Didn't Lin Ling say that he had failed to break through? Wasn't this move a little too terrifying? A peak lower god had died in front of their eyes just like that. Moreover, he was one of the four spiritual deities of the spirit kingdom. Could it be that Lin Ling already had strength comparable to Lord Ning? In reality, they didn't know that before Lin Ling entered the Dao realm, his strength was no weaker than Lord Ning. One must know that Lord Ning was one of the four spiritual deities, and his strength was comparable to treasure god Nanwufengyu. However, treasure god Nanwufengyu was no match for Lin Ling now. In addition, the Panga strike was Lin Ling's trump card. It relied on the strength of the physical body and had nothing to do with divine essence. This meant that even if Lin Ling was an early lower god, as long as his physical body was strong enough, this move could still kill a peak lower god. At the same time, a large number of people arrived from behind. They were experts like the underworld's demon sealer. However, after seeing the scene in front of them, they all swallowed hard. This Lin Ling, is he really strong or is he just pretending to be strong? I don't know. When I saw him before, the spiritual deity of the spirit kingdom was also killed in one move. One move. The two leaders from the underworld whispered. The more they spoke, the more terrified they became. Looking at Luli Empress, she didn't dare to speak at this moment. She stared at Lin Ling as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out, God Emperor Steel Slayer, Giant Ghost, take them away. The people in Lei Gong's hall immediately took Xiaoluan and the others away. However, Lin Ling didn't leave. He stood coldly in the sky. He knew very well that at this time, he absolutely couldn't leave. Because if he turned around, these people would pounce on him. On the contrary, his aura was not weak. They didn't dare to act rashly. Oh no, they're going to escape. Seeing Xiaoluan and the others leave, someone in the spirit kingdom shouted. However, shouting was one thing. With Lin Ling guarding there alone, no one dared to move. They were scared. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the spiritual deity with one move, in their hearts, Lin Ling was simply an invincible existence. Could it be that he actually has divine energy but hid it, or used some method to block our detection? Luli Empress had always been cautious. Now, she couldn't care less about Xiaoluan and the others who had escaped. She still stared at Lin Ling. As time passed, Lin Ling also sensed that his physical strength was recovering. However, the current situation wasn't good because more and more experts had arrived. They were all eyeing him covetously. As long as he gave himself away, these people would probably swarm over. TSK, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've really worn out iron shoes but still couldn't find you. However, where are the two world wills? At this time, a large number of experts arrived. It was the divine overlord of Yu State. The old man leading them was sitting on a green lotus. It was the powerful green lotus deity overlord. This person's strength was almost comparable to the great gods of the spirit kingdom. His divine fetus was probably very strong. After he arrived, he looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. Green Lotus deity overlord, Lin Ling killed the spiritual deity Wu Wuzuan in one move. Someone suddenly said. What? The Green Lotus deity overlord, who was in control of everything, suddenly trembled violently. He naturally knew the strength of the four spiritual deities of the spirit kingdom. They were the strongest experts below the great gods of the spirit kingdom. Although they weren't as strong as him, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill the four spiritual deities in one move. However, Lin Ling killed them in one move. Could this guy have stepped into the strength of a middle god? For a moment, he didn't dare to act rashly. Since he didn't dare to move, the other gods didn't dare to move either. Time passed like this. Everything was silent. So powerful. As expected of the number one god of the 9 states, Lin Ling, he's able to intimidate millions of gods by himself. Someone looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but say with admiration. Intimidating the gods by himself, in the entire 9 prefectures, Lin Ling was probably the only one who could do this. The Green Lotus deity overlord had long heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had never paid much attention to him. Back then, Lin Ling had repeatedly fought against the Spirit Nation, such as Spirit Light City and the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace's invasion of the Spirit Nation's islands. At that time, Lin Ling had also become the Spirit Nation's most wanted criminal. But now, Lin Ling's strength alone was almost on par with the Spirit Nation's great gods. This is letting the tiger return to the mountain. Now, the Spirit Nation's great gods must be regretting it. The Green Lotus deity overlord thought to himself. He had to admit that the junior he had looked down on back then had now reached the level where he had to pay attention to him. This made him very curious as to where this junior's confidence came from to reach such strength. My lord, if this continues, I'm afraid those 2 world hosts will escape. After waiting for a long time, someone finally spoke in a low voice. It was someone from the underworld demonic overlord's side. I know, but didn't you see that the Spirit Nation didn't dare to make a move? This means that Lin Ling is very dangerous. The underworld demonic overlord shook his head and said, the first person to make a move might end up dead. In any case, the Spirit Nation and Lin Ling's hatred is even greater. If they don't make a move, why should we be cannon fodder? My lord is right. All the major forces had their own plans and wanted others to be cannon fodder. As for Xiaoluan and the others, although they could escape the first time, they couldn't escape the second time, so there was no hurry. I don't believe that you can be so powerful without divine energy. I'm going to chase after the world hosts. As if it was too oppressive, an old man suddenly roared. However, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He knew that this was a test because if they weren't afraid of him, why would they say that they were going to chase after the world hosts? They should be saying that they were going to kill Lin Ling. They wanted to trick him, Lin Ling, with this little trick. Die. Lin Ling didn't waste any words. If he didn't agree with him, he would die. With this word, the old man's legs went soft. He was intimidated by the aura, not to mention chasing after Xiaoluan and the others, he didn't even dare to move. Lei Gong Lin Ling, before reaching the Dao realm, was already the #1 god in the 9 states. He even has an expert controlling the Eastern Imperial Bell. Now that he isn't afraid of us, I'm afraid there must be many experts from Lei Gong's hall hidden in the Road of Dominion. I think that's possible. Also, look at the Thunder God. He doesn't look angry, but he looks mighty. He must have improved a lot in the Dao realm. I think, we should run. Many gods didn't overlords level realm gods is a lot. Great attention overlords attention overlord S's. Attentions is attention overlords lords. Attention sky overlord to overlords. In the distant sky, a large number of figures flew over. They were so fast that they appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Among them were Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation, as well as experts from the underworld. Among them, there was a burly man who was the most powerful. He was covered in pitch-black nether energy, wore a cape, and had horns on his head. It was the Immortal Overlord. He was a top expert sent by the underworld and had the strength of an intermediate god. Immortal Overlord. The underworld demon overlord hurriedly shouted when he saw the expert. He then told him what had happened. He killed a spiritual god in one move? The Immortal Overlord's nether energy surged when he heard the news. He seemed very surprised. However, Lord Ning was even more surprised. Unknowingly, the junior he had recruited back then had surpassed him. He felt like he was dreaming. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Dao realm? Very strong. I'm afraid no one among the lower gods is your match. At this time, the Immortal Overlord also floated toward Lin Ling. However, I also want to meet you. He was also the first person to attack Lin Ling, because he was an intermediate god. Whether Lin Ling's strength had increased or not, as long as he was not an intermediate god, he was not afraid. When Lin Ling saw the Immortal Overlord arrive, he sighed inwardly. This kind of concealment had finally reached its limit. He punched out, and the terrifying physical strength broke through the void, forming a sound wave that rushed toward the Immortal Overlord. Boom. This punch landed on the Immortal Overlord's body and punched a big hole in his body. However, Lin Ling's fist did not stop and rushed out crazily. Bang! 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 More and more holes appeared on the immortal overlord's body. Even his head was penetrated. However, nether energy surged in the wound and it continued to heal. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is this all you've got? After recovering, the immortal overlord turned into a dark existence again and spoke coldly. I can tell you that he doesn't have the strength of an intermediate god. Moreover, this strength is at most stronger than an ordinary lower god. There are no less than 10 people present who can defeat him. The immortal overlord said again. He had obviously come to test Lin Ling's strength, but he was disappointed. What? Hearing this, all the gods were shocked. Immortal overlord, he killed the spirit god with a single move. Even I can't do that. The green lotus deity overlord said with a frown. That's not his basic strength. It's probably a kind of trump card, and this kind of trump card can only be used once in a short period of time. After all, how can such a powerful attack not have any side effects? The immortal overlord continued, therefore, I reckon that to activate that trump card, one has to rely on physical strength. After killing the spirit god, he's actually at his weakest. However, you were all frightened by him and missed the opportunity to kill him. Huh? Immortal overlord, you're not lying to us, are you? With my strength, would I be interested in lying to you? If I didn't want to capture the host of the world I wouldn't care about your lives. Damn it, we've been fooled. Immortal overlord, tell us, have we been fooled? All the gods were furious. As the strongest gods in the void of the 9 states, they were actually so frightened by Lin Ling that they didn't dare to move and even their legs were trembling. This was a disgrace. I can tell you that not only have you been fooled, but you're also idiots. The immortal overlord shouted coldly, his voice full of sarcasm. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling, so he naturally didn't know about Lin Ling's reputation. Therefore, he couldn't understand why these gods were so afraid of Lin Ling. The others, including the spirit nation, the demon sealer of the underworld, the green lotus deity overlord, and so on, had all met Lin Ling and knew that this kid was omnipotent. Just like last time, when Lin Ling's 4 gods were about to be destroyed, Saint Guy and Pure Lady Bai suddenly appeared, making them invincible. Therefore, they were naturally afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, now that they knew that they had been fooled, they were all furious as if they were shouldering the hatred of their fathers. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Haha. At this moment, Lin Ling also smiled. He was as calm as ever as he said in an indifferent tone, goodbye. After saying that, he ran into the distance. After deceiving them, he didn't leave anything behind and just said goodbye. Wasn't he being too casual? After all, they were waiting to see the panicked look on Lin Ling's face after his scheme was exposed. After him. The gods roared, unleashed their full strength, and chased after Lin Ling. Despicable Lin Ling. Luli Empress was undoubtedly the angriest among them because not long ago, she had the best chance to kill Lin Ling easily, but she had missed it. Cunning Junior, but you can deceive others, but you can deceive me? Let's see where you can run to. The immortal lord sneered and took a step forward. He wanted to keep Lin Ling on the path of domination forever. Boom. However, just as the gods flew past where Lin Ling was, on the ground, countless plants suddenly rose into the sky and enveloped the entire island. A large number of vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their leaves were like sharp teeth as they tore at the gods. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a large number of fruits fell from the vines and then exploded, forming a rare ancient power that shook the surroundings. Flames erupted, the heavenly river flowed backward, stones fell, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart in this world of vines. Some of the weaker experts were forcefully blasted into smithereens, some of the stronger ones suddenly twitched, and then a large number of plants grew on their bodies. They were blood-sucking plants, and in the end they couldn't escape death. This Lin Ling still has some tricks up his sleeve. Kill our way out. This is Lin Ling's last life-saving move. As long as we get out of this forest, Lin Ling will be easy to capture. Kill Lei Gong. In the forest, the gods went crazy and unleashed their full strength. They'd been deceived by Lin Ling once, so they naturally wouldn't be deceived a second time. Most importantly, their confidence had increased greatly with the immortal lord by their side. What a cunning junior. I reckon that he's stalling for time. As for why he's stalling for time, it should be because he wants those two world wills to escape. Unfortunately, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. The immortal overlord was so powerful that he wasn't afraid of the vine's attacks at all. He simply shot forward, no matter what kind of attack landed on him, even if it blasted him to pieces. Nether energy quickly spread out, and he recovered once again. It was as if he was invisible and colorless. A wisp of black smoke rushed out of the island, and this black smoke was the true nether chi. However, a large number of soul lamps appeared on the island and began to envelop him. The Tooth God's soul. You can actually control the Tooth God's soul. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've surprised me yet again. However, this level of soul lamp can't affect mid-gods. The immortal overlord sneered. He stretched out his palm, and the power of 1,000,000 gods erupted. He forcibly opened an opening and easily rushed out of the encirclement. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you have wings. After rushing out of the encirclement of the soul lamps, he also spat out ancient words toward the heavenly road. It was as if he was swearing an oath to the underworld. This power actually crossed the void and landed heavily on Lin Ling. In the distant heavenly road, Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. As expected of a mid-god. Very powerful. To be able to hurt Lin Ling from such a distance, this mid-god seemed to be invincible, and the immortal overlord wasn't the only one chasing after Lin Ling. There were also gods from all over time. Lin Ling ignored his injuries and went all out. He had been stalling for time not to let Xiaoluan and the others escape, but to break through to the next realm. Now, he had broken through to the fifth Dantian. Kill. At this moment, outside the island, a large number of gods charged out. The soul lamps only stopped them for a moment. They unleashed all their strength, causing the heavenly road to shake violently. They majestically chased after Lin Ling. The danger was undoubtedly getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I don't understand why you came to the path of domination. You should know that in the path of Tao, you are incomparably safe, and the path of Tao can protect you 3 times. On the other hand, if you die in the void of Jiuzhou, you will truly die. As Lin Ling ran wildly, a strange voice came from behind him. A powerful aura enveloped Lin Ling. So fast. Lin Ling never expected that the immortal overlord would catch up with him so quickly. Where I, Lin Ling, want to go, no one can stop me. With a cold laugh, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, powerful nether energy transformed into a tornado. It was so fast that Lin Ling couldn't dodge it at all. Puff, Lin Ling spat out blood again. His body felt like it was falling apart. Moreover, he felt a terrifying force invading his body, wanting to devour everything. It was the death chi. This also made Lin Ling's face instantly turn pale. Now, do you still dare to say that no one can stop you? Behind Lin Ling, the immortal overlord stood there quietly. He didn't make any movements at all, but his speed was close to Lin Ling's. He looked like a cat catching a mouse. Immortal overlord, you must want me to submit. You want to see me regret, then slowly torture me to death. Lin Ling gave up on leaving. He stopped in his tracks and looked indifferently at the powerhouse. Originally, I didn't have such thoughts. Because you're just an ant, you don't have the right to make me waste my time. However, you made fun of the gods before, which aroused my interest. In addition, you offended the nether god, so I'm going to torture you to death slowly. The immortal overlord said indifferently, you've already been imprinted by me. This means that once you die, you'll enter the animal path for 300 lifetimes, the hungry ghost path for 300 lifetimes, and the hell path for 300 lifetimes. You'll suffer for 1,000 years. In your next life, you might be reincarnated as a pig or a dog. You'll be devoured. And after 1,000 years, your soul will disperse and disappear from the universe forever. There will be no chance for you to be reincarnated. Most importantly, my immortal imprint comes from the underworld. No means can break it. After all, the underworld is the core of the underworld. Its punishment can't be lifted unless it's the void of the universe. At the end of his speech, the immortal overlord laughed loudly. Now, let me experience the purgatory of Azure first. Billowing underworld aura enveloped Linling again, making Linling feel as if he was in the underworld and had been thrown into the 18 levels of hell to suffer the pain of hell. Yixias, evil spirits, asuras, and other demons also constantly appeared around Linling. Even with Linling's strong willpower, he couldn't help but groan from the torture. However, after the groan, he also laughed wildly. Kill me immediately if you can. Otherwise, if you want me to beg for mercy from these purgatories, dream on. Although his voice was weak, it carried an unyielding fighting spirit. Alright, let's see how long you can take it. Sigh. Unfortunately, the immortal king did not know what Linling was thinking. Instead, he was interested and wanted to torture Linling to death. Endless underworld energy swirled around Linling, continuously expanding, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It was very terrifying. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the surging netherworld aura. Ghost heads could be faintly seen dancing in the air, and rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. It was as if Linling was struggling to break free from the seal of the netherworld. In the end, vines could be faintly seen rushing out of the netherworld aura. However, the Yixia's arm grabbed back and forth. Little Kunlun. In the nether chi, a loud shout could be heard. It turned out that at the critical moment, little Kunlun was risking its life to protect its master. You overestimate yourself. The immortal king snorted and flicked his finger. Boom. Boom, boom. 18 bronze gates appeared in the rolling nether chi and completely sealed the nether chi, not giving Linling a chance to escape. They've caught up. At this moment, Luli Empress and the other experts finally arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all sucked in a cold breath. Immortal Lord. The demon sealer of the underworld bowed to the immortal lord with a questioning look in his eyes. It's just Linling. How difficult can it be to deal with? The immortal lord glanced at everyone and said indifferently. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura. The seal of the underworld was one of the ultimate laws of the Great Tao. No matter how strong Linling was in the void of the 9 states, he could not escape the seal of the laws because these laws came from the underworld. Sizzle, all the gods gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. The number 1 god of the 9 states, Linling, was defeated by the immortal lord just like that. The immortal lord was indeed powerful, no wonder they felt that it was unreal. Linling was too heaven-defying. Even the great gods of the spirit nation could not touch him at all. As time passed, the gods thought that Linling was an invincible existence, but now, this invincible existence was suppressed with one move. It was beyond imagination. Furthermore, from time to time, they could hear painful shouts coming from within the 18 bronze doors. It was Linling's voice. Hee hee. Although people couldn't see the changes in the nether chi, they could imagine the pain Linling was going through. This made them incomparably carefree. Previously, Linling had toyed with them and humiliated them greatly. Now, they could finally vent their anger. The 18 underworld hells are not something he can resist. When the 18 underworld hells are over, he will also enter the underworld hells and be reincarnated into the path of animals. The immortal master said indifferently, as if he was the god of the underworld who ruled over everything. That's great. The demon sealer of the underworld smiled. Letting Linling die just like that was too easy for Linling. Letting Linling suffer endless torture and die was the ultimate outcome for Linling. The 18 underworld hell sounds incomparably terrifying. This kind of hell is definitely more powerful than the hell of the 10,000 worlds. 10,000 swords piercing the heart, 1,000 blades cutting the heart, lava burning the heart, and nether thunder refining the soul. Any one of these purgatories is not something an ordinary god can resist, let alone 18. Then, the demon sealer of the underworld continued. He knew that the gods didn't know how terrifying the 18 underworld hells were, so he explained. Hee hee, the most terrifying thing is the reincarnation life and death dream. The immortal overlord also replied, the reincarnation life and death dream was to let the punished enter the cycle of reincarnation and experience the most miserable things in life. Their family would be destroyed, their family would be separated, and they would start over again. How terrifying. Just hearing this caused the gods to tremble. Then, they didn't leave. They wanted to witness the moment Linling died, Within the underworld energy, the ancient Yixias, fiends, and Azures all smiled viciously as they attacked Lin Ling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous swords with the stench of blood continuously shot through Lin Ling's body. This was called 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Knives flew up and cut off Lin Ling's flesh. Haha, is that all you've got? However, even though Lin Ling was enduring endless torture, he still laughed out loud. Naturally, he knew the immortal lord's intention. He wanted Lin Ling to die with regret. However, the immortal overlord was underestimating Lin Ling too much. He, Lin Ling, had practiced martial arts since he was young and had experienced countless trials and tribulations. These physical pains were at most painful. How could they make Lin Ling lower his unyielding head? Chop him up. The Yixias around him shouted and turned into flies. They surrounded Lin Ling and kept sucking Lin Ling's blood. These Yixias came from the underworld and were brought to the Jiuzhou void by the immortal lord. They were cruel by nature and enjoyed torturing people. Good blood, good blood. As they sucked Lin Ling's blood, the Yixias also laughed. The most terrifying thing was that while they were sucking the blood, they were also spitting out poison that corroded Lin Ling. Suck, suck, I'll make you pay back 100 times later. Lin Ling was still laughing madly as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he sensed that his seventh dantian was about to break through, therefore. His eyes were completely red and filled with endless killing intent. The immortal lord wanted to torture Lin Ling to death. This was undoubtedly the biggest mistake of his life. Although it made Lin Ling suffer endless torture, it also gave Lin Ling time to break through. The moment he regained his godhood, the immortal lord would die, and he would die a painful death. Also, all those who were watching the show had to die. Boom. At this moment, endless lightning appeared in Lin Ling's soul and continuously tore apart Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling's soul was powerful. It was continuously being torn apart and continuously recovering. However, the process of his soul being torn apart was clearly more painful than the physical body. Humph. This also caused Lin Ling to let out a muffled groan, feeling dizzy. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. He would rather die than beg for mercy. What a tough bone. Outside the dark energy, the gods waited quietly. However, they could only hear Lin Ling's painful voice. They could not hear Lin Ling begging for mercy at all. The harder his bones are, the more it represents his stubbornness and perseverance. If this guy doesn't die, I'm afraid he'll become our nightmare. A god suddenly said in fear. In life, the most terrifying thing was to meet a death warrior like Lin Ling. Of course, it could also be said that he was a madman. If such a madman didn't die, the degree of his revenge would be 100 times more ferocious. Yes, this kind of purgatory is extremely rare. If Lin Ling doesn't die, it will also temper Lin Ling's martial heart and strengthen his body and soul, another god said. Don't worry, he can't escape from my grasp. The immortal lord naturally knew this, but he smiled confidently. No matter how terrifying Lin Ling's perseverance was, it was nothing in the face of a mid-level god. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been reincarnated into a mortal body. Then, his family was destroyed, his wife and children were separated, and the people who loved him had abandoned him. Such torture was undoubtedly more terrifying than the torture of the soul. However, Lin Ling still maintained his calm, as if he was a bystander watching everything. Therefore, in the first reincarnation, he did not suffer much. However, he also knew that he could not endure such torture for long. That was because Lin Ling was not a plant. He also had feelings, and he valued them more than any heartless god. How could he not be moved when he saw his family, friends, wife, and lovers leave him and betray him? Feelings were the greatest torture for Lin Ling, and it was also Lin Ling's greatest weakness. In the first reincarnation, I could still tell myself that it was all an illusion. However, in the second and third reincarnations, if I am immersed in it, I will inevitably lose myself. Lin Ling thought to himself as he shouted in his heart, break through the 7 dantians quickly. The second reincarnation had arrived. Lin Ling was a jinx. He betrayed his master and caused the deaths of his fellow disciples. The third reincarnation had arrived. Lin Ling was an emperor, but unfortunately, before he could enjoy his life, the world died for him. His beloved concubines, his people, his country was destroyed. The fourth reincarnation, the continuous reincarnation, caused Lin Ling to become more and more immersed in it. If a few more reincarnations were to happen, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Buzz, at this moment, in the Tao realm, countless ancient gods were still looking at the 7 stars' exquisite formation. However, at this moment, one of the 7 stars in the sky suddenly burst out with a blinding light, illuminating all directions. The aura of a god surged out in a mighty, awe-inspiring manner. "My friend, I'm here." A domineering and majestic voice rang clearly in the ears of every god. What happened? The 7 stars' exquisite formation is transforming into a god. Ancestor Hong Yun shuddered and his eyes widened. Swoosh. At the same time, the ancient star shot into the sky, passing through the nebulous aura and disappearing into the distance. Oh my god! This time, all the ancient great gods were stunned. Break through the grand mist aura. One had to know that in the Tao realm, other than dying people who could be brought out of the Tao realm, it was the gods themselves who had left. No one had ever seen anything that wasn't an ancient god rushing out of the Tao realm. Could it be that the star was a human? However, wasn't that the exquisite 7 stars formation? Countless pairs of eyes stared at Ancestor Hong Yun, waiting to hear his explanation. I don't know either. Ancestor Red Cloud's words were extremely shocking. Fellow Taoist, I'm back. Right at this moment, another voice resounded like the might of the heavens, and then a second star shot into the sky. In that instant, it was as if God had set off, boom, on the path of dominion. A terrifying force surged through the void, threatening to tear it apart. It contained the most ancient magical laws and orders of heaven and earth, and it carried that power along with it into the path of the Sovereign Lord. After this power rushed into the path of dominion, it glided like a meteor and appeared in the endless dark chi in an instant. At this moment, a skeleton was floating in the dark chi. Around him, thousands of swords pierced his heart and Xianxia sucked his blood, tormenting him. However, this skeleton seemed to have entered a dream and remained motionless. This skeleton was Lin Ling. At this moment, he had entered his 10th reincarnation. Furthermore, his willpower could no longer hold on, and he seemed to have become a person in a dream. In this life, Lin Ling was the sect master of a sect. However, he was about to personally witness the arrival of countless heroes who wanted to kill all of his disciples. Master, save me! The disciples shouted at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with tears. They were like Lin Ling's children. Master, save me, save me! Some young girls had already been dragged into the room by the heroes and bandits. The bandits and heroes had smiles on their faces. There was no doubt that this life had dealt a great blow to Lin Ling because Lin Ling had reincarnated as a white-haired old man. He wanted to watch his beloved disciples be tortured to death. He gritted his teeth, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not being able to protect them. He was in so much pain that he did not realize that all of this was just a dream of reincarnation. Because he had completely transformed into this old man. Boom. However, at this moment, there was an explosion. Heaven and earth shattered, and a gust of wind rushed in. Then, time froze. The dream of reincarnation was controlled by a powerful force. A majestic man with a monstrous murderous aura walked down from the sky. This person was very handsome and very young. His long hair danced wildly, and he carried a domineering aura. Fellow Taoist, I'm late. That person stared at the old man and said, Who are you? The old man raised his aged face and looked at that person in shock. I am you. That person said word by word. What happened? The old man was still frowning. You will know. Fellow Taoist, I can only tell you that my God has returned. That person walked to the old man step by step, stretched out his hand, and stabbed it into the old man's chest. Fellow Taoist, you have entered the dream of 100 lives of reincarnation. This is a powerful law of the underworld, and your soul power is helping us break through, making it difficult to resist. Now, I have returned. When they return, prepare to bathe everything in blood. No. Who are you? The old man's chest was torn apart, and he was dripping with blood. The handsome man in front of him began to turn pitch black. His murderous aura surged, and he turned into a large mass of sludge that flowed into the old man's chest. At this moment, the frozen time resumed. The bandits were preparing to slaughter and enjoy everything, but when they suddenly saw this scene, their eyes widened. What was going on? That sect leader's stomach was cut open. Moreover, what was that black thing? It was so scary. Even if they were numb to killing, they were still shocked by this bloody scene. Master! However, all the disciples shouted worriedly, boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, the endless sludge gradually disappeared into the old man's body, and the old man began to merge. He turned into a person made of sludge that was incomparably ferocious. Moreover, this pitch-black person gradually turned into a human figure. Although it was still pitch black, it gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Gradually, this human figure began to have facial features. It was a young man with long hair that danced wildly and a cold expression. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the entire sect. When everyone met his eyes, their bodies and minds trembled inexplicably. What a terrifying gaze, what a furious gaze. My God has returned. Looking indifferently at the scene in front of him, the man coldly spat out a sentence, and he was Lin Ling. After the first Dantian arrived, everything was broken. Lin Ling returned to reality, and he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed. With a single step, he arrived in front of one of the bandits. With a claw, he grabbed the man's legs and tore them apart. Swoosh, blood spurted out as the man was torn in half. Even though he knew that this was an illusion, Lin Ling did not care so much. He only wanted to kill, so what if it was an illusion? He would kill it all the same. A gust of wind blew past, and the next bandit's flesh was swallowed up, turning into a skeleton. Only the head was intact, but because the flesh disappeared too quickly, he did not die. He looked at his own body in disbelief. Ah! There was nothing more terrifying than looking at one's own skeleton. Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed and swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone was afraid. Demon, this was a demon, run. But could they escape? Lin Ling was like a demon, sweeping over and using his hands to tear these bandits apart. It was as if the nightmares brought to him by the reincarnation dream were all returned to them. In the end, the entire sect was covered in blood, and corpses piled up into a mountain. You, who are you? Only the disciples of the sect were kneeling there, their faces incomparably pale. Although all of you are just one of the laws, each law has a soul. It's just that the underworld arranged it into a dream to affect me. However, even if everything is fake, even if everything is a dream, you are actually my disciple, Lin Ling. That's because you and I are fated. I will help you escape from the underworld. I will control you and help you leave. Lin Ling said coldly as he looked at the disciples. You, who are you? The disciples clearly did not understand Lin Ling's words. I am your master. Lin Ling shouted loudly, and a million rays of divine power erupted, turning something rotten into something magical. He killed all the disciples, extracted their souls, and held them in his hand, wanting to take them away from here. How dare you? At this time, a loud shout came from the sky, and a powerful god formed by the underworld's laws appeared. Lin Ling wanted to take these souls away. This was clearly a violation of the netherworld's laws. There were rules in the netherworld. Birth, old age, sickness, death, reincarnation, everyone had their own karma. Whatever he reincarnated into would be decided by the netherworld, and now, these souls had turned into Lin Ling's disciples. This was also arranged by the netherworld, therefore, Lin Ling wanted to take them away. This was against the rules of the netherworld. Break! Lin Ling roared and punched the sky. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've already been recorded in the Book of Life and Death of the Netherworld. How dare you escape from the netherworld and violate the laws of the universe? The god shouted with dignity. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His fist landed in the sky, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. However, the sky was unbreakable. The underworld wouldn't let Lin Ling leave, and it wouldn't let Lin Ling take those souls away. Fellow Taoist, come back. But at this time, Lin Ling shouted loudly, rumble. A powerful force rushed into the sky. After tearing it apart, a man with endless tentacles behind him walked down step by step. This was the malevolent ghost jellyfish. The most terrifying thing was that this person was an intermediate god. Fellow Taoist. He looked at Lin Ling, who was on the ground. Then, he enveloped Lin Ling and went over. A terrifying thing happened. Countless jellyfish were flying around like worms crawling on the ground. Boom, almost at the same time, he punched out, and 2 million points of the power of divinity erupted. Cracks began to appear in the sky. The expression of the god formed by the laws changed drastically, because now, Lin Ling was already half a step into the netherworld. This meant that Lin Ling was already dead. However, Lin Ling actually wanted to fight his way out of the netherworld. That was too arrogant. That's not enough. The god shouted. Fellow Taoist. But at this time, Lin Ling shouted again, the sky was torn apart again, and a new clone returned from the Tao realm. A huge heavenly dragon appeared, shining with Buddhist light. At a closer look, this heavenly dragon was full of crystal bones. After circling the sky, it entered Lin Ling's body. Boom, the third punch, 3 million points of the power of divinity, boom, the sky, which was originally cracked, shattered in an instant. Who can stop me? Lin Ling laughed domineeringly and walked toward the black hole in the sky. At this time, in a corner of the netherworld, countless people were looking at a well. When they saw Lin Ling walk out of the netherworld's illusion, their expressions changed drastically. Rebellion, rebellion, this person has been recorded in the book of life and death of the netherworld by the immortal Lord. He's already dead, and he wants to break out of the netherworld's life and death realm without the consent of the underworld god. Seal him. A king of hell roared. There were countless kings of hell in the netherworld. Because the netherworld was too big, there were too many cycles of life and death, so it needed many kings of hell to control it. As he roared, the sky where Lin Ling was seemed to want to merge again and seal Lin Ling. You think you can stop me? Lin Ling's face was full of contempt. I've already been conferred the title of a god. A mere king of hell wants to decide my life and death? With one hand on the left and the other on the right, he suddenly grabbed the sky and tore it apart. Rumble, the entire sky rolled like waves, and then it was forcefully shattered into pieces. Ah! Countless people were looking at the well, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing their hair to flutter. It was as if 3 intermediate gods had unleashed their strength. Most importantly, these were 3 powerful intermediate gods. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the well, grabbed the king of hell, and pulled him into the well. Save me, this person is going to wreak havoc in the netherworld. The king of hell roared anxiously, but he couldn't stop the power and disappeared into the well. At this moment, in the endless darkness, a man was holding a burly king of hell in his hand, looking at him coldly. Lei Gong Lin Ling. How dare you rebel against the netherworld? The king of hell roared angrily. The netherworld is nothing. The man laughed, and his laughter was incomparably arrogant. My life is decided by me, and it's not up to the netherworld. Instead, your life is decided by me. Swish, the man suddenly tore, and the king of hell was forcefully torn apart, turning into endless soul power and disappearing. Devour. The man shouted coldly, and turned into endless darkness, devouring the soul power, greatly increasing his soul power. Immortal Lord, I'm back. Fellow cultivator, return. In the void of the netherworld, a domineering voice mixed with the anger of vengeance shook all directions. The power brought by the Tao realm tore the void apart, and an expert entered. Then, it came to Lin Ling's side, nodded slightly, and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Rumble, waves of lightning exploded, and endless divine power danced wildly. Several great dantians had returned, and now Lin Ling, an intermediate god, could be said to be invincible in the universe. Moreover, this was not the return of 7 great dantians, or else it would be even more terrifying. The further one cultivated the chaos divine formula, the more terrifying the power it brought. At this moment, in the endless netherworld energy of the path of domination, a powerful force tore the endless void apart, as if a god had returned, causing the skeleton to constantly grow flesh and blood, and waves of divine vitality were born. When the hoarse voice floated out, the surging nether aura suddenly became chaotic. All the demons, Yixias, and Asuras froze. Their gazes were all fixed in a certain direction. It was as if a giant had awakened there. For some reason, it made them tremble with fear. Crack, suddenly, the giant moved and stuffed the Yixia in the skeleton's arm into its mouth. Then, it began to eat it. It tastes good. His voice was extremely low and carried a hint of excitement. After eating the Yixia, more flesh and blood grew on his skeleton body. A fiend godlike aura surged out like an ocean. The giant had stood up. To be honest, he was not tall. However, in the eyes of the underworld demons, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. He was also like a giant beast that had been sealed for millions of years in ancient times. The moment he stood up, the Yixias all trembled. the giant was constantly recovering, transforming into a handsome man. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "All of you, get over here." With a loud roar, he opened his mouth wide and turned it into a huge vortex. A powerful suction force was born. All the Xianxias and evil spirits panicked. They never expected that a fellow who was determined to be dead by the underworld could come back to life and break free from the shackles of the underworld, and such a person was a true god. Ding ding dang dang. At this moment, 10,000 swords pierced through the heart. However, when they landed on the young man's body, they were all broken into pieces and swallowed by the young man. When the 10,000 knives arrived, they were also broken into pieces. When the underworld soul-sucking worms flew over, they could tear apart souls and devour blood. However, when the suction force was born, not only did the worms not suck blood, but they also devoured the worms. No, return to the underworld quickly. This is a giant god, an ancient giant god. A giant god that even the underworld cannot punish. Run. The Xianxias wanted to escape, but they could not resist the suction force and were crazily sucked into the vortex. The man's long hair fluttered wildly. He stood like a giant, but his skin had turned pitch black. He was one of the 4 great beasts: chaos, devour. The surrounding scenes, illusions, blood, bones, and other things were all sucked in. It was like the end of the world. The roiling dark clouds transformed into a vortex and disappeared into the man's body. At this moment, outside the dark clouds, the various gods were still quietly watching the show. Lei Gong Linling's voice is getting softer and softer. "He can't be dead, right?" Someone chuckled. "He's probably dead after entering the reincarnation dream. Next, he'll enter the real reincarnation cycle. You guys should pay more attention. If you find a pig reincarnated in that realm, it might be Linling's reincarnation." The underworld demon sealer smiled. "Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then this pig must be properly roasted and eaten. Don't snatch it from me. This pig is mine. Don't worry. Linling needs 3,000 years to reincarnate into the path of animals. This means that apart from becoming a pig, he will reincarnate into a cow in his next life. Everyone will have a share." All the gods burst into laughter. However, at this time, someone realized that something was wrong. Why are there fewer and fewer dark clouds? As soon as he said this, the others blinked and also realized that something was wrong. They were talking about roasting a pig before, and then the dark clouds gradually decreased. Could it be that someone was eating the dark clouds? What was going on? How could it be? Impossible, the dark clouds are formed by the laws of the underworld. No one can eat them. Moreover, only Lei Gong Linling is in the dark clouds. This is even more. The immortal overlord frowned and said, but halfway through his words, his pupils suddenly trembled violently, because not only were the dark clouds decreasing, but a huge vortex had also begun to appear. All the dark clouds were sucked into the vortex, and there were fewer and fewer of them. What? The immortal overlord's expression changed drastically. Someone is really eating the dark clouds. How can this be? Could it be those Xianxias? Apart from the underworld demons and Xianxias, there's no one inside. No, there's also Lei Gong Linling. All the gods discussed spiritedly. When the last person finished speaking, the path of domination suddenly became strange. Impossible, with his strength, how can he escape the shackles of the underworld? The immortal overlord roared. He couldn't believe all this, but the changes in front of him made him unable to explain it. In front of them, the dark clouds were getting dimmer and dimmer, and a demonic figure could be vaguely seen. Seeing this, all the gods swallowed their saliva. It's definitely not Linling. Luli Empress also kept shaking her head. She had forgotten how many times she had seen Linling narrowly escape death. She was unwilling to accept this. She didn't believe that Linling could survive this time. Dong, at this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The 18 bronze gates surrounding the dark clouds were roaring at this moment. You're courting death. These are the gates of life and death. There are a total of 9,999 gates of life and death in the underworld, and they govern the life and death of the universe. You're dreaming if you want to break through them and escape. The immortal overlord roared angrily, and the divine energy on his body surged. Sir, no matter who you are, If you want to help Lei Gong Lin Ling, then you're going against the underworld. Moreover, Lin Ling is already dead. It's useless even if you take him away because his soul has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the path of domination shook, and a collapse of the underworld's laws appeared. This was because one of the bronze gates had been broken. Ah! This time, the immortal overlord also opened his mouth wide. The gates of life and death, bringing death to life, were powerful laws, and it was actually broken by someone. Boom, another sound rang out, and then another bronze gate collapsed. Boom. Boom, boom. More and more sounds rang out, and the 18 gates of life and death shattered one after another. The rumbling sound seemed to fall into the hearts of the gods. With every sound, their hearts trembled, and they felt like they were about to collapse. After the 18 gates of life and death shattered, the dark chi finally began to dissipate, and a figure slowly appeared. This person was pitch black, but there were faintly discernible dragon scales on his body. His head was tilted, and his long hair danced wildly as he looked at everyone with contempt. As for his hand, he was grabbing a leg and eating it with crunching sounds. That was a Yiksha. Most importantly, this person looked exactly the same as Lei Gong Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling. It's him. There was no doubt that after seeing Lin Ling, all the gods were extremely shocked. Previously, they had also thought that it was Lin Ling, but they had always felt that Lin Ling couldn't break the underworld's laws. Thus, they had also thought that someone was helping Lin Ling. However, they hadn't expected that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had even rushed out as if he wanted to break the universe. How had Lin Ling come back to life? These disciples had been arranged by the underworld to influence Lin Ling. However, as Lin Ling's disciples, even if it was only for a short lifetime, Lin Ling had already treated them as his own disciples. Therefore, Lin Ling had brought them out of the underworld and reborn them as humans. Lin Ling didn't know that in the future, a group of experts would also be born in the 9 states. These experts would appear from all over the world, but they all shared the same identity. They were Lei Gong Lin Ling's disciples. After tens of millions of years, they would unite and establish their illustrious names. They would even help Lei Gong Lin Ling. The immortal overlord couldn't help but shout when he saw Lin Ling talking to himself. Lin Ling, you're still alive. However, so what if you're alive? This time, you're still going to die. The other gods also roared and erupted with powerful auras. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling had escaped, Lin Ling was only a lesser deity after all. Moreover, he had failed to break through and was inferior to a lesser deity. They had nothing to fear from such a Lin Ling. It was good that he wasn't dead. They could vent some of their anger by killing him with their own hands. I'll kill you. The green lotus immortal overlord sneered and floated toward Lin Ling on his huge green lotus. A long time ago, Lin Ling had killed the spiritual deity with a single move. At that time, he'd also been shocked. But later on, he'd found out that such a move could only be used once. This meant that Lin Ling couldn't use such a move now. Lin Ling, who didn't have that trump card, was at best a piece of trash. Green Lotus Immortal Realm. The huge green lotus blossomed with a dazzling green light. The lotus blossomed like an immortal, but it continued to spiral. That seemingly beautiful lotus actually carried a sharp light as it spun. It cut through the void, and large cracks appeared everywhere. This level of divine energy had reached a total of 300,000, terrifying. The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord was one of the top existences in the Tao realm. Judging from Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's strength, he will probably reach the 8th level of the miasma. A god from the Tao realm exclaimed in shock. Chi! Chi! That sharp light instantly arrived in front of Lin Ling, but what shocked everyone was that Lin Ling didn't react at all. There was no hiding, no resistance, and no escape. Lin Ling, was he stupid? The enormous green lotus had its wish fulfilled. It cut through Lin Ling, and the entire sovereign's path was cut open along the horizontal line. Sparks and lightning sputtered everywhere. What are you doing? However, amidst the joy of the crowd, an indifferent voice suddenly appeared. This also allowed them to see that the terrifying azure lotus was blocked by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't do anything and only used his chest to block it. No matter how the green lotus sliced him, he was as steady as Mount Tai. Ka. On the contrary, when the lotus petal that carried the ancient divine power collided with Lin Ling's chest, it shattered like a broken sword. This caused the Green Lotus deity overlord to be stunned on the spot. and his face turned pale. Die. Come here. At this moment, Lin Ling made a grabbing motion with his hand, and endless darkness engulfed him like a dark sacrifice. No. Save me. The Green Lotus deity overlord sensed a domineering aura enveloping his entire body. He couldn't block it, and even when facing Lin Ling, he only had one thought: escape, and he was already the strongest existence among the lower deities, yet he could still have such an illusion. The only explanation was that Lin Ling was a medium deity. How could the Green Lotus deity overlord not know the difference between a lesser god and a medium god? No matter how strong a lesser god was, they could only block a medium god's attack at best. It was impossible to harm a medium god. This was because a medium god had a powerful force protecting him, as if he was a god recognized by the universe. The dark sacrifice drowned the Green Lotus deity overlord. The latter seemed to be tumbling in a dark river, and from a living god, he gradually turned into a pile of white bones that floated up and down. Looking at the pile of white bones, the gods were terrified. Bang! Luli Empress sat in the void, her face pale. Invincible, too invincible. The Green Lotus deity overlord was stronger than the 4 spiritual gods by several times, but he was killed in one move. If this wasn't invincibility, then what was? A medium god. The immortal overlord's pupils trembled violently as he spoke the truth. What? Didn't he fail to break through? Tell me, didn't Lei Gong Lin Ling fail to break through? Heavens, he became the first god to step into the medium god realm among the 9 prefectures void gods. A medium god is invincible. The gods panicked even more. Their bodies trembled, and they wanted to escape. They also felt that this was King dream. Not long ago, Lin Ling killed a spiritual god with one move, and they were scared out of their wits. Later, they found out that Lin Ling was fooling them. What breakthrough? It was a dream, and when they chased after him murderously, Lin Ling suddenly broke through again. Why did this guy break through as if he was drinking water? He broke through just like that. As far as they knew, the breakthrough of a lesser god was very important, and they had to find a quiet place. Moreover, there was only a 30% chance of breaking through. Even with the help of the ancient array of a Dao realm ancient god, there was only a 50% chance. However, Lin Ling was running away just now. Could he break through while running away? Even if he didn't run away, he was still tortured by the netherworld purgatory. Could he break through while being tortured? How could there be such a thing in this world? So what if he broke through? I can kill a junior who just stepped into the medium god realm with one finger. At this moment, the immortal overlord sneered, took a step forward, and shot toward Lin Ling. In midair, a fist that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth blasted out. The power of 1,000,000 gods exploded. Whoosh! The terrifying shock wave made the gods lose their balance, but when they saw the immortal overlord attack, they were all excited. Yes, Lin Ling had just broken through, but the immortal overlord was a medium god who had been cultivating for tens of millions of years. Early stage medium god. Lin Ling looked at the immortal overlord indifferently. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The immortal overlord's face was full of dominance. Lin Ling shook his head and punched out to counter the immortal overlord's punch. The 2 strongest gods collided crazily, and a terrifying shockwave exploded. Boom! The fierce suppression of the 2 fists seemed to break the sun, moon, stars, and all the laws of the universe. A hole was torn in the path of domination, and power poured out like a torrent in the void of the 9 states. It landed in a corner of the East Land and instantly shattered thousands of worlds. The power that poured out was already so terrifying, which showed how strong a medium god was. As expected of a medium god. Your attack couldn't affect me before, but now, I can resist it. The immortal overlord maintained the posture of punching out and said coldly. When he was chasing Lin Ling kept attacking him, but no attack was effective. The immortal overlord was like a manifestation of Ming Yun, but now, he could easily deal that kind of blow. Boom. What's going on? The immortal lord, who was flying backward, had a look of disbelief on his face. He had thought that Lin Ling was evenly matched with him, but he hadn't used his full strength. However, Lin Ling just smiled and easily destroyed his arm. Crack, 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 forcibly suppressing the impact. The immortal lord stood in the void and looked at his right arm. It was melting like water, killed by Lin Ling's punch. Oh my god! Looking at Lin Ling's domineering aura, the god's hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Invincible, he was still invincible, such a word appeared in their minds. What did you do? Why are you so strong after breaking through to become a lesser god? The immortal lord gritted his teeth. God, return, come. Lin Ling looked at the immortal lord coldly, and there was a hint of brutality in his eyes. Lin Ling remembered the torture that the immortal lord had given him. Therefore, in his eyes, the immortal lord was dead for sure. His soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to reincarnate. However, before that, Lin Ling wanted to torture the immortal lord and let him experience what it was like to be tortured. Have you recovered? I'm going to start. Lin Ling said coldly. You're waiting for me to recover? Don't you know that I didn't use my full strength before? The immortal lord's voice was hoarse, and he was furious. He never expected this junior to be so arrogant and give him time to recover. Lin Ling shook his head and said, It doesn't matter to me whether you're using your full strength or not. I'm just afraid that I'll kill you if I'm too strong. Ignorant. The immortal lord couldn't take it anymore. His body exploded, and he turned into an overwhelming dark cloud that engulfed Lin Ling. From afar, the dark cloud was very scary and emitted a pressure that could crush one's soul. Fine, I'll let you experience what it's like to be bitten by thousands of insects. Lin Ling's eyes were full of disdain. His body also exploded and turned into endless darkness as if to devour the world. The two kinds of darkness crazily intertwined. How was this a battle between martial artists? It was like a battle between gods. Immortal Lord. All the gods looked expectant. Now, only the immortal lord could kill Lin Ling, however, in their eyes, Lin Ling's darkness was incomparably terrifying. It grew larger and larger, and not only did it envelop the dark clouds, it even began to devour them, devouring everything. This was one of the four great ferocious beasts, chaos. Ah! In the darkness, the immortal lord's pained voice echoed out. He was swallowed up by the darkness and felt as if he were being bitten by 10,000 insects. Every part of his body was being ruthlessly bitten, and that was the devouring power of darkness. This was the first time the immortal lords had experienced such a feeling in their tens of thousands of years. Lei Gong Lin Ling. He also let out a loud cry of pain. His voice was so pitiful that it caused the gods to shiver in fear. I'll give you time to recover. However, just as Lin Ling could seriously injure the immortal lord at any time, the darkness that he had transformed into began to retreat. In the void, wispy dark clouds appeared, looking as if they would disperse at any moment. These dark clouds were formed by the immortal lords. Give you time to recover, again? Lei Gong Lin Ling, you. The immortal lord roared angrily. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was torturing him 100 times more. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. Is Return of Gods really that strong? He didn't believe it. Die, Underworld Book of Life and Death. The immortal lord roared, and the dark clouds turned into an ancient black book that suppressed Lin Ling. Behind the book was a palm, the immortal lord's palm. The Underworld Book of Life and Death was a treasure that controlled one's life and death. It was also the immortal lord's divine fetus, a 5th-grade divine fetus. Ordinary people would be easily sucked into the Book of Life and Death and have their life and death controlled by it. 2 million power of divinity? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and also attacked with a palm. Now that he had returned to his dantian, how could his power of divinity be so simple? Boom. The two palms collided, and the power of life and death poured out. How can you have 2 million power of divinity? Behind the Underworld Book of Life and Death, the immortal lord roared as if his mind was about to collapse. His Book of Life and Death couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling had his own power that transcended life and death, blocking everything. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Ling would never die. It was because the Underworld Book of Life and Death was also divided into ranks. If one wanted to control the life and death of a mid-level god, they would need another book. 2 million? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, and more power of divinity poured out like brilliant divine might. Crack, crack, crack. The huge Book of Life and Death cracked, and the immortal lord's newly recovered arm cracked again. 3 million. The immortal lord roared. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered again, and more power of divinity poured out. 4 million. The immortal lord seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. Although the Book of Life and Death blocked it, his skin was still cracked by the tyrannical power of divinity, and his bones were cracked. Suppression, complete suppression. Invincible Lin Ling. In the hearts of the gods in the distance, the previous sentence floated again, boom. At this time, the Book of Life and Death finally couldn't hold on anymore and completely exploded. A figure leaped over and appeared in front of the immortal lord. Two big hands grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Ah! The immortal lord felt intense pain coming from every corner of his right arm, next, his right arm, his legs. Ah! The immortal lord was like a sandbag, constantly being tortured by Lin Ling and crushed all the bones in his body. The pain was imaginable. What you gave me, I said, I will return it to you 100 times. Lin Ling sneered. After crushing the immortal lord's bones, his hands were like swords, constantly stabbing out, piercing thousands of holes in the immortal lord's chest and body. This was the tribulation of 10,000 swords. Lin Ling returned it to him. However, this wasn't the end. Lin Ling's hands were like knives, tearing apart the immortal lord's flesh bit by bit. Ugh, the gods in the distance all vomited, and their eyes turned ashen from fright. This was because intermediate gods were like gods on the horizon to them, but also like the great laws of the universe. But now, such a powerful existence was actually being tortured by someone, subverting their understanding of intermediate gods. Feels good, doesn't it? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. Weren't you very smug when you were chasing me? I didn't expect you to have a time like this. Countless evil spirit jellyfish floated out of his body and bit the immortal lord. You said that the pain of the body and the pain of the soul aren't the greatest pain, but the memories. Sorry, I have such means too. The crazy voice floated into the immortal lord's soul, causing his soul to tremble. He obviously knew what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling wanted him to experience the pain of reincarnation, but Lin Ling wasn't a god of the netherworld, so how could he do it? But the next moment, he knew that Lin Ling could do it. This was because Lin Ling's soul power was too strong. He could already form his own world and bring his soul into that world, making him feel as if he was reincarnated. No. End of chapter 46:21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.